The female supporting character ran off with the bun. Chapter 1 to Chapter 115. When the 23-year-old Xiang followed the crew to the mountains for filming, she saw a fortune teller sitting cross-legged by the side of the road. The fortune teller was old and his hair was white. He was holding a string of prayer beads in his hand and a broken staff beside him. His eyes were closed and his dry lips were moving. He was mumbling something that they could not understand. It was cold in the mountains and the lonely fortune teller instantly attracted the attention of most of the crew. Xiang, like the people around her, also looked at him curiously. But she felt that it was impolite and quickly withdrew her gaze. The fortune teller seemed to have suddenly felt her gaze. The moment Xiang walked past him, his eyes suddenly opened. His eyes were hale and hearty and bright. Xiang was shocked. Then, the fortune teller handed her an old book with yellowed pages that had been peeled off its cover. Xiang hesitated and said in surprise, "Sir, what are you?" The fortune teller stuffed the wrinkled book into her hands and said in a hoarse voice, "Miss, take it." Before he could finish his sentence, he closed his eyes again and stopped talking to her with a look that said, "Don't disturb me." Hearing the crew greet her, Xiang nodded in a daze. She hurriedly said thank you and stuffed the book into her bag. After the crew finished filming and went back to the hotel to rest, Xiang felt that she might have been fooled. This book, which looked quite old, was not a Buddhist heart sutra. It was just a sadomasochistic novel from ancient times. She usually did not read these novels, but since the plot was often involved in the script, she roughly flipped through the book. Except that there was a supporting female character with the same name as her, there was nothing special about it. She thought that the fortune teller was probably delirious. When he heard the assistant call her name, he thought it sounded familiar, so he gave her this ancient novel. A year later, Xiang was 24 years old. The TV series she filmed last year as the supporting female character was aired on Star. Because the crew promoted it well and it hit the audience's sweet spot, the TV series became popular. Xiang's looks and acting skills were on point, and her popularity soared because of this. Her future prospects were great. However, she suddenly lost weight until she was diagnosed with breast cancer in the hospital. From then on, she was bedridden. Xiang had no parents. She grew up with her grandmother. Her grandmother passed away in her second year of university. Her salary paid for all her living expenses and medical expenses. There was no one in this world that she was particularly reluctant to part with. Xiang only regretted that her life was too short. She had not accomplished enough things, filmed enough shows, met enough people, and seen enough scenery. When the electrocardiogram became a straight line and the alarm sounded, a tear fell from the corner of her eye. But Xiang found that she was not dead. Amidst her chaotic consciousness, she could still vaguely hear someone calling her, "Mommy," in a childish voice. She could tell that it wasn't an auditory hallucination because there was a slight warm breath on her neck, making it itchy. After struggling subconsciously for a while, Xiang forced her eyelids open. What she saw was a chubby little face. It was white, tender, and very cute. Because the little guy's face was chubby, the outline of his face was not very obvious. However, Xiang could still tell that his facial features were extremely delicate. Xicheng's short legs kicked off and he steadily landed on the ground. He bared his pearly white baby teeth, and his eyes sparkled with light. Xiang looked at Xicheng's excited appearance and couldn't help but think of her grandmother's advice in the depths of her memory. Her heart also became soft. She curved her eyes and rubbed Xicheng's little head. "The ground is cold, you will catch a cold. Ching, put on your shoes." Xicheng nodded his head with all his might, "Okay." Then, he bent down and put on a pair of sky blue Peppa Pig slippers for his little feet. After receiving his mother's gratified and affirmative gaze, his little butt swayed as he ran away. Xiang looked at Xicheng's little back and was startled. She liked children very much. In her previous life, she often went to the orphanage to help the director take care of the children. But in an instant, she changed from a young girl to a mother. She was still a little dazed. This was a spacious and luxurious baby room. The decoration was exquisite and the colors were warm. In the corner, there was a 2-meter-high castle made of environmentally friendly materials. The carpet was covered with colorful soft toys. The original owner was willing to rest and let the little guy play by her side, not because she was careless, but because this place was safe enough. The mother and son lived in a 3-story villa. It was the villa where the original owner lived when she was a child. It was the neighborhood where she met Lu Jingyan. In her memory, after the original owner got pregnant, this place was renovated. On the way to the dining room, Qiying passed by a huge full-length mirror. With just a glance, her breath stopped. The person in the mirror was 80% similar to her in her previous life, but she was even more beautiful. Her facial features were carved and her skin was porcelain white and smooth. Her twin peaks were dazzling, her buttocks were perky, her legs were slender and well-proportioned, and the curves were extremely beautiful. From her hair to her toes, there was no part of her that didn't reveal the charm of a woman, but it didn't hide the purity of a young girl. This was a kind of ostentatious, unbridled beauty that made people forget to breathe. It was more tender and beautiful than all the poisoned flowers in the world. Qiying remembered someone saying that she was born to be in the spotlight. At that time, she had only shyly pursed her lips and smiled, hiding the love and desire that was always on the verge of bursting out from the bottom of her heart. How could it be so exaggerated? How could there be so many predestined fates? It was just 70% luck and 30% hard work. But at this moment, Qiying couldn't help but sigh in the same way as the person who praised him. The person in the mirror seemed to be born to be in the spotlight. In fact, no one would be more suitable than her to stand at the top of the mountain. Qiying recalled her dream of becoming an actress. But she also thought of Qiqing. She hesitated. When Qiying arrived at the dining room, the little fellow had already climbed onto the chair and sat down obediently. This was clearly the look of a good student waiting for the teacher to start class. She was so cute and obedient that she couldn't help but smile. The kitchen was clean and tidy. The cleaning lady had already meticulously cleaned it. Qiying took out a small cartoon bowl from the disinfectant cabinet and scooped a spoonful of rice. She was about to feed the crying little fellow when Qiqing stretched out his white little hand and very naturally took the bowl from her. The children's bowl had excellent insulation. Ding dong, after the call ended, Song Qingfeng immediately sent the address of the party. It was a high-end European-style club in the central business district. Song Qingfeng said that many great directors would be present. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Qiying knew its importance, so she tidied herself up more carefully than usual. The original owner had never attended a banquet held by the Qi family, but Qiyu had added a lot of dazzling dresses to her wardrobe in preparation for her social life. In the end, Qiying chose a hazy blue knee-length skirt. Its style and color were both elegant and mature. The hemline of the skirt looked simple and not exaggerated, but it also had a sense of design. Based on her many years of experience in makeup, Qiying quickly made a decision among the various makeup products. Her facial features were extremely beautiful, and her skin was also good. Her lips were red without makeup, and her eyebrows were green without drawing. With only a faint outline, she was as beautiful as an angel. In the living room, Qiyu's mother was focused on drinking tea. Qiying walked to her side and said, "Mom, I'm going to a friend's party. Can you help me pick up Qingqing?" Qiyu's mother looked up and was slightly surprised to see her daughter's exquisite makeup. Although she often lived abroad, she knew that Qiying had cut off contact with almost all her friends over the years and had no social life at all. Even though she had expectations for Qiying's change, Qiyu's mother still carefully reminded her, "Is it important? Today is Qingqing's first day of kindergarten. Aren't you going to pick him up personally?" Qiying's eyes dimmed. She knew what her choice meant, and she also vowed to give Qiqing the strongest wings. But when she thought of the little guy's wet eyes, Qiying seemed to feel his disappointment when he couldn't find her at the entrance of the kindergarten. Guilt made her heart ache and the corners of her eyes sour. "Mom, tell Qingqing that as an apology, I'll take him to the zoo this weekend." That was the little guy's favorite place to go. "Okay." Qiyu's mother gently stirred the teaspoon in her hand. "You really should go out for a walk. Be careful." Yu Zhuo was a famous hedonistic son of Sea City. He had been idle for more than 20 years. A few years ago, for some reason, he suddenly wanted to change careers and become a director. In the end, with his personality of wanting to see the world in chaos, his wealth had alarmed more than half of the director circle. Song Qingfeng was one of the teachers he had spent a lot of money to hire. The older Song Qingfeng got, the more he lived like a child. Yuzhua was also a mantis shrimp. The two of them naturally broke free from the rigid shackles of teacher and student and became friends despite their age difference. At this moment, Yuzhua had just returned from overseas. He held the celebration banquet and invited many media moguls. As he went back and forth, the relationship between the big shots in the inner realm had improved quite a bit. Song Qingfeng took the initiative to invite Qiying and sent a WeChat message to Yuzhua. Qingfeng, Xiaoyu, will Director Gu and Director Zhang be coming? I'll bring a stunning beauty over later? I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Z, come on, thank you Lion Tiger. Wretched smile, Qingfeng, she's my student. I'm not sending her to your bed. Z, is it the female lead that Lion Tiger found for my new work, Qingfeng, for you? I'm afraid it's going to be ruined. Qingfeng, dream on. Lu Jingyan wasn't far from her. The business partners behind Lu Jingyan who were about to strike up a conversation with him also followed his gaze and stopped talking. This was Qi Ying's first time meeting him face to face. In her previous life, Qi Ying had filmed modern urban dramas. She had also seen many male celebrities portraying domineering CEOs. They were all at least 1.8 meters tall, had handsome faces, and had an arrogant and cold demeanor. However, even if it was a male celebrity with the best acting skills and a voice actor with the coldest voice, none of them could make her feel as suffocated and intimidated as the man in front of her. Lu Jingyan was even taller than she had imagined. His tailored suit was exquisitely tailored, and his shirt was neatly ironed. His nose bridge was high, his thin lips were tightly pursed, and his jawline was cold and neat. There was no part of him that wasn't cold. He exuded an aura of arrogance and handsomeness that made people unable to take their eyes off him. He was as noble as a god on Mount Olympus. It was a powerful aura that no other actor could replicate. Lu Jingyan was looking down at her. His gaze was cold and sharp, and his dark eyes were filled with emotions that she couldn't guess. Qiying tried her best to calm the waves in her heart. Her expression didn't change. She naturally knew that no matter how perfect the man in front of her was, it had nothing to do with her. But what shocked her was that Lu Jingyan's facial features were extremely similar to Qi Cheng's. It wasn't particularly obvious through the screen, but now that she saw it with her own eyes, she realized that the father and son resembled each other so much that it made people sigh. When Qi Cheng's facial features grew up, she was afraid that as soon as they met, any further explanation would be unnecessary. This made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Qiying instinctively shrank back. Her fingers that were holding the porcelain plate turned white. But this didn't mean anything. Everything hadn't even started yet. How could she give in to this? Thus, she met Lu Jingyan's gaze in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Her lips parted slightly as she politely and distantly said, "Hello, President Lu." Lu Jingyan frowned out of habit and asked in a low voice, "Your name is Qiying?" Qiying replied with an indifferent "hm." Beside Lu Jingyan, the president's special assistant, Jiang Chong, was shocked. For so many years, Boss Lu was like a deity without any emotions or desires. Even when A-list female celebrities tried to strike up a conversation with him, he turned a deaf ear to them and shattered their dreams. What is CEO Lu doing now? Strike up a conversation with a woman? He had never seen anything like this before. Jiang Chong couldn't help but take a few more glances at Qiying. She was a young woman with fair skin. There was a faint layer of water vapor in her beautiful eyes. There was a flash of timidity and fear in her eyes, but she quickly returned to calmness. Because she had drunk some wine, there was a faint pink on her cheeks, making her look like a shy and charming young girl who had just fallen in love. Her arms were bent and she was holding a porcelain plate with moussaka in her hands. Above the dishes, the slim dress outlined the beautiful curves of the woman's chest. Qing Huan's hawk-like gaze ravaged every inch of Qi Ying's exposed skin, as if he wanted to carve her out of the background of his vision. He cursed in his heart. How could there be such a beautiful demoness in this world? The skin under his palm was delicate and smooth, and it could be broken by the wind. This made him want to take a look at what was under the cloth covering her chest. Qing Huan felt his body heat up, and his chest was filled with obsession and desire. Qiying calmed down. She was no longer angry, and there wasn't even a trace of fear in her eyes. Qinhuan stared at the woman in front of him. From the beginning, she hadn't been as excited as other women to cling on to him. She was really a simple-minded newbie who didn't even know the most basic rules of the circle. But her pained and angry look just now unexpectedly brought him great excitement and stimulation. Unfortunately, that excitement was fleeting. She looked very calm now, as if she was in a daze. Her gaze didn't even fall on him. How uninteresting was that? He just wanted to see her pout and struggle. With that thought in mind, Qinhuan increased the strength of his palm. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Her shoulder bones were about to crack. Qiying swallowed the painful groan into her stomach, her eyes as calm as a pool of water. Qinhuan sneered. The desire that had been surging crazily a moment ago suddenly cooled down. "So strong? The other newbies can't wait to get the opportunity, and you still don't want it?" Qiying turned a deaf ear. Actually, her phone had already vibrated for a short while. This was the notification that the call had been connected. This place was very close to her seat, and the sound of water could be heard from the bathroom. Xianxia should be able to notice the commotion. She was waiting. However, Qiying suddenly felt that her expectations were ridiculous. There were so many people in the venue. Even if her seat wasn't in a place with a lot of traffic, there would definitely be people going in and out of the bathroom during this time, but no one was willing to help her. Was it because they were used to Qinhuan's actions, or were they all afraid of his power? In their hearts, the newbies in the entertainment industry had no status to begin with and were trampled on by others. Xianxia had only met her once. What right did he have to save her, and what right did she have to drag him down with her? Seeing that Qiying was indifferent, Qinhuan finally cursed impatiently. The limit of his patience was very low. Did he need to waste so much effort to get the woman he wanted? Today, he wanted to experience what it felt like to rape a corpse. Thus, Qinhuan let go of Qiying's shoulder with one hand and wrapped it around her waist. Qiying immediately realized that he was preparing to drag her away. When Qiying returned home, she casually put on a cardigan and gently pushed open the door to her room. Mother Qi was sleeping with Qiqing in the baby's room. The little guy had already fallen asleep. Mother Qi was getting old, and her sleep was not as stable as when she was young. She was woken up by the sound of the door being pushed open. Seeing that Qiying had returned, she waved her hand and gestured for her daughter to go to the door to talk. Mother Qi frowned and said in a stern and worried tone, "Ying, what's wrong with you?" Qiying shook her head. "I'm fine." Mother Qi saw through her and said bluntly, "Your brother said that someone bullied you. But he came to the rescue in time." Qiying avoided the main point and put on a forced smile. "Be more careful when you go out in the future. You're not allowed to drink. If there's anything, call home." Mother Qi sighed and instructed her, "Go accompany Qingqing. He misses you very much." Qiying nodded, and Mother Qi went to the next room with a pillow. In this world, she had many family members who cared about her. This made her heart soft, but it was also incomparably strong. Qiying sent Song Qingfeng and Xianxia a message saying that she had arrived home safely. Then, she took a shower, changed into a short-sleeved nightgown, and lay down beside Qiqing. The little guy was embedded in the blanket, and even his breath was milky. He seemed to have sensed his mother's presence. He lazily turned over in his sleep, and his short legs rudely rested on Qiying's waist. His head was also stuffed into her arms, and his fine hair was filled with the fragrance of children's shampoo. His eyelashes were very long, and they trembled, casting a faint shadow under the dim night light. Qiying looked at his sleeping face, feeling guilty and sad. She didn't even have time to talk to him today. Qiying still remembered the first day she went to kindergarten when she was a child. Many things had happened at school. All the children were crying. Only she resisted the sourness in her eyes and didn't cry because her grandmother had told her to be strong. After school, she immediately threw herself into her grandmother's arms, asking for praise and rewards. So that day, she ate the first meal of her life, KFC. Because it was the start of the school year, he was also given a small toy. Qiying understood the child's uncontrollable desire to express himself when he was separated from his family for the first time. But she had dragged this torturous longing for him even longer. Her heart was about to break. But there was no other way. Acting was. The only thing she was good at, and it was also the only profession she could afford to be in debt. When she was truly strong, the little fellow would understand her. At the dinner party earlier, she had already received several auditions for supporting female roles. There was even a big director who was willing to let her try for the second female lead. He was a very good director, and this was a very good opportunity. But Qiying knew that he was the contracted director of Osher Media. She would not go. In today's entertainment industry, Osher and Huan Yu held up half the sky. Not only did she avoid Lu Jingyan, but she also angered Qing Huan. She didn't even know if Qing Huan would ban her in a fit of anger. And Qi Yu, who had heard those conversations, would definitely object. Even so, there had never been a lack of entertainment companies in the land of fame and profit. Take one step at a time, and it would be a new day tomorrow morning. Qiying comforted herself that good-looking people wouldn't have bad luck. She gently planted a loving kiss on Qi Cheng's cheek. The little guy moaned and wrapped his soft arms around her body. Qiying was so shocked that her phone almost fell to the ground. She spent a few seconds thinking about the authenticity of this account. The WeChat name and profile picture were very simple and meticulous, which suited the CEO's temperament. Her gaze shifted slightly. Source: the other party shared and added through their business card. She didn't know if it was Director Song or Yushua who sold her WeChat account so quickly. According to the famous six-dimensional theory, one could know any stranger in the world through 5 people. Qiying was skeptical at first, but she didn't expect that even a big shot like Lu Jingyan, who lived in the news, could contact her through 2 or 3 people. However, Qiying still chose to ignore it expressionlessly. There was no need for Lu Jingyan to talk to her at the banquet. He was communicating with his business partner, but for some reason, he stopped talking and stared straight at her. When Qing Huan blocked her in the bathroom, Lu Jingyan suddenly appeared and claimed to be convenient. Just as Qiying swore that she would avoid all banquets that Lu Jingyan might attend in the future and pretend that nothing had happened last night, Lu Jingyan added her as a WeChat friend. Qiying didn't believe that Lu Jingyan didn't notice anything. However, Qiying didn't believe that Lu Jingyan, who was so busy every day, would keep doing strange things like these 2 days. So be it if you sleep, just leave it to dry. Qiying was stunned as this idea flashed through her mind. Qiying realized that it was still a little early before the director's work time, so she walked to the kitchen. She took the kitchen utensils from the auntie and prepared to personally prepare a breakfast of love for Qi Cheng. Unknowingly, it was 7:30 a.m., and it was time for the little guy to wake up. Qiying pushed the door open and entered. The air in the baby's room was filled with a strong milk fragrance. Qi Cheng was still sleeping soundly, and his breathing was very even. She didn't know what kind of dream he was in, but the corners of his lips unconsciously curled into a faint smile. He seemed to be in a surprisingly good mood. She patted him gently. "Ching, wake up." The little guy turned over and pulled the air conditioner blanket over his head with his little hand. Qiying chuckled. Ching? Amidst his mother's calls, the little fellow yawned sleepily and finally woke up. He poked his furry little head out of the blanket. His big black grape-like eyes were still misty because he had just woken up, but the next moment, his eyes became bright because his mother's figure was reflected in them. "Mommy." Qi Cheng's small mouth drew back, climbed up from the bed, and flew into her arms. He hugged Qiying tightly and stuck to her body like a piece of gum. Qiying's eyes. She helped Qi Cheng wash up and changed him into the kindergarten's custom-made British school uniform. Once the bow tie was tied, he actually looked very handsome, like a little adult. Perhaps the school uniform gave him a sense of mission. Qi Cheng sat at the dining table with a serious expression, waiting for his mother to serve breakfast. When a fruit sandwich, fried bread and milk were placed in front of him, and there was a cute smiley face drawn with chocolate sauce on the cartoon plate, Qi Cheng couldn't help but raise a big smile. He was pleasantly surprised. "Wow. I'm a junior from the acting department of the Film Academy." Shubai lowered her eyes and said softly, "I'm 1 year younger than you, Senior Qiying. We've met at the fellowship party. It's okay if you don't know me, I'm just a fan who admires you a lot." "It's really presumptuous of me to disturb you." Qiying's beautiful arched eyebrows raised slightly. Hello." The word fan could only be heard in the original body's university years. The original body was a popular figure in the Film Academy. She was pretty, had good grades, wasn't a slut, and it was said that her family was quite rich. She was worthy of being called the campus goddess. The alumni had even set up a fan club and managed it well. Everyone felt that Qiang would be the one who would develop the best in the future. No one expected that she would give up on entering the entertainment industry and disappear without a trace. Her suitors were all shocked, but they could only sigh. Qiang leaned her head on her hand and searched her memory. There was indeed such a face. Every year, high schools would hold a fellowship party when school started. The seniors of the first year would organize a party to welcome the juniors of the same department. The format was nothing more than a personal introduction and a talent show. For the students of the Film Academy, it was a piece of cake. There would also be some people who were unruly and had more fun. After the party, they would continue to have fun at KTV and other places. They couldn't wait to attract the flowers and plants that had just entered the ivory tower to the outer circle. In her memory, the girl with this face was quiet and obedient, shy and timid. It could be seen from the fellowship party that she couldn't get along well with everyone. Girls didn't have a sharp personality. Although she didn't have the absolute charisma of a Mary Sue, it was indeed hard to dislike her. However, the girl's skin wasn't very good and wasn't bright enough at first glance. When she had just entered university, she wasn't good at dressing up and wasn't good at leaving a deep impression. Therefore, Qiang had never associated the face in her memory with Xu Bai. It was no wonder that she had put on such a thick layer of foundation today. A few years ago, skin was the face of an actor. Poor skin was a major flaw when it came to being on camera. However, it was different now. Nowadays, the filter of television dramas would never be too exaggerated. The wrinkles on the old man's face had disappeared without a trace. His skin was as white and tender as an 18-year-old girl. Everyone's starting line was the same, and the girls who had fair skin to cover their ugliness were at a disadvantage. At that time, I already felt that this young lady was not suitable for the entertainment industry. Compared to her physical qualities, her personality was even more unsuitable. Speaking of personality, the female lead described in the novel was quite different from Xu Bai's. However, according to the plot, Xu Bai had become famous overnight. Before that, it was inevitable that her acting career would be difficult and downtrodden. Before clinging onto such a powerful thigh, life and relationships were not smooth sailing. It was difficult to escape the inferiority complex. Qiang didn't think that Xu Bai's background as a student was mentioned in the book. She didn't expect Xu Bai to be her junior. Perhaps he had told her about it and she hadn't paid attention to it. What she remembered clearly was that Xu Bai and Lu Jingyan's first encounter happened about a year or two later. When Xu Bai saw that Qiang was deep in thought, she asked her carefully, "Senior, are you here for the audition too?" If someone else had asked such a question, the listener would have been angry. She had graduated a year earlier and was in the same school and major. But now, she was standing on the same starting line as her junior. It was very embarrassing. However, Xu Bai's voice was soft and there was a sense of inferiority and timidness in her words. It made people feel that this young lady just didn't know how to speak. When these sincere words penetrated her eardrums and went straight to the bottom of her heart, Qiang could no longer ignore the bursts of pain they brought. After forcing herself to swallow them down like glass, Qiang was enlightened. Was she playing a role? No. She was playing herself. She still remembered that when she was a child, she represented the drama troupe in the city to participate in a competition. The role she played was a little girl wandering the streets, hungry and cold. She was still young and ignorant. She usually liked to listen to her grandmother's fairy tales because those stories were lively, interesting, and colorful. The limitations of her age and experience made her unable to understand the deeper meaning behind the simple words. The drama troupe's teacher said that at the end of the show, she would cry and cry. Little Qiang knew that the girl in the story was very pitiful. But she was not pitiful. Even if she had no parents and was poor, her grandmother was good to her. Even if she was financially poor, her life would never lack the lollipops and dolls she wanted. Little Qiang felt that she was very happy. Not only did she not cry, but she also smiled brightly every day, as warm as a little sun. The teacher asked her, "Do you know how to make yourself cry?" She shook her head blankly. The teacher said seriously, imagine that one day your mother leaves and will never come back. Little Qing nodded, but soon, she shook her head. She had no memories of her mother. How could she be sad when her mother left? Not sad, not at all. The teacher was a little confused and distressed, but soon, she patted her head as if she had suddenly thought of something. Qing, who do you like the most in the world? Her voice was young but firm and exceptionally loud. Grandmother. Then when you go on stage, imagine that your favorite grandmother has left you forever, okay? On the day of the performance, little Qing stood alone on the huge stage. Looking down, she saw a dark crowd. She could not see where her grandmother was. She felt helpless and helpless. If her grandmother left her, what would she do? Her grandmother was so good to her. She did not want her to leave. Her chest exploded with uncontrollable grievances and sadness, and tears rolled down her milky white cheeks in large droplets. When she opened her mouth again, her soft voice began to choke. The audience applauded. After the performance, the teacher rubbed her head. Great! Lu Jingyan's eyes were very dark, like the surging sea in the dark night, deep and oppressive. All of a sudden, his gaze landed on him. If someone dared to look directly into Lu Jingyan's eyes at this moment, they would find that they were not as cold as before, but were actually mixed with a rare sense of burning. Qing did not hesitate and turned to leave. She had to be crazy to stay here and watch the male and female leads fall in love at first sight. Xu Bai, who was as stunned as everyone else, suddenly found that Qing was leaving in the opposite direction. She could not help but shout, "Senior Qing, where are you going?" The air froze, the atmosphere was cold, and the scene was like a silent film. Xu Bai realized that her actions were very reckless and immediately stopped talking. Fortunately, there were very few people in the hall on the first floor, and her voice was soft and not loud, so it was not enough to draw everyone's attention away from Lu Jingyan. Qi Ying's voice was cold and indifferent as it entered her ears. Something was left upstairs. Xu Bai glanced back. It was a slender figure. Black hair fell to her shoulders, her legs were straight, and a small part of her ankle was exposed at the bottom of her pants. Like a gentle wind, she quickly disappeared around the corner. The moment Lu Jingyan got out of the car, he saw Qing from afar. Her skin was as white as snow and was particularly eye-catching in his field of vision. He, who had always been calm and restrained, was completely unable to control the crazy throbbing of his heart at this moment. There seemed to be an explosion of emotions in his chest that was familiar yet strange. His expression was cold, but his gaze was intense. Lu Jingyan strode forward with his long legs. Qing only left a cold and alienated back view. In just a few short steps, even her back view disappeared. His back stiffened. Xu Bai's face alternated between red and white, and an inexplicable nervousness tightened around her body. Lu Jingyan walked into the hall and then walked straight towards her. His voice was harsh and cold. Where did she go? Senior Qing, Xu Bai wanted to ask for confirmation and timidly looked into his eyes. She was immediately frightened by Lu Jingyan's cold aura and shrank back. It was self-evident. Xu Bai looked back in horror, but Qi Ying's figure was nowhere to be seen. If she had already taken the things back, it definitely would not have been so fast. And it was obvious that Qi Ying was hiding from him. Some scenes flashed through her mind. Xu Bai bit her lip and blood flowed from her lip. I don't know, Lu Jingyan's eyes were even colder. Almost no one could withstand such a gaze. On the subway, the short-haired girl who was squeezed at the door of the carriage nudged the girl next to her. She was wearing a high school uniform and her voice was clear. Chi-Chi, look, Lu Jingyan is on Weibo's trending list. Really? The girl named Chi-Chi immediately held her face in her hands and came over. Her collagen-covered cheeks blushed. The passengers in the seats looked up at them and quickly looked back at their phones. Half of them had already opened Weibo and their fingers were flying. In less than half a minute, Chi-Chi couldn't help but scream again. Ah, Lu Jingyan's trending list. It actually appeared. A woman. She excitedly grabbed the short-haired girl's shoulders and stomped on the spot. It wasn't until she realized that she had attracted the attention of most of the people in the carriage again that Chi-Chi restrained her voice and blushed. Who is it? I've never heard of it. I think it's Shu something by? I've never heard of it either. Qiying stood silently beside them. It was like this. As long as Shubai appeared, Lu Jingyan would fall in love with her, and everything would develop to an irreversible outcome. She was right to escape. The moment Jiang Chong hung up the phone, dozens of text messages and missed calls came at the same time. His phone vibrated for a while before it stopped. He frowned in shock. In just a few minutes, the topic of Lu Jingyan was piled up by netizens. Most of the public relations employees of Osher Media were on lunch break, and the management was negligent and didn't deal with it in time. This made him furious. Jiang Chong immediately sent people to do public relations and didn't hold back. In less than 5 minutes, the overwhelming public opinion gradually calmed down. When Chi-Chi seriously finished writing a 140-word comment and pressed the send button, a message box suddenly popped up on Weibo. She read it out word by word. Sorry, this content violates the Sina Weibo community management rules, trial, or other relevant laws and regulations and can't be followed. Oh my god, Lu Jingyan is protecting her. Chi-Chi's face scrunched up. Shubai is so happy. The short-haired girl tapped her head with her index finger and said angrily, Boss Lu, do you mean that this rumor, no? Yes. Politics. Pure. Positive. Indeed. Yes. Hearing this, Qiying was momentarily stunned. She logged into Weibo and found that from the trending searches to the marketing accounts, all the related articles on Weibo had disappeared without a trace. Only Shubai's fans were still growing at a slower rate. Qiying didn't see the photo. From beginning to end, only the conference room on the top floor of the central building was isolated from the outside world. The oval table placed in the middle of the conference hall was simple and grand. In the middle of the table sat a man with a fierce aura. Even the high-ranking politicians present had to be courteous to him. Lu Jingyan leaned back in the CEO's chair with his long legs bent. The light from the screen lit up his dark eyes. The turbulent waves that were crashing against the reef in the dark night suddenly turned into gentle lake water, and the corners of his lips curled up into a faint smile. Jiang Chong and Yu Zhua, who were standing on the side, looked at each other, but neither of them disturbed this rare gentleness. When Qiying finally realized what was going on, she realized that there was a hidden trick behind the seemingly harmless game. She subconsciously threw her phone far away as if she was throwing away a time bomb, as if she could escape the range of damage at the moment of the explosion. After a moment, Qiying calmed down. She felt that there was nothing wrong with this SOS function. The chaos in the industry was obvious to all. If she was restrained by brute force again one day, even if she called her bodyguards, they wouldn't be able to inform her of the location in time, let alone rescue her. She cowardly picked up her phone, which was sunk deep into the sofa. Qiying, are you serious? Qiying, so impressive. How did you do it? Yu Zhua was worried that Lu Jingyan's tone was too serious and might arouse Miss Chi's suspicions, so he quickly reminded him, I usually add emojis when I send WeChat messages. Lu Jingyan was dazed for a moment when he heard this. Then, he added an emoji from the WeChat system based on his feelings. Trade secret, soldier, Qiying, amazing Qiying, why did young master you suddenly think of installing this function on my phone? I'll find a chance to repay him in the future. Lu Jingyan paused for a moment, then wrote in the input box, Director Lu told me what happened at the banquet. I'm very sorry that such an accident happened. Lu Jingyan read it silently a few times and realized that this made Director Lu seem a little talkative and completely disregarded her self-esteem and embarrassment. Her tone was too indifferent. He couldn't help but frown. His slender fingers tapped the table lightly as he fell into deep thought. Not long after, Lu Jingyan looked up. Yu Zhua, how do you usually address Director Song? Yu Zhua was slightly stunned before he said word by word, lion, tiger. Lion and tiger requested it. Qiying felt that the seriousness of this sentence was a little strange, but she couldn't tell what the problem was. Qiying, shy, do you know where I am? If you didn't trigger the event, no one would know. Therefore, in the future, when you adjust the volume, you can choose to long press. Qiying, do I need to turn on GPRS? No, it will be activated automatically after you call for help. Lu Jingyan had a smile in his eyes. In fact, if he really wanted to get Qi Ying's coordinates, it would be a piece of cake. But Jiang Chong told him that she might be angry. He would not look. Qi Ying, then I'll have to trouble you, young master you. I'll treat you to a big meal next time. Naughty, thank you, Director Qi, but I already have plans for Saturday. If it's not something important, I hope you can postpone it. This audition is not open to the public. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'll think about it and give you an answer tomorrow. Okay. I'll send the audition location to your email. You can just reply directly. Remember to bring your resume on the day of the audition. Qi Ying hung up the phone. Qi Qing jogged over, holding the graffiti he had just completed. It was a world of cartoon animals. In the middle of the picture, a mother was holding a little boy's hand and standing above the clouds. The sky was colorful and the clouds were smiling. Qi Qing said, "This is for Mom." At that moment, Qi Ying had an answer in her heart. On Friday, she traveled half of the city to attend 2 auditions. That night, she replied to Director Qi's email. Director Qi did not reply to her email or call, so Qi Ying put this matter aside in her heart. On Saturday, Qi Qing opened his eyes amidst the crisp chirping sounds. His mother was lying beside him. His mother said that she was going to take him to the zoo today. But his mother looked very tired. She was in a deep sleep. What should he do if he wanted to pee? After a series of thoughts, Qi Qing got up from the bed and landed gently on the floor. He put on his slippers and tiptoed quietly to the bathroom. After having a child, Qi Ying was worried about him and did not sleep as well as before. She opened her tired eyelids amidst the sound of running water. In her sleepy state, Qi Ying subconsciously reached out to grab Qi Qing, but found that the little boy was not in bed. She immediately woke up from her worry. Qi Qing saw Qi Ying sitting up and standing by the bed with a guilty expression. The corners of his mouth drooped. "I'm sorry, Mom. I woke you up." Qi Ying was touched by him and smiled. Mom was woken up by the alarm clock. She rubbed his head out of habit and praised generously, "Qing Qing can go to the bathroom by himself." "That's great." After Qi Ying got up, she took Qi Qing to wash up. The little girl brushed her teeth very seriously. She was meticulous in front of the mirror until her mouth was full of bubbles. She brushed for a full 3 minutes. After they finished washing up, Qi Ying began her meticulous skincare routine. Qi Qing hid behind her and watched as his mother smeared liquid from a bunch of bottles onto her face. In the mirror, Qi Ying saw a pair of large, sparkling eyes suddenly appear behind her. "Is Mommy busy today?" Now, Qi Qing's pronunciation was very clear. Qi Ying smiled gently. "I'm not busy. Today, Mommy's entire day belongs to you." Qi Qing happily hugged his mother's waist from behind and rubbed his face against her. "My day also belongs to my mother." Qi Qing had happily called out Mommy countless times today, which made Qi Ying's heart go numb. The emotion called happiness surged in her veins at a level she had never seen before. Perhaps when she left the house this morning, Qi Ying still felt a little regretful that she had to give up the audition for the second female lead. But now, Qi Qing had let her know what it meant to be worth it. He had the cleanest heart in the world, and through it, he could feel the cleanest world. In that world, little animals had emotions, loved to think, and could talk. Even if it was a lion that was so fierce that it could eat him, little Qi Qing would still feel wronged for it. The longer one was in the entertainment industry, the more they needed to get along with children. Although some words sounded pretentious, they had their own reasons. The children's angelic temperament could make people recall what their original intentions were. The dolphin performance ended. After a round of applause, the crowd dispersed. Qi Ying held Qi Qing's hand and walked to the pool. Qi Qing seemed to understand his mother's intention and spoke before Qi Ying. Uncle, this is my mother. I love her very much, just like how Big Brother loved Big Sister." He gently tugged at the corner of the trainer's shirt. "Can we take a picture with the dolphin?" The trainer turned his head and saw a child about 3 years old. He was blinking his big watery eyes and looking at him with pleading eyes. What a beautiful child. His big eyes were like black agates, his face was so fair and tender, and his facial features were very good-looking. He was really more beautiful than a mixed-race child. And the young woman he was holding had a quiet and gentle smile on her face. Her eyes were like upside-down crescent moons, full of happiness and love. They were like a mother and son who had walked out of an oil painting. It was so moving that people couldn't help but laugh. Qiqing saw that his uncle was in a daze and didn't speak, so he continued to plead with his young voice. "Uncle, my mother is very busy with work and rarely has time to see the dolphins. Can you help me?" The trainer smiled. "All right, come with me." Qiqing raised his innocent face. "Thank you, uncle." Following a whistle, a silver-gray dolphin galloped over from afar. Suddenly, it leaped from the water and drew a beautiful arc in the air. Qiqing cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted like a trumpet, "You are so good, yeah." The dolphin let out a long cry, as if responding to Qiqing's praise, and quickly swam to his side. Qiqing naturally raised her small hand and gently stroked it. "Hello, I'm Qiqing. She's my mother." The dolphin rubbed against his palm and let out a few gentle moans. They were the smartest animals in the world, second only to humans. Other than humans, they were also one of the few species that possessed consciousness. Kacha, beside the huge blue pool, the little boy and the dolphin were smiling together. A young and beautiful woman was standing beside them, watching them tenderly and affectionately. Xianxia suddenly realized that the mistake he had made in a moment of thought had led to an even more serious consequence. He didn't see Qiying's email in time because he was at the banquet. Yesterday, he was indeed nervous about this matter. But unknowingly, he put it to the back of his mind. Qiying didn't come, which meant that Boss Lu's investment was gone. If this wasn't going back to before liberation, what was? Xianxia dialed Qiying's number without hesitation. "The number you have dialed is unavailable." The cold official mechanical voice kept knocking on his eardrums, which was quite ironic. Xianxia was drenched in cold sweat. If it was a simple matter to let Qiying come to the audition, why would Boss Lu pay such a high price in exchange? There was no reason for a newcomer to give up the role of the second female lead in a TV series with great potential. The twists and turns made him panic. Xianxia got out of the car weakly, his steps messy. He took the elevator to the audition venue. Most of the actresses were already there. Most of them were very beautiful. This was the best-looking audition in Xianxia's directing career. Not only were there unknown actresses, but there were also some famous stars. One could imagine the intensity of the competition. Almost everyone was sure that "Stabbing Myself" would be a big hit in the coming year. Only Xianxia knew that without Lu Jingyan's investment, no matter how good a star was, it couldn't make up for the lack of funds. The huge pressure was about to crush his nerves. Xu Bai also came. She wasn't very eye-catching among the well-dressed female stars. However, she didn't look as self-abased as she usually did. Her eyes, which were usually timid, unexpectedly hid some confidence and pride. This was the confidence that could only be exchanged through sacrifice. Because she foresaw the ending, she didn't feel so inferior. At the top floor of the European-style headquarters, the president's office. The decorations here were mainly black. It was simple and meticulous. Lu Jingyan's expression was cold and serious. He stared at the floating window that popped up on the computer screen. His eyes, which were as deep as an ancient well, were filled with endless anger. It was the real-time surveillance of the audition venue. There was no sign of Qiying in the corridor or in the room. A huge sense of loss gripped his heart tightly. His chest hurt. The atmosphere in the office was terrifyingly low. Jiang Chong stared at the screen seriously with a serious expression. Xianxia has been on the phone, and he looks very anxious. Did something happen to Miss Qi? Almost the moment Jiang Chong said something happened, Lu Jingyan's body trembled. He quickly clicked on a black icon on the desktop. Z sent a string of silent ellipses. Qiying hurriedly replied with several explanations and apologies, but Z ignored her. Young Master Yu's personality was very similar to Song Qingfeng's. He was not stubborn or serious, and it was very comfortable to get along with him. Qiying didn't think too much about it. She took Qiqing to wash up and go to bed. The little guy had bounced around tirelessly all day, so he was tired after all. After the mother and son had a routine goodnight kiss, Qiqing snuggled in Qiying's arms and fell asleep. Qiying lay in bed, using Qiqing's even breathing as a pillow. Unexpectedly, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Because it was an adaptation of a popular novel's IP, the audition provided the actors with the background and information of the roles in advance. Qi Ying's facial features were bright and stunning, which didn't match the second female lead's image of inferiority and fragility. Therefore, on the day of the audition, she put a lot of thought into her makeup. The highlights were just right, and the outline of her facial features looked thinner and more defined. The eye makeup was waterproof and anti-smudging, and the ends of her eyes drooped more than usual. Her face was paler than before, and her lips were duller. In the mirror, she seemed to have changed her temperament. When she was absent-minded, she was as fragile as glass. When she smiled, her eyes were like water, weak and calm. Qi Ying's makeup was so realistic that even Qi Qing frowned and pulled at the corner of her clothes. Mommy, are you sick?" He spoke anxiously and worriedly, sounding like he was about to cry. This made Qi Ying's heart ache. She held the little guy's face and told him seriously, "No, Mommy just put on makeup." Qi Qing didn't believe her. Qi Ying realized that her expression was too serious. She smiled brightly, and her eyes were bright as if there were stars flashing in them. Qi Qing let out an ah. His childish voice was pure and childish. His eyes widened as he asked curiously, "What is makeup? Is it what Mommy does every day after brushing her teeth?" Qi Ying didn't deny it. Qi Qing was still young, so she didn't explain the difference between skincare and makeup to him. Qi Qing still seemed worried. While Qi Ying was tidying up her things, he ran over to her side. He looked up and said, "But Mommy, you look so sad." Qi Ying stopped what she was doing and looked at him gently. "Mommy isn't really sad. Mommy is an actress. She's just pretending to be sad." Qi Qing shook his head in disbelief. His large, black, doe eyes were filled with worry. Qi Ying told him over and over again, "What you saw today is all fake." Qi Qing nodded skeptically. After sending the little fellow to kindergarten, Qi Ying rushed to the audition venue. Qi Hongqin was waiting for her at the top of the stairs. Qi Ying was calm and tranquil, her steps graceful. She was like a gentle wind that could heal people. Only Qi Hongqin was tormented. Although she was inexperienced, her aura wasn't inferior to that of a popular celebrity. This was something he had never expected. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qi Hongqing brought Qi Ying to the audition room, where there were many judges and teachers. Qi Ying bowed and handed her resume to them. The person in the photo was so beautiful that it could melt one's bones. She didn't look like the second female lead at all. But when Qi Hongqing looked up and sized her up, he couldn't help but sigh. Xu Bai's mood was unusually low. Her entire person was as pale as the moonlight on the snowfield in winter. Her parents were not dead, but her father gambled and her mother took drugs. Many times, she wished that they were dead. Xu Bai knew better than anyone that she was actually not suitable to be a celebrity. She felt inferior to dust and was even very afraid of appearing in front of people. Furthermore, her dust would never blossom. But her mother took drugs day and night, and there would never be any career salary that could support the high cost of drugs. Her thoughts were simple. She only saw that celebrities were glamorous in front of people and squandered money like water. She did not care about anything else and sent Xu Bai to the path of acting. Xu Bai never knew why her life was like this, but in the face of these innate misfortunes, she was physically and mentally exhausted and helpless. The shackles of fate tied her ankles tightly and mercilessly dragged her into the abyss. When she was finally willing to abandon her obsession and put down her status in exchange for the value that was especially important to her at this stage, she did not expect that not only would she lose everything in an instant, but she would also gain nothing. After the matter was exposed, Lu Pei did not come to look for her again. Lu Pei did not even apologize or comfort her. Lu Pei also did not tell her that this was a high-risk matter to begin with. This time, Xu Bai really wanted to give up. For the past 2 weeks, Qi Ying had been running non-stop between the various audition venues. When she returned home every day, her body was so tired that her bones were about to fall apart. Because she wore high heels all day, her heels were also swollen with blisters. However, because there was no time to recover, the bruises that were attached to the shoelaces had already turned from pink to purple. It looked disgusting and waves of pain pierced through her heart. But she would still maintain a bright smile. Qi would not forget the day of the audition on Tuesday. Qi Cheng's face was wrinkled like a bitter gourd just because of her sad makeup. Her heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife when she bumped into that pair of clear and bright eyes that were filled with worry. The day after the second audition of Stabbing Myself ended was the time Qi agreed to sign the contract with Gu Yuanchen. Gu Yuanchen's studio was bright and clean. It was not as deep as she imagined an artist to be. Instead, it made people feel comfortable and clean. In fact, most of Qi Ying's auditions these days were like stones sinking into the sea. Firstly, she was not famous. Secondly, she had no experience. Thirdly, she had no connections. Fourthly, she did not sign a contract. It seemed nonsense to want to establish a footing in the entertainment industry just based on Song Qingfeng's recommendation. But even if there was still a trace of fairness in this world, it was still good for her. That meant that there was still hope for an actor to survive in a narrow space. Just like Gu Yuanchen's existence. Qi was grateful for him from the bottom of her heart. She gently knocked on the door and greeted respectfully, "Director Gu. Come in." Gu Yuanchen looked up and his eyes moved slightly. On the day of the audition. Qi lowered her eyes. Yes. There wasn't much surprise in Lu Jingyan's eyes. He didn't even look up. He just replied politely and indifferently, "Director Gu." Gu Yuanchen narrowed his eyes slightly and said meaningfully, "President Lu also knows Qi?" "Yes." He answered quickly, decisively, and firmly. Qi frowned slightly. "We just met once." She shook her head and looked at Gu Yuanchen calmly. "I'm not familiar with President Lu." "I see." Gu Yuanchen's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. "President Lu is also here to enjoy the scenery?" "It has nothing to do with you." "Then I'll take Qi back first." Lu Jingyan raised his hand casually. "It's on the way too." Gu Yuanchen laughed. "Let's go together then." The atmosphere suddenly fell into a strange silence. There seemed to be an invisible barrier between heaven and earth that surrounded the three of them. No matter how insensitive Qi was, it wasn't difficult for her to realize that the relationship between the two of them was very mysterious. However, because of the existence of a third person, even if it was like a fishbone in her throat, she could only remain silent. The outside world was lively and jubilant. And the atmosphere she was in was cold and indifferent. Qi heart tightened. There were two tall men beside her. One was noble and arrogant, while the other was refined. All of them had prominent positions and outstanding auras. They were a little conspicuous in the crowd of the night market. Qi took a step back quietly and kept a certain distance from them. Even if Lu Jingyan's cold gaze was directed at her, she ignored it and looked ahead expressionlessly. Lu Jingyan was different from his usual suit and leather shoes, and there were no special assistants and bodyguards around him. The people in the town didn't care about the world, so they didn't notice anything for a while. However, there were still many tourists who had come from afar standing behind them and pointing and discussing. From time to time, young girls could be heard exclaiming. But soon, their unscrupulous gazes would be cut back by Lu Jingyan's cold gaze. Social media was so powerful that the trending topics and public opinion were completely controlled. Lu Jingyan wouldn't say anything that he didn't want to appear on the internet. She didn't know how long she had walked. The water-like moonlight turned the originally romantic bluestone street into a ghastly white. The affection of the lanterns was gone. Qi mind was tense the entire way. Finally, she followed Director Gu to a secluded house. The bamboo curtains were very dense, and there was a scent of osmanthus floating in the air. The man's back was straight, and he stood tall. His deep eyes were dark and bright, piercing through the heavy night. He stared at her with a burning gaze. She was barefaced, and her skin was still as white as ivory, and her lips were red. Compared to the unbridled beauty under makeup, she was more pure and beautiful at this moment. Qi met his gaze without flinching. She sneered. "I didn't expect the most honorable heir of Osher to have such a hobby of peeping." The woman's voice was clear, like a winter spring breaking ice. The shattered ice shards were all mixed into his heart. "You were the one who didn't take precautions." Lu Jingyan coughed awkwardly. "Besides, there's nothing to see." Hearing this, Qi Ying's indifferent eyes were tinged with anger. She said word by word, Mr. Liu, what you're doing is illegal. It won't happen again. Lu Jingyan's back stiffened even more. But her tone was low and gentle. It was a voice that was enough to make people indulge. Qiying. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he asked with some difficulty, that night 4 years ago, it was you, wasn't it? Qiying seemed to have heard some anecdote, and she looked surprised for a moment. She pretended to look at him in confusion, and her watery eyes were pure and innocent. Liu. Jingyan frowned. You're a student of the film academy, and you attended a banquet. So? Qiying suddenly smiled. Since you're sure it was me, why do you keep asking me? She saw Lu Jingyan's eyes light up in an instant, and she seemed to be able to read the joy in his eyes. She never expected that President Liu, who had always been calm and self-restrained, would have such a deep obsession with that absurd night. Lu Jingyan must have seen the alumni's comments about her on Weibo, so he made the affirmation. If it wasn't for any other special reason, then the boulder in her heart could fall to the ground. Qiying's lips curled up slightly. She changed the topic. President Liu, you probably can't remember what she looks like anymore. But I can clearly answer, she stared at him. I'm not. Lu Jingyan's cold and arrogant eyes were filled with unprecedented gentleness and humility. If it's because I hurt you and you don't want to admit it, I apologize. Qiying was slightly shocked. Shubai was silent. Of course, she wasn't the one who had sex with Lu Jingyan. What Tong Jiaxu saw was just a misunderstanding. But what surprised her was that Mr. Liu couldn't remember what Qiying looked like, and Senior Qiying didn't want to admit it either. Shubai remembered that on the day of the audition, Senior Qiying was hiding from Mr. Liu. This unexpectedly created an opportunity for her, an opportunity that she didn't even dare to think about. She might not necessarily fulfill it. But at the very least, it gave her a glimmer of hope. Lu Jingyan was born into a wealthy family. Ever since he appeared in the public eye, he had always been cold and abstinent. It was completely understandable that he was willing to take responsibility for the wrong night. Now that Lu Pei had become lazy and hadn't contacted her for many days, it was still as she said, if you continue to fail, I won't waste so much energy on you anymore. Qi Hongqing was basically banned. She couldn't make ends meet. When she was at her wit's end, at least there was still one last life-saving straw. She didn't expect to get anything special. But at the very least, her family's debts should be paid off. Thinking about it was just thinking about it, but at this moment, Shubai no longer believed that anyone in this world would be unconditionally good to her. Lu Pei fought for resources for her because of benefits. Lu Pei could push her to the edge of the cliff without any scruples. She remembered it deeply. Tong Jiaxu's words couldn't be fully believed. Therefore, she comforted herself that she would keep it as a thought for the time being. It was just a thought. Shubai sighed. Let me think about it. Tong Jiaxu frowned. However, she knew Shubai's soft personality well, so she said, okay, it's up to you. I'm just giving you my suggestion. I hope you won't swallow your pride and let others take advantage of you. Tong Jiaxu rolled her eyes and said, but I don't quite understand. You spent so much effort to climb into Mr. Liu's bed. Isn't it for resources? You don't want resources because he's handsome? Tong Jiaxu's previous words were true. She did treat Shubai as a true friend. She had more experience than her peers, so she knew how complicated the minds of people in this industry were. Therefore, from the very beginning, she felt that a simple girl like Shubai was the best choice to be friends. Tong Jiaxu didn't expect their values to be seamless. In fact, they were worlds apart. She didn't care about these things. Who said that friends had to have the same thoughts? It wasn't like they were in a relationship. But she still didn't expect that Shubai had low self-esteem. She felt so inferior that even if she treated Shubai well with all her heart, there was still a barrier between them that couldn't be broken. To put it bluntly, Shubai had a high wall in her heart. The waiter was a young man in his mid-20s. He was neatly dressed in his uniform, his leather shoes were polished, and his hair was carefully styled. His face was pale, and when he spoke, his voice was trembling. The roses in his hands were delicate and beautiful. The layers of petals were still dipped in fresh dew. If one looked closely, they would find a sparkling diamond ring lying in the middle of the flower. It was very beautiful and shone under the lights. However, at this moment, Jing only felt a deep chill. The sharp-eyed girl at the table couldn't help but sigh softly. That diamond ring is a limited edition from GS, 8 figures in US dollars. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was just enough for everyone to hear. For Qi Yuan, a salary of tens of millions was nothing. However, there were still many small-time celebrities in the crew. To them, this was very extravagant. Everyone in the crew turned to look at him. The big diamond ring in the rose, it was indeed dazzling. Was the person who sent the flowers Qi Ying's boyfriend? Looking at the situation. Were they going to propose? Could it be tonight, at such an occasion? But director Gu and best actor Gu were both here, and the crew was full of celebrities. This was just a gathering for the crew. Wasn't it a little inappropriate? Or was Mr. Chung also part of the crew? They looked at each other in surprise, their gazes sweeping past each other as they frantically eliminated options in their minds. No matter who he was, they were certain that he was a rare tycoon. No wonder Qi Ying had so many scenes even though they were both supporting roles. Could it be that Mr. Chung was the mysterious investor of director Gu's work? They revealed an indescribable expression, and their eyes were mixed with strong envy and curiosity. Qi Ying fell silent. She was so tense that her knuckles turned white. She knew that Mr. Chung was Qing Huan. The moment director Gu showed her acting skills to everyone, he also unknowingly revealed her schedule and location. What Qi Ying didn't expect was that Lu Jingyan and Qing Huan would come looking for her. She thought she should have been forgotten by them. However, it had been half a month since the banquet. Now, she had some protection behind her. Qi Ying wasn't so panicked anymore. The air suddenly froze, and the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The chandelier on the ceiling shone brightly, and the light that fell seemed to be frozen. Everyone's expressions froze as well. Other than Qi Yuan, who had experienced many occasions and looked relatively calm, there was also director Gu, who had a cold and expressionless face. Everyone else's pupils shrunk with intense shock and bewilderment, their expressions were stiff, reserved, and at a loss. They really wanted to look in Qi Ying's direction, but they timidly retreated. The funny thing was that all kinds of dishes were quietly placed on the luxurious round table, but no one had the courage to move their chopsticks. The banquet seemed to have been paused. Only Qing Huan crossed his legs like a ruffian. His temperament was out of place with his dark suit. Qi Ying originally wanted to turn a blind eye to him and leave him hanging. But now she was very angry. She could ignore Qing Huan, but others couldn't. Qing Huan, who was sober, was different from him at the banquet. Qing Huan was drunk and only had perverted desires. But now, he still had perverted tolerance. She tried to provoke him with cold words several times, but Qing Huan was indifferent. He even enjoyed it like a lunatic. This was the same attitude he had towards the female lead in the original novel. It was a common character of the male supporting lead in ancient novels. But Qing Huan wasn't like this to other people, those who couldn't be called his prey. He hated the slightest bit of disobedience. To most of the small fries present, Qing Huan only needed to move a finger to completely ruin their futures and fates. Qi Ying lowered her eyes. Originally, this was just an ordinary dinner. Everyone was fated to meet on set and use this opportunity to improve their friendship. If there was anything different from usual, it would be the arrival of the best actor. The people in the group had been busy all day before they could rest and relax. There were also a considerable number of people who cherished the opportunity to eat with Qi Yuan, including Jiang Ningning. They had only known each other for 2 days, which wasn't long. But Qi Ying could completely feel Jiang Ningning's love for Qi Yuan. Being close to him was almost all her faith and motivation to struggle in the industry. But Jiang Ningning didn't have time to toast Qi Yuan or say a word. Qing Huan broke through the door and entered. Qing Huan's eyes flashed with displeasure and irritation. He habitually increased the strength of his hand until he vaguely heard the crisp sound of the woman's shoulder blade. Qi Ying blinked and a faint smile appeared on her face that he didn't want to see. The police car quickly stopped beside them. 3 or 4 men in police uniforms quickly got out of the car and swiftly restrained Qing Huan. Qing Huan's eyes turned cold. He cursed fiercely, "Let go of me. You bunch of blind people. Don't you know who I am?" Qing Huan's voice was so loud that it almost penetrated the entire forest. Not far away, the sound of birds flapping their wings could be heard. However, Cheng Huan had already lost the opportunity to mobilize his subordinates. He didn't know that the more manic he was, the more convinced the police were of his improper behavior and abnormal mentality. Cheng Huan struggled with all his might, but the force that restrained him tightened. His suit was pulled until there were some wrinkles, and he looked very disheveled. Cheng Huan spat on the ground hatefully. In the police uniform, the leader said sternly, "Sorry, please come with us." Cheng Huan turned to look at Qi Ying. She quietly leaned against the tree trunk and watched all of this with an indifferent expression. Her temperament was gentle and beautiful. "You woman." Cheng Huan sneered in a low voice. He glared at her with red eyes and almost gritted his teeth. When he said this, there was still a trace of greed and reluctance in his eyes. It was exuding a daunting temperature. At night, Jiang Ningning decided to squeeze in a room with Qi Ying. The series of events that had just happened left her with lingering fear and uneasiness. However, she was an optimistic person. Since she had finally had dinner with Qi Yuan, it could be considered as fulfilling one of her long-cherished wishes. She couldn't help but feel happy and worried. After arriving at the homestay, Jiang Ningning first returned to her room and took out some toiletries and clothes. Then, she warmly hooked her arm around Qi Ying's arm and walked to the end of the corridor together. Qi Ying stuck the room card to the sensor and heard a beep. The scenery in the room came into view, and a faint fragrance floated in the air. "It's so beautiful." Jiang Ningning couldn't help but exclaim. She happily pounced in front of the transparent floor-to-ceiling window, her eyes reflecting the lush bamboo forest. It was almost mid-autumn, and the full moon hanging high in the sky painted everything on the ground with a thin layer of light. Jiang Ningning's cheeks bloomed with shallow dimples. "I didn't expect Ying's room scenery to be so beautiful." When Jiang Chong left the venue, the lights of the entire city were lit up, immersed in the endless bustling night. The man in front of him had a tall back, and his dark trousers made his legs look even straighter and slender. He would never be swallowed up by the vast and deep night. Instead, he had an arrogant aura that commanded the lights of thousands of homes. Lu Jingyan seemed to be on the phone with someone. But with the wind in his ears, Jiang Chong could only vaguely hear a few low and broken words. "Okay." Soon, the call was over. Jiang Chong quickly caught up with Lu Jingyan as they headed to the parking lot. He asked, "Boss Lu, do you need me to book a ticket to City Z?" Because he walked quickly, Jiang Chong was panting slightly, and his tone was a little anxious. "No." Lu Jingyan's eyes darkened, and he said coldly, "Go back to Europe." Jiang Chong was a little confused, but he still answered calmly, "Yes." The driver waiting on the side of the Bentley respectfully opened the door for him, and Lu Jingyan got into the right back seat. He closed his eyes and leaned back on the high-end leather seat. Even if he was taking a nap, his back was still straight. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and the corners of his lips were a little pale and tired. Jiang Chong looked at the rearview mirror without saying a word, and let out a very soft sigh. The dark and smooth car silently shuttled through the night with flickering neon lights, as noble and cold as its owner. The city's lights went all the way back, and finally, the car stopped in front of the most magnificent and cold building in the city center. The elevator rose rapidly to the top floor. The spacious office was clean and tidy, and the cold air assailed his nostrils. There was no smell of dust. The documents on the desk were stacked layer upon layer, piled high like a mountain. The quiet room was filled with the faint hum of the computer. Lu Jingyan's dark pupils reflected the complicated reports on the screen. He frowned slightly. Not long after, 7 or 8 senior executives of the group walked in, wearing suits and leather shoes, and sat around the small conference table in the president's office. Most of them were middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s, and some of them already had white hair on their temples. However, facing the young man who had yet to arrive, not only were they not dissatisfied, they were even more respectful. Since Boss Lu took over the 3 major industrial blocks in Europe 4 years ago, the group, which had stood for 100 years, had unexpectedly developed to unprecedented heights. There were tens of thousands of people in the huge group, but they didn't feel any jealousy towards this young CEO other than awe. Lu Jingyan's undisguised tiredness in the car disappeared without a trace. At this moment, his body exuded an intense sharpness and oppression. Lu Jingyan's expression was indifferent as his thin lips parted slightly. It was just one sentence, but it shocked everyone. He said, "Please analyze the possibility of Osher and Huan Yu terminating their cooperation." After Qiying posted a 9-picture selfie, she quickly gained a bunch of fans. She didn't have an official film yet, so she didn't have any fans. The comments section was basically filled with passers-by who had a good impression of her appearance. Lu Jia said that her acting skills were off the charts, and that she had no flaws in her acting career, so most people believed her and praised her. After Jiang Ningning got the approval of her agent, she happily commented, "Today's roommate is a beautiful girl with both good looks and acting skills." Qiying didn't follow many people, and Jiang Ningning had the most fans in her circle of friends. After a while, the number of likes for this comment reached the highest point. Compared to the praise of the netizens, Jiang Ningning's enthusiasm made Qiying feel warm and happy. In the first half of the year, she had gotten used to getting along with Qiqing. Recently, after she decided to debut, she had been alone. Female stars in the entertainment industry didn't like to be friends with good-looking people with good figures. They often took photos together, and it was easy to be dwarfed by them in the same frame. Therefore, Qiying felt that it was worth it to make a friend like Jiang Ningning in director Gu's movie than the opportunity itself. The two sisters teased each other and took a break. Then Qiying pulled Jiang Ningning to the dressing table to remove her makeup. After wearing contact lenses for the whole day, her eyes were more than they could bear and were more or less sore. After cleaning with makeup remover, Qiying's eyelashes were still long and curly, her eyes were still clear and bright, and her skin was still tender and fair. Jiang Ningning stared at the woman in the mirror and couldn't hide her envy. "You are so beautiful that I can't be angry at all." It was human nature to feel a little jealous of people who were just a little prettier than her. But for someone as stunning as Qiying, she really couldn't feel jealous at all. Jiang Ningning only wanted to thank the creator for giving birth to such a beautiful Ying. She wanted to raise everyone's eyes. Qiying rubbed Jiang Ningning's hair with the hand that she had wiped clean. "Thank you, Ningning." "You too." Jiang Ningning wasn't the type of girl who was stunning at first glance, but the more one looked at her, the more interesting her facial features became. Her eyes were small, and when she smiled, they would narrow into slits, like a narrow galaxy. When he was melancholic, his eyes seemed to be filled with drunkenness, giving him a different temperament. The shape of her nose was also small and delicate. From the side, it looked very perky, not to mention the 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks. In fact, there were many styles that could be mastered. "Ying, stop flattering each other. I'm very clear about my own capabilities." Jiang Ningning angrily punched Qiying's waist. Then, she rested her chin on her shoulder and continued to admire the beautiful face in front of her. Looking at the smooth and delicate face and the smooth and exquisite outline, she suddenly felt her mood become much clearer. No wonder Qing Huan likes you so much. Any man who marries you is really lucky. Qiying frowned slightly. "Qing Huan doesn't like you. He's just hunting for novelty." Jiang Ningning recalled that Qing Huan had almost thrown Qiying onto a tree just now. She instantly felt a chill run down her spine and her body trembled. Liking someone definitely wasn't like that. Qing Huan was just a perverted predator. Jiang Ningning nodded seriously. Qiying saw Jiang Ningning's body tremble, afraid that Qing Huan would one day set his sights on her. She didn't doubt the possibility of Qing Huan doing anything. Thus, Qiying sent Master Ji's phone number to Ningning. "Save this number. He's a professional bodyguard. No matter when you're in danger, you can call him." Jiang Ningning quickly waved her hand. No need. The company has arranged bodyguards for us. It's just that I'm not very famous, so there's no need for me to stick it to myself." Jiang Ningning muttered in a panic, "What should we do?" From afar, she saw Director Gu's cold expression and his clothes swaying slightly in the mountain wind. He waved his hand at Qiying, indicating for her to stay where she was and not move. Then, he strode towards Qing Huan's seat outside the venue. At that moment, a large patch of ink-like floating clouds appeared in the sky, blocking the gentle autumn sun. The light dimmed, and the air turned cold. "Young Master Qing," Gu Yuanchen said softly. There was no reverence, humility, or sullenness in his tone. His voice was low and calm. Please don't affect my crew and actors. Xianxia sneered. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his eyelids slowly lifted. He said disdainfully, yours? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. His expression didn't change, and his voice was cold. Yes, if you insist on interfering with my work, I don't mind inviting you back to your residence last night. Xianxia's eyes flashed with interest. He stood up, clenched his fists, and sneered, did Qiying tell you? And you're in cahoots with her? Xianxia's chest was boiling with anger, and the corners of his eyes were red. Don't even think about playing the same trick today. I paid for this piece of land. I'll just watch over her here. What can you do about it? Gu, you're not a good person either. The wind was very loud and far away. Qiying saw Xianxia suddenly stand up. Even if she couldn't hear what he was saying, she could feel the angry aura around him. It was as if the gravel under his feet was trembling. Qiying's gaze turned cold. Some withered leaves swirled to her feet. Her bare ankles felt a chill. She frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, she said to Jiang Ningning, I'll go over for a while. Her lips were dull from the makeup artist's slap, but her pupils were dark and bright. Director Gu has no obligation to help me. I'll drag him down if I fight with Xianxia. Jiang Ningning's pupils constricted. The situation last night had frightened her. She said worriedly, Qiying patted Jiang Ningning's hand gently. Xianxia won't do anything to me. Then, be careful. Qiying nodded and quickly walked in Xianxia's direction. Her face was pale from the makeup. Director Gu stood with his back to her. She blocked Xianxia's ruthless and merciless line of sight. Suddenly, Xianxia raised his hand. Qiying was stunned. Was she dreaming? Or was Lu Jingyan a fool? She subconsciously wanted to break free, but when she looked up, she found that there was a thin layer of sweat on the man's forehead. His eyes were dark and his lips were pale from the loss of blood. There were thousands of emotions surging in his deep and gloomy eyes. Qiying's pupils shrank in surprise. Usually, whether it was the Lu Jingyan on the cover of magazines, the Lu Jingyan on TV, or the Lu Jingyan in the news photos, he wasn't like this. He was always dressed in a suit and leather shoes. His expression was indifferent and calm. It was as if there was nothing in the world that wasn't under his control. He never panicked or messed up. If she put aside the foreseeable ending and the invisible conflict in her heart, Qiying thought that she would admire him. Such an excellent temperament, in addition to being born with it, also needed to be tempered. Even if this world itself might be illusory, after coming into contact with a near-perfect person, she would still naturally be in awe. But now, the man in front of her looked haggard and tired, and there was unconcealable nervousness and panic in his expression. It was as if he had just gone through a night of catastrophe and battle. Could someone as strong as him have a weak side? Qiying wanted to reach out and rub her eyes to make sure that this wasn't an illusion. However, Lu Jingyan locked his arms around her tightly. His arms were very strong, and his body temperature was lower than hers. This made her feel cold. Could she push him away as hard as she pushed Xianxia away? Could she also angrily scold him for being a pervert? However, the doubts in her heart were getting heavier and heavier, so heavy that it felt like rain was about to fall out. It made her breath stop and her entire heart feel heavy. If it was just a one-night bond and a few faintly discernible good feelings between them, she felt that Lu Jingyan had no reason to be so nervous. He had always been restrained and abstinent. They didn't have much contact, and she had been trying her best to push him away. Most importantly, she wasn't the female lead of this world at all. While thinking, Qiying's heart felt like it had been hit hard. She didn't know what she thought of that caused her heart to suddenly ache. Her ink-black eyes flashed with confusion and pain for a moment. That was the first time she wanted to find out the reason for all this. The wind whistled, as if fine sand was blowing against her cheeks. There was a slight pain. When the words reached his mouth, there wasn't much harsh criticism. You. Qiying looked up and said slowly, are you okay? What? Lu Jingyan looked down and saw such a pair of surprised and confused eyes covered with a faint layer of mist. Her long and curled eyelashes fluttering in the wind. Her skin was white like jade, and it was especially eye-catching in the gray between heaven and earth. The touch between his arms was soft and warm. It was a familiarity that transcended time and space. Standing at the entrance of the cave and looking out, she saw an empty area halfway up the mountain. The rainwater dyed the sky white, but she could still clearly see a luxurious helicopter parked in the open space. The fuselage was a very beautiful dark green. If it was under the sun, it would definitely shine brightly. But at this moment, the huge propeller was silent in the dense rain, exuding a noble and solemn aura. While Qiying was stunned, Lu Jingyan let go of her hand and said softly, "Stand here and wait for me." Then he walked into the torrential rain alone. Almost instantly, the man was drenched from head to toe by the noisy rain. His clothes clung tightly to his body, and his trousers outlined his long, straight legs. At this moment, Lu Jingyan should have looked disheveled, but for some reason, his noble and arrogant aura did not diminish at all. Qiying stiffly curled her fingers. At that moment, she still felt that it was very unreal. In her line of sight, Lu Jingyan quickly walked into the fuselage. When he came back, he held a large black umbrella in his hand. His back was straight, and his eyes were burning. When he came back to her side, Qiying glanced at him. Her lips parted slightly, but she still did not say anything. Lu Jingyan took in her expression and said in a low voice, "Let's go inside to take shelter from the rain." Qiying nodded. Lu Jingyan hesitated for half a second, but in the end, he did not hug her. His clothes were soaked and sticking to his body was not comfortable, especially with her delicate skin. Qiying went into the umbrella. The strong wind blew in with the rain, hitting her skin and sending waves of coldness. She subconsciously kept a distance from Lu Jingyan. It seemed that only the existence of distance could make her feel at ease. Lu Jingyan skillfully opened the cabin door. The cabin was very warm, and the windows were tightly shut, blocking out the sound of the wind and rain. Qiying was secretly amazed. Compared to the caravans on land, this was just like an RV. In her memory, at the air show a few years ago, there was only one helicopter with a toilet in the whole of China. And President Lu's private helicopter was probably one of the larger models of the helicopter, as it was divided into several compartments. Although the space was still limited, the furnishings were complete. The seat was spotless, which made Qiying feel embarrassed to sit down with wet clothes. Qiying thought that this scene could only be seen in novels and comics. She did not expect that one day she would be able to experience it. She raised her eyebrows, and looked at the man not far away. Even though she was still in a trance, Lu Jingyan was unbelievably real. Qiying stood hesitantly at the cabin door, her hair still dripping with water. Some muddy water droplets slid down her fair face, and the tight top faintly outlined the beauty of the woman's chest. Was Lu Jingyan's. He pulled her to the heater without hesitation and turned the temperature to the highest and the wind speed to the highest. Qiying didn't react for a moment, and her eyes widened. In the next second, she felt warm air warming her body. Amidst the buzzing of the air, she heard the man say nervously, "You'll get sick." Lu Jingyan's concern made Qiying feel uneasy. There was even a trace of resistance and conflict that she didn't notice. But she still replied politely, "Thank you." Soon, her clothes were dry, her hair was no longer dripping, and her body was even sweaty. Even though it was stormy weather, the temperature in the room wasn't too low in early autumn. Now that the temperature around her was a little high, 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks. Qiying didn't know if it was an illusion, but she noticed that Lu Jingyan's cold face was also blushing. The windows had been damaged by the rain, and she couldn't see anything. The lights in the fuselage were on, and there were only the 2 of them in the narrow space. They could hear each other's breathing clearly. Lu Jingyan looked at her with his dark eyes and said in a low voice, "It's inconvenient to travel by any means of transportation now. We'll go back when the rain lightens." He didn't sound like an order or a notice. It sounded like he was negotiating with her. Qiying nodded. The mountain roads were rugged and muddy, and it was very dangerous to go up and down the mountain. She said that Lu Jingyan had gotten lost and that she wanted to help him find the exit to repay his favor. However, if Lu Jingyan had not appeared, she would have been the one who was stuck in the heavy rain and did not know what to do. Furthermore, Lu Jingyan's knowledge of the route seemed to be even more familiar than hers. Qiying frowned. Even though she realized that she had been fooled, she didn't feel angry at all. Qiying's dreams were mostly about warmth. She also had nightmares, but at most, she would wake up in a cold sweat and return to normal after a few seconds of rest. She rarely saw people like this because of sleep talk. She didn't know if it was because Lu Jingyan was having a fever, or because it had become a habitual sleep disorder like Jiang Chong had said. Qiying hoped that it wasn't normal. She washed the towel again to make it wet and warm, then wiped the sweat on Lu Jingyan's forehead. They kept seeping out and soon wet his shirt. The ironed shirt, which was usually meticulously ironed, became wrinkled. She hadn't sweated so much even when she ran 800 meters in the high school PE entrance exam, not to mention that Lu Jingyan was still having a fever. She was worried that he would become dehydrated if he kept sweating like this. Qiying went to the kitchen to mix some salt water, but the man's thin lips were tighter than before, and the corners of his lips were purple. She held his head a little higher with her hand, but it was still difficult to feed him water. Qiying sighed and could only give up. Lu Jingyan was as stubborn in his sleep as he was when he was awake. She subconsciously smoothed Lu Jingyan's eyebrows with her hand. Qiying didn't know why she did this. She just felt that such a deep frown was really worrying. She knew that as the heir of the Lu Corporation, Lu Jingyan had always been calm and steady. It was hard to imagine that he would have such a fragile side. She didn't know whether it was because of her intentional or unintentional comfort, or because Lu Jingyan's nightmare had worn off. His eyebrows gradually relaxed, and the sweat was not as thick as before. Her tightened heart also relaxed. This might be the first time she had such close contact with Lu Jingyan. Qiying found that his eyebrows were much more delicate than she had imagined, and his skin was very good. Even at such a close distance, it was impeccable. It was already dark outside the window, and the rain didn't stop. Although their vision was hazy, the distant mountains that resembled giant beasts and the serene ancient scholar tree forest still gave people a kind of invisible pressure and fear. Perhaps it was because in her previous life, she had also met the fortune teller in a faraway mountain in a locust tree forest. Qiying felt a little nervous. She didn't dare to look outside. Instead, she felt that looking at the man would make her feel more at ease. Qiying supported her head with one hand and lay beside his bed. He didn't know when she had fallen asleep. When Lu Jingyan woke up in the middle of the night, cold sweat poured down like a waterfall. The scorching temperature of his body almost made his hoarse throat cough. Groan. He realized that he was sick, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Qiying sleeping soundly beside him. For a moment, all the discomfort was forgotten. Her long black hair fell on her snow-white shoulders, and her beautiful and exquisite collarbone could be vaguely seen. Her long eyelashes trembled as she breathed evenly, casting a shadow. Her temperament was gentle and quiet. Lu Jingyan's dark eyes were dazed for a moment, and then they revealed deep surprise and joy, as well as a touch of confusion and confusion. His trembling hand touched her soft cheek, as if this was the only way to confirm that she really existed. Lu Jingyan's heart suddenly surged with strong expectations. He hoped that every time he woke up, he would be able to see her by his pillow. Perhaps this way, he wouldn't have to be so nervous and anxious. This kind of warm and reassuring feeling made him yearn for it uncontrollably. Just thinking about the daily necessities with her made him feel a rich sense of happiness. Lu Jingyan's violently beating heart calmed down because of Qiying's well-being, and then it began to beat violently again because of his wild thoughts. Lu Jingyan's eyes flashed, and then he gently and carefully carried Qiying to the bed next door. She was very light, and her body was very soft. Her skin was so delicate that it could be broken by the wind, like a fragile piece of art. Thousands of thoughts surged in his mind, but his heart softened. When he thought about how she might have helped him lie down not long ago, his pale lips couldn't help but curve up, and his tense jaw softened. The rain continued to fall, turning the entire world cold, but a sense of longing suddenly appeared in the silent cabin. The typhoon passed through, and the whole country was filled with thunderstorms and rain. Although the villas in the west of the city didn't stand alone in the wilderness, the distance between the houses was far and sparse, giving people the illusion that they were detached from the world and independent. Streaks of dazzling lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the entire room in an instant. The thunder rumbled, and bean-sized raindrops pitter-pattered against the window, carrying a sense of urgency and fierceness. Qi-Cheng's small body curled up under the blanket, and only his small head peeked out from under the thin blanket. This kind of weather made him very afraid, and his soft child's voice trembled slightly. "Grandma, why isn't Mom back yet?" Qi Cheng's mother looked out of the window with a serious expression. The wind was strong, and the thunderstorm showed no signs of stopping for a while. She frowned and said, Mom's flight was delayed because of the thunderstorm. Qi Cheng's big watery eyes were ignorant and innocent. He raised his small eyebrows and asked, What's flight smoke? Qi Cheng's mother realized that Qi Cheng was still a child. Her tone became gentle, and she tried to simplify the meaning of her words. It's raining heavily outside, so it's difficult for Mom's plane to take off. Qi Cheng remembered that it would be difficult for birds to flap their wings in the rain, and they would crash into the nest or under the eaves. They would only take off again when the weather cleared up. He nodded solemnly. I understand. After a few seconds, Qi Cheng frowned again. But Mom didn't call me. Qi Ying's mother fell silent for a moment. She had called Qi Ying many times today, but the mechanical female voice had repeatedly said, the phone is turned off. However, she subconsciously believed that Qi Ying was trapped at the airport. Perhaps it was because of the storm in the mountains, so the signal wasn't very good. However, Qi Cheng looked nervous and uneasy. Qi Cheng's mother asked him, Cheng, if you're worried, should I ask Uncle to check on Mom? Qi Cheng shook his head stubbornly. No. Qi Cheng's mother was confused. What's wrong? Xinjin fell into deep thought. Having encountered many difficult and complicated diseases, he fully believed in the complexity and possibilities of the human brain. There were all kinds of strange things in the world, but Lu Jingyan's situation still made him feel that it was sudden and untraceable. Xinjin pushed his gold-rimmed glasses with a serious expression and continued to ask, in real life, did that girl experience a car accident? Lu Jingyan said hoarsely, I don't know. His knuckles were slightly white, and the transparent liquid quietly flowed into his blood. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Xinjin said, your symptoms need to be improved. I think we can ask her. Lu Jingyan was silent, and his expression was solemn. After a while, he said, there's one more thing. Go ahead. Lu Jingyan covered his dry lips with his right hand and coughed, for years ago, I had sex with a girl. I think that person was her. Lu Jingyan didn't know the connection between this matter and the dream, but he subconsciously thought that there must be a certain connection. He thought that if he was honest with the doctor, it might be beneficial for Xinjin's analysis and diagnosis. Xinjin's eyes widened when he heard this. As a doctor, he didn't feel embarrassed, but he was surprised. As a man as well. Given Lu Jingyan's age, it was impossible for him to say that he had never experienced sex before. This matter was also illogical. However, Lu Jingyan was serious and often had a cold face. He didn't have any women around him all year round, and the aura of abstinence on his body was very strong. Xinjin had thought of strengthening Lu Jingyan's guidance in this area when he was 30 years old, but he didn't expect that it had already happened for the first time. However, from Lu Jingyan's tone of I think, he probably didn't even know who the other party was. Xinjin asked, was it an accident? Yes. Lu Jingyan's face was slightly red, but a large part of it was my own fault. He lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, this matter. I'm very concerned. But it might also be because of it that she's avoiding me. Why do you think it's that girl? From your description, your memory of her isn't clear. Intuition. And, Lu Jingyan paused. Dreams have a part of tenderness, he said. Xinjin didn't know if he was seeing things, but Lu Jingyan seemed to be chuckling. Xinjin also laughed involuntarily. His words were somewhat tactful. He nodded. On one hand, she's avoiding me. On the other hand, I don't want to tell her about my dream. Speaking of dreams, Lu Jingyan's eyes darkened. The way they were displayed was too real, and he was immersed in it night after night. He had never seen such a soul-stirringly beautiful girl before. But her jade-like skin of ice and bones of jade had been destroyed time and time again in a bloody manner before his eyes. It was so cruel that it made him suffocate. Compared to the flashbacks, Lu Jingyan hoped that it had never happened. It didn't matter if it was a false imagination or a premonition that surpassed science. At the very least, he still had a chance to stop and change it. After hanging up the phone, Qi Ying was silent. She pondered for a short while. The person who called her was not Lu Jingyan or Jiang Chong, but Lu Jingyan's personal doctor, Xinjin. Qing vaguely felt that Shinjin might be looking for her because Lu Jingyan's nightmare had something to do with her. That was her intuition, and she quickly understood. Until Qiqing waved his chubby little hand in front of her eyes, only then did she wake up from her thoughts. Qiqing blinked his big eyes in confusion and curiosity. Who called? The corners of his mouth drooped slightly, and there was a faint sense of loss and grievance in his eyes. Qiqing realized her mistake and immediately focused on the lunch with Qiqing. She had been alienated from Qiqing because of work. She couldn't let Qiqing mistakenly think that she knew someone who could deprive her of her love and care for him at work. Qiqing smiled and answered, "It's Mom's friend." She didn't dare to be distracted again. She wanted Qiqing to feel and believe that no matter how far away they were or how long they were separated, he would always be the most important existence in her heart. Qiqing finished his lunch very obediently, and then pulled Qiqing to accompany him to do handicrafts. Qiqing didn't have the habit of taking a nap. In the past, at noon, he would usually sit on the small sofa in front of the TV and watch the children's channel, Animal World. But now he wanted to do handicrafts with his mother. Perhaps it was because this would make him feel a stronger sense of being accompanied. Qiqing took his mother's hand and walked to the graffiti room with small steps. After looking around with his clear and bright eyes, Qiqing's gaze stopped on the cartoon DIY electric ceramic machine. Qiqing had been curious about it for a long time, but he had never really touched it. Qiqing smiled and helped him to prepare the preliminary work. The moist clay gradually rotated rhythmically, forming the most primitive cup body. It was a gray ball that rotated rapidly. Qiqing was curious and carefully touched it with her soft white hand. With a poke of his index finger, he left a small hole in the wall of the cup. After a few more rounds, the hole disappeared. The walls of the cup became flawless again. Qiqing opened his eyes wide. He used his unique way of thinking to summarize the laws of this world. Then, under Qiying's guidance, Qiqing wrapped her hands around his. Qiqing was a little too young for the art of pottery. He still couldn't control it very well, and the wet clay splashed his hands and face. He also did not have a clear perception of the object's balance and center of gravity. The shape of the object in his palm was very unstable. But he worked hard. Qiqing became serious. Just like Lu Jingyan, he frowned out of habit. The bell in the kindergarten rang melodiously. The first class had just finished a music lesson. The children filed out of the classroom, chasing each other as they ran to the playground. Qiqing also walked quickly with the crowd. His milky white face was flushed with excitement. Until he felt a force tugging at the corner of his shirt. Yaya was innocent and ignorant. Her voice was very thin. "Qing, are you coming to my house after school today?" Qiqing turned to look at her and frowned. He had been to her house 3 times in a week. The first time was for Yaya's birthday. The second time was to give her a birthday present. The last time was because Yaya wanted him to play with her. As the youngest girl in the class, Yaya was a little thin. However, she looked very good. Her lips were red and her teeth were white. She wasn't tall, probably because of her genes. Qiqing's mother thought that most of the people who lived in the villa community were rich and powerful, so she didn't stop them from interacting. Qiqing was Qiying's only son. He grew up alone, so the development of friendship was very important. Therefore, Qiqing's mother would send him to Yaya's house and pick him up at the appointed time. Yaya's house was also very big and beautiful. There were rows of stuffed animals and tinkling wind chimes in the pink room. Although Qiqing didn't like these things very much, they were visually comfortable. The room was also filled with the faint smell of perfume. It smelled very good. Although Yaya spoke softly and was always bullied in kindergarten, Qiqing didn't dislike being with her. However, today was different. He had to go home as soon as possible so that his mother wouldn't be anxious. Qiqing knew that if he said no, it would make Yaya sad. However, he didn't want his mother to be sad, so he shook his head. "No, my mother is back today." Yaya's eyes were filled with disappointment. She pursed her lips. "Okay then." Qiqing was also in a difficult position. He said, "I can bring my mother with me." Yaya didn't mind and nodded. "Okay. Then, let me ask my mother." When he talked about his mother, Qiqing's eyes would sparkle. Sigh. Yaya sighed. I don't have a mother or a father. Qiqing was surprised. Isn't the auntie who picks you up every day your mother? Yaya bit her finger, and her two ponytails swayed. No, she's my godmother. My mother is dead. She made a face as if nothing had happened. Qingqing let out a soft ah. He didn't have any special concept of death. He asked curiously, what is a godmother? Is it a kind of mother? I don't know either. Yaya reached out and grabbed the hem of her school uniform. I've always called her that. A fat boy from the next class walked towards them. Yaya hated that guy, so she turned around and ran to the bathroom. Before he left, he did not forget to say to Qiqing word by word, remember. Come. Play. At. My. House. The girl's soft voice echoed in the early autumn air for a few seconds. Soon, it was washed away by the noise of the class. Lu Jingyan leaned against the head of the bed, flipping through the pages between his big hands. From time to time, he raised the pen and dropped it. The handwriting at the tip of the pen was powerful and natural. He slept all night. Even if his fever hadn't subsided, he didn't feel sleepy anymore. Even if Osher's withdrawal was only a corner of the iceberg, in just 2 days, not only was the Qing Corporation's construction material industry on the verge of bankruptcy, but other industries had also begun to shake. From her willingness to walk with him at the scenic spot, to her caring for him that night in a trance, to her taking the initiative to visit him today and her outspoken frankness, the changes that followed instantly condensed into a huge joy that surged wildly in his heart. After experiencing the bloody storm of the business world, Lu Jingyan thought that nothing could set off waves in his heart. Until he met Qiqing. Every cell in his body seemed to be trembling, which made his back stiffen and his fingertips turn colder. After a long time, he pulled out a jerky and stiff okay from his throat. The preciousness in Lu Jingyan's words pierced through the air and into her ears. Qiqing was slightly startled, and her fingers curled slightly. Then a smile appeared on her lips. She bent down and reached out to tidy up the documents that had scattered on the bed when she changed the water. The man in front of her was cautious and meticulous, but he actually let the pages scatter wantonly for a few minutes. Qiqing picked up the thick stack of documents one by one. She gathered them with both hands. Some documents were bound, some were scattered without order, and when they were collected very casually. She wanted to adjust the order of the pages, but her gaze couldn't help but freeze. Huan Yu, Lu Jingyan's deep gaze swept across the top page, and his brows furrowed. He raised his left hand and took it from her, his voice low. I'll do it. Then, Lu Jingyan deliberately avoided the topic and asked about her plans for her acting career. There was no need to hide anything. Qiqing told him most of the truth. Lu Jingyan also expressed his appreciation for her acting skills and once again sent out an invitation to sign a contract with Osher. Qiqing probably didn't know that it wasn't easy to hear a compliment from the Ice Mountain tyrant. She lowered her eyebrows and smiled faintly. I'll think about it. Qiqing didn't directly mention Lu Jingyan's dream. This would embarrass Shinjin. Moreover, Shinjin said that he would give Lu Jingyan a medical diagnosis. Tomorrow. Today, she could only say some simple words. Qiqing didn't sit for long. After a brief chat with Lu Jingyan, it was almost time for kindergarten classes to end. She was about to say that she was going to leave when she heard Lu Jingyan ask her, "Do you have plans tonight?" He still had a low fever. His voice was a little hoarse when he didn't try to hide it, and he sounded a little cautious. Yes. Qiqing nodded. What's wrong? Nothing. Lu Jingyan's voice was low. It was just that when she smiled gently in front of him, her heart couldn't help but beat wildly, and some of her feelings were on the verge of bursting out. His Adam's apple. Let's have dinner when you have time. The man's gaze landed behind her without blinking. Director Gu was a very gentle person, but at this moment, Qiqing felt that this gaze was very sharp. She whispered to Qiqing, "This uncle is Mom, he's my director. He works with me." Qiqing pushed up his panda sunglasses in confusion and nodded as if he didn't fully understand. Qiqing rarely saw his mother so serious, even a little nervous and flustered. Thus, he hid himself completely behind Qiqing, only peeking out a pair of large, black eyes to size up the uncle in front of him with bright, piercing eyes. Qiying. Gu Yuanchen furrowed his brows, and there were complicated emotions surging in his eyes. Qiying said instinctively, her voice soft, "He's my relative's child." Gu Yuanchen suddenly smiled meaningfully. Is that so? Actually, he had seen everything. Returning to the city meant that the outdoor part of the movie had come to an end. Once the mid-autumn holiday ended, the indoor filming would be put on the agenda. He wasn't used to idling, so he came to the shopping mall to try his luck. Maybe he could come across a new prop. Most of the time, subtle inspirations were triggered inadvertently. He had just parked his car in the underground car park and received a call when he saw a silver-white car slowly drive into the parking space next to his. From the corner of his eye, he felt that the side profile of the driver's seat was very familiar. He looked over and happened to see the car door open. Qiying got out of the car. The woman was wrapped up very tightly, and her exquisite figure was submerged in the loose clothes. The sunglasses and mask almost covered her entire face. It was actually very difficult to be recognized. But Gu Yuanchen remembered Qiying's long black hair that reached her shoulders and her slender and fair ankles. Then, Qiying went to the right side of the car and opened the door of the front passenger seat. Then, she carried a 3- or 4-year-old child out of the car. The child's face was covered by a pair of funny handmade glasses. Only his fair and chubby chin could be vaguely seen, as well as an ignorant and sentimental gaze. The child landed steadily on the ground and intimately tugged at the corner of Qiying's clothes. His deep dependence on her was deeply reflected in his dark pupils. People who have seen the ups and downs of the secular world will fall in love with children. They had the purest world in their hearts, and their eyes would not lie. Almost in an instant, Gu Yuanchen determined that Qiying and the child had a close relationship. This made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and all the blood in his body was about to freeze. Gu Yuanchen thought that a man would walk out of the car in the next second, but he didn't. He remembered that when they signed the contract, Qiying had written down her marital status as single. In an instant, Gu Yuanchen frowned and followed her. Complicated and heavy thoughts tumbled in his mind, causing his footsteps to become weak and light. The child was very clingy to Qiying, sticking to Qiying like a magnet. He was also very lively. He chatted and laughed along the way, jumping and skipping as he followed Qiying to the 8th floor of the commercial building. It was the children's section. When he was trying on clothes, the child would take off his funny glasses. The moment he saw his face, Gu Yuanchen's usually calm heart was once again stirred up by stormy waves. Those eyebrows, the tip of his nose, the shape of his lips, and the contours of his face. Even if he hadn't grown out yet, even if his double chin softened the curve of his jaw, it was still too similar. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to notice anything, but Gu Yuanchen was a director and had his own special identity. If Qiying had been suppressing his emotions when he spoke to his mother earlier, then the moment he walked into his grandmother's room, he could no longer hold back the sourness at the tip of his nose. His little mouth pursed, and he burst into tears. Qiying's voice was choked with sobs. As he walked to the bed, he called out intermittently, "Grandma." Mrs. Qi was leaning against the headboard and reading the evening newspaper. When she heard the sound, she looked up and saw Qiying walking into the room aggrievedly. His small body was hugging a big pillow, and his face was covered in tears and snot. She couldn't help feeling surprised and nervous. Qiying almost never cried, let alone cried like this. Because of her age, Mrs. Qi's voice was a little hoarse and trembling. "Baby Qiying? What's wrong with you? Who bullied you?" At this moment, his grandmother's gentle and kind tone was like a tear gas bomb, causing his tear ducts to ache even more. Qiying cried even more heart-wrenchingly. "Grandma. Ma. Don't want me. Wah." As Qiying cried, he rubbed his eyes with one chubby little hand and pulled the pillow tightly into his arms with the other. His steps were a little unsteady, but he tried his best to speed up. He climbed onto his grandmother's bed and tucked himself completely under the blanket. Qiying was anxious and quickly got out of bed. She followed closely behind Qiying and pushed open the door to his mother's room. She was wearing silk pajamas, and her hair was messy. Her tone was unprecedentedly flustered and helpless. "Qiying. When Qi heard Qi Ying's voice, he suddenly stopped talking. He covered himself tightly under the blanket and sobbed softly. He would rather die than look up. Mrs. Qi knew that the mother and son were throwing tantrums. When she saw Qi stubborn look, she raised her hand and motioned for Qi to go back first. Then she patted the little body curled up under the blanket. Mommy won't abandon Qing. Look, Qing came out of Mommy's room. Mommy was looking for you so anxiously. Qing, tell Grandma what happened. Qi huddled under the blanket and said in a muffled voice, she's not my mother. My mother is already dead. Wha, baby, what are you talking about? Mommy told Uncle Gu that she's my godmother. Does Grandma know what a godmother is? That means that Qing didn't come out of her womb. Qi didn't know why he cared so much about whether it came out of the stomach or not. When she heard her mother say those words, her chest felt empty and a little painful. Her eyes were sore, and tears wanted to gush out. Mrs. Qi's mother was slightly. Qi said, a very tall uncle. Mommy's. Yes, Mom said they are friends. Mrs. Qi was slightly stunned, but she quickly understood what had happened. Qi must have met an acquaintance when she took Qi to buy clothes. In order not to let others discover Qi existence, Qi came up with an excuse. But children didn't understand these things. They would believe whatever they heard. Just like many parents who told them, you jumped out of a crack in a rock, or Mommy picked you up from the trash can. Adults might think that it didn't matter, but children would remember their entire childhood until they really understood things. Mommy was lying to Uncle Gu. Mommy isn't Qing's godmother. She's Qing's biological mother. Mrs. Qi imitated Qi tone and said to him, does Qing know what a biological mother is? That means that Qing came out of her womb. Also, she loves you very, very much. Qi poked his head out of the blanket and said stubbornly, I don't believe you. If you lie, your nose will grow. Mommy's nose hasn't grown. I heard Mommy say that. Mommy won't lie to me. When Qi opened his sleepy eyes, he realized that he was the only one in the huge room. Because he didn't have to go to kindergarten, his grandmother didn't wake him up very early. He slept until 8 o'clock. Qi sat up quickly. He clearly remembered that his mother had come home yesterday, but where was she? Why wasn't he in her room? His little brain started to work, and his big eyes were quickly covered with a layer of mist. Qi remembered that he didn't listen to his mother and ran out alone. He immediately got out of bed and ran out of the room. As soon as he went out, he bumped into Mother Qi's arms. Tears the size of beans swirled in his eyes. Grandma, did Mom go to work? It was rare for his mother to come back, but he still had to throw a tantrum with her. Qi hated himself to death. Seeing the little baby so aggrieved and sad when he woke up early in the morning, Mother Qi felt a trace of heartache. She rubbed Qi sparse hair with her big rough palm. She said, Mom doesn't have to work today. She's sleeping in the living room. Qi rubbed his eyes. Is Mom angry? It's Mom's fault. Mom won't be angry with Qing. Then, is Qing angry with Mom? Qi shook his head decisively, tears in his eyes. Grandma, I want to sleep with Mom today. Grandma, don't be sad. I like Grandma very much too. Mother Qi smiled. Silly child. Qi took his grandmother's little finger and went all the way to the living room. He saw his mother lying on her side on the long sofa, asleep. Qi Ying's sleeping face was very quiet. The lines of her facial features were softer than usual, but there was a deep fatigue in her frown. Qi felt the tip of his nose tingle, and he sniffed hard. Qi Ying wasn't sleeping deeply. In her hazy consciousness, she felt Qi approaching. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. What greeted her was a chubby little face. His eyebrows were furrowed, and his big agate eyes were filled with mist as he stared at her without blinking. She said a little frantically, Qing. She hadn't driven away the drowsiness that swept over her, and her voice was a little muffled and hoarse. Qi Ying cleared her throat very softly, and then said solemnly, Qing, I'm sorry. There was a deep apology reflected in her dark eyes. At the same time, Qi cried out in a childish voice, Mommy, I'm sorry. Their voices overlapped, as if they had been pokes. Immediately, Qiqing threw himself into his mother's arms and wailed loudly, his shoulders heaving up and down. "Mom, I want to sleep, mother, don't be angry. Mom, I don't want cess." There was probably no cleaner sound in the world than this. Qiying's eyes were moist, and her voice was slightly choked. "I'm sorry, Qingqing. Mommy shouldn't have said that. Mommy will never say anything to hurt Qingqing again. Qingqing, can you give Mommy another chance?" When Boss Lu said that he didn't have to work overtime at night, Jiang Chong was a little unhappy. Even with his eyes closed, he could imagine that if he went back so early, he would definitely be urged to get married by the elders in his family as soon as he stepped into the house. He chattered endlessly and was indomitable. Usually, Boss Lu wouldn't assign him a particularly heavy workload. It was better to stay in the office than to go home and have calluses on his ears. However, when Jiang Chong saw Boss Lu's rare smile, he instantly understood. He thought that he would rather use his short-term pain in exchange for Boss Lu's lifelong happiness. Jiang Chong was moved, so he plucked up the courage and said, "Boss Lu, are you going on a date?" As expected, he didn't get a reply from the cold-faced CEO. Jiang Chong was neither arrogant nor impatient. He continued to suggest seriously, "The suit seems a little formal." Lu Jingyan frowned and looked at his wristwatch. The second hand was running non-stop. It was very close to the appointed time. Even though he had been working efficiently, he still worked until this moment and just finished the work. Jiang Chong was quick-witted. "The shirt, Boss Lu. The shirt you're wearing is very handsome. It suits you very well." Although the girls in the novel preferred white shirts, Boss Lu was surprisingly standard for black shirts. Cold, arrogant, and abstinent. "It's best to open the buttons lower, at least 3 buttons. Your collarbones and chest muscles should be faintly discernible. You have such a good figure. You'll be at a disadvantage if you hide it." Lu Jingyan's expression didn't change as he listened to Jiang Chong's nonsense. He glanced at him faintly. "You've been a little talkative recently." Jiang Chong laughed awkwardly. "I don't think so." Then, he heard the man in front of him say meaningfully, "Jiang Chong, where's your girlfriend?" Jiang Chong's face darkened. Not to mention that this was contrary to Boss Lu's style, the important thing was that the wedding drama was also playing out in the office. He said seriously, "Boss Lu, please play an exemplary role." In front of the huge and beautiful dressing mirror, Qiqing held her face and watched her mother put on makeup without blinking. The bottles and jars opened and closed in an orderly manner. The colorful liquids and powders soon made his mother as beautiful as a fairy sister on the moon. Qiqing stared at Qiqing in the mirror without blinking. "Mom, you're so beautiful. Are you going to film?" Qiqing smiled. "Mommy is going to meet a friend." "They must be very important friends," Qiqing said. "Yes. Mom, you go. Be careful. I'll miss you." It was said that the most outstanding designers from all over the country had gathered at the Lantern Festival. 2 days ago, when Qiqing brought Qiqing to visit, there was a huge crowd. At that time, there was a large space at the entrance of the park. There were hundreds of parking spaces, but none of them were empty. On the small road in front of the open space, cars were crowded and noisy. People with poor patience would easily lose their interest in watching the lanterns due to the excessive congestion. With experience, Qiqing parked the car in the basement of a nearby shopping mall and decided to walk there. She didn't know if it was because the holidays were over, but she didn't see many pedestrians. Across the road was the entrance of the park. Soon, Qiqing denied that it was because of the holidays. Because the parking space at the entrance was empty, it wasn't that there were few tourists here, but that there were no tourists. They walked along the main road of the park, admiring the lanterns all the way. Unknowingly, they had already walked to the lakeside. Tens of thousands of lanterns surrounded the lake. On the rippling surface of the lake, the shadows of the lanterns covered each other. The swaying figures in the water were indistinct. One was tall and straight, while the other was slim and graceful. It was pleasing to the eye. If tourists were not prohibited from entering, Lu Jingyan and Qiqing would undoubtedly be the focus of the audience, even if they were shoulder to shoulder and blocked the line of sight. But at this moment, there was no one around. Only the lanterns accompanied them, but it did not seem deserted. The night breeze brushed against her face, and the lanterns were gentle. in addition to the restraint of being alone with Lu Jingyan, Qiying felt a long-lost relaxed and comfortable feeling. The heavy burden in her heart should have been heavy, but it suddenly became not so indescribable. She smiled gently, as if she was chatting with an old friend, and asked, "Have you been busy recently?" Just now, when Qiying smiled and said she liked him, her eyes curved into a crescent moon and dotted with stars. Lu Jingyan's mood became pleasant. The throbbing of emotions could not be eliminated, and the redness of his ears did not fade away. He concealed the change in his mood and looked very calm as he looked ahead. He answered her unhurriedly, his voice still deep and pleasant. "I'm not busy." "Really?" Qiying turned her head to look at him, her eyes reflecting the flickering lights. They were even more resplendent and bright, even more dazzling. "But Jiangchong told me that you were sick these 2 days, but you were still working." Lu Jingyan was slightly surprised. "What did he say?" Qiying smiled and said, "Nothing else. He just came to ask me about my crime." Lu Jingyan frowned. "You didn't do anything wrong. Don't pay attention to him." Jiangchong said that as a man, he did not have to show off his strength blindly. Occasionally showing weakness could awaken a girl's desire to protect him. This was called maternal love overflowing. Jiangchong put his theory into action. It was also incisive and urgent. But forgive him for not being able to agree. Every time this topic was brought up, there was still a grudge in his heart. Qiying's eyes flickered and the curve of her lips drooped a little. She said apologetically, "Speaking of responsibility, I naturally have it." Lu Jingyan thought to himself that this was the reason why she used to keep him at arm's length, but now she took the initiative to visit him and didn't refuse his invitation. Jiangchong's trick of injuring himself to gain the enemy's confidence was sold well. He couldn't help but frown even deeper. He then heard her say, "You must strike a balance between work and rest. Don't always tire yourself out." Regardless of the reason, the concern in his words was genuine. He said solemnly, "I will." Qiying had only mentioned it casually. She was stunned by Lu Jingyan's serious reply. What was Lu Jingyan in the book? Max, the workaholic, never had the words work and rest in his dictionary. His thoughts drifted further away. Qiying definitely didn't like a father who only knew how to deal with documents all day long. Qiying forgot to hide her disbelief. Lu Jingyan took in all the various expressions on her face. In order to avoid being labeled as a boring person by Qiying, Lu Jingyan added seriously, "Cough. I went to Z City previously for a vacation." Lu Jingyan stood there in a daze. His ink-black eyes were filled with astonishment and surprise. A moment later, he brought her into his arms. The dream was broken, but her body was warm, soft, and made him yearn for it. It was like a distant memory. His heart was beating like thunder, and his brain was buzzing. As the king of the business world, all of Lu Jingyan's calmness and self-control collapsed in an instant. When he hugged Qiying for the first time in the scenic area not long ago, his heart was filled with anxiety. All his emotions were hidden behind uncontrollable worry and anxiety, but at this moment, they were clearly, vividly, and intensely condensed in the left side of his chest. He longed to protect and possess her. This was also the first time Lu Jingyan realized that there could be such strong emotions in his chest, which was as cold as a rock. It was all because of a girl. She was the root cause of his illness, and also the only good medicine. "Thank you," Lu Jingyan said in a low and slightly hoarse voice, "with me around, you'll always be safe and happy." Her eyelashes fluttered gently. It was a soul-stirring beauty. Lu Jingyan planted a cold kiss on her forehead. He couldn't help it. His body trembled slightly, and his ears turned redder. Qiying was in a daze. In front of her, the shirt was well-ironed and of noble quality. Beneath the thin fabric, she could clearly feel his burning hot body. The man's clear breath mixed with the rich scent of osmanthus lingered in the air. It seemed that at this moment, she suddenly realized what she had just said. In Lu Jingyan's embrace, Qiying turned her face away in a daze. Her gaze was blank for a moment. Lu Jingyan held her even tighter. Her right ear was tightly pressed against his chest. Beside her ear, her heart was beating like thunder. Time seemed to have frozen. The surface of the lake was stagnant. After a long time, she was gently let go. They were clearly talking freely not long ago, but at this moment, her throat suddenly stopped, and her lips were slightly open. For a moment, she was completely speechless. This was the first time she had established a relationship with the opposite sex. This made her feel very unreal, as if she was in a dream. Thinking back carefully, it had only been a month since she and Lu Jingyan first met. But why did she have an illusion that they had already walked a very long path, passing through countless thorns and thistles? This feeling was so strong that Qing unexpectedly felt like she had walked through thousands of rivers and mountains, and the dust had finally settled. Lu Jingyan's deep eyes gazed at her. His low voice was laced with an unprecedented gentleness. "Let's go and see the scenery over there, okay?" Qing said softly, "Okay." 2 days ago, Qing had taken Qiqing to the Lantern Festival for 3 hours, but they had only seen 1/10 of the lanterns in the entire garden. Now, standing in a hot air balloon 50 meters above the ground, it was an excellent view. A large piece of gorgeous scenery could be seen, making one linger on and forget to return. When the hot air balloon landed steadily, it was already late at night. Lu Jingyan said, "I'll take you home." Qing thought for a while. She didn't care that she had driven here and just let it be left in the parking lot. Her eyes curved and she agreed. The black Bentley was still in sight. The color of the body was darker than the night, and every line was arrogant and cold. The temperament could be said to be very Lu Jingyan. The private chauffeur wasn't there, so Lu Jingyan personally opened the door for her and sat in the driver's seat. His slender and thin hands rested on the high-quality steering wheel, and his sleeves were rolled up to his elbows. The bright lights of thousands of homes reflected in the car window, softening the man's side profile and deepening his eyes. In the narrow space, they could hear each other's breathing clearly. The unreal feeling of establishing a relationship was very strong, and the car was full of drunkenness. While waiting for the green light at an intersection, Qing turned her head and asked, "Lu Jingyan, let me ask you a cliché question. Do you believe in love at first sight?" This was no longer a cliché question, but pretentious and awkward. As soon as Qing asked the question, a sense of shame spread throughout her body, and her face turned slightly red. In fact, she just wanted to know if Lu Jingyan's feelings for her were because fate had not yet reached the moment when he and Shu Bai officially met. Lu Jingyan looked at her deeply and answered her meticulously, "This varies from person to person." It seemed that no matter what question Lu Jingyan was asked, he would answer very seriously. Other than the seriousness in his words, there was no such thing as sarcasm or ridicule. Qing said in a muffled voice, "I remember that last time, you and another girl were on the hot search list." Lu Jingyan frowned and asked doubtfully, "When did this happen?" 2 weeks ago, that was the first time you had a scandal with a member of the opposite sex. Qing said carefully, "You haven't forgotten, have you?" Lu Jingyan knitted his brows and pondered for a moment before replying in a deep voice, "Jiang Chong mentioned it to me. But I was in a meeting at that time, so I couldn't deal with it in time. I'll be more careful in the future. This won't happen a second time." After Lu Jingyan made a serious promise, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Do you care a lot?" Qing pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Yes." "Turn right at the intersection ahead. Go straight. Turn left and go straight. Take this fork in the road. Do you see that residential area up ahead?" Qing calmly pointed the way. The road they drove on became more and more familiar, but Lu Jingyan's long brows furrowed deeper. It was so quiet in the car that one could hear a pin drop, but one could vaguely hear the sound of a beating heart. Qiying's voice was soft and gentle. "Lu Jingyan, no matter what you're confused about, don't tell me for the time being. I'll tell you slowly in the future. Give us a little more time, okay?" "Okay." Lu Jingyan smiled gently, and there was a deep gentleness in his eyes. At the entrance of the residential area, Qing got out of the car and waved at him. "Lu Jingyan, have a safe trip." The moment Qing opened the door, a chubby Qiqing ran over eagerly. Unlike before, he was holding a touchscreen phone that was much bigger than his palm. Mom, you're back. Did you have fun?" Qing smiled and said, "I had fun, but Mom missed you very much too." Then, Qiqing showed Qiying's mother's phone to her. Mom, let me show you a surprise. Qiying stopped in her tracks and looked at the door number of the private room for a moment. It happened to be the floor where the finalization banquet was held. She tidied up Qing Luo's hair and walked to the private room arranged by the production team. The venue was much larger than the usual hotel private room. In addition to the huge banquet hall, there was also a spacious open-air balcony. At a glance, one could see a huge artificial lake. The willows hung down the shore, and the evening breeze was gentle. There was less of the extravagance of a five-star hotel, and more leisure and elegance. The people in the production team praised her politely, and Qiying nodded and smiled politely. Jiang Mingming sat in the lower seat with a faint blush on her cheeks. Qiying sat beside her naturally. After putting down her bag, she looked around. It was still early, and at this moment, only half of the seats were filled with guests. Gu Yuanchen sat in the seat of honor, far away from her. He still looked indifferent and elegant. Under most circumstances, the investors would attend the finalization banquet. But at the opening banquet and the finalization banquet of Gu Yuanchen's work, he was the only one who led the overall situation from beginning to end. Therefore, the outside world said that his background was mysterious. Gu Yuanchen saw Qiying arrive and looked at her deeply. His gaze was very complicated, and there was also a trace of sharpness. Qiying knew that in the life of a director, any subtle thing could become a burst of inspiration. She had never doubted Director Gu's insight that far exceeded that of ordinary people, but she still felt guilty under that gaze. After Qiying nodded to Director Gu, she looked away and chatted warmly with Jiang Mingming. Jiang Mingming still had the hope of seeing Qi Yuan again, so her makeup and outfit today were exceptionally exquisite. Qiying smiled. Jiang Mingming's love for Qi Yuan couldn't be hidden. Like every young girl, once she liked someone, she wouldn't leave him out of every 3 sentences. There was also a small paper bag behind Jiang Mingming. Inside the bag was a diary with slightly yellowed pages. It was more than 100 pages thick, and it was all about what she wanted to say to Qi Yuan. According to Jiang Mingming's words, it was a pretentious youth. It recorded the most secretive thoughts of a young girl. Qiying laughed and said, "How is that a secret? You've already told the world about it." "That's right. I want to announce it to the world." Not only was Jiang Mingming not ashamed, he was even proud of it. Her eyes curved into crescents as she said, "I don't have any possibility of being extremely popular anymore." If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know how many years it would be before he saw Master Qi again. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I've already accepted it. Her plan was to rush up and confess her love like every other fanatic fan. She spread out all her strong and passionate emotions in front of Qi Yuan. As for whether he wanted it or not, it was up to him to decide. If she didn't say it, she would miss it. In the future, she could only stand in the vast sea of people and look at him from afar like a piece of duckweed. Jiang Mingming had experienced that feeling for many years. She was too humble and too desperate. She was truly as low as dust. If she said it, she still had a slim chance of being remembered by Qi Yuan, although the probability was only as high as winning the lottery. Jiang Mingming thought that her looks were very unique, and her figure was above average. Maybe Master Qi liked her. It took her a long time to figure it out. Jiang Mingming not only brought a diary and a small gift, but also many treasures. If she was lucky, she might be able to get a few more autographs. Qiying suddenly remembered that in her memory, the original body also had a diary like this. However, the second person in the diary wasn't Qi Yuan, but Lu Jingyan. If there was no mistake in her memory, that dusty diary should be in the study. Qiying didn't look through it. She always felt that it was the original body's privacy. Although they shared the same body, their souls were different. Looking at Qi Cheng's vigilant look, Dong Jiashu suddenly laughed. She just put on some makeup. Why did all the children think of her as a bad person? Her intuition told her that this child's identity was not simple. Yaya could hold a grudge against her, but he couldn't. Although it was not rare to see people with similar faces in this world, his facial features still made her daydream. It was very likely that this child was inextricably linked to Lu Enterprises. Thinking of this, Tong Jiashu smiled. "Come on, little boy, these are all for you." Tong Jiashu magically took out a box of candy. The delicate iron box was painted with gorgeous children's drawings. She generously handed it to Qiqing. Qiqing opened his eyes wide and looked at the candy box for a moment, his heart slightly moved. His hands were still behind his back and he didn't take it. It was beautiful, but it was a stranger's thing. Tong Jiaxu raised her eyebrows in surprise. Shouldn't children at this age be simple and easy to cheat? She squatted down and said patiently, "Little boy, you don't like it? Then what do you like to eat? Tell me, and I'll buy it for you." Tong Jiaxu suddenly became friendly, which confused Qiqing. He frowned and shook his head stubbornly. "No, I want to go home." Tong Jiaxu pretended not to hear him and continued, "Do you like electric toys? Remote control planes, cars, ships, etc.?" Tong Jiaxu knew that Xiaoji had bought these toys for Yaya. Unfortunately, Yaya, as a typical delicate little girl, was not interested in them at all. As soon as she got home, she threw them all into a corner. She had been worried about the money for the toys, and now it came in handy. Before Qiqing answered, Tong Jiaxu asked Xiaoji to wipe the remote control toys clean and bring them over. She didn't want Qiqing to go home at all. Qiqing stamped his feet anxiously. "I want to go home." Tong Jiaxu smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's still early. Why don't you play at my house for a while? I won't treat you badly." At the same time, Yaya was shrinking in the corner and looking at Qiqing for help. She said pitifully, "Qingqing, stay with me for a while." Yaya's tone was the same as when she was bullied by the senior children in kindergarten. When she told Qingqing not to leave, she probably meant that if he left, she would be bullied. Qiqing sighed. He raised his white and tender index finger and said seriously, "Then let's wait a little longer. Just a little longer." Tong Jiaxu heard every word of the children's conversation and said happily, "So your name is Qingqing. What's Qingqing's surname?" Qiqing was still on guard. "I don't know. My name is Qingqing." Tong Jiaxu pretended to rub his head affectionately and nodded. "Oh, I understand. Qingqing, so this kid's surname is Qing. Not surnamed Liu." At this time, Xiaoji carried over a large box of video games. Many of the toys were not even opened after they were bought. They were wrapped in large paper shells. They were brand new, shiny, and spotless. Even though Qiqing was a sensible kid, he couldn't help but have a strong interest in them. His eyes were unconsciously attracted to these mini cars, planes, and ships. His mother never let him touch these things. Tong Jiaxu noticed the change in Qiqing's mood and handed the toys to him with satisfaction. "What do you like, Qingqing? You can have them all." Lu Jingyan looked back into her eyes. His throat moved slightly as he said in a low and magnetic voice, Qiying rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Lu Jingyan, promise me first that no matter what I say next, you won't become enemies with me." Her tone was light, and her eyes were curved like the crescent moon hanging upside down in the night sky. It was especially beautiful. Lu Jingyan thought that Qiying was joking. He couldn't help but smile and ask in a low voice, "Become enemies?" Qiying nodded. If you can't accept it, I can disappear from your life. But I hope you won't hurt me or the people around me." Her voice was still soft, but it was more serious than before. There was even a hint of alienation and pleading. Lu Jingyan's heart trembled, and he suddenly felt a bitter pain. The faint smile on his lips suddenly froze, and the lines of his jaw became tense. Qiying said that she could disappear from his life. What reason could there be for her to think that there was a possibility that he would hurt her? Lu Jingyan naturally thought of Qiying's confusing and tightly hidden background, and he couldn't help but raise his long eyebrows. Only the deep emotions in his eyes didn't fade at all. Lu Jingyan guessed that Qiying might have some connection with his complicated family, but he didn't think that there was anything in this world that could hinder their relationship. When he spoke again, Lu Jingyan's voice was a little hoarse, but he still solemnly and seriously promised, "I won't." Hearing this, Qiying's smile deepened. Her eyes flashed with a light of joy. It was bright and moving, and not a drop of it fell into his eyes. "Pinky swear first," Qiying said as she stretched out her pinky and shook it gently. "Okay." His two pinky fingers, one long and one short, hooked together and paused for a moment as if he was serious. Finally, he stamped with his thumb. Qiying's gaze fell on Lu Jingyan's well-defined hands. They were the most beautiful hands she had ever seen. Only then did she suddenly realize that the person who was hooking his finger with hers was not someone else who was still childish, but the always serious, arrogant and cold CEO of Lu Enterprises. Lu Jingyan actually didn't mind her childish behavior, which made her feel a little dazed. But Lu Jingyan's fingertips were unusually cold. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Qiying felt a cool temperature pass through her skin and into her blood, quickly spreading throughout her body. This made her sober. Qiying could feel Lu Jingyan's nervousness. In fact, she was just as nervous. Her heavy heart had been hanging in her chest for several weeks. Whenever she faced him, she would always have a smile on her lips, looking serious and gentle. In fact, there were countless stones piled up in her heart. The fear and worry of the unknown could not be avoided, and it was difficult to dispel. Qiying opened her mouth, but the words were stuck in her throat. Her current state of mind was completely different from when she transmigrated into the book. At that time, she probably didn't expect that one day, she would be held in Lu Jingyan's arms and pretend to be calm as she told him about Qi Cheng's existence in this world. But unknowingly, fate and her pulled each other, and they came to this day. She would bear all the consequences of this choice, but she had enough courage. Qiying gathered her emotions and finally said, "The person who had sex with you 5 years ago was me," and her voice was as soft as sleep talk, and her eyes were as clear as a lake in autumn, but there was firmness and determination hidden in her gaze. Lu Jingyan had a strong premonition in his heart. The truth was about to come out. Really? Qiying didn't expect that everything would go so smoothly, and her eyes lit up with joy. But she still caught the tiredness on Lu Jingyan's face, so she said, "It's getting late. Go to sleep. You still have work tomorrow." In order to relieve the shame of leaving immediately after achieving her goal, Qiying took the initiative to walk forward and gently hugged him. Lu Jingyan's body temperature hadn't reached her through the thin material of his clothes, so she pulled away in less than a second. Qiying took a few steps back and said, "Lu Jingyan, I'll go back first." The soft touch disappeared in an instant. Lu Jingyan was stunned, and his slightly dazed gaze quickly swept past Qiying's body. From her soft and fair face, to her slender waist, long and straight legs, to her slender and beautiful ankles, the soft glow of the night light outlined her beautiful silhouette, giving rise to a sense of attachment. The night outside the window was thick and heavy, blocked by the thick curtains, and everything was silent. Lu Jingyan subconsciously clasped Qiying's wrist with one hand. His voice was low, but his cheeks were slightly hot. He said, "Stay." Qiying froze. She knew that Lu Jingyan was a person who knew when to stop, but now, they even had a child. What was there to stop? Memories from 5 years ago suddenly flooded her mind. Amidst the chaotic darkness, she could vaguely feel the man's charming and sexy silhouette and his unique refreshing aura. This caused her cheeks to involuntarily blush. Her gaze was unusually gentle, and there seemed to be a faint mist in her beautiful eyes. It wasn't tears caused by sorrow, but more like a layer of hazy sleepiness. Qiying gave a very serious reason and said in a serious tone, "When Xianxia wakes up tomorrow morning, if he doesn't see me, he will be worried. He's already in kindergarten and needs to wake up early." Hearing Qiying softly say the 2 words Xianxia, Lu Jingyan felt a strange emotion surge in his chest. Not only did he have a child, but his child could even speak, run, and interact with other children in the kindergarten. It was a lively life. Although Lu Jingyan could not completely get used to the fact that he was already a father in just a few minutes, he truly felt an immense warmth that he had never felt before. It tightly wrapped around his increasingly pockmarked heart. Lu Jingyan tried hard to suppress the surging joy and emotions in his heart. He restrained his voice and said, "Do you usually send Xianxia to school?" Qiying replied, "In the past, yes. Now that I'm preparing to debut, it was my mother who gave it to me." After saying that, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "About my family, I will tell you slowly in the future. It might take some time." "Okay." Lu Jingyan stared at her with burning eyes. "It's a little late. I'll send you home tomorrow morning?" Hearing this, Qiying subconsciously took a step back and forcibly pulled a large distance away. In both her previous and current lives, she had never been in a relationship, let alone share a bed with the opposite sex. She was completely unprepared. Even though Qing tried her best to appear calm, the flash of vigilance in her eyes still couldn't escape Lu Jingyan's eyes. Lu Jingyan seemed to chuckle very softly and said somewhat helplessly, "I won't touch you." When Lu Jingyan said this, Qing felt that she was thinking too much and her face turned slightly red. It was indeed very late. If it was summer, the city's skyline should have been suffused with a thin glimmer of light. If she insisted on going back at this moment, she was afraid that she would have to trouble Lu Jingyan to send her back. Even if she refused in every way, he wouldn't agree. That way, they wouldn't be able to rest. Perhaps it was because when Lu Jingyan said this sentence, his body exuded a strong aura that made people feel at ease, making her involuntarily trust him. Qing agreed. Okay. The bed in Lu Jingyan's room was very big, soft, and warm. Qing indulged her body and sank completely into the bed. She didn't know when her vigilance had faded. On the contrary, Lu Jingyan's acceptance of Qing filled her heart with a long-lost relief and peace of mind. Almost as soon as she laid on the pillow, an overwhelming sense of drowsiness swept over her and she quickly fell asleep. Only Lu Jingyan was left on the side tossing and turning without sleep. As usual, Jiang Chong arrived at work on time. From the moment he stepped into the president's office, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. If he wasn't mistaken, the corners of President Lu's lips were curled up slightly, and there was a hint of gentleness in his deep eyes. The light in the early autumn morning was faint. It shone through the huge and transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining Lu Jingyan's handsome silhouette and weakening his imposing aura. Jiang Chong's eyes widened in confusion and shock. What was wrong with President Lu today? He blinked his eyes hard, but there was still no change in the scene in his vision. It was as if Jiang Chong had almost forgotten that President Lu had always had a cold expression on his face. He also didn't realize that Lu Jingyan's dark circles had unknowingly deepened. After being stunned for a moment, Jiang Chong summed it up as the sour smell of love. He probably never would have thought in his next life that President Lu would actually have a 4-year-old son overnight. Morning. Lu Jingyan didn't know that Jiang Chong had already gone through a series of mental processes based on his expression and greeted him. His tone was still filled with uncontrollable joy and smugness, and his tone was slightly raised. Jiang Chong replied hesitantly. Morning. Lu Jingyan slowly looked up from his documents and asked, "What's the weather like for National Day?" Jiang Chong happened to see the weather forecast before leaving this morning, so he blurted out, "Sunny." "Are there any good places to go?" Jiang Chong was surprised. "President Lu, you're going on a trip." As soon as he said that, he felt a little vexed. Why couldn't President Lu go on a trip? Who said that the president had to work overtime to contribute to the company? Couldn't he have a private life? It was obvious that he was going on a date with Miss Qi. Lu Jingyan didn't comment, so Jiang Chong said in a secretive tone, "Let me check." He excitedly took out his phone, logged into Zhihu, and searched for the best places in the country for couples to travel together. Then, he read out the list of attractions like a voice recorder. Lu Jingyan frowned and said seriously, "These are not suitable." Qiqing was only 4 years old. He shouldn't be led astray by adults who were whispering sweet nothings to each other at such a young age. Jiang Chong was frustrated when he heard this. No matter how he thought about it, it made sense. If President Lu and Miss Qi openly held hands and went to the Holy Land of Love on a crowded National Day holiday, it would definitely cause an earthquake in the media. His train of thought was blocked and he was in a dilemma. Then, he heard Lu Jingyan say, "Choose some places with good scenery or amusement parks. Book them as much as possible." Jiang Chong was even more shocked. Amusement park? He seriously imagined President Lu in a suit and leather shoes sitting on a colorful merry-go-round, spinning in circles to the rhythm of nursery rhymes. It was very strange. However, as President Lu's special assistant, he still had to have basic professionalism. He didn't ask any questions and just did as he was told. When Jiang Chong finally settled on a location, he received a series of strange missions for the rest of the day. For example, clean the private plane. Decorate the cabin with wallpaper. Customize a birthday cake. It has to be cartoon or animal. Lu Jingyan was slightly stunned. He relaxed a little, but his arm was still stiff. His long eyebrows knitted together awkwardly. "I'm sorry." Qiqing could finally stretch his muscles and bones. He stretched in Lu Jingyan's arms, and his mood became cheerful. It's okay. It doesn't hurt now. Feeling the little ball of softness in his arms, Lu Jingyan's Adam's apple trembled and he whispered, I hugged you tightly because I like you. Qiqing raised his slightly flushed face and said excitedly, Uncle likes me? Qiqing's voice was very pleasant. It was a clear and childish voice, and his pronunciation was very clear. But after being hit by the word uncle for the nth time, Lu Jingyan's gaze couldn't help but tighten. Qiqing was frightened by that gaze. Even though he was young, he could vaguely feel that Lu Jingyan's aura was very strong, and it was permeating with a pressure that could easily make people tremble. Qiqing couldn't help but tremble. Lu Jingyan's eyes were deep, and his voice was low and hoarse. I'm not your uncle. Qiqing let out an awe in a daze, and he looked very incredulous. Then, his expression was replaced by embarrassment because he had called the wrong person. Qiqing said slowly and with a little grievance, I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Mom said that when she saw adults older than Qingqing on the road, Qingqing should call them uncle and aunt. Maybe Mom said it wrong. Because of his lack of confidence, Qiqing's voice became softer and softer. Lu Jingyan's Adam's apple moved. For a moment, a lot of words rushed to his throat, but he didn't know where to start. The air was silent for a moment, and the emotions in his chest became more and more intense. Finally, Lu Jingyan said in a low voice, Mom didn't say it wrong, but I'm your father. Hearing this, Qiqing was frightened. His body trembled, and then he stared at Lu Jingyan with round eyes. Ah? Father? What was a father? When did he have a father? Where did Daddy come from? Qiqing's big, bright eyes flashed with doubt, surprise, and confusion. The two pairs of eyes, one big and one small, silently looked at each other. Lu Jingyan felt nervous under Qiqing's suspicious gaze and frowned slightly. When Qiqing heard the father and son talking about a sensitive topic, she quickly walked over and moved her lips slightly. Before he could say Qingqing, he saw Qiqing's little head tilt to the side. With a puzzled expression, he asked, Where did you come from, Daddy? Lu Jingyan pursed his lips tightly and did not answer for a long time. They fell from the sky, crawled out of the ground, and were picked up from the trash can. He was known as the king of the business world. Although he was a man of few words, he was swift and decisive. Now, Lu Jingyan found himself unable to respond to a child's words. He frowned slightly and pondered seriously. In fact, Qiqing's birthday surprise was far more than a father who suddenly appeared, a helicopter full of stickers, an unexpected flight, and an uncrowded beach trip. Soon after, a coastal amusement park appeared in Qiqing's line of sight. Luxurious cartoon facilities were all over the place. This amusement park's audience was biased towards children. The attractions were not exciting, but they were very famous. Especially since half of it was built on the beach and the other half was built in the sea. Not only were there regular amusement facilities, but there were also some water attractions. On weekdays, there was often a sea of people here, jostling shoulder to shoulder, and children's laughter could be heard everywhere. It was said that on weekends, even if you lined up for a whole day, you could only line up for 1 or 2 attractions. Not to mention on a National Day holiday like this, when everyone was out and swarmed to the island. But at this moment, the amusement park was empty, and there were only a few staff members at their posts, each doing their own duties. Qiqing naturally did not know that his rich father had booked the whole place. He opened his big round eyes and felt that something was wrong. There were no tourists here, and there were no other children. It seemed a little lonely. But Qiqing did not particularly care, because his parents were with him. Qiqing caught Qiqing's moment of confusion and was also slightly absent-minded. She had chosen the path of acting, and it was destined that Qiqing would not have a childhood like other children. Unconsciously, Qiqing glanced at the man beside her from the corner of her eyes. He was strong enough, whether it was financial or power. Perhaps now, whether she entered the entertainment circle or not, it did not have as much impact on her fate as it did when she first transmigrated. But she still had some obsessions. On the one hand, it was because of her love that she could not give up. On the other hand, while Lu Jingyan was so strong that people could not help but want to rely on him, she still did not forget the lesson of living in peace and suffering. With a trace of guilt, Qiqing held Qiqing's hand tightly. Qiqing turned to the left and asked Jiying, "Mom, will you play with me?" "Okay." Qiqing immediately put on a bright smile at his mother, revealing 2 rows of white and neat baby teeth. Qiqing turned to the right and asked Lu Jingyan, "Dad, do you want to come?" Qiying also looked over at the same time. The man was tall and straight, his shirt was ironed, and he had a noble temperament. No matter how he looked at it, it did not seem to fit in with the cartoon scene in front of him. Qiying said, "Daddy may not be suitable for these games. Mommy will accompany you." Qiqing nodded as if he understood. Lu Jingyan didn't say anything, as if he had acquiesced to Qiying's words. Qiying then took Qiqing to the changing room to change into a swimsuit. Qiqing let go of his father's hand, but he still looked back fondly. Lu Jingyan's Adam's apple bobbed as he whispered, "Hurry up and go." Qiqing nodded. Only then did he quicken his pace and concentrate on walking. The island was like spring all year round. Because it was very close to the equator, one wouldn't feel cold even if they swam in the sea. For the tourism industry, it was the peak season all year round. Qiqing didn't lie. He sneezed only because the sea breeze blew a foreign object into his nose. At this moment, the sunlight outside was dazzling and the temperature wasn't low. In the changing room, Qiqing took off his clothes and felt cool. Because of Qiqing's presence, Qiying didn't choose a bikini. Instead, she changed into a relatively conservative swimsuit. The swimsuit was tight, but it still outlined her perfect curves and made them look sexy. Qiqing only wore a small pair of underpants, revealing his round belly that was like a rubber ball. Qiqing patted his rubber ball with satisfaction. There seemed to be a few echoes as he said, "It's like a watermelon." This analogy was not rare in the world of adults, but Qiqing didn't say it because he heard it from someone. He really felt that it was like a watermelon. Lu What Yan? Mother Qi narrowed her eyes and began to look at her little grandson from head to toe. She had read a lot of news and newspapers. It wasn't that she hadn't found that the eldest grandson and current heir of Lu Enterprises looked similar to Qiqing, but she had never made such a bold assumption. Lu Jingyan's identity was too noble, and his temperament was too cold. Qiqing still had some childish eyebrows, but it seemed to be conclusive evidence. Mother Qi was secretly shocked, but her tone was still calm. "Is your father Lu Jingyan?" Qiqing was surprised and sat up from his limp position. His childish voice was clear. "Yes, that's the name." "Grandma, do you know him too?" Mother Qi steadied him and her expression changed slightly. "Is Lu Jingyan really your father?" Qiqing nodded heavily. "Yes, Dad told me himself that his name is Lu Jingyan." Mother Qi's gaze drifted away and she fell into silence. The night wind blew the curtains, and the crystal beads at the end of the curtain fell to the wall from time to time, making a crackling sound. Suddenly, there was no sound in the cold room, which was a bit strange. Qiqing saw that Mother Qi was absent-minded and couldn't help but touch the wrinkles between her eyebrows. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Her soft white hand touched his, and it felt warm. Mother Qi smiled and relaxed her eyebrows. Her slightly absent-minded eyes lit up again. "Your father is a very outstanding person." "Really?" Qiqing looked innocent and ignorant. But when he heard Mother Qi's words, he was happy for no reason. Mother Qi first leaned back on the chair. Qiqing's weight pressed down on her waist, making her waist a little sore. She had been sitting for a long time, so she stood up with Qiqing in her arms and slowly paced around the room. Qiqing liked the feeling of being in a commanding position. He smiled and told her everything that had happened today. Mother Qi smiled and answered him. On the same floor of the villa, Qiying was auditioning in front of a huge full-length mirror at the corner. After the holidays, Stabbing Myself would start filming. This was the biggest opportunity she had ever had in her previous life. It would be a lie if she said that she wasn't excited and looking forward to it. Acting was like anything else, it was easy to get rusty if you didn't practice for a day. Ever since she had decided to take this path, she had never been negligent. However, today was Qiqing's birthday, and Qiying did not plan to leave for too long. It was still unknown how much time she would have left to accompany Qiqing after she started working. In Stabbing Myself, her character was delicate and weak. Although she didn't cry all the time, her eyes were often red. She had read the novel carefully once. Regardless of whether the second female lead had low self-esteem or was pretentious, the character's personality was actually very complicated. Because she had a kind and cute side, and because of fate's arrangement, from the reader's point of view, this character was hard to hate. Sometimes, they would even feel pity for her. However, novels were fictitious after all. If she didn't act well, it would be easy for the audience to see her as a white lotus. Qiying practiced for a while and was already deeply immersed in the role. His eyes were red and his throat was dry. She wiped away a few tears from the corners of her eyes and cleared her throat. Then, she walked down the long corridor to Qicheng's mother's room and prepared to take him to wash up and sleep. Qiying had just walked to the door, but before she pushed it open, she heard Qicheng's loud voice coming from the room. "I don't know about that. Don't worry about it so much, Grandma. Anyway, my father is back." "Are you happy?" Qicheng's mother seemed a little helpless, but she was also amused. Her voice was hoarse but warm. "I'm happy." Qiying was stunned for a moment, then she chuckled. She was willing to let Qicheng and Qicheng's mother be alone, and she didn't warn Qicheng to keep it a secret. In fact, she was relieved that he would tell Qicheng's mother about Lu Jingyan. She and her original body had kept this topic for too many years. Now that things had changed, the original body's feelings were no longer the same. She was hesitating about where to start with this kind of thing. This little guy really couldn't shut up anything. Qiying pushed open the door and saw Qicheng's mother holding Qicheng firmly with her left hand and rubbing her waist with her right hand. Although Qicheng was only 4 years old, he was a round ball, and his clothes were not light. Qiying knew that Qicheng's mother's body was not as healthy as before, and she had undergone surgery, so she couldn't help but be a little worried. She cleared her throat slightly and called out, "Qingqing." Qicheng turned his head and saw his mother standing at the door. He immediately covered his face with his hands. "Ah, Mom," remembering Shinjin and Qiying's warnings, Lu Jingyan didn't work overtime until late. At around 11 o'clock at night, he left the building. The driver respectfully opened the car door for him. Lu Jingyan nodded slightly and got into the right back seat. The Bentley drove in the dark, and there weren't many cars on the street. He looked at the tablet attentively, his fingertips sliding across the screen from time to time. When they passed the bridge over the river wind was very strong. It poured in through the gaps in the car window, and the whole car was filled with the whistling wind. Hongqing strode over, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Shubai was stunned. She had just mentioned Director Qi, and the person in question had appeared the next second. She was so embarrassed that she was caught off guard. Hongqing didn't care about what Shubai said, and said anxiously, "Shubai, I won't let any more accidents happen. Stay away from the railing and come back with me. Everything will be resolved. Calm down." Shubai looked up, tears still hanging on her wet eyelashes. She glanced at Hongqing. His stubble had been shaved clean, and the faint bruises left behind were hidden in the night. His bangs were lifted by the wind, revealing his high hairline. If it wasn't for the wind, Hongqing would be energetic and young. Compared to when he was down and out a while ago, he was like a different person. Then, the sound of an engine starting could be heard in the wind. The black Bentley parked by the bridge sped away, leaving behind an arrogant back view that disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shubai was stunned. When she spoke again, her voice was warm and soft, mixed with sobs. "Director Qi, do you have a way? There will always be a way. Trust me." Hongqing's heart trembled. He leaned closer and pulled Shubai's hand. "I can afford to pay back that bit of money." Shubai shook her head and sighed. "Director Qi, my family has more debt than you think. You're already unemployed. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to pay it back." As she spoke, she pulled her hand out of the man's rough palm and turned her gaze back to the river. She was deep in thought, her eyes empty. When she pulled her hand away, Hongqing lowered his head and saw the colorful bruises on her hand. He raised his voice. "If I really can't afford to pay it back, I'll sell my kidney, all right? How can there be a hurdle that can't be overcome? Let's be more open-minded, okay?" Tears streamed down Shubai's face. She looked dejected and didn't respond. Hongqing sighed heavily, then pulled her over and brought her into his car. The Lu Corporation's private chauffeur had been observing in the car just now. He could still tell in the dark that the woman wasn't Miss Qi, which confused him. He wanted to ask something, but he saw President Lu's tense face in the rearview mirror. There was a rare frustration between his brows, so he swallowed his words. It was quiet inside the car, and the air was cold and solemn. On the lit tablet, there was a string of basic information about people with the same name as Xu Bai. 10 minutes later, the car stopped at the Lu residence. Lu Jingyan put away the tablet. The chauffeur opened the car door for him while the butler waited by the side. Lu Jingyan nodded slightly and walked straight to the back of the car. He pressed the key, opened the trunk, and took out a large cake box. The cartoon packaging was printed with children's illustrations, which did not match his serious suit. The box contained Qi Cheng's zoo cake. There were many dishes for dinner, but the cake was not finished. Lu Jingyan had promised Qi Cheng to bring him back. There were also ice cubes inside for refrigeration, so it wouldn't spoil in the car. Mother Qi's gaze was meaningful, making people feel guilty, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Qi led Qi Cheng back to the room and took him to wash up and sleep. Qi Cheng was still very excited. His eyes were bright as he tirelessly repeated what had happened today to Qi. For example, his father was very tall, the helicopter was very cool, the sea was very soft, and the cake was very big. Qi Cheng had just told his grandmother once, and now he was telling his mother about it again. He was not tired of it at all. His voice became softer and softer, and his eyelids became heavier and heavier. As he spoke, his little head fell into his mother's arms. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The journey was tiring, and they walked on the beach on the island without stopping. He was extremely tired, and his breathing was a little heavy. Today was probably the most perfect birthday Qi Cheng had ever had since he was born. His eyebrows were relaxed, and the corners of his mouth were slightly curved. His sleeping face was very cute. It was as if he had just fallen asleep and fallen into a beautiful dream. Qi patted Qi Cheng's back regularly until he fell into a deep sleep. She turned on her phone and received Lu Jingyan's daily goodnight message. Then, she habitually checked her email and found that the production team of Stabbing Myself had sent her an email to notify her of the final makeup shoot. Time passed quickly. It was set for October 8th, the day after the holidays. Qi didn't know what to say, so she turned around and returned to her room. Qi Cheng slept well. Compared to her, he was like heaven and earth. After leaving for a while, the quilt wasn't messed up. Qi still tucked him in until it was neater, then slowly lay down beside him. The night was getting colder, but Qi Cheng was like a small heater. Qi held his soft hand, her thoughts a little messy. She understood Mother Qi's feelings. In the eyes of the older generation, Lu Jingyan was not only an irresponsible man who had disappeared for 4 years, but also a long-term competitor of the Qi Corporation. In their eyes, businessmen were heartless. Her family still had a grudge against Qi Cheng's birth. How could the Lu Corporation easily accept a young master who came out of nowhere? Mother Qi's first thought was not to seek cooperation, but to be wary and insightful. Lu Jingyan was indeed in charge of the 3 major industries of Osher, but he had obviously devoted more energy to the entertainment industry over the years. In just a few years, Osher had become the most influential entertainment media company in the country. It was the dream harbor that all artists dreamed of. But behind this was the collapse of countless companies and studios in the same industry. In their daily interactions, Lu Jingyan was more of a man who cared for her. He was taciturn but gentle. She couldn't imagine what kind of business empire he had behind him, and she often ignored it. Could it be that the bankruptcy of the Qi Corporation 3 years later in the novel was caused by the inevitable competition when Lu Jingyan developed the Lu Corporation? Qi subconsciously avoided this idea, and her mind was in a mess. Drowsiness came unstoppably. Accompanied by the sound of Qi Cheng's breathing, she gradually sank into the dreamland. Today's experience during the day was very warm, but Lu Jingyan still didn't sleep well. His dream had changed. It was the same rainy night, and there was the same ear-piercing sound of cars. In the past, Qi was the only protagonist in his dreams. Tonight, he saw Qi Cheng. Qi skin was still as fair as snow, and she looked young and gentle. She was as beautiful as an elf on a rainy night. But Qi Cheng had already grown up. He had grown taller, and his eyebrows had widened. Her face wasn't as chubby as it was now, and her double chin had slimmed down. His silhouette became clear, and his figure was tall and slender. He was a very beautiful young man. Very much like him, very much. His gaze fell back on Qiying. She should also be the same person a few years later, but time would not easily leave its mark on her body. In the dream, Lu Jingyan's Adam's apple trembled. A strong premonition gripped his heart tightly like a curse, causing him to suffocate from the pain. The thing he didn't want to see the most, under the influence of the gears of fate, still happened irrevocably. Qiying held Qiqing tightly in her arms. The car owner had no humanity at all, and the script played out as usual. Shinjin frowned and asked after some thought, "Because you don't want to be worried?" Lu Jingyan lowered his eyes, deep in thought. He did not answer. Shinjin looked at him, paused, and continued, "To be honest, if my family is depressed, I can only try my best to help them. If they hide something from me, I will only be more worried. Of course, your dream has its own special characteristics. But they probably won't take the content of the dream to heart. You can't help it." Lu Jingyan's eyes sparkled when he talked about his family. He raised his gaze. His Adam's apple moved slightly, but he still asked, "Dr. Shen, is it possible that my dream is supernatural?" Shinjin raised his eyebrows slightly. "I studied Western medicine and am an absolute believer of materialism. Don't worry, don't think too much. The structure of the human brain is complicated. Anything can happen." Lu Jingyan looked at him lightly and fell into deep thought again. His lips were a little pale. Shinjin said, "You don't have to be nervous. Your body is very healthy. Nightmares are much better than insomnia. Don't be a psychological burden. But you should pay more attention to rest during work." Lu Jingyan nodded in a low voice. Before leaving, Shinjin left some anti-anxiety drugs and said, "Take some if you feel uncomfortable. The side effects of these drugs are not as big as you think. As long as you're alive, you shouldn't be too hard on yourself." Many organizations' interest classes started on the 5th, but Qiqing was still young. Other than handwork and painting after kindergarten classes, Qiying did not arrange anything else for Qiqing. The next few days should be free, but the kindergarten's drama troupe would organize a play performance and there would be a chance to compete. It was said that it would be very ostentatious. The selection date for the small actors was set on the 5th. If nothing unexpected happened, rehearsals would be on the agenda on the 6th. Qiqing was not as interested in performing as Qiying was when he was young. In addition, it took up the National Day holiday. He wanted to be with his parents and did not plan to go at first. But the family of 3 did not spend the night on the island yesterday and came back early. When Qiying was practicing the script last night, the mother and son had discussed that they would try it out the next morning. At his age, Qiqing still didn't know what nervousness was. He talked about the interview as if it were a game. He was in high spirits. Most of the children in the aristocratic kindergarten grew up with a silver spoon in their mouths. Every National Day, they would fly around the world for sightseeing, so there were not many children who came to cast. Qiqing didn't care about this and soon started playing with them. After Qiqing's mother left with Qiqing, Qiying unknowingly returned to her room. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she fell asleep again and had a dream that was neither deep nor shallow. She dreamt that when the original body was young, there were some adults around her. She communicated with them for a while and even had an argument with them. In the end, she pouted and kept quiet. When he woke up again, most of the morning had passed. She leaned against the headboard in a daze and rubbed her swollen temples. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether what had just happened was a dream or a memory. Qiying shook her head. She couldn't figure it out. Thinking that she couldn't waste time in bed, she stood up and walked out of the room. As soon as she stepped out, she bumped into Qiqing's mother. She suddenly remembered the conversation last night and sobered up a little. She mumbled, "Mom." Qiqing's mother stopped and looked at her indifferently. Qiying's cheeks were red as if she had just woken up. Thus, she asked, "Didn't sleep well last night?" Qiying immediately perked up and her eyes lit up. "I'm all right. How about you, Mom?" Qiqing's mother's tone softened. "I'm fine too." Qi subconsciously scratched her head. She had just fallen asleep and was a little distracted. She lazily saw that the atmosphere had relaxed and pretended to be casual. Mom, I have something to ask you too. Qi mother, go ahead. Why didn't Grandpa announce that I'm the Qi family's granddaughter? Qi mother was stunned when she heard this, and her eyes dimmed imperceptibly. It's not that he didn't want to. It's just that incident happened when you graduated from university. Your grandfather's thinking is traditional and he's afraid that it will affect the Qi family's reputation. What's more, with such an identity on your shoulders, your family will definitely arrange a marriage for you. You're stubborn and definitely won't agree. It's better to have less of a burden and walk your own path. Qi steeled her heart and provoked her. But in the 20 years I've been alive, you've never mentioned me to the outside world. Could it be that I'm not the Qi family's biological granddaughter? Lu Jingyan's call caught her off guard. When she hung up, Qi was holding a bowl with one hand and was still in her home clothes. Lu Jingyan's identity as the CEO always gave Qi the illusion that wasting a minute is equivalent to wasting hundreds of millions of dollars. Her movements became much more nimble. She cleaned the dishes in the kitchen, washed her hands, and walked back to the living room. As soon as she stepped out of the glass door of the kitchen, she saw Mother Qi standing on the balcony, connected to the dining room. She was looking at the begonias in the courtyard that had just bloomed. Her eyes were gentle, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Qi greeted her. Mom, Qi father is here. I'm taking Qing out for a while. I don't know if he'll be back for dinner. Mother Qi turned around and raised her eyebrows. Aren't you going to let him come up? Qi froze for a moment. We just started dating. Isn't it a little too soon to meet your parents? Mother Qi said earnestly, your situation is different. I'm not meeting my son-in-law. I'm meeting my little grandson's father. Qi agreed. Then I'll ask him later. Mother Qi nodded faintly. Qi walked to the living room and saw Qi curled up in the living room, watching TV. Animal World happened to be on at dinner time. It was the first time Qi saw someone watching TV so seriously. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and his face was expressionless. Qi had just washed her hands, and they were wet and cold. Thus, she didn't pinch Qi cheeks to tease him. She just waved her hand in front of his eyes and smiled. Your father is here. Qi low spirits recovered by 50%. He looked up and finally had some expression on his face. Eh? Qi smiled. Dad is waiting for you downstairs. Hearing that, Qi ran to the TV and put his hand on the screen, then the TV was turned off. He smiled and purposely opened his mouth wide. In a sweet voice, he said, let's go, Mom. Qi thought that Qi would stay on the show for a while longer, but she didn't expect him to turn off the TV so quickly. Qi felt as though she had lost all favor and frowned. Wait for Mommy to change her clothes first. Indeed, she missed her father so much that she couldn't even eat. Qi nodded. Okay. Then he ran back to the small bench and sat down. Qi took 2 minutes to change into a dress and 3 minutes to put on some light makeup. Her temperament was immediately revealed. This was probably the fastest trip she had ever made in her life. Qi skillfully put on his mask, walked over to his mother's hand, and went out together. Not long after the door to the living room on the first floor of the villa closed, Mother Qi also went to the bedroom to change into casual clothes and followed. Lu Jingyan's car stopped at the entrance of a house on the road that led straight to the right. The road was very wide, but there was a wall on one side of the road, and there was also a wall at the end of the road not far from the right. There were no other residents nearby. This house was the villa where Lu Jingyan lived when he was a child. After the Lu family moved out, no one lived in it for many years, so it was neglected. Yesterday, it was still a scene of overgrown weeds. In the blink of an eye, half of the courtyard had been cleaned up. Qi held Qi hand and walked over. She saw Lu Jingyan leaning against the Bentley with his long legs slightly bent. He was still wearing the standard black shirt, and his posture was more casual and languid than before, but his temperament was still elegant and noble. Dad Qi let go of Qi hand and trotted over. He opened his arms and hugged one of Lu Jingyan's legs. Because he was wearing a mask, his voice sounded like it was muffled in a bottle, which added a bit of cuteness. Ching ching. Lu Jingyan bent down and hugged him. There was a smile on his lips and his eyes were deep. He remembered the dream last night and his chest ached. He couldn't help but tighten his arms. Qiqing didn't complain about the pain anymore. He just felt that he had been wrong during the casting in the morning. Now that he was in his father's arms, it felt like he was being protected. His sadness could be released and his eyes stung. However, he didn't say anything. He just tried his best to squeeze out a bright smile. After Lu Jingyan let go of Qiqing, his eyes met Qi Ying's. Her makeup wasn't deep, but she was beautiful. The autumn light was dim, and her fair skin was even more eye-catching. The dress accentuated her exquisite figure, making her look like an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Meeting his gaze, Qi Ying smiled helplessly. In other families, the son and the father fight for the mother. In our family, the son and the father forget about the mother. When Qiqing heard this, he tried to understand for a while. His eyebrows furrowed like a bitter gourd, and he looked annoyed. Then he said, "No, no," as he prepared to run over and hug his mother. Although Qiqing's dictionary didn't have the phrase hugging on the left and hugging on the right, he subconsciously felt that his father sitting in the middle was snatching away his special favor. Qiqing was a little anxious, but he could only continue to tug at the hem of Lu Jingyan's shirt and explain seriously, "But Dad, I don't get carsick. Mom often takes me out to play, so I've never gotten carsick." Lu Jingyan calmly rubbed Qiqing's short hair. "Your seat is safer." Qiqing cupped his hands. "Then Dad will sit in the safer seat." Lu Jingyan, children usually sit in the safest seats. Qi Ying had only casually mentioned it to brush up her weak presence. She didn't expect that the two of them were so childish. If she was given another chance, she definitely wouldn't say so much. Between her and Lu Jingyan's legs, their hands were still secretly holding each other's hands, and she could feel the scorching heat from their palms. Although the man's well-defined hand was really sexy and good-looking, Qi Ying still struggled hard and pulled her hand away. Then she leaned over to Lu Jingyan's ear and whispered, "Hey, how long are you going to tease him?" Her warm and soft breath spilled over his sensitive earlobe. Lu Jingyan's face turned slightly red, but he acted cold and pretended that nothing had happened. "Guess." Qi Ying thought of her mother's words and continued to whisper in her ear, "Qingqing, I don't want to do this in front of Qingqing. He's still young." "Lu Jingyan, when were we whispering sweet nothings?" "Qi Ying, just now, and now." As she spoke, she rubbed her right hand that was burning hot. "Lu Jingyan, that doesn't count. Those are all etiquette." With that said, he kissed her earlobe and then sat back down as if nothing had happened. Qi Ying was momentarily embarrassed and incoherent. After recovering from the numbness of the electric current, she hurriedly looked at Qiqing. Fortunately, Lu Jingyan's body was half to one side. From Qiqing's angle, he probably couldn't see it. Qiqing crossed his arms and said helplessly, "Mom, Dad, you've been whispering for so long. Have you finished your discussion?" Qi Ying blushed and nodded. "Yes, you can sit in the middle." Lu Jingyan glanced at her meaningfully. Qiqing smiled contentedly. Without saying a word, he squeezed himself between them and sat down. His eyes lit up again. With his left arm around Qi Ying and his right arm around Lu Jingyan, he said, "That's more like it." Qi Ying felt that the atmosphere was finally right. She heaved a sigh of relief and replied, "You're right." The driver started the engine and the car started steadily. Seeing them leave, Qi Ying's mother was relieved and was about to end the conversation with Tong Jiaxu. This woman was obviously trying to get close to her. Her purpose was not pure. And it was tiring to get along with this kind of person. After all, Tong Jiaxu was the parent of Qiqing's classmate, so Qi Ying's mother gave her enough face. She pretended to look at her phone and then said, "The person I'm waiting for has something urgent. I'll leave first." Tong Jiaxu understood that Qi Ying's mother was about to leave. She finally asked, "How long have you lived in this community?" Qi Ying's mother paused. "Why? Rumor has it that this yard belongs to Lu Enterprises." Tong Jiaxu pointed to the villa on the right. "But it happened many years ago. I don't know if it's true." Do you know anything about it? Qi Ying's mother said lightly, I'm not interested. I don't know. Tong Jiashu's smile didn't fade. I didn't pay much attention to it before. But today, someone came to take care of this abandoned yard. I came here to take a look. Maybe I can meet the owner. Qi Ying's mother asked calmly, what can you do if you meet him? Tong Jiashu looked at Qi Ying's mother's expression and smiled. After all, it's Lu Enterprises. It's good to take a look from a distance. I just don't know if it's true. Qi Ying's mother nodded. Then you go and have a look. I'll go back first. Qi Ying didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at Lu Jingyan. His iron shirt and trousers had been messed up by Qi Cheng's body as he turned around. However, he was neither angry nor angry. There was a smile at the corners of his eyes and his facial features were gentle. Did she go to the wrong set today? Qi Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and said, although I don't quite understand, it's good that you didn't leave me behind. Dad, whatever you want, as long as I have it, just take it. Don't separate me from Mom. You have to remember that Mom and I are a loving family. We will never be separated. Qi Ying was stunned when she heard this. However, she searched her memory and remembered that she had never said anything like this to Qi Cheng. Thus, she asked, where did you learn this from? Qi Cheng scratched his head. I forgot. Maybe it was on TV. Hearing this, Lu Jingyan looked in her direction. Although there was a hint of scrutiny, Qi Ying didn't feel guilty. After all, she wasn't the one who showed the show, so she generously smiled back. Qi Cheng got out of the car. The scene was just like when he was carried off the helicopter by Qi Ying when they arrived at the island. Many well-trained adults in uniforms greeted him. They bowed, saluted, and called him little young master. Qi Cheng was flattered. Fortunately, those adults who made him feel restrained didn't follow him like a shadow, so it didn't affect his half-day tour of his biological father's mansion. The huge villa was spacious and quiet. There was no one else, so it seemed empty. Qi Cheng's original intention was to travel, and he was also in the mood to visit the museum. He dragged Lu Jingyan and Qi Ying around the castle-sized villa. Half the afternoon had already passed. Every place here was carefully carved and decorated. It was enough to show the owner's taste. After returning to the living room, Qi Cheng said mysteriously, Dad, I have something to tell you in private. Then, he winked at his mother. Qi Ying was tactful and raised her eyebrows. Okay. I'll leave. Under the different gazes of the father and son, she walked to the balcony to enjoy the scenery. Qi Cheng looked at Qi Ying's slender waist and swaying skirt and sighed. Mom is really beautiful. Lu Jingyan glanced at him. Then, Qi Cheng impolitely pulled Lu Jingyan into the corridor. He frowned slightly and said in all seriousness, Dad, I'm only asking you not to bully Mom. I'm not asking you to snatch Mom away. Be more careful in the future. Lu Jingyan's face darkened. He ruffled his hair forcefully and said in a low voice, Do you know what you're talking about? Qi Cheng did not know that no one in this world had ever dared to speak to Lu Jingyan in such a tone. Instead, they became arrogant because of his favor. To be. Lu Jingyan raised his eyebrows. Tell me. How should I be? In the past, Mom only hugged and kissed me. She said that kissing and hugging are symbols of love. She can't kiss and hug others casually. Qi Cheng raised his index finger and analyzed. So, you can't always hug my mom. Considering that you're good to me and my mom, I'll allow you to hug her twice a week, but you can only kiss her once. Lu Jingyan was expressionless. Then what about you? Qi Cheng crossed his arms and said proudly, Me? I can do it any time. After all, I'm Mom's precious little baby. Although Qi Cheng raised his face, he looked at Lu Jingyan's expression from the corner of his eye. After all, the man's aura was really strong. He was imposing without being angry, but when he was angry, he was even scarier. In the end, Qi Cheng timidly added, I didn't say that. Mom said it. Lu Jingyan said shamelessly, I don't agree. Mom not only loves you, but she also loves Dad. I can exercise the same rights as you. What are rights? I can do the same thing as you. Qi stomped his feet angrily. Wow, Dad, you took Mom away. I don't want you anymore. I don't want Dad anymore. He turned and was about to run away when Lu Jingyan shouted at him sternly. Stop. Qi legs went weak. He knew he had said something wrong. He turned around timidly. His eyes were watery and he looked pitiful. He said softly, Dad, Dad. Lu Jingyan's heart softened. He patted Qi shoulder and said earnestly, Tell me, what is family and what is love? After turning the corner, Qi looked back. He wanted to make sure that Lu Jingyan was far enough away so that he could have a private conversation with his mother. As he wished, Lu Jingyan's car had already disappeared from his sight. The neighborhood was very quiet at night. The orange light from the street lamps made the flowers and grass by the roadside look warm and cozy. However, there were also places where the lights could not reach. Most of them were empty courtyards with no one living there. At night, it was dark and gloomy. At this time, Qi suddenly began to miss his father. He remembered that his father had prepared a table full of delicious food for him, his father had played with him, and when he had hugged him tightly. He could not help but feel sad for this short separation. Qi sniffled and thought that his father was pretty good. He missed him a little. He was about to turn his head back when he suddenly saw Ye's mother. It was that warm and hospitable auntie who had shared many toys with him. However, for some reason, Ye was scared to death. That auntie was standing in the shadows. He had already put on long johns, but the auntie was still bare-legged and holding a camera in her hand. She was sneaky. Qi eyes widened and he instinctively pulled his mask tighter. Then, he tugged at Qi Ying's sleeve and whispered, Mom, look behind us. Ye's mother is taking pictures of us. Qi Ying frowned. Taking pictures? Qi Ying had spent some time in the entertainment industry in her previous life, so she was naturally very sensitive to the word taking pictures and knew what it meant. Mother Qi had told her about Ye's mother, but she didn't take it to heart and didn't ask who she was. Could she be an entertainment reporter? Thinking about how Qi often visited Ye's house as a guest, Qi Ying shuddered. Mother and son turned their heads at the same time, but she was already out of sight. Qi stared at one spot. Qi Ying looked around but found nothing. Qi tugged at Qi Ying's hand and emphasized, Mom, I'm not lying to you. I'm telling the truth. Qi Ying held his hand and said, Good boy, I believe in you. Qi asked curiously, Why is she filming us? Qi Ying said, It's hard to say now, but we should try our best not to be photographed again. Qing, shall we walk faster? Qi nodded vigorously. Yes. Holding Qi hand, she quickened her pace. Qi was panting slightly because he was walking in a hurry. As he walked, he looked up and asked Qi Ying, Mommy. Daddy said that if Daddy and Mommy have a good relationship, the baby will be happier. Is that true? Qi Ying didn't stop walking. She glanced at him and tightened her grip. She answered softly, yes. Qi asked hesitantly, Then will Daddy and Mommy be so close that they forget about the baby? Hearing this, Qi Ying was stunned for a moment and felt her heart ache. For other children, it might be natural for their parents to have a good relationship. However, from the moment Qi was born, the original body didn't tell him that there was an existence called Daddy in this world. She had always been the closest and most dependent person to Qi. Obviously, Qi still didn't understand what kind of role his father played in his life. Normally, under such circumstances, she would definitely squat down and pat him to comfort him. However, there was a hidden threat in the dark. She was anxious to go home, so she could only make her voice sound as affectionate as possible. No, I definitely won't forget. I can't wait to put you in my heart. Qi was relieved by his mother's gentle tone. However, the stone in his heart hadn't been lifted yet, so he said his thoughts. I know Daddy and Mommy are very good and treat me well. I shouldn't think like this. But I can't help but worry. What should I do? Qi Ying asked him back, When Mommy goes to work, I can't be at home with you. Are you worried that Mommy will forget about you? Qi shook his head as he walked. No, I know it's just that Mommy isn't by my side. But Mom will miss me, and she loves me. Qi Ying smiled. This is a sense of security, Xianxia. Daddy just joined us, and we haven't been together for long. You can't feel enough security yet. Daddy and I didn't handle it well. We apologize to you. However, it takes time to build trust, and it also requires constant practice. Mommy promises you that in about a month, Xianxia will feel like the happiest baby in the world. Xianxia nodded heavily. During the few minutes of talking, they walked back home from the entrance of the community. The person on the other side of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, and then said, "I'll be right there." Xianxia held the phone. His arm was sore, and the prop in his arms fell to the ground silently. A corner of the cardboard leaf was folded. "Will I wait for you at home? Will you come back now? Will you tell the teacher? Dad?" Xianxia's voice was choked, and the word dad made people's hearts tremble. Qiying's heart also ached. Xianxia often told her about what he saw in the kindergarten. The children in the aristocratic kindergarten were either rich or noble, and their personalities were more or less spoiled and willful. But under the guidance of the life teacher, they were generally friendly. Xianxia had always been happy and harmonious with them, and the teacher was also a psychology graduate, so she was relieved about his school life. Which Brad heard him with words. Just now, Xianxia's confession was intermittent, but she could still make out the ins and outs of the matter. Probably among the young actors in the play, there was a child from a powerful family who got the lead role through his family's connections. Because of this, he showed off in front of Xianxia. She didn't know if Xianxia getting such a role had anything to do with this matter. Thinking of this, Qiying's heart turned cold. Childhood experiences were too important to the shaping of a person's personality, and it was easy to leave a psychological shadow. She didn't expect that the common operation in the entertainment industry would happen early in kindergarten. Fortunately, Xianxia now had a father, and she hoped that the psychological damage would be mitigated. Xianxia walked forward worriedly, held the little guy's face, and wiped his tears with his thumb. His tender and soft skin was wet and stained with tears. Her heart ached terribly. Xianxia also looked up at Qiying. He pursed his lips, and the corners of his mouth were slightly tilted down. His grape-like eyes were covered with mist. He felt wronged and resentful, and he looked like he was holding back his tears. He was still holding the phone tightly. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jingyan's voice was clear, but obviously lowered. "Yes, wait for me at home." "I'll wait for you, Dad," Xianxia said seriously, with a hint of determination in his tone. Then, Qiying heard Lu Jingyan say in an extremely gentle voice, "All right, Xianxia, don't cry." His voice was so low that she thought he might be in a meeting. Although the National Day holiday was not over yet, Lu Jingyan had already thrown himself into work. Most of the subsidiary companies under Osher Group were huge in their respective fields. It was hard to imagine what kind of ability, courage, and time was needed to manage them so well. She understood that Lu Jingyan was busier than the average person. Therefore, she was very touched that he was willing to sacrifice his time to accompany Xianxia. Speaking of which, Lu Jingyan's temperament was far from what the rumors said. He was not as cold and indifferent as the domineering CEOs in romance novels. He was very good. He was a gentleman, elegant, and did a lot of things. After hanging up the phone, Xianxia wiped his tears with his chubby little hands. He sobbed softly and returned the phone to her. Then, he bent down to pick up the props lying on the ground and silently flattened the corners. Lu Jingyan was indeed in a meeting. However, he said to Jiang Chong beside him, "Help me finish the meeting. I have to leave first." Jiang Chong saw that Lu Jingyan's face had instantly darkened. He nodded with a serious face and didn't ask any more questions. After Lu Jingyan gestured, the leaders in the conference room nodded and flattered him. There was only awe on their faces. He strode away. It was the National Day holiday, so there was no rush hour. However, as one of the few first-tier cities in the country, City A was crowded at any time. It was difficult to move an inch. On the way to the west of the city, they would pass by the International Convention and Exhibition Center. Today was the International Auto Show, which was held once every 3 years, and the scene was quite grand. Even the widest central avenue of City A was jammed with cars going to the exhibition. The sound of car horns mixed together, and flags fluttered along the street. Lu Jingyan sat in the back seat and looked at his watch from time to time. After a few days of getting along, he knew that Qiqing was a sensible child. Qiqing had taught him well. However, just now, Qiqing cried, and his classmates said that he didn't have a father. Thinking of his absence for 4 years, Lu Jingyan felt a real pain in his heart. He wanted to go back to them immediately and tell them that he would always be there. The driver was badly battered, but there was nothing he could do. President Liu, it's too crowded. As the homeroom teacher, Lianqing had done enough homework on the children's family situation before school started. She remembered clearly that Qiqing's household register only showed Qiying's name from the beginning to the end. Single-parent families were not rare in today's society, but the impact on the children could not be ignored. Lianqing had tried to communicate with Qiying about this issue. Does Qiqing's father usually come to see him? At that time, she tried to ask in a relaxed tone, for fear of provoking the other party's fragile emotions. The beautiful woman shook her head. Qiqing doesn't even know that he has a father. He may not appear in Qiqing's life. Her eyes dimmed for a moment, and she continued, Teacher Li, I know I have neglected my duty. I have to trouble you. Lianqing imagined all kinds of possibilities with her many years of experience. Although Qiying didn't say it specifically, they all pointed to the same fact: this family was probably a tragedy. Just like a person drinking water, only the person who drinks it knows the temperature. She couldn't comment on it and just comforted him, don't say that, this is my duty. What's more, Qiqing is a very sensible child. He was so sensible that she couldn't tell what had happened to his family. That communication was a month ago. Unexpectedly, in just a month, this mysterious father not only appeared, but also took the initiative to call the homeroom teacher. It was obvious that he cared about the child. Lianqing silently crossed out the version of the story that Qiqing lost his father when he was young and felt happy for no reason. After imagining a lot of things in her mind, Lianqing came back to her senses and stamped her identity as a voice control freak. The voice on the other side of the phone was really pleasant to the ears. Although it was a little cold and full of deterrence, it was more in line with the image of a domineering president. Lianqing's heart beat faster. She replied, hello, hello. She threw the right to speak to the other party and pricked up her ears to prepare for pregnancy. But it seemed that the content of the conversation was not pleasant. Lu Jingyan described the situation in a few words and then said, I hope you can come forward and deal with it. After hearing that, Lianqing's heart sank. She didn't expect such a thing to happen. Tang Rong was tall and strong. She always bullied others and quarreled with the children. Qiqing, on the other hand, was pretty and sweet at a young age. She was always surrounded by girls. Perhaps jealousy towards the same sex began at this age. Although it had only been a month since the start of school, Tang Rong's gaze towards Qiqing was more or less filled with disgust. It wasn't difficult for her to understand Tang Rong's mentality. If she was guided, there was still a high chance that she would grow into a good child with good values. But, why did His Excellency want to get involved, and even add fuel to the fire by adding fuel to the fire? Lianqing was a little angry. Teacher Xianxia was in charge of everything from casting to rehearsal. She was a Philistine woman who was used to looking down on others. She usually didn't have a good relationship with Xianxia, so it was almost instinctive for her to distance herself from her. It was reasonable to say that this matter had nothing to do with her. From Lu Jingyan's tone, he didn't blame her at all. He just felt that it was more appropriate for her to come forward and deal with it. After all, Tang Rong was a student in her class. After Xianxia finished rehearsing the play, there was nothing for her to do. She couldn't be easily bribed with money to pay attention to the child's physical and mental development. Lianqing remembered the promise she had made to Qiying. In the garden, she would try her best to avoid the topic of her father and give Qiqing a harmonious living environment. A trace of guilt suddenly welled up in her heart. She promised again, I'll talk to Teacher Chung. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. However, the other party said, no need. Teacher Li, just coordinate the children's relationship. I'll take care of the rest. Lianqing understood what he meant and hurriedly agreed. For a simple-minded child like Qiqing, there was nothing happier than clearing this misunderstanding in front of the teachers and students. Lu Jingyan thanked her politely and asked, who's Tang Rong's father? Lianqing almost blurted out the answer. She froze for a moment and swallowed the words back. She explained, I'm very sorry. This is their privacy. I can't say. The other party didn't seem surprised. He thanked her again and hung up. Qiqing and Qiying worked for the whole morning. The large dining table was gradually filled with food. The entire dining room was filled with aroma. The sight and smell of the food made one's stomach rumble with hunger. Work made people happy. Qiqing's mood had long been turned upside down. He washed his hands and sat at the table with shining eyes. He was full of anticipation as he salivated at the delicious food. But, why isn't Dad here yet? Qiying also sat down next to him. She replied absent-mindedly, there's a traffic jam. Qiqing said gloomily, the traffic jam is terrible. Why doesn't Dad fly a plane? Qiying made up a story. Maybe it's because there's no place to park. Qiqing felt that Qiying was not talking about the matter at all. He suggested, Mom, let's move the trees on the rooftop to other places. Qiying's mood was the opposite of his. She was secretly nervous and her palms were sweating. She wanted to increase the progress bar, but it was a little unexpected that she would be able to meet the parents directly. Thinking about the attitude of her family towards Qiqing's father in the past few years, as the culprit, it was impossible for her not to be nervous. What's more, she and Lu Jingyan were not prepared for this matter. Unknowingly, they were betrayed by Qiqing and Mother Qiqing didn't want to give up. She replied fiercely, confess and I'll be lenient. Resist and I'll be strict. As soon as she sent the message, her phone vibrated. Qiying covered the screen and said to Jingjing, Mom, I need to take a call. Jingjing smiled meaningfully. Go ahead. Qiying sighed. She felt that her mom and auntie were laughing. She turned and walked into the study. She answered the phone and said in a low voice, Lu Jingyan, it's fine if you enter my house, but you also want to kick my mom out. Isn't that too much? Lu Jingyan was also stunned. I didn't. She said she wants to move to Dad's place, Lu Jingyan said thoughtfully, isn't it normal for parents to live together? But. Qiying choked for a moment. She suddenly remembered that in the year after Jingjing moved to the villa, Qi Yanqing only came home once. She was slightly distracted. Qi Yanqing was probably just busy. Pack up and move to my house tomorrow. Lu Jingyan said, I didn't kick Auntie Jing out. If you want, you can bring her over at any time. Qiying blushed. No, I can't be so casual. Qiqing's kindergarten still has a month of classes. Let's talk about it next semester. Jiang Ziqian met online celebrities at night, Jia Lu got divorced, and Xiao Yan fell in love. Are you unfamiliar with these three things? Not unfamiliar. They were all on Weibo's hot search list and only came down after a few days. The paparazzi who exposed these things are the same person. Then he's very good. She's Tong Jiaxu. Qiying was shocked. Isn't she an actress? She's changing careers, Lu Jingyan said seriously. I'm not afraid of public opinion, but I'm afraid that public opinion will hurt you and Qiqing. The next day, the principal regretfully announced the cancellation of the play. Qingya resigned because of bribery and the kindergarten returned to normal. Tang Rong became very quiet. He walked alone by the artificial lake and kicked the stones on the road. His little sidekick didn't follow him because Tang Rong's eyes were gloomy and scary today. Lianqing looked around the kindergarten and finally found Tang Rong near the rockery. She followed him silently for a while, then said to him in a gentle tone, Tang Rong, let's go and apologize to Qiqing, okay? Tang Rong didn't look at Lianqing. I don't want it. Tang Rong. Lianqing took the initiative to hold his hand. The kindergarten will also organize a performance on Children's Day. If you perform well, you still have a chance to be the male lead. Tang Rong struggled for a while before finally calming down. He muttered, who cares about the male lead? Lianqing smiled and led him into the classroom. Qiqing was building blocks with the other children, smiling brightly. Qiqing raised his head and saw Tang Rong walking in. His hands froze. He couldn't let go of what Tang Rong had said yesterday. Lianqing pulled Tang Rong's hand and said softly, "Good boy, let's apologize to Qi. But she didn't expect Tang Rong's eyes to suddenly turn red. He said in a fierce tone, "Why should I apologize?" The children in the class all looked over with timid faces. Lianqing was stunned. She was worried that Tang Rong would lose control of his emotions and things would develop in a worse direction. She quickly squatted down to comfort him. "Didn't we agree on the way?" Tang Rong tried to break free from Lianqing's arms and shouted, "Qi, you don't have a father. You think you and Teacher Li are working together to lie to me. Do you think I'll believe it? If you have the ability, bring your father to the kindergarten to show us." The teacher said a few words. "It's fake." Qi was anxious and shouted at him. "Don't talk nonsense. I have a father. My father." Qi words stopped abruptly. Lu Jingyan flipped his hand and restrained him. His voice was cold and deep. "Calm down." Qi eyes were filled with anger. "Calm down? What right do you have to ask me to calm down?" Jing frowned. After a short silence, he shouted, "Qi Yu ignored Jing and broke free from Lu Jingyan's grip. He said angrily, "Lu Jingyan, you look like a gentleman, but you're actually such a coward. My sister won't be fooled by you again." Qi took Qi to a nearby convenience store to buy snacks, so Lu Jingyan went first and they followed behind. They arrived at the villa 5 minutes later. It was May. The peonies and irises in the courtyard had bloomed, and the purple, blue, and blue flowers were beautiful. However, Qi heard the commotion at home and had no time to appreciate it. She held Qi hand and quickened her pace. When she got closer, she saw Lu Jingyan standing outside the door. Qi was blocking the door, not letting him in. They were confronting each other with a tense atmosphere. She shouted anxiously, "Brother." When Qi heard her, he turned and saw Qi. The weather was getting hotter. She was wearing a short skirt, revealing her fair and slender legs. However, standing next to Lu Jingyan, she still looked petite. Her fair face was a little red because of her agitation, and her dark eyes were filled with blame. Qi's eyes darkened. He quickly reached out, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her behind him. He was very angry, so he used a little more strength. Qi delicate skin quickly turned red. Qi was stunned. He squeezed through the gap between them and threw himself into Jing's arms. Grandma, why are Uncle and Dad fighting?" Jing didn't answer. He bent down and picked up Qi, then went upstairs to the room. The sound insulation of the villa was very good. Jing locked the door, and the sound of the argument downstairs was blocked out. Qi frowned and tugged at Jing's sleeve. "Grandma, hurry up and persuade Uncle." Jing had his own thoughts. He muttered, "I accept your father, but it doesn't mean that he didn't do anything wrong. It's good to let Uncle teach him a lesson." Qi was distressed. "Daddy is so pitiful." Qi raised her head and looked at Qiyu. Her eyes were bright and her tone was sincere. "Brother, it's not Lu Jingyan's fault. Don't blame him. Back then, the original owner of this body had a crush on Lu Jingyan. That was why she entered his room. The original owner of the body didn't dare to tell her family, and she didn't have the chance to talk about it. Qiyu didn't know." Being stared at by her, Qiyu's heart ached as he interrupted her, "Little sister, are you stupid? You're still speaking up for him even now. Where was he when you were having morning sickness? Where was he when you were in the delivery room? Could it be that you've forgotten? You became pessimistic because of him and even knelt down for him." Lu Jingyan's body trembled and his slightly bent fingers froze. Qi frowned and said hurriedly, "Brother, don't say any more." Qiyu grabbed Qi wrist and ordered her, "You can't be with him." Lu Jingyan's gaze was fixed on the place where their skin touched. Her wrist was slender and fair, but now it was red and swollen. Lu Jingyan knew his mistake and understood Qiyu's feelings, but he still couldn't help but say, "Let go of her." Qiyu looked at him unkindly and said in a stiff and alienated tone, "It's not your turn to intervene in our family's affairs." Lu Jingyan still didn't look away. He hesitated slightly. The Lu family's upbringing was strict, and he was carefully trained in all aspects. After all, he had practiced martial arts before, so he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when fighting. He frowned and quickly removed the force from Qiyu's hand. He held Qi Ying's hand and pulled her to his side. His palms were cold, and Qi Ying's heart trembled slightly. Qi Qing pricked up his ears and pressed his whole body against the wall. His eyebrows were solemn. After a while, he bounced off the wall and said anxiously, "No, no, Grandma, Uncle and Dad are quarreling again. They'll definitely get hurt." Qi Qing glanced at Jing. Without waiting for Jing to speak, he turned the door handle and went out sideways through the crack of the door. He strode and ran downstairs quickly. Although Qi Qing's legs were short, his steps were very steady, and he soon reached the first floor. Sure enough, Qiyu was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. He started to fight with Lu Jingyan. Qi Ying thought that if she was the original body, she would have hugged Lu Jingyan and cried unscrupulously at this moment. After all, such passionate feelings ran through her entire youth. Thinking of this, the corners of her eyes turned sour. Those memories were so distant, but she unexpectedly felt a little sympathetic. It was as if they were part of her emotional system, but it also didn't seem to be. Lu Jingyan's facial features were still handsome up close. His thin lips were extremely sexy, and his skin was fair and flawless. He was so tall, and when he kissed her from above, it was with an irresistible domineering aura. He pried open her sparkling white teeth and drove straight in, as if he wanted to rob the thin air between her soft lips and tongue. Qi Ying trembled slightly. A numb feeling spread throughout her body, and her breathing began to become chaotic. But she still couldn't ignore the anxiety in her heart. It hurt a little, as if she was avoiding something. She tried her best to resist this strange feeling and responded to him seriously. Qi Ying grabbed the corner of Lu Jingyan's shirt tightly. Her slender hands were so soft that they seemed to be boneless. Lu Jingyan looked into her blurred eyes and couldn't help but let out a low moan. Without giving her a chance to breathe, he kissed her aggressively and passionately. When Qi Ying walked home, her footsteps were still a little weak. The spray bottle in her hand was heavier than usual. Her cheeks were flushed, and her soft lips were as red as cherries. Qi Ying subconsciously touched the corner of her lips. It was warm, as if a lifetime had passed. When she returned home, she found that the villa was quiet. A lot of things were moved to the Lu residence this week, so it seemed a little empty. Only Qiyu was sitting on the sofa in the living room. His body leaned forward slightly, his forearms resting on his thighs, and his hands hanging naturally. His head was lowered, so his expression couldn't be seen clearly, but the atmosphere around him was heavy. After a while, he realized that Qi Ying had returned home. He looked at her with a complicated gaze. Qi Ying was afraid that Qiyu would notice something, so she tilted her head slightly and asked in a low voice, "Brother, where's Dad?" Qiyu's voice was a little hoarse. "He has to attend a banquet in F City tonight. He just left." Qi Ying was slightly surprised. Leaving so soon? Qi Yanqing and Qiyu went back and forth between cities as naturally as she went from home to school. Dad and Mom had a big fight. They wanted to talk to you, but when they went out, they saw you and Lu Jingyan. Qiyu pursed his lips and looked away. He coughed awkwardly. Ahem, so they didn't say anything and left. Qi Ying's brain went blank for a moment. Oh. It was so awkward that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Seeing her standing there, Qiyu beckoned her over. "Come here." Qi Ying glanced at Qiyu from the corner of her eyes. There wasn't much joy on his face. But in front of her, no matter how strict he was, his words were gentle. Qi Ying wasn't afraid of him, but she felt awkward and slowly moved in front of Qiyu. Qiyu paused for a moment before speaking, as if it took him a lot of courage. "I don't object to you and Lu Jingyan being together. But there's only one thing. You can't side with outsiders," Qiyu said. "If Lu Jingyan does anything to let you down again, you must tell me. I'll beat him up." Qi Ying pretended to believe that Qiyu could beat him and nodded seriously. "Thank you, brother." Jingjing and Qi Yanqing were in a cold war. Jingjing had said before that he wanted to move to Qi Yanqing's place, but it didn't happen in the end. Qi Ying then realized that her parents didn't have a good relationship. Rather than saying that they were in a cold war because of her and Lu Jingyan, it was better to say that they had always been in a cold war. And she herself was quite estranged from Qi Yanqing. After transmigrating, she had only seen her father twice. She always thought that Qi Yanqing was very busy because the family business was in trouble, so he couldn't take time out. Now that she thought about it, it wasn't just because he was busy. Maybe he didn't want to see her. Qi Yanqing's attitude towards Lu Jingyan was that he didn't support him, but he had never expressed his attitude in front of Qi Ying. Qi Ying didn't want to be bound by the family's rules and regulations. With the support of Jingjing and Qiyu, the process of moving didn't stop. Lu Jingyan had the upper hand, and his eyes were full of smiles. Qi Ying couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. Jingjing said that she wanted to stay in the villa alone. Qi Ying couldn't bear it. Jingjing was old and had undergone surgery in the past. Her life was hanging by a thread, so her physical fitness would more or less decline. After asking Lu Jingyan, she considered bringing Jingjing to the Lu residence. The Lu residence was very big. It didn't lack a room and a pair of chopsticks. Jingjing didn't want to leave, saying that she couldn't bear to leave this place. After all, this was a place where she had lived for decades. Qi Ying couldn't tell whether this reason was true or not, but since Jingjing insisted, she couldn't force her. The day of the photo shoot for Stabbing Myself was also the last day before they moved and Qiqing transferred to another school. In the kindergarten, the children surrounded Qiqing and chattered non-stop, trying to persuade him to stay. Qingqing, are you really leaving? Qingqing, don't be angry because of Tang Rong. We don't want you to leave. Qingqing, I haven't given you the toys I promised you. My father is still abroad and hasn't come back yet. Ye's eyes were the most red. She grabbed the corner of his shirt and said, Qingqing, don't go. Don't go. Tang Rong, on the other hand, was huddled in a corner. She didn't have her usual hostility and didn't say a word. Just then, a middle-aged man walked in from the front door. He was the director of The Assassin of Myself, Jiang Lang. He was in his 40s and looked mature. Jiang Lang said, Xianxia, how's it going? Is it done? Xianxia replied, not yet. We have to speed it up, Jiang Lang said. The notice has been sent out. All the actors have to come on time. Geng Shitong's face turned pale, but she calmed herself down and smiled at the camera. Xianxia quickly pressed the shutter and flipped through the original film on the camera. His eyes narrowed. Not bad this time. Geng Shitong debuted with her acting skills, so she was quite smart. It was just that she wasn't in a good state just now, so it took some time. Xianxia showed the original film to Jiang Lang, and Jiang Lang nodded. Okay. Geng Shitong was done with her shoot. She gestured for her assistant to take her bag and walked straight to Qi Ying. Qi Ying didn't know what was going on, but she still smiled and said, hello, senior. Geng Shitong sized Qi Ying up from head to toe, thinking that she was indeed the girl in the photo. She laughed self-deprecatingly and said, you're Qi Ying? The female lead of director Gu's new film? I'm Qi Ying. Qi Ying could hear the frivolity in Geng Shitong's words, so she said coldly, I'm not the female lead. I'm just a supporting role. You're being modest. Geng Shitong said in an unfriendly tone, Director Gu will use a supporting role as the first promotional picture? Qi Ying wanted to ask Geng Shitong for an autograph for Zhao Wan, but she gave up. No matter how dense she was, she could tell that Geng Shitong didn't like her. Qi Ying said, Director Gu has his own arrangements. Geng Shitong snorted and walked past her. The team was huge. Even after walking out for a long time, the fragrance of her hair still lingered in the air. She's always like that, Su Lan said to Qi Ying. Do you know each other? It seemed that there was a conflict. I don't know her. Qi Ying shook her head. I thought she had a soft and cute personality. She was really different from the fake persona on Weibo. That's because of the team's marketing. Su Lan was not surprised. The path to stardom is too smooth. They're very delicate. At this moment, Jiang Lang also noticed Qi Ying. He called her over and said to her, hello, Qi Ying. I'm Jiang Lang, the executive director of Stabbing Myself. Qi Ying had thought he looked familiar before. So it was Jiang Lang. He had acted in several popular dramas, so many netizens knew him. But in his impression, Jiang Lang seemed to be the director of Osher Media? Did he jump ship? Jiang Lang's gaze was especially sharp. With just a glance, it gave people a feeling of boldness. Jiang didn't have time to think and hurriedly said, "Hello, Director Jiang. With me, there's no such thing as close or distant. I only treat everyone equally," Jiang Lang reminded her. "If you don't act well, I won't be soft-hearted to anyone." Jiang didn't know that Lu Jingyan had invested in stabbing myself, nor did she understand the meaning behind Jiang Lang's words. She thought that it was good to treat everyone equally. She liked directors with principles. She nodded repeatedly. "I'll work hard." She was looking forward to this drama. It made her feel that she was very close to her dream. The regrets of her previous life gradually disappeared. Jiang Lang looked at Qi Ying's sparkling eyes and couldn't help but look at her again. The girl's face was delicate and beautiful. She looked pale and weak against the makeup. Jiang Lang was satisfied, but he still said solemnly, "Get into the state of the character." She couldn't look like she was now with sparkling eyes. Su Lan finally helped Qi Ying adjust her makeup and smiled at her. "Good luck." "Okay, thank you, Sister Su." Qi Ying also smiled at her and then walked to the studio. There were no scenes or other characters here. The studio was white and the lights were a little dazzling. Qi Ying recalled the plot and put herself in the situation of the second female lead. She was the second oldest in the family. After her older sister was born, her parents wanted another boy, so they gave birth to her. Her father's family was feudal and favored boys over girls. Not long after she was born, her parents began to quarrel endlessly. Not long after, their marriage broke up. Her mother vented her anger on her. She would be scolded if she made a little mistake. She was always trembling with fear and treading on thin ice. Not long after, her mother changed her marriage with her older sister. Later, her father had a son who was 3 years older than her older sister. He was the male lead and had a cold personality. Her older sister was warm and cheerful and likable. She was inferior and timid. She was full of negative energy and would always be forgotten by others. In an instant, Qi Ying's sparkling eyes were filled with inferiority, hesitation, and timidity. Jiang Lang was very shocked. She was talking and laughing with the stylist just a second ago. How did she get into the mood in the next second? He had been working as a director for so many years, and even the best actors he had seen couldn't change their emotions so quickly. There was a row of exclamation marks in his heart. Since Osher Media took over the production of Stabbing Myself, Lu Jingyan asked him to terminate all the contracts of the protagonists and supporting roles selected by the former director Qi Hongqing, pay a large sum of liquidated damages, and then reselect them with harsh conditions. During the whole process, only Qi Ying, who played the second female lead, was left. There was a rumor in the production team that Qi Ying was the candidate chosen by Lu Jingyan. Although there was no certainty, Qi Ying was indeed the only newcomer in the crew. She was even a newcomer who hadn't even debuted. "What should we do?" Qi Ying pushed Lu Jingyan and said softly, "Go in." His muscles were firm and strong, and his skin was delicate and smooth, but it was hot. Qi Ying blushed. Lu Jingyan frowned slightly and walked back to the bathroom with a bad expression. Qi Ying breathed a sigh of relief and patted her face. After calming down a little, she opened the door. Qi Qing immediately rushed in, bringing with him the milky fragrance of baby shower gel. Qi Qing's round black eyes looked around the bedroom. Just like when he left, there was only a warm orange night light in the room. The light was dim, and there was no sound of water coming from the bathroom. After making sure that there was no one else, Qi Qing pouted. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Why did you lock Qingqing outside? Aren't you sleeping with Qingqing?" Qi Qing was wearing a set of cotton pajamas and a pair of Peppa Pig slippers. His chubby face was especially cute. Qi Ying smiled. "I just changed. It's not convenient to be seen, so I locked it." "Huh? Change?" Qi Qing looked at Qi Ying suspiciously. "Mom, you were wearing this just now. I looked at it for a long time. I remember." Qi Ying pinched Qi Qing's bouncy cheeks. "Why are you so curious?" "Mommy will change the clothes inside." Qi Qing lowered his eyes. Oh. Where did you go just now? Dad helped me take a shower and let me lie on the bed to sleep. I suddenly wanted to poop, but Dad was taking a shower, so I went outside to use the toilet. Qing raised her eyebrows. Dad helped you take a shower? Yes. Qing nodded. Dad said that there are differences between men and women, so he won't let you take a shower for me in the future. Dad said that either he will help me take a shower, or I will learn to take a shower myself. Qing's heart warmed. Yes, Dad is right. You have grown up. You have to be aware of your gender. Speaking of bathing, she recalled the scene just now, and her heartbeat quickened. Seeing Qing blushing, Qing couldn't help but worry about her forehead. Mom, why is your face so hot? Do you have a fever? Oh right, where's Dad? At this moment, the door behind Qing opened with a click. Qing was startled. Lu Jingyan stood at the bathroom door. He was wearing silk pajamas with a slightly open collar, revealing his delicate collarbones and firm muscles. Qing turned around and saw him. He said in surprise, Daddy, you're here. Ching. Lu Jingyan looked down at Qing. You went to the toilet very quickly. His voice was low and magnetic, carrying an innate deterrent force. Qing subconsciously took a step back. Oh my God, there's no poop. Didn't you just say? Qing felt wronged and the corners of his mouth drooped. I wanted to, but I didn't want to come out. Lu Jingyan was helpless. He bent down and rubbed Qing's hair. His tone was gentle. I'll ask Auntie Wen to make you some honey later. Thank you, Dad. Qing was touched and sniffed. Mom seems to have a fever. Dad, let's call the doctor. Lu Jingyan immediately frowned. He approached Qing and put his hand on her forehead. Do you have a fever? Qing was embarrassed and said dryly, No, go away. It's a little hot. Lu Jingyan did not hesitate. He took out a thermometer from the drawer and handed it to her. Take it. Qing felt guilty. She took Lu Jingyan's hand and held it. I don't have a fever. My palm is still sweating. Be good. Lu Jingyan's tone was lower. Do you want me to take your temperature? The warmth of his lips disappeared in an instant, bringing with it a dense electric current. Qing pried his fingers away and said angrily, I'm leaving. Okay. The corners of Lu Jingyan's lips curled up slightly. He looked at her and said, Eat more and drink less. Anuxi Hotel was unique. Unlike the magnificent decorations of other hotels and clubhouses, this place was mainly dark blue. It was like a quiet night sky, but also like the vast sea. It was easy to calm one's heart. Qing came late, and most of the crew had already taken their seats. Jiang Lang sat in the seat of honor and motioned for her to go over. Are you sick? Qing's lips were still a little pale, but it was covered by the lip gloss. She smiled and said, I'm fine now. Jiang Lang saw that her expression was normal and said, Can you come tomorrow when we start filming? Qing nodded. Yes. Okay. After a simple conversation, Jiang Lang walked to the door to answer the phone. Qing looked around. Only the entrance and the seat beside Gung Shirtong were empty. She walked to the door. Qing was halfway there when Qi Yuan greeted her. He narrowed his eyes and said in a clear voice, Qing, we meet again. Qing had left in a hurry just now, so she didn't notice that Qi Yuan was also there. Surprise flashed through her eyes. Hello, Senior Qi Yuan. Currently, the lineup for Stabbing Myself hadn't been made public yet, so she wondered if she should tell Jiang Ningning about it. There were a few male celebrities sitting on Qi Yuan's right. When they heard Qi Yuan speak, they all looked at Qing. Her skin was fair and tender, and her smile was pure and warm. She was wearing a pink dress, which accentuated her curvaceous figure. She was stunning. The second male lead, Yin Anlin's eyes lit up and he asked, Who is this beautiful girl? Qi Yuan introduced Qi Ying, played by Jiang Wanwan. So it's the second female lead. Yin Anlin reached out his hand. Happy working with you. Qi Ying shook his hand and smiled gently. Senior, please advise me. After some small talk, Qi Ying walked to her seat. When she passed by Gung Shirtong, she did not slow down. Geng Shitong suddenly said coldly, "This seat belongs to Sister Jinyan." Qing didn't intend to sit next to Geng Shitong, but in order to respond to her, she had to stop. "I know." Geng Shitong looked at Qing coldly. Yesterday, when she took the final makeup photo, she looked delicate and soft. Who would have thought that after putting on some light makeup today, her whole person would become warm and bright? This once again poked at her sore spot. In the beginning, the salary offered by Peiyu was not high. Even though the original novel Assassin of Myself was very popular, celebrities with slightly higher traffic still did not accept it. After a period of time, Peiyu increased the pay several times and recruited new actors. Geng Shitong and Jing Jinyan had worked together before and communicated with each other in private. She knew that Jing Jinyan wanted to audition for the female lead. She definitely could not win, so she wanted to take the second female lead. However, the director's team gave a unified answer. She doesn't fit the temperament and image of the second female lead. Geng Shitong's team created the image of a soft-tempered girl for her, but they actually said that she did not fit the image. Geng Shitong held back her anger and took the third female lead. She had always wanted to see what the so-called temperament of the actress looked like. When she saw Qing yesterday, Geng Shitong comforted herself that Qing did look inferior and timid than her. This was innate. She could not choose it. However, tonight, Qing was young and beautiful. With a pure and bright smile, she was the focus of the crowd. Where was the shadow of inferiority and timidness? Where was she innate? Geng Shitong did not know that although it was Lu Jingyan's request that Jiang Lang rejected other stars, he also thought that Geng Shitong was not suitable for the second female lead. Geng Shitong was competitive. No matter how well she was packaged, there was still a sharp arrogance in her bones. When Geng Shitong played a beggar, she became popular not because she was pitiful, but because of her stubborn eyes and stubbornness. In a tragic situation, her resistance to fate and unwillingness to admit defeat infected many people. Seeing everyone looking at her, Geng Shitong raised her voice and said, "Since you're a newcomer, you should act like a newcomer. You're late, so you can't blame others for not having a good seat." Those who were determined to scam others would only speak more energetically. Qing knew that she was late and did not perform the etiquette of a junior. However, she did not want to talk to Geng Shitong and went straight to the door. Geng Shitong's heart skipped a beat. The threshold for signing a contract with Osher was so high. How could Qing sign it? Her voice became shrill. "Didn't you just tell me that you didn't sign the contract?" "I said I was going to sign it." Qing glanced at her and said coldly, "Although you are a senior, you'd better not talk to me in this tone. I'll respect you only if you respect me." Geng Shitong sneered. Signing a contract with Osher is a big deal. Are all the artists of Osher so arrogant? Jing Jinyan sneered. What do you mean? Geng Shitong was unhappy. Sister Jinyan, why do you always want to blackmail me? You don't allow others to talk about it. Jing Jinyan protected Qing behind her. Since my sister is coming to Osher, she and I are under the same roof. Geng Shitong seemed to have heard a joke. After all, I'm an outsider. But being an outsider has its advantages. I don't know who I should be careful of. Shitong, you talk too much today. Jing Jinyan said coldly and turned to leave. She was a little irritable. Everyone knew about Jing Jinyan's status in Osher Entertainment. Now, Qing had just debuted and got the second female lead in Stabbing Myself, and Gao Nan was her agent. Wasn't it obvious that they wanted to promote her? In the same company, they had more resources. Her sense of crisis was no less than Geng Shitong's. Qing didn't want to continue to deal with Geng Shitong, so she went to the dressing room to meet Su Lan. Shui Tang muttered along the way. Why is Geng Shitong like this? She's as soft as a persimmon in front of people, but she's so arrogant behind people's backs. When her real appearance was announced, fans and passers-by would be surprised. Qing thought of Su Lan's words and suddenly missed the time when they were shooting Green Sunday. At that time, most of the crew were newcomers. They understood each other's difficulties and there was not so much intrigue. Even if there was, they wouldn't say it out loud. Everyone was friendly. Soon after, they came to the dressing room. Su Lan and Gao Nan also knew each other and chatted for a while. Sulan knew that Qiying was about to sign Osher. She smiled and said, "The day before yesterday, I said that Osher would definitely want you. Was my prediction right, or did you secretly sign him without telling me?" Qiying smiled and said, "I decided to sign it yesterday." Sulan was also very happy. "It's good that you signed it. Only a big company like Osher has enough platforms for you to grow." Qiying quickly finished her makeup and changed her clothes. When she walked out, everyone couldn't help but look at her. The character she played, Jiang Wanwan, was a young girl with low self-esteem. She was the type who didn't even dare to raise her head when acquaintances walked past her. If a person's mental state was not good, their complexion would not be good either. Jiang Wanwan was slightly anorexic and ate very little at every meal. She looked haggard and weak. Sulan did not put on Qiying's lipstick to show off her complexion. Qiying's complexion was dull, her lips were pale, and her hair hung down slightly. The large t-shirt covered the curves of her body, revealing a pair of slender legs. She looked weak and frail, making people feel sorry for her. No matter who put on this makeup, they would look dry and sickly. However, Qiying's facial features were exquisite, and there was a different kind of beauty. Shuatang's heart trembled as she looked at her. She whispered, "If President Liu saw your current appearance, he would be heartbroken." Qiying pursed her lips and smiled. Sulan made the corners of her eyes droop. Her smile was a little forced, and it was very moving. Shuatang immediately started to cry. When Yin Anlin saw Qiying, he called her little sister Daiyu. Jing Jinyan and Qiying were sisters in the drama and acted together a lot. Jiang Zhaozhao was enthusiastic and cheerful, warm and healing. Her personality was the complete opposite of Jiang Wanwan's. Jing Jinyan usually didn't talk much and had a cold attitude. Now that she was bright and smiling, she was very eye-catching. Only Gun Shirtong acted as herself. The third female lead had her strengths, but she also had her weaknesses. She didn't look much different from her usual image, so no one paid much attention to her. Today's scenes were mainly about Jing Jinyan, Qi Yuan, and Qiying. They were a family that had reorganized their family. The first scene was the scene between Jing Jinyan and Qi Yuan. After all, Jing Jinyan was a movie queen. Although she was a little arrogant, her ability gave her the right to be proud. For a novel to be popular, the protagonist's character must be very clear. Jiang Zhaozhao's role was not difficult, and Jing Jinyan easily handled it. With the movie King Qi Yuan, the filming went unexpectedly smoothly. In the next scene, Qiying was about to go on stage. Qiying was still reciting her lines until she went on stage, over and over again. Shuatang thought she was nervous and kept patting her back. "Don't be nervous. Qi Yuan and Jing Jinyan are movie queens and movie kings. They have acted for many years. It's your first time acting in a drama. It's okay if you don't act well. Everyone will understand. We'll just do our best." Dihayu saw Qiying sitting upright, but Shuatang's hands were trembling. He couldn't help but say, "Stop talking. Why do I feel like you're the one who's nervous?" Jiang Ningning and Qiying were completely stunned. At the same time, everyone screamed and looked at them. "It seems that our first prize winner is an audience member." The host stirred up the emotions. "Next, let's invite her to our stage. Qi Yuan will personally give her the first prize of this concert." Qiying looked up amidst the dazzling sea of lights. A staff member in a gown was walking towards her seat from the stage. She was anxious and quickly pulled Jiang Ningning to her seat. "Ningning, change seats." Jiang Ningning was completely dumbfounded. She nodded and stood up, then shook her head. "No, no," Jiang Ningning pulled her hand back forcefully, and Qiying staggered back. Qiying was about to cry. "Haven't you always liked Qi Yuan? The staff member is coming. Quickly change seats." Jiang Ningning blushed and said, "You don't know. I used illness as an excuse to skip tonight's filming. I secretly came to watch this concert. If the director and manager find out, they'll scold me to death. Why do you care so much at this time? If you like him, you should go. Didn't you enter the entertainment industry for Qi Yuan? My manager won't allow me to watch the concert, and he won't allow me to make such a big fuss. Sigh, I really can't do it this time." At this time, Qi Ying's face was projected on the big screen at the side of the stage. After the thesis defense, she changed into a fresh dress. Her long black hair fell on her shoulders, and her arms and legs were fair and slender. The light in the audience was dim, but it couldn't hide her beautiful figure. However, Qi Ying was still pushing and shoving Jiang Ningning. Jiang Ningning said anxiously, "Don't worry about me. If you don't go after winning the lottery, aren't you not giving Qi Yuan face?" As soon as she finished speaking, the staff member had already walked to Qi Ying. "Madam, please come on stage with me." "Thank you, but this seat is actually mine." Qi Ying tried to raise her voice, but her voice was soon drowned out by the shouts of the fans. Qi Ying had no choice. She took one last look at Jiang Ningning before following him. The inner court was not far from the stage, but along the way, the fans looked at her with envy, jealousy, and hatred, as if they wanted to see through her. The host's eyes lit up when he saw Qi Ying. He smiled and said, "Our staff has brought the lucky audience to the stage." Qi Yuan raised his eyebrows and turned off the microphone. "It's actually you." Qi Ying's lips moved slightly. "Actually, this ticket was bought by my friend," Qi Yuan whispered. "Since you're already here, give me some face." Then, Qi Ying appeared clearly on the big screen, standing side by side with Qi Yuan. The fans immediately started shouting. "Miss, your legs are so long, so long, so long, just like a teenage girl's manhua. Although I don't want to admit it, my love rival is so beautiful. Oh my god. He looks a little familiar? What is Yuan talking to her about? Ah, hubby, turn on the microphone. What are the organizers doing? My heart is being tortured watching a concert. I'm so angry. Otherwise, how can I tempt you to buy the tickets for the next show? Does Yuan need to market her tickets? We'll definitely buy them." Below her feet was a huge crowd, and the flickering lights were as dazzling as the stars. What's there to apologize for? Lu Jingyan's heart sank as he gently helped her put on her clothes. The heat all over his body made him extremely uncomfortable. He restrained himself and comforted her with a hoarse voice, "Where are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine." Qi Ying sobbed sadly. She turned away from him and buried her face in the seat. She thought that after being reborn, she would become stronger and stronger. She didn't expect to have so many tears left. Like a broken string of beads, they fell desperately, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances of her previous lives. But what grievances did she have? Lu Jingyan only touched her because she agreed and even longed for it. However, the unknown grief and sadness kept stimulating her tear ducts and taking over her heart. Qi Ying cried harder and harder. She couldn't stop at all. His thin and weak shoulders were trembling nonstop, and his fair skin was covered with red marks that had just been tossed about. "I won't touch you in the future, okay?" Lu Jingyan panicked. His heart hurt as if glass had been broken. His hands were shaking and his voice was trembling. "Don't cry. I'm sorry." Qi Ying wiped her tears and turned around. Her cheeks were covered with tears. Her eyes were slightly red and swollen. She looked at him with watery eyes. "Don't apologize. It has nothing to do with you." Lu Jingyan asked carefully, "You? Are you still feeling unwell?" His eyebrows were deeply furrowed. His bow tie was untied and his shirt was wrinkled. He looked indescribably embarrassed. "I'm not feeling unwell." Qi Ying felt sad and hugged him tightly. "Don't not touch me. It's not that I don't want you to touch me. But it's useless for me to be pretentious. Can you give me a chance?" "I'm sorry, Lu Jingyan." The light in the bedroom was soft and gentle. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Qi Ying felt like she was in a dream. She seduced Lu Jingyan in the car, but at the last moment, she pushed him away. Qi Ying endured the shame and recalled the scene many times, but she couldn't figure out the reason. Lu Jingyan came out of the shower and saw Qi Ying standing pitifully at the bathroom door. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" Qi Ying looked away and said in a muffled voice, "I feel sorry for you." Lu Jingyan said softly, "I said it's okay." Qi Ying looked at Lu Jingyan's face out of the corner of her eye and asked uncertainly, "You're not angry?" It's not the first time I ran away after being teased by you, Lu Jingyan said in a low voice, his eyes filled with helpless affection. What's there to be angry about? I didn't do it on purpose. Qiying held his hand and fiddled with his long fingers. I don't know why either, there's still a long way to go. I'm not in a hurry. Lu Jingyan comforted her. Don't feel bad, okay? Qiying answered in low spirits. She didn't want to tell him that she also had similar palpitations when they kissed. It wasn't as strong and intense, but it was still unbearable. However, she liked his kisses and even his domineering demands. She liked his gentleness and sweetness. She didn't want to lose these. Lu Jingyan rubbed her hair and asked tentatively, Are you still feeling bad? I'll ask Shinjin to take a look. Qiying shook her head immediately. She didn't want Shinjin to diagnose her psychological problems and sex. It was related to this matter. Qiying turned on her phone and saw a string of missed calls from Gaonan. She had fallen into a low mood and hadn't heard them. She immediately called back and sincerely apologized. Gaonan sounded relaxed. It's okay. I just called to tell you that you did a good job just now. You earned a lot of traffic for free and didn't cause any negative impact. Qi Yuan has a lot of traffic, so you must keep a distance from him in public. Otherwise, if Qi Yuan's fans tear you apart, normal female artists can't handle it, let alone a newcomer. Okay. Are you free now? You can post some selfies on Weibo. My schoolmate took a picture of me this afternoon. She'll send it to me when she's done. Which group should I post? Lu Jingyan was just tucking her in. It was a casual action, but it was so gentle that she couldn't take her eyes off it. Qiying looked at him attentively and said softly, Except for the half a month when I was in Z City, I slept with Qingqing every day. I'm not used to being separated so suddenly. Okay, then hug it. Lu Jingyan took out a pillow from somewhere and put it in her arms. You're sending me away like this. Qiying looked down and hugged the soft doll, smiling helplessly. Lu Jingyan's eyes were gentle. He leaned down and kissed her lips with the fragrance of mint. Qiying wrapped the quilt tightly and smiled. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Have you been busy recently? Lu Jingyan smiled. Go to sleep first. You'll be fine once you're done with this. Qiying was slightly dazed. She rarely saw such a smile on his face. It was full of confidence. It was as if he belonged to the king of the business world. She was also happy. She held Lu Jingyan's hand and looked at him with a gentle and pure gaze. Rest early. Good night. Good night. Qiying fell asleep quickly. She didn't know what time the lights were on and how long Lu Jingyan had been working. At night, she subconsciously went to pick up the person beside her. What she touched was no longer a small ball of meat, but a man's thin and strong waist. It was very powerful and reassuring. The next day was Saturday. The crew didn't have a holiday. However, Qiying only needed to shoot in the morning. She didn't have any scenes in the afternoon. When Qiying set off in the morning, Qicheng was still asleep. He was sleeping soundly as usual. His independence never disappoints. He would do whatever he was asked to do. A smile appeared in Qi Ying's eyes. She kissed Qicheng's cheek and left. Shuatang, Zhai Haoyu, Ji Sun, and Lin Song were waiting for her at the door in the same Lincoln. Ji Sun was Master Ji, the bodyguard that Qiyu had hired for her. He was tall and strong. Lin Song was also a member of Ji Sun's team. He was 1.9 meters tall and had a pair of fierce eagle eyes. Ji Sun and Lin Song had passed Lu Jingyan's test in an unknown way and had gained his trust. Qi Ying's fame had not reached the point where she would be surrounded by fans. Lu Jingyan still asked them to follow her closely. Shuatang was very excited. Along the way, she kept asking about Qi Ying's concert. You're the real lucky one. A concert with 40,000 people in the stadium. The first prize is 1 in a million. I'm almost suspecting that Qi Yuan was the one who gave it to you. Speaking of the concert, Qiying couldn't help but think of Jiang Ningning's cold hands. Her chest felt a little stuffy. That ticket was bought by my friend. She likes Qi Yuan very much. If I didn't go, maybe she would be the one hugging Qi Yuan. But the person sitting in that seat was you. Shuatang didn't think it was a big deal. She patted her shoulder. Luck is hard to predict. If you didn't go, she might have given the ticket to someone else. Even if she didn't, she might not have been chosen. It's the butterfly effect. Okay, don't take it to heart. Good luck originally belonged to you. Shuatang's words weren't without reason. Qi Ying's nod in her heart eased a lot. She smiled and nodded. An hour and a half later, they arrived at the set. Qi Yuan's assistant had given many people tickets. The set was also discussing the concert. When Qi Ying arrived, many girls surrounded her. Qi Ying, you're so lucky. Are you really not an actor? After spending some time together, they weren't as distant and reserved as when they first joined the set. Qi Ying smiled. Her eyes were clear. No. Then you're the little lucky one. The girls touched and rubbed Qi Ying's body excitedly. They found her hair on her clothes and carefully hid it. Geng Shitong saw that Qi Ying was surrounded by people. Only she and Jing Jinyan were sitting there alone. She snorted indifferently. Superstition. Her assistant, Ah Lin, fanned her. Indeed, little girls love to believe such things. Now everyone thinks that she's lucky. Geng Shitong smiled casually. I'll let them know that she's hype. Lu Jingyan frowned. PTSD? Shinjin nodded. Yes, it's probably the same as yours. You two are indeed a match made in heaven. Lu Jingyan was not in the mood to listen to Shinjin's nonsense. He had personally experienced that kind of pain. Recalling Qi Ying's suddenly pale face and the big drops of tears rolling down her face, he felt a cold pain in his chest. He asked seriously, so, what should I do? Shinjin said, I don't know about Qi Ying's knot, but it's more or less related to you or sex. It's related to love. Try to find a chance to talk to her. Lu Jingyan lowered his eyes and said softly, okay. Shinjin saw his gloomy eyes and comforted him. Don't be pessimistic. In the past, you were the most serious patient I've ever seen. Aren't you almost recovered now? There are indeed many incurable diseases in this world, but there's no knot that can't be untied. You'll get better. As for sex, love. Don't force her to do it. Take it slow. Okay. Lu Jingyan's eyes deepened. He had been impulsive once in his life and regretted it for the rest of his life. He would no longer be in a hurry. He had enough patience. When Shinjin walked out of the study with a medicine box, he bumped into Qiqing skipping towards him. Qiqing looked at Shinjin curiously and stopped in his tracks. There were very few guests at home, and Shinjin was carrying a medicine box. He couldn't help but look up and say, hello, uncle. Are you a doctor? This was the first time Shinjin saw Qiqing, and he couldn't help but size him up. Qiqing's eyebrows were surprisingly similar to Lu Jingyan's. Although he still had a bit of baby fat, it didn't hide his exquisite facial features. He was as beautiful as a mixed-race child. Shinjin touched Qiqing's hair kindly. Yes, you're the young master of the Lu family? Qiqing didn't deny it. Yes. All the housekeepers and aunties in the Lu residence called him that. Shinjin smiled warmly. Qiqing's face was rosy and he looked very healthy. She also had a lively, warm, and generous personality. Fortunately, she didn't inherit it from her parents. Qiqing, on the other hand, was a little anxious. He directly asked the question in his heart, Uncle, is my father sick? Shinjin shook his head. No, I'm giving him a physical examination. Oh, okay. Qiqing smiled at him. Thank you for your hard work. You're welcome. Shinjin said, I'll go back first, young master. In his mind, he thought that Qiqing would definitely grow up to be a femme fatale who would bring disaster to the country and the people. Her smile was as sweet as honey. Unlike Lu Jingyan, who always kept a straight face. Qiqing waved goodbye. Goodbye, Uncle Doctor. Goodbye. Not long after Shinjin left, Qiying returned home. Qiqing couldn't wait to tell her, Mom and Uncle Doctor just came to our house and went to Dad's study. Do you think Dad is sick? Qiying took off her mask. Dr. Shen is here? Do you know what he said? Qiqing frowned and looked very worried. Uncle Doctor said that he would give Dad a physical examination, but Dad always says that Dad is fine. But Dad always likes to say that it's fine, it's fine. I think Dad and Uncle Doctor discussed it to lie to me. Qing tacitly agreed that Shinjing came to the Lu residence to look for Lu Jingyan. She was not as anxious as Qiqing. After she and Qiqing moved into the Lu residence, Lu Jingyan's condition improved and his sleep became more and more stable. However, he still needed to report to Shinjing regularly. Lu Jingyan's nightmare was not gentle. There was really no need to let Qiqing know. However, although Qiqing was young, he was sensitive and careful. He had strong observation skills, so it was difficult to lie to him. Qing patted Qiqing's little head and told him that his father worked out all year round and was healthy and not easy to get sick. Not only that, his father had a lot of muscles and was very strong. He could protect him. Qiqing was skeptical and insisted on dragging Qing to Lu Jingyan's study. Lu Jingyan looked up and saw Qing. He hid the worry in his eyes and said gently, "You're back?" Qing pretended that nothing was wrong and smiled gently. "Yes." Qiqing took off his shoes and climbed onto Lu Jingyan's thigh. A pair of meaty hands pinched Lu Jingyan's body. "It's quite soft." "Mom, where are the muscles?" Lu Jingyan smiled helplessly and put some strength into his arms. Qiqing pinched the muscles under Lu Jingyan's shirt as if he had discovered a new world. He said excitedly, "Wow, Dad, when you put some strength into it, it will harden." A marketing account with 2 million fans posted, "Do you still remember Geng Shirtong, who became popular because of time?" As we all know, Gu Yuanshan likes to promote newcomers. Qiqing has a bright future. She might become the second Geng Shirtong. Immediately, some netizens felt uncomfortable. Why should she become the second Geng Shirtong? Qiqing is much prettier than Geng Shirtong, and her acting skills are not bad. Isn't it good to have her own style? What do you mean by understanding? Blogger doesn't mean style, but popularity. Oh, then I bet 50 cents that Qiqing will be more popular than Geng Shirtong. Passers-by A, B, C, D, 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 Xin, Ren, I also think that Qiqing is more stunning. Let's wait until Green Sun is released. Previously, the netizens were just purely discussing. Ever since the marketing account tied Qiqing and Geng Shirtong together, a large number of trolls began to appear in the comment section. Their words were not sharp, as if they were just evaluating objectively. The passers-by also couldn't help but express their opinions. Finally, Geng Shirtong's fans couldn't hold it in anymore. Under the leadership of the fan club, they worked together to fight the trolls. Blogger, our Shirtong doesn't want to meet you. Take away Shirtong's ID number. Let Shirtong go, please. At first, they had the quality of civilized fans. The two managers of the fan club replied respectively, "Both of them are very good. I hope everyone won't criticize them. Thank you, Director Gu, for your appreciation of Geng Shirtong. Qiqing is also very outstanding. I look forward to Director Gu's new work, Green Sun." In the end, as soon as the sentence "Qiqing is also very outstanding" came out, Geng Shirtong's official fan club immediately exploded. Are you kidding me? We're already being trampled on by others, and we're still speaking up for them. You're such a coward, yet you're still the manager of the fan club. What a disgrace. Don't get agitated. This is obviously just polite words. Maybe the people who are criticizing Qiqing are haters. It won't be good if they accidentally hurt her. Haters? She doesn't even have fans. What haters can she have? It's obvious hype, okay? Qiqing doesn't have any works, so who would be so free to pay attention to her? Such low-level hype, it's obviously the work of a newcomer. Baidu Encyclopedia says that Sister Qi didn't sign with a company and doesn't have a team. We can't let her mess around. While the members of the fan club were arguing with the management and the group, a portion of the fans broke away from the management and swarmed into the comment section, unscrupulously arguing. Don't make it too obvious. Someone shouldn't use this method to ruin the goodwill of passers-by. Ugh. The newbies nowadays are really awesome. Miss Qi, please conduct yourself with dignity. Our Shirtong refuses to become a victim of commercial hype. Qi Ying's team chat. Shuatang, what's going on? It can't be Sister Nan who hired the water army, right? Di Haoyu, of course not. Although their words are euphemistic, as long as they lead the conversation, they are slandering us. Shuatang, who did we offend? Ghostwriters are not cheap these days. Qi Ying said, I think Gung Shirtong bought it. Shuatang, that can't be, right? You hired a water army to defame yourself. Not to mention other things, this is cheating the feelings of your fans. If I had such an idol, I would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. Di Haoyu, everyone in the world is for profit. For someone like Gung Shirtong, fans are nothing in front of profit. Gao Nan, I originally wanted to wait and see, but now I can't. At the speed they're tearing it apart, it'll probably become a trending topic. I'll go negotiate with the marketing account. Qi Ying, don't appear for now. In the WeChat group of the Stabbing Myself production team, Gung Shirtong broke the silence. Qi Ying, can you not drag me into your marketing? The next day, the atmosphere on the set was a little dull. Because Gung Shirtong had made a fuss in the group chat, everyone knew what had happened yesterday. Gung Shirtong had slapped herself in the face, and they all felt embarrassed for her. Gung Shirtong's agency did PR overnight, but it couldn't stop the process of her fans turning against her. It was as unstoppable as migrating birds. In addition to a large number of fans, all the companies that Gung Shirtong had endorsed requested to terminate their cooperation, and the contracts of the upcoming TV series were also terminated. This announced that her acting career had completely fallen into the abyss, and the possibility of her coming back to life was very slim. Gung Shirtong looked terrible. Her eyes were red and swollen after staying up all night, and her foundation was obviously thicker. When she saw Qi Ying's team coming in, she glared at Qi Ying fiercely, and her eyes were as sharp as a knife. Shuatang wasn't afraid and let her stare with a smile. It was rare for marketing accounts to turn against each other, but it couldn't be said that Gung Shirtong was unlucky. It could only be said that evil people had their retribution. She felt happy and carefree. Gao Nan was worried that Gung Shirtong's team would retaliate, so he also followed them to the set today. She tugged at Shuatang and said in a low voice, "Control your laughter." Shuatang twitched the corner of her mouth. Jing Jinyan sighed and said, okay, you have to practice later. Gung Shirtong was no longer afraid of offending anyone. She looked at Jing Jinyan coldly and said, "What does it have to do with you?" Jing Jinyan shrugged and casually sat down at the side. She had a strong aura, and her indifferent expression had the aura of a queen. Qi Ying was taken to the dressing room by Su Lan. Gao Nan frowned and asked Shuatang, what scene will they practice later? Will there be any physical contact? Shuatang flipped through the script and shook her head. No. Gao Nan whispered, Gung Shirtong will record the scene before she gets her lunch. Be careful not to be found out. Shuatang nodded. Okay, Sister Nan. But Gung Shirtong won't get her lunch and will act until the last episode. Gao Nan patted her shoulder without hesitation. Thank you. Shuatang agreed sadly. Yes. Gung Shirtong was in a bad state the whole morning and had dozens of NGs Jiang Lang's side, but there was nothing he could do about it. No one would be in a good mood after shooting themselves in the foot. Gung Shirtong played the role of Jiang Zhao's best friend. Jing Jinyan, who acted with her, looked unhappy. Obviously, he was a little impatient, but he could only suppress his anger and repeat the scene over and over again. Later, Jiang Wanwan got injured and was carried to the car by Lu Qingshi. From then on, Jiang Wanwan started to have feelings for Lu Qingshi. Gung Shirtong was also present in this scene. The Princess Carrie was different from the others, and it required a lot of arm strength. Gung Shirtong NG'd 8 times. Qi Ying was hugged by Qi Yuan. She was distracted and her body was tense. When Jiang Lang called out, she immediately jumped out of Qi Yuan's embrace and said to him, "Thank you for your hard work." Qi Yuan raised his eyebrows and breathed heavily. "It's my duty." Qi Ying was not worried about anything else but Jiang Mingning. Jiang Mingning came to visit her today, but she didn't see her. For female fans, a Princess Carrie was more lethal than a hug. Qi Ying would rather she didn't come. In the end, just as she walked to the side of the set to rest, she saw Jiang Ningning standing not far away. Qiying jogged over and panted lightly. She smiled at her. Jiang Ningning, you're here. Jiang Ningning looked at her indifferently. Qi Yuan's scenes are over. I'll leave first. Be careful on the road. Qiying wanted to say something, but she felt a chill in her heart and didn't say anything in the end. Before Qiying could say anything, Lu Jingyan pressed her against the wall and kissed her deeply. He looked down at her from above, his gaze cold as he fiercely kissed her lips. It was as if he was punishing her, with an irresistible domineering aura. Qiying felt a little sad. Being betrayed by her best friend had already made her heart cold. Lu Jingyan didn't believe her either. She had never done anything wrong to him. Lu Jingyan kissed her deeply and his cold tongue penetrated her mouth. Because he was angry, his fingertips locked her chin tightly. Qiying was in pain from his grip and couldn't breathe. However, she didn't have a chance to speak and her eyes gradually turned red. Lu Jingyan met her moist eyes and frowned. His fingertips paused. He gently bit her lips and then let go of her. Qiying hurriedly explained and her voice was slightly choked. Gung Shirtong was the one who NG'd, not me. Lu Jingyan looked at her with his dark eyes and his voice was low and cold. But he hugged you for so long and everyone said that you liked him. In the video, her eyes were also watery and misty, but she called another man brother in a trembling voice. Even though he knew that she was acting, his strong jealousy still made his heart ache. Lu Jingyan's mind went blank. Without a care, he grabbed the back of her slender neck and continued to press his lips against hers. Lu Jingyan's anger was so obvious. Qiying was a little angry. Did he hear what she said? She struggled to push him away, but the man's strength was very strong, carrying a heavy punishment, as if he wanted to swallow her into his stomach. Qiying made up her mind and bit his thin lips hard. Red beads of blood flowed out and the tip of her tongue tasted slightly fishy. That's my job. She took the opportunity to escape from his arms and her eyes were watery. You can be jealous, but you can't be unreasonable. Shui Tang found a room with a socket on the set and charged her laptop. She looked out of the window from time to time and smiled mysteriously. Boss Lu took Qiying into Xiaohe. Damn, the video is almost over, and they still haven't come out? How you looked at the progress bar. It was only 80%. If you're in the mood to think about this, why don't you think about how to help Sister Nan with public relations? With President Lu's support and evidence, I'm not very worried. Shui Tang chuckled. Didn't you see how protective President Lu was of his wife just now? Qiying must have been touched to death. What was the saying again? Deep love was natural, especially with a man like President Lu. Don't you think it's exciting? Haoyu's face heated up. His thin face blushed as he reminded her seriously, I'm a man. Thank you. Shui Tang's eyes curved. Just as she was about to make fun of him, she saw Qiying pass by the window. She seemed to be a little absent-minded. Her skin was so white that it seemed to be glowing in the faint light of the corridor. It was very eye-catching. Shui Tang was stunned and said to Haoyu, I'll go and see Qiying. You watch the computer. Don't make any mistakes. Shui Tang was about to chase after her, but before she stepped out of the room, she saw Lu Jingyan walking toward her with a cold face. Shui Tang immediately stopped and saw Lu Jingyan's sexy thin lips with blood beads. It was dark red and particularly bright. She immediately stood in place. Hello, President Lu. Lu Jingyan's voice was as cold as ice. Show me the video. The crew members arrived at the set one after another, discussing Qiying and Qi Yuan's trending topic. This matter was not directly related to them, but it was still scary. It meant that someone was secretly filming in the crew, and they might be the ones being defamed one day. At this moment, an actress screamed and ran in, unable to suppress her excitement. You don't know. Just now, Qiying was blocked by reporters at the door. I was worried about how to help her. In the end, Lu Jingyan suddenly appeared. He protected Qiying and said to the media friends. Someone couldn't help but say, Lu Jingyan? Is it true? Everyone hit her. Don't interrupt, the actress seriously imitated Lu Jingyan's tone. She's my artist, the super invincible and domineering president. I'm almost suffocating watching from the side. Oh my god. So there's such good treatment when signing a contract with Oming? I'm so envious. After turning the corner, the corridor was very long, and it was quiet all around. The sunlight through the window was clear and bright, but Lu Jingyan's back still looked cold. Qi Ying's heart trembled slightly. She quickly caught up with him and hugged his thin waist from behind, one hand still holding Qi Ying's clothes. Lu Jingyan stopped in his tracks, and his back was obviously stiff. The body that hugged him was warm and soft, but the summer shirt was so thin. The softness of the girl's chest pressed tightly against his back, and Lu Jingyan felt a little strange. His abdomen tightened slightly, and there were restrained emotions floating in his eyes. Lu Jingyan paused for a moment and gently pushed away Qi Ying's hands that were wrapped around his waist. Aren't you afraid of being seen? Lu Jingyan's low and cold tone was gloomy. Qi Ying's heart ached, and she subconsciously hugged him tighter. She buried her face in his expensive suit and breathed in his clear scent. Her voice was muffled. Lu Jingyan, I'm sorry. Lu Jingyan's Adam's apple bobbed. After a moment, he turned around, clasped the back of her head, and pressed it against his chest. You didn't do anything wrong. I didn't control my emotions well. Qi Ying listened to his violent heartbeat, and her heart softened. I shouldn't have bitten you, and I shouldn't have said those words. She looked up, and her fingertips gently touched the cold corners of his lips. Does it still hurt? Her eyes were dark and moist, and her fingertips were soft and gentle. Lu Jingyan's eyes deepened. Jiang Ningning felt restless. From the filming of Green Sun to Qi Yuan's concert, and then to the visit of Stabbing Myself, she witnessed the intimate contact between Qi Ying and Qi Yuan time and time again, and she could not suppress the flames of jealousy. She couldn't help but hate every actress who worked with Qi Yuan. Even if Qi Ying was her friend, there was no exception. Yesterday, Jiang Ningning leaned against the toilet cubicle and overheard the conversation between Jing Jingyan and his assistant. She knew that they were planning to release the misleading video this morning to push Qi Ying to the forefront of public opinion. Jiang Ningning suddenly thought that she could borrow Qi Ying's bodyguard. Qi Ying had left the protection of the team, and it was very likely that she would be besieged by Qi Yuan's fans. She didn't want to really blacken Qi Ying, but she wanted to borrow Qi Yuan's mighty female fans to help her vent the anger in her heart. No one approached Qi Yuan without paying a price. Now, Ji Sun and Lin Song followed her silently. They were strong and loyal. Jiang Ningning's mind suddenly flashed back to that thrilling night. She remembered the forest with sirens blaring. She remembered how Qi Ying had pushed Master Ji's business card to her because she was worried. Also, on the stormy day before returning, Qi Ying had been trapped in the forest in the pouring rain all night to help her retrieve the iPad that she had left on the set. She regretted it faintly and felt bitter in her heart. At this moment, the video of Lu Jingyan protecting Qi Ying was released by the bold media. Lu Jingyan's popularity was so high that it soon reached the top of the hot search list. Girls on the internet exclaimed, I have already died under Boss Lu's suit pants. Boss Lu is 666,666 handsome. Qi Ying is so lucky. I can't say anything except envy and jealousy. The audience in the morning said, Qi Ying has signed with Osher, and Qi Yuan is also in Osher. Qi Yuan's female fans, you have to be careful, Qi Yuan's angry fans said, why would Osher sign someone like Qi Ying? I'm afraid they are blind. Lu Jingyan is actually protecting her. The careful team of onlookers said, Boss Lu said my artist, not my company's artist. It seems a bit thought-provoking? Caught off guard, Qi Ying couldn't help but exclaim. She subconsciously hooked her arms around Lu Jingyan's neck. Her nightgown was knee-length, and the hemline was halfway down her thighs. Lu Jingyan's warm palms were in close contact with the skin of her thighs. Qi Ying's ears were hot. Put me down. What if Ching Ching sees us? I won't. Lu Jingyan narrowed his eyes and looked at her deeply. A relaxed family atmosphere is beneficial to him. His gaze was so deep and hot. Qi Ying's face was hot. She pulled back one hand and pulled her clothes together to cover her seductive snowy peaks. Lu Jingyan had already carried her from the balcony into the living room. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Auntie Wen tidying up the red wine cabinet. Qiying was a little shy and turned her face to the inside. Auntie Wen is still here. Can you put me down? Lu Jingyan tightened his arms. Are you afraid of being seen? It's not that I'm afraid, it's just, before she could finish, Lu Jingyan lowered his head and pressed his thin lips on hers. He sounded unhappy. I remember that there were more than one person on the set. Qiying was annoyed. Jealous, I thought you knew you were wrong. Lu Jingyan frowned and looked puzzled. What's the difference between knowing you were wrong and being jealous? Qiying couldn't argue with him, so she just kept quiet and stared at Lu Jingyan. His collar was open, and from his Adam's apple to his collarbone, there was nothing that wasn't sexy and charming. She couldn't look away. Compared to her stiffness and nervousness in Qi Yuan's arms during the filming, Lu Jingyan's strong arms made her feel at ease. Qiying looked at him seriously. She put one hand around his neck and the other hand gently grabbed his clothes. At this moment, Lu Jingyan's deep voice sounded. One day in the future, I will also hug you like this in front of the national audience. You should be mentally prepared. Qiying blushed. His tone was as if he was giving a routine notice. This kind of thing, shouldn't he discuss it with her? Although she was secretly angry, a trace of sweetness appeared in her heart. When Antoine heard their conversation, her hand that was holding the red wine paused for a moment. Then, a smile appeared on her face. The Lu residence was huge. Lu Jingyan carried her for a long distance. When they went upstairs, Qiying couldn't help but ask him, "Are you tired?" Her soft breath brushed against his collarbone like a feather. Lu Jingyan's throat tightened, and he lowered his head to look into her clear and moist eyes. She probably didn't know that her every move was like a silent provocation. Lu Jingyan's voice was a little hoarse. He slowly answered her, "I'm not tired." Pausing for a moment, he said in a low voice, "But I want to be more tired." Qiying caught the hidden danger in his deep voice. She felt a little nervous and her fingers curled slightly. A minute later, Lu Jingyan carried her into the bedroom and closed the door with his body. Then, he put her on the bed and pressed down on her. His slender and strong arms supported her on both sides. Qiying could feel his forbearance and restraint. His movements were not overbearing. Every detail was gentle and careful. However, Lu Jingyan had an innate strong aura. Being pressed down by him in such a position, even if his movements were light, had an irresistible pressure. On the wide and soft bed, Qiying narrowed her eyes and looked at him in a daze. After Jiang Lang finished speaking, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they started to discuss again. The news of Peiyu's bankruptcy was just released. Has it been taken over so quickly? Our show is very popular. The business competition between media companies is of course cruel. It should be a big company to be able to invite Jing Jinyan and Qi Yuan. But can they still invest hundreds of millions like Peiyu? Don't be too greedy. Peiyu's bankruptcy is a living example. That's right. After that scare just now, I think it's not easy to finish filming smoothly. Ha ha ha, why do we only have this little pursuit? At the same time, some of the actresses' eyes lit up. In the entertainment industry, they all knew what it meant to have an investor treat them. If they could cozy up to him, their future would be worry-free. Their hearts were filled with apprehension and nervousness as they secretly made preparations. Qiying lowered her head and sent a WeChat message to Lu Jingyan. Have you seen the news? Peiyu Media has closed down. But don't worry, we already have a new investor. He's treating tonight and the crew is going. I might be back late. Lu Jingyan, okay, I'll pick you up tonight. Qiying, you don't have to come. Shui Tang and the others will send me back. Have a good rest. Lu Jingyan, don't drink too much, do you hear me? After Qiying sent the message, she chatted with Shui Tang and Di Haoyu for a while before Jiang Lang shouted, "Get ready again." She went on stage. On the sidelines, Shui Tang saw Jing Jinyan tilting his head and discussing something with the stylist, so she said, "Di Haoyu, should we also ask Sister Su to help Qiying choose a dress?" Di Haoyu looked at his watch. Will there be enough time? Haute couture is definitely not enough. Let's see if there are any big brands or limited editions. Qiying's measurements are all available. Let's go to a physical store. Di Haoyu thought for a moment and asked, "It's just a dinner with the crew and no media." Isn't it a bit of a fuss? Hearing this, Shuatang gave Di Haoyu a crazy look. Look, the actresses and the crew are all preparing. After all, it's Daddy Investor's treat. There's nothing wrong with dressing nicely. We can't lose to him. Jai Haoyu said, they're dressed nicely because they want to seduce the investors. Shuatang clicked her tongue. It seems that you know women very well. I also know men very well. Jai Haoyu said, Qi Ying's looks are so outstanding. What if the investors misunderstand and take a fancy to her? I'm afraid Boss Lu won't be happy. Shuatang's lips curled up slightly. How can it be so black and white? If the investor has a good impression of Qi Ying, their mood will be good. Who knows, they might even be able to increase their pay. Of course, female artists have to manage their image. Their face is their calling card. She spoke excitedly, and Di Haoyu finally agreed. Okay. Thus, Shuatang contacted Su Lan to prepare the costumes, and Su Lan readily agreed. Osher had allocated ample funds to Qi Ying, so Su Lan did not show any mercy. After an afternoon of careful selection, she bought a light pink silk dress from the Riespeld store. The dress was knee-length and suitable for attending banquets. It did not look ostentatious in daily wear. Moreover, it was the new summer style from Riespeld. There was only one Qi Ying size in the whole city. The dress was amazing in both design and fabric. When Qi Ying received it, her eyes lit up. She was pushed to the fitting room by Shuatang and Su Lan. When she came out, Shuatang shouted directly, "Wow, it's so beautiful. It's super delicate like a fairy." Qi Ying smiled softly. Sister Su has good taste. Su Lan took her to the dressing room. Everyone says that clothes make the man. Good clothes also have to meet the right person. After Qi Ying finished her makeup, they drove to the hotel. Because of the cruise dinner, the hotel was not far from the set. It could be reached in 10 minutes by car. The banquet hall was on the 3rd floor. Jing Jinyan, surrounded by the team, walked past them quickly. Light and shadow intertwined in the clubhouse. Lu Jingyan crossed his long legs and sat quietly in the corner, staring at Qi Ying in the crowd. Her skin was porcelain white and her figure was beautiful. After meticulous grooming, her beauty was even more flamboyant and eye-catching. There were many people in the crew, and there was nothing good about the game that could mobilize everyone. Jiang Lang organized everyone to kill a few werewolves and started Truth or Dare. The clubhouse was equipped with relevant cards, and most of the content on them was more explicit. Because Lu Jingyan was present, they didn't play too much. Jiang Lang raised his eyebrows and said solemnly, "You can play, but take away all the inappropriate cards." He didn't ask others to choose and chose one by one. He threw aside everything about when his first night happened and the French kiss with the second person from the right. Truth or Dare was exciting. As a result, everyone was a little disappointed. However, after being tired for so long, it was rare for them to relax. This opportunity was hard to come by. They didn't complain. After a moment of depression, they regained their spirits. Many people in the crew were from the acting department and sang very well. Thus, the improvisation was determined to be a continuation of the lyrics, starting from the first person by the door. The continuation went very smoothly. Soon, they finished one round and started the second round. No one could continue until an actor finished singing affectionately. "The world is so big, why did we meet? Could it be fate, could it be heaven's will?" Ian Anlin was stunned for a moment before he started singing Song of a Lunatic. "Ya ha 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 ha," next was Qi Ying. Qi Ying was speechless. Ian Anlin's voice was a little demonic when he sang this song. Everyone clutched their stomachs and laughed non-stop, their facial features scrunched together. Qi Ying wanted to laugh too, but her mind went blank. Not to mention, the only Chinese character for the sound of HA was ha ha ha. Ian Anlin smugly patted his thigh and urged, "Hurry up and sing." Qi Ying held it in for a long time before squeezing out, "How about hello?" Everyone cheered. "No. You have to be in Chinese." Now, their impression of Qi Ying had changed. Even though she was a newbie, her acting skills and resources were so good that it made people envious. No one hated her. She was beautiful, pure, gentle, and gentle. When she was playing werewolf earlier, she was also very smart. Even if the punishment was not very heavy and the questions were not explicit, they were still looking forward to interacting with Qiying. After all, most of his interactions with her were only during filming. Under the expectant gazes, Qiying helplessly smiled. "All right, I accept the punishment." Jiang Lang laughed and said, "Truth or dare?" There were 4 sets of cards on the table in front of him. He could choose from the short and thin stacks. Jiang Lang was in high spirits and said, "Forget it, I won't give you a choice. Roll the dice, odd numbers for truth, and even numbers for dare." Then, Qiying rolled 6 dots. Jiang Lang casually drew the 6th card, which read, "Kiss the cheek of any member of the opposite sex present." Jiang Lang's fingers paused. He had hesitated about this card, but considering that kissing the cheek was just a daily etiquette in the West, he did not remove it. But this was already the most ambiguous option in the dare. Jiang Lang subconsciously looked at Lu Jingyan. Qiying was the role that Lu Jingyan insisted on keeping, and she was also the artist that Lu Jingyan protected in front of the media. He was still not sure if Qiying and Lu Jingyan had a special relationship. In his line of sight, Lu Jingyan was also looking over, his eyes as deep as ever. Jiang Lang still could not determine anything, but his palms were slightly sweaty. He braced himself and finished reading the content. The male actors in the crew were instantly agitated. They could not take their eyes off Qiying, and their hearts were pounding. The girl's lips were soft and full, and the curve was beautiful. Even if it was just a kiss on the cheek, the thought of it was still exciting. Yin Anlin did not feel guilty at all. After hearing it, he was also happy and asked with a smile, "Who do you choose?" Lu Jingyan and Qiying returned home and saw Qiqing as soon as they entered the house. He had moved a small stool and sat at the door with his arms crossed. His little mouth was so pouty that it could hang an oil bottle. Auntie Wen stood beside Qiqing and said guiltily, "Young master refused to sleep. He said that he must wait for you to come back." Without waiting for Lu Jingyan and Qiying to speak, Qiqing frowned and began to lecture them. "Dad, Mom, where did you go? Did you secretly go to play behind my back? Look at the time. Do you still want to sleep?" Qiying bent down and touched his face. "Qingqing, I'm sorry. Dad and Mom had something to do, so we came back late. If you encounter such a situation in the future, you can sleep first." "Mom, how can there be a future?" Qiqing felt wronged. "I was so worried about you. Yesterday, I dreamt that a big truck hit you all and sent you flying." Qiying was very sensitive to dreams and car accidents, but Qiqing's tone was so cute that she couldn't help laughing. Qiying held back her laughter and comforted him. "Dreams are fake. As long as the driver drives seriously, nothing will happen. Qingqing, don't worry." Qiqing's eyes lit up. "Really? Then you must remind the driver. Dad, you too. You can't talk on the phone while driving." As Qiqing spoke, he tugged at Lu Jingyan's well-ironed suit pants. Lu Jingyan nodded with a gentle expression. Qiqing was finally relieved. He smiled happily and held his parents' hands. "Let's go to bed." In the children's room, Lu Jingyan and Qiying sat by the bed and read children's picture books to Qiqing. Lu Jingyan read the narration in a low voice, and Qiying played the role. Qiqing lay in bed and listened to the book with satisfaction. It was very late. The night was deep outside the window, and the moon was high in the sky. Qiqing was also very sleepy. His eyelids were almost glued together. But he didn't want to sleep. He said in a childish voice, "I want to listen to a story." "Let me listen to another one." "You should sleep." Qiying pinched his cheeks. "If you don't sleep, you won't be as tall as Daddy." Wanting to grow taller was Qiqing's weakness. He was a little scared when he heard that. "Okay, I'll sing a song for Mom and Dad. The music teacher taught us how to sing it today." Qiqing cleared his throat and said seriously, "The bird led the way in front, and the wind blew to us. Like spring, we came to the garden, to the grass." Qiqing's tone was very accurate. Lu Jingyan nodded. "It sounds good. What's the name of this song?" Qiqing, "Happy Holidays." "Dad, have you not heard of it?" Lu Jingyan, "I've never heard of it. Is it famous?" Qiqing, "I think so. It's often played on TV." Qiying, ignore Dad. He's a child who didn't have a childhood. No childhood? Before Qiying could finish, Qiqing interrupted her in surprise. Dad, were you so tall when you were born? Qiying had no choice but to explain it to Qiqing. Qiqing understood and said sincerely to Lu Jingyan, Dad, it's been hard on you. Lu Jingyan was about to say something when Qiying nudged him gently and smiled. Qingqing's holiday is coming soon. Qiqing smiled in satisfaction. His mother knew him best. I don't have to go to class that day. Will Mom and Dad accompany me for the holiday? Qiying remembered that she still had to film on Children's Day. Because everyone's schedule was very full, it would be more difficult to adjust. Perhaps she could only come back at night. She was still thinking about how to phrase it when Lu Jingyan agreed. Yes. Qiqing curled up under the blanket and revealed his chubby face. He smiled and said, good night Mom and Dad. Qiqing looked so happy that Qiying couldn't bear to reject him. She thought that she might be able to discuss it with Director Jiang, so she smiled at Qiqing and said, good night. Lu Jingyan also said, good night. Jiang Chong subconsciously said, Shoo, little master, lower your voice. If someone heard this, the media and the stock market would be shaken. They would probably have to deal with public relations until their next life. How were they going to celebrate then? However, Jiang Chong still secretly envied Qiqing in his heart. That was the President Lu he was loyal to and admired. He didn't expect that there would be a day when a little kid would call him by his full name. After being reminded, Qiqing realized that he had said something wrong. He nervously raised his head and looked at Lu Jingyan's face. Lu Jingyan doted on him, but that didn't mean that Lu Jingyan wouldn't be angry. He was cold and fierce to others, like a block of ice. It was scary to look at him from afar. Thinking of this, Qiqing felt guilty and shivered. Lu Jingyan's face darkened, but when he saw Qiqing's big, teary eyes, his tone softened. I won't be fierce to you, but you have to pay attention to what I said just now. Also, don't call me by my name. Seeing that Lu Jingyan wasn't angry, Qiqing stopped crying and smiled. He put his white arms around Lu Jingyan's neck and said in a sweet, childish voice, I know, Yan Jiang Chong, Lu Jingyan. Qiying's scalp went numb. Qiqing's little tail was about to go up to the sky. She didn't dare to continue playing Tetris and quickly chose to commit suicide. She carried Qiqing to his seat. You're not done yet, Qingqing. Call me Dad. You can't be so rude. Lu Jingyan chuckled and said to her, you can learn more from him. Before he finished speaking, Qiqing said, Ing. Lu Jingyan slapped his butt. Shut up. The plane flew for more than 3 hours to reach Tokyo. It was convenient to go back and forth from City C. In addition, they were not as recognizable abroad as in China, so they had more freedom to travel. Also, when Jiang Chong was an undergraduate, he had come to Tokyo University for an exchange, so he knew more about Japan. This was Lu Jingyan's original intention of choosing this place as a tourist destination. After getting off the plane, there were Chinese tourists everywhere, so they put on masks. Lu Jingyan was dressed in casual clothes, revealing only a pair of dark, obsidian-like eyes. However, he was very tall, with broad shoulders and long legs. He was very eye-catching in the crowd and attracted the attention of many girls. There were even discussions that were loud enough for them to hear. Qiying didn't understand Japanese, but she could roughly guess what they were talking about. She felt uncomfortable and depressed. At this moment, Qiqing looked up at Lu Jingyan and said, Dad, they all seem to be looking at Mom. Qiying was slightly surprised. She had always been on guard against girls, and only now did she notice the burning gaze of the opposite sex. For the convenience of traveling, she only wore an ordinary t-shirt, shorts, and sneakers. However, her porcelain skin, slender waist, and curvy figure made her look very girly in the simple clothes. Lu Jingyan's gaze turned cold. He took her hand, and a strong sense of possessiveness floated in his eyes. His large palm was warm and dry, and it was very strong. Qiying's heart was filled with sweetness. She looked up at him, and her eyes were like crescent moons. Jiang Chong followed beside them and kept stuffing food into his mouth. They prepared to go to the hotel they had booked to settle their luggage first. Before leaving the airport, Qiqing was thirsty, so Lu Jingyan took him to a convenience store and bought a bottle of Corbis. Jiang Chong watched Lu Jingyan and the shop assistant communicate smoothly and was a little surprised. President Liu, when did you speak Japanese so well? Last year, didn't we often come to Japan for negotiations? I don't have many daily words, and I only know a few sentences. Jiang Chong didn't want to say that with Lu Jingyan's level. How could he know a few sentences? Every time Lu Jingyan came to Japan, he came and went in a hurry and left after finishing his business. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible for them to learn. However, he wasn't prepared to compare IQ with Lu Jingyan. After all, there were many beautiful things in life. Jiang Chong was just a little confused about the meaning of his existence. Then I'll be a third wheel. Lu Jingyan's eyes were gentle. I'll give you a vacation. Jiang Chong nodded. Yes, thank you, President Liu. At night, the temples and shrines closed one after another. Japanese-style lanterns were lit along the streets, and it was still lively. The crowd was bustling, and young girls in kimonos and hairpins could be seen everywhere. At Jiang Chong's suggestion, Qing also prepared a kimono. There were many kimono experience centers nearby, but very few stores that sold kimonos. They searched along the street for a while before finally locking onto their target. The store was packed. When the shop assistant saw the model-sized family in the store, her eyes lit up. She welcomed them warmly and recommended a cherry-pink kimono to Qiying in fluent Japanese. Lu Jingyan tucked Qiying's hair behind her ear and smiled. Go try it on. Qiying's eyes curved as she took the clothes. After a while, she came out of the fitting room. Even though the light-colored Japanese mask covered her stunning face, her eyes were still moving, and her figure was extremely beautiful. She looked delicate and sweet in the kimono. Standing in the crowd, she was a sight to behold. Jiang Chong couldn't help but sigh. Miss Qi is so beautiful. President Liu is so lucky. Lu Jingyan's thin lips curled up slightly. Qiying had only planned to try on 2 pieces, but the shop assistant was so enthusiastic that she kept waiting for her at the door of the fitting room with the other one. Qiying also felt that it looked good in the mirror. The color combination was especially tasteful, and she was a little fascinated by the Japanese style. Qiying happily cooperated with the shop assistant and kept pushing Qiying into the fitting room. Qiying changed into a bright red kimono and was about to push the door open when she saw the shop assistant chatting happily with Lu Jingyan through the slightly open door. The shop assistant was a young girl. She was youthful and pretty, and the smile in her eyes was obvious. Lu Jingyan's eyes were actually quite gentle as he chatted with her. Qiying's hand paused as she opened the door. Lu Jingyan always had a cold temperament and kept people at arm's length. He never talked to girls like this. She felt that she was a little petty, but she couldn't help but feel jealous. She peeked through the door for a while. They talked for a while, and then Lu Jingyan asked the shop assistant to pack up many styles of kimonos in the store and send them directly back to the Liu residence. In her line of sight, Lu Jingyan skillfully swiped his card and signed his name. His every movement revealed the handsomeness and steadiness of a mature man. Qiying finally came out of the fitting room. She looked stunning in this outfit. The gorgeous color of the kimono made her skin look like it was creamy. Unlike the pure and sweet look earlier, she now had a beauty that seduced into one's bones. The moment Qiqing saw Qiying, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He took 2 steps back with a wow. Lu Jingyan also looked over. His eyes darkened as he strode closer. Qiying did not stand on ceremony with him. Behind Qiqing's back, she said to Lu Jingyan, "What sweet words did she say to you to make you so happy?" "Who?" Lu Jingyan paused. Qiying crossed her arms and looked at him. "Don't pretend to be confused." Lu Jingyan raised his eyebrows. "The shop assistant?" "Yes. She said that my wife is really beautiful." Qiying's eyes were bright as she snorted. "I don't believe it. There are many people who say that I'm good-looking, but I don't see you being close to them. It's the word wife that pleases me." Lu Jingyan raised his hand and rubbed her earlobe with his warm fingertips. "Consider returning to China to get the marriage certificate, okay?" Qiying's ears slowly turned red. "Are you proposing?" "No." Lu Jingyan chuckled. How can you propose so casually? Qiying lowered her eyes. It's good that you know. Don't tease it. Lu Jingyan didn't wait for Qiqing to finish shouting and grabbed his waving arm with his big hand. Qiqing had never seen Lu Jingyan so strict and nervous. He was so scared that his pupils shrank. Before Qiqing could figure it out, he saw the herd of Nara deer nodding and saluting. Nara deer had always been called the messengers of God. They were cute and obedient when they saluted, but they didn't know that this was a sign of their attack. Just now, Qiqing waved the deer biscuits at a high place, which obviously made the hungry deer irritable. Lu Jingyan held Qiqing higher and his eyes gradually turned cold. The next moment, a strong male deer used its sharp horn to hit Lu Jingyan's back, making a heavy muffled sound. The other deer also swarmed up and bit his waist and hips from all directions. Lu Jingyan frowned. His arms holding Qiqing were strong and strong. He said in a deep voice, "Qing, give them the biscuits." The deer stared fiercely with their eyes wide open. They were not as friendly and kind as Xianxia said. Qiqing realized that things were not good. His soft arms trembled as he hooked Lu Jingyan's neck. He was completely scared. He trembled and all the deer biscuits in his hands fell to the ground. The Nara deer had been hungry all night and rushed up to grab the biscuits. For a moment, their attention was diverted from them. Qiqing's soft body lay on Lu Jingyan's shoulder. He panted in a daze, "Dad. Dad, are you okay?" Before Qiqing could finish his sentence, the deer herd had swallowed all the deer biscuits scattered on the ground. Then, they began to tear the paper bag containing the deer biscuits. After chewing them into paper powder, they surrounded them again, eyeing them covetously. These were simply gangster deer. Qiqing was so angry that his eyes turned red. He whimpered, "I've already given them to you. What else do you want? Hurry up and leave. Don't bite my dad." At the same time, Qiying bought a lot of deer immortal shell from the old woman in the stall. She turned to Jiangchong and said, "You pay first." Jiangchong, Qiying was very anxious. Her cheeks were red and her hands were trembling. But she didn't have time to be distracted. She took the deer biscuits and ran to Lu Jingyan and Qiqing, throwing them into the herd of deer one by one. The herd of deer found a new target and quickly retreated from their side to surround her. The deer cake in Qiying's hand was enough, but it was obviously not enough for so many Nara deer. She fed them as she walked and soon ran out of food. The Nara deer in the area of Todaiji could be called bandits. They were not satisfied and continued to follow Qiying. 2 deer bit the hem of her dress and chewed on the fabric of her dress. Qiying didn't speed up or slow down. She raised her hands to show that she didn't have any food hidden and walked forward slowly. A few minutes felt like a century. It wasn't until her dress was torn to pieces that the herd of deer finally confirmed that she didn't have any more deer biscuits in her hand and retreated angrily. Lu Jingyan's eyes were fixed on Qiying. He rubbed Qiqing's hair and then handed Qiqing to Jiangchong. He ran to Qiying with a cold face, bent down to fold her tattered dress and picked her up by the waist. Qiying was still in a daze when she fell into Lu Jingyan's broad chest. She looked up and saw that his face was extremely cold. His thin lips were pursed into a straight line and his deep eyes were suppressing the rolling anger. She didn't have time to think too much. Her mind was full of the scene of the herd of deer attacking violently. She anxiously pushed Lu Jingyan's arm but didn't dare to push too hard. "Put me down. You were hurt just now, weren't you? Hurry up and put me down. Put me down, okay?" Lu Jingyan didn't speak. He looked straight ahead in silence and didn't even look at her. His jaw tightened, exuding an icy aura. "Gu Yuanshan, ? Gu Yuanshan, I don't think there's anything to talk about between us. Lu Jingyan, I'll wait for you at Songhai Jiedao. Gu Yuanshan, are you really going to be a boss?" Gu Yuanshan hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still went to the appointment. He saw the man sitting by the window from afar. His facial features were as handsome as if they were carved, and his every move was elegant. Gu Yuanshan could not ignore Lu Jingyan's excellence. He suppressed the pain in his heart and said, "Long time no see." Lu Jingyan's expression was indifferent as he made tea for him. Gu Yuanshan stared at the swirling tea leaves, his eyes calm. "What does Boss Lu want to say?" Lu Jingyan glanced at him. You know the answer. How would I know? Gu Yuanchen chuckled, his tone seemed to be mocking. Whether it's now or for a long time in the future, my studio has no intention of asking you to invest in it. I know that you're talented. I only gave you one opportunity and you became the most outstanding rookie director in the country, Lu Jingyan said. I'm also gratified that the Lu Corporation groomed you. Gu Yuanchen's hand that was holding the teacup paused. You called me here just to tell me this? Of course, I didn't call you here to pretend to have amnesia with you. Lu Jingyan's eyes were cold and his tone was cold. I don't mind reminding you again that Qiying is already with me. As you know, we have a 4-year-old child. Now, our family is stable and we live happily. If you still treat me as an elder brother, please let go of some meaningless thoughts. Gu Yuanchen's expression darkened and he sneered. It's rare to hear you talk so much. I'm afraid that you'll take a detour. Lu Jingyan said, even if the media gives you a lot of positive labels, the world is big. It's not easy to meet the right person. Although you're young, it doesn't mean that you have a lot of time to squander. Being able to produce a work like time shows your wisdom. I believe you know what it means to be flexible and roundabout. It's not that CEO Lu doesn't know that I have nothing to do with the bloodline of the Lu Corporation. Don't tell me you still expect me to continue your bloodline? Gu Yuanchen took a sip of tea and smiled faintly to me. If I don't meet it, I won't make do. I'm not a conservative person, and I'm not afraid of dying alone. Lu Jingyan stared at him with his dark eyes. You're avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. With this gaze, even if Gu Yuanchen's heart was calm, he could not help but feel some ripples. Yes, then I'll talk to you about it. Gu Yuanchen could not help but laugh, but his tone was serious. Since I've met her, even if I only look at her like this for the rest of my life, I'm willing to endure it. I've always been curious. Since you two like each other, why did President Lu leave her for 5 years? Just like how the two of you had a disagreement, your so-called true love now may be betrayal and separation in the next second. I'm not a despicable person. I won't disturb your relationship until the next disagreement occurs. But if I want to make her famous and like her, that's my own business. As a person, even if you're my elder brother, you can't deprive me of the right to like anyone. Not disturbing? Lu Jingyan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I hope that you don't always create some groundless opportunities. Otherwise, I can't help but suspect that you're also intentionally creating these so-called differences behind my back. I'm not that free. Gu Yuanchen looked away and said calmly, it's fate to be able to meet in the same production team. You're not from the entertainment industry, so you probably can't understand. After saying so much, it turns out that President Lu minds tonight's dinner party. I'll cancel it. In the Lincoln limousine, Qiying looked at the bell of happiness in her hand quietly. The car window was opened a crack, and the sunlight shone in, making it shine. That day, they had clearly prayed for safety, but Lu Jingyan was injured in an accident the next day. Instead of believing in fate, it was better to believe in oneself. Shuatang was also unknowingly attracted by the bell of happiness in the girl's heart. For a moment, she did not notice Qiying's gloomy mood and said excitedly, what are you looking at? It's so beautiful. Is this the love token that President Lu gave you? Qiying smiled slightly. This is a souvenir I brought back from Japan. She opened her palm and handed it to Shuatang. Shuatang carefully took it and shook it gently. A clear and ethereal sound of a bell rang in the car. How you couldn't help but look at the rearview mirror. What instrument are you playing? It's so nice. Shuatang smiled. Sakura bell. It has the same temperament as our president's wife. It's girly and beautiful. Jing Jinyan? Qiying frowned. Jiang Ningning, I'm willing to believe you. I hope you can tell me everything you know. You believe me? Jiang Ningning was a little surprised. After a while, she calmed down. But why should I tell you? You know how precious information is in the entertainment industry. Qiying said, if you tell me, maybe I can find evidence so that Qi Yuan will no longer suspect you. Jiang Ningning said, I said that I didn't record it, and there are no surveillance cameras at the place where they talked. How can you find evidence? It's up to you. All the impact of this matter on me has passed. Since you choose to continue to be the scapegoat and choose to be misunderstood by Qi Yuan, don't push the blame to me and don't slander me anymore. After that, Qiying turned and left. Jiang Mingming clenched her fists and couldn't help but shout, "Wait!" Qiying stopped in her tracks. "What's wrong?" Jiang Mingming took a deep breath and said, "Before I came to visit the set, I went to the toilet on the right side of the east side of the set. I hid in the cubicle and heard Jing Jinyan telling her assistant that Geng Shirtong had a lot of NGs in the morning and wouldn't be able to adjust her state for a while. Soon, there will be an intimate scene between you and Qi Yuan. Taking the opportunity of Geng Shirtong's NGs, they can defame you. Even if you are cleared later, they can defame Geng Shirtong. In short, if the second and third female leads are defame, she can take all the attention of stabbing myself. I also heard that they plan to release the video the next morning. Then, you will be surrounded on the set." Qiying was stunned and said, "Thank you. So, you sent me a text in the early morning asking me to borrow Ji Sun and Lin Song. Was that part of your plan?" Jiang Mingming's face turned pale in an instant. She pointed at Qiying angrily and her hands trembled. "Qiying, what do you mean? I've told you everything you want to know. Do you still want to take advantage of me? These are two different things. Can you not mix them together?" Qiying looked at her calmly. "I'm sincerely grateful that you're willing to tell me this. I'll do my best to investigate the truth of the matter. If what you said is true, I will help you clear your name in front of Qi Yuan. However, when you attend an event, you will never have more than one bodyguard by your side. You didn't even bring bodyguards with you when you were filming Green Sun. My heart aches for you, and I'm also afraid of implicating you, so I gave you Master G's contact number. Later, Master G told me that you only attended one concert that day, and it wasn't your main performance. You were only there to liven things up. Under such circumstances, the probability of fans surrounding them was far lower than usual. You've never brought bodyguards with you, so why did you call Ji Sun and Lin Song away at the same time? On this matter, you dare to say that you have a clear conscience? Who is the one who took advantage of you? Yes, I want you to be surrounded by Qi Yuan's fans. I want the bloody storm on the internet to drown you. It's because I'm jealous that you're so close to Qi Yuan. Those fans scolded you not only because of their true feelings, but also because of my inner thoughts. I want to scold you like they did, but I'm a public figure and also your former friend. I have to be careful with my words and actions. I never had the chance to express myself, Jiang Ningning said. Now you know that I've never been a kind person. But I've said before that as long as we're strangers in the future, I won't bother you anymore. Okay, but shouldn't you apologize to me for what you've done? Qiying said. If you're sincere enough, I can let bygones be bygones. Jiang Ningning narrowed her eyes. I did cause you to be surrounded by the media and fans, but that day, Lu Jingyan helped you in the end, didn't he? Not only did you clear your name, but you also earned enough popularity and even received the protection of the nation's Prince Charming. Don't you have enough? You still lack an apology from me. Qiying was angered by Jiang Ningning's words. She was lucky to be able to turn danger into safety. It was her own business. Could it be that because the ending wasn't bad, Jiang Ningning didn't feel guilty? Qiying was about to refute when Qi Yuan suddenly appeared behind Jiang Ningning. Qi Yuan was very tall. He looked down at her and shouted, Jiang Ningning. Jiang Ningning couldn't be more familiar with Qi Yuan's voice. She turned her head in surprise. Her face alternated between red and white. Her voice instantly lost its confidence. Qi Yuan. Senior, when did you come back? Qi Yuan said lightly, I left something in the hall, so I came back to get it. I heard your conversation. You did something wrong, so you should apologize. Qi Yuan's voice was clear and pleasant. Even if he was lecturing, Jiang Ningning still felt dreamy and content. She was completely stunned. The voice that came out of her throat didn't seem to belong to her. Qi Yuan said, I know you're still very emotional right now. Jealousy has dominated you. I understand your feelings very well, but if you still think of me as your idol, please apologize to Qiying. Jiang Ningning's eyes were filled with tears. Like a marionette, she stiffly and mechanically turned around. She bowed to Qiying. I shouldn't have deliberately borrowed your bodyguard. I shouldn't have deliberately caused trouble for you. I shouldn't have betrayed your trust. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Jiang Ningning's tone was sincere and humble. She was completely different from the rebellious and unreasonable person just now. Qi was momentarily speechless. Qi Yuan grunted and said to Jiang Ningning, if you're free tonight, let's have dinner together. I have something to talk to you about. Jiang Ningning's eyes lit up. She said happily, really? Yes. Qi Yuan and Qi Ying nodded and left with Jiang Ningning. Afterwards, Qi Ying sent a text to Qi Yuan. Senior Qi Yuan, I want to discuss something with you. In the study, white documents were piled up like a mountain. Lu Jingyan frowned. His fingertips were cold and stiff. He didn't turn a page for a long time. I've always been curious. Since you two like each other, why did Boss Lu leave her for 5 years? Just as you two had differences, your so-called true love right now could be betrayal and separation in the next second. The so-called king of the media seemed to have said just a few minutes ago that you are nothing to Oshur. Qi Ying said, Jing Jingyan, aren't you too confident? Qi Ying said Lu Jingyan's words very slowly. Jing Jingyan felt a little annoyed. You may not know Boss Lu very well when you first came to Oshur. He may speak coldly, but he is still a businessman in his bones. Of course, businessmen focus on interests. How can he be a saint who stands on the moral high ground? Sister, do you know how much my salary is compared to yours? Jing Jingyan made a gesture. Do you think Boss Lu is too timid? He is just coaxing you because you are new here. Just listen to him and be happy. Don't take it seriously. Why shouldn't I take it seriously? Qi Ying hooked the camera with her finger and said lightly, I'm still waiting for your apology tomorrow. As for whether someone will help you calm down the storm, it has nothing to do with me. That's what I mean. You are good at understanding. Jing Jingyan smiled slowly. I will definitely make a statement. I am not a person who goes back on her words. As she said, she stretched out her hand and was about to pat Qi Ying's shoulder. Qi Ying dodged sideways, and her eyes stayed on Jing Jingyan's hand. Then I'll wait and see. You don't have to talk to me in such a tone. Jing Jingyan chuckled. One day, you will understand me. Maybe you will walk the same path as me. At that time, you may thank me for the enlightenment I gave you. Qi Ying looked at Jing Jingyan's collar. What path? Seduction? Jing Jingyan crossed her arms and said slowly, 2 people love each other and take what they need. Can you not say it in such a bad way? 2 people love each other. Qi Ying repeated these words in a sarcastic tone. I think you need to learn how to make a toast first. Jing Jingyan was unhappy. She frowned and said harshly, the last thing in the world is a solution. Don't you think so? Jing Jingyan and Qi Ying returned to the set one after another. Everyone was looking at them. Sister Jingyan, you've been through a lot. You look quite calm. They're probably faking it. They've probably already caused a bloodbath in the toilet. If any of you call her Sister Jingyan again, I'll cut ties with you. Hey, Susu, don't be sad. Why don't you post what Jing Jingyan did online? Of course I want to, but I need to discuss it with my agent. After all, Jing Jingyan is an artist of Oshur. I dare not offend him. But I think that since CEO Lu has already spoken so harshly, Jing Jingyan's position as Oshur's #1 sister is in jeopardy. You don't have to be afraid of anything. Maybe Boss Lu just wants to establish his authority in front of us and won't really do anything to Jing Jingyan. After all, Jing Jingyan was brought up by Oshur. If you were the boss, would you personally bury him? Jiang Lang was deep in thought as he pinched the space between his eyebrows. When he heard the discussion getting louder, he also raised his eyes. Seeing that Qi Ying and Jing Jingyan had returned, he knocked on the script with his knuckles and said, Get ready. We'll continue shooting in 1 minute. Jing Jingyan and Qi Ying walked to the set in silence. This scene is Jing Jingyan and Qi Ying. They're probably disgusted with each other. Our crew is really good. The first female lead, the second female lead, and the third female lead are all at loggerheads. Jiang Lang glanced at the crowd and raised his voice. Okay, everyone, quiet down. They gradually quieted down. Zhang Qi also made a gesture on behalf of the camera team, indicating that they were ready. When Jiang Lang was about to give the order, Su Lan suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Su Lan smiled at Jiang Lang and said ambiguously, "Jing Jinyan, you're not dressed properly." "Oh, thanks for reminding me," Jing Jinyan replied casually and then pulled up her collar. Her top was tight, showing off her full breasts. Qiying, on the other hand, was wearing oversize, which covered the curves of her body. Jing Jinyan pulled up her clothes and looked at Qiying's breasts with contempt and disdain in her eyes. Shuatang was a little angry when she saw Jing Jinyan's look. What does Jing Jinyan mean? She has no shame at all. She's even bullying Qiying. She was dressed like that just now. She must have gone out to seduce Boss Liu. After saying that, Shuatang elbowed Zhai Haoyu and said, "Hey, do you think all men are interested in this kind of woman?" Maybe, probably. Zhai Haoyu looked a little serious. But it's hard to say for Boss Liu. Shuatang felt the crisis for Qiying. She frowned and said seriously, "As personal assistants, shouldn't we buy some favors for Qiying?" Interest. Use. Taste? I'm afraid not. Sister Zhang sighed and reminded her. The media has already reported that you only have a leg injury and need to recuperate. Other than that, there's nothing serious. Jing Jinyan sounded unhappy. Who's so well informed? I don't know. But you're a movie queen after all. The media will definitely make groundless accusations. Oh. Jing Jinyan paused and then said slowly, "Then I won't publish it." Sister Zhang said, "If Qiying exposed it first, she's likely to exaggerate, which will be bad for you. Let's wait and see." Jing Jinyan looked indifferent. Osher has invested a lot in my career. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's uncountable. Boss Liu doesn't care about my reputation for a small star? I don't believe it. No matter how heartless he is, he can't bear to let this huge sum of money go to waste. What's more, I believe that Lu Jingyan has supported me to this day because of his affection for me. We'll talk about it later. Sister Zhang sighed again. Eat breakfast first. Recuperating is the most important thing. Assistant Yunyan nodded and took the millet porridge and spoon from Sister Zhang. Jing Jinyan looked at her trembling hands and frowned. I'll do it myself. Sister Jinyan, it's my hand that's injured, not my leg. What's wrong with you? You're so upset because of something. Yunyan wanted to say something, but Jing Jinyan waved her hand and motioned her to keep quiet. Then she drank the porridge in silence, feeling depressed. She did have the courage to do these things because she thought that the company would help her settle everything because of her position in Osher Entertainment. She had always been lucky and never showed any signs of failure. Now, Lu Jingyan's attitude made her feel uncertain. Sister Zhang drank soy milk while paying attention to the situation on Weibo. Suddenly, she refreshed a Weibo post from Osher Entertainment's official Weibo. The phone suddenly slipped to the ground and the screen cracked. Yunyan turned and asked nervously, "What's wrong, Sister Zhang?" Jing Jinyan also frowned and looked up. The company's official Weibo has publicized the matter of you slandering Qiying. They also said that you won't be able to continue filming stabbing yourself because of your leg injury. Other than that, Sister Zhang's expression was very ugly. Your contract level has also been downgraded from S level to B level. It can be said that CEO Lu didn't give you any face. With a bang, the plastic bowl containing the millet porridge spilled onto the ground. Once the news was out, Jing Jinyan's fans' condemnation of Osher intensified. Sister Jinyan got into a car accident. As her management company, not only did you not sympathize with her, but you even announced this news. Do you have any humanity? Did none of you think that Osher was indirectly stating the reason why Jing Jinyan got drunk in the middle of the night? Doghead, if that's the case, Osher Entertainment is the initiator of Sister Jinyan's car accident. Come out and apologize. Smile, just because I recorded a video, my contract was downgraded by 2 ranks. Why? Fan groups denouncing entertainment companies was a common occurrence. Originally, passers-by would not interfere. However, Jing Jinyan's fans did not choose their words carefully and were unreasonable. In the end, everyone was dissatisfied with them. Jing Jinyan defamed Qiying? Is this how you treat her? Where's your apology? Which entertainment company would have nothing better to do than to defame their own artist? Moreover, it's their own artist with the most commercial value. Don't they want to make money? It must be because the plot is serious. Why are you fans blindly complaining about GC? Isn't it Jing Jinyan who did something wrong first? That's right. When has Osher not made a fair decision? This time, he didn't cover up for Jing Jinyan just because she's the top actress. Anyway, I love her. These few comments were highly praised, and the fans' arrogance gradually weakened. Then, the other stars in the crew who were defamed saw Osher's clear attitude and came forward to expose him. Xue Tang hardened her heart. While apologizing to Osher, she released Jing Jinyan's audio. Whether it was fans or passers-by, everyone was shocked. The legend of the ratings in the past had been nailed to the pillar of humiliation with a vicious heart. Within half a day, Jing Jinyan's studio could not bear the burden of public opinion and was pressed to apologize to all the artists. Jing Jinyan could not continue filming because of her leg injury. Naturally, Stabbing Myself could not be delayed to wait for her to recover. After more than 2 months of tempering, Qiying had become a more mature actress. Jiang Lang was used to having a serious face, but now he was smiling often. Lu Jingyan was worried about Qiying being alone in a foreign land. Before leaving, he told him about their relationship, hoping that he could take care of Qiying more. Jiang Lang had been a director for so many years, and he had always scoffed at those with connections. It was Qiying who broke his rule. He even thanked Lu Jingyan for helping him find such an outstanding actress. Not only could she play her role well, but she could also subtly influence the emotions of other actors. He still remembered that in the early days, Jing Jinyan's aura was oppressive, and the actors who acted with her often NG'd. It was easier for everyone to perform better when acting with Qiying. Jiang Wanwan in the drama was also gradually growing. She transformed from being sensitive, self-abased, and timid to a girl who was calm and confident, exuding charisma with every move. Her skin was no longer dark, and her appearance was no longer haggard. Her eyes were as bright as the galaxy, and her smile was warm and beautiful. The energy and strength that she exuded affected everyone in and out of the drama. Jiang Lang felt that the filming process of Stabbing Myself was harmonious, smooth, and perfect. In 3 days, Stabbing Myself would be completed. At this time, Green Sun was also about to be released. Gu Yuanchen promoted it with 2 Weibo posts a day, and his fans welcomed the annual feast. Huge posters and LED advertisements could be seen everywhere in the city. Qiying walked on the streets and saw herself on the roadside and tall buildings. She could not help but cry. She had never thought that she would have an afterlife, that she could do what she liked in her life, and that she could be so close to her dream. She did not know what she had done in her previous life in exchange for her happiness in this life. But she knew that there were countless people who helped her along the way. She was grateful to them for letting her become who she was today. Shubai had been preparing for a long time. 5 days before Green Sun was released, she sold the video of Gu Yuanchen's confession to Qiying to a Weibo verified account. Before Tong Jiashu broke up with her, she had already taught her that different exposés would have different market values at different times. Shubai thought that Gu Yuanchen's I Like You, no matter when it was heard by the public, was not as popular as Green Sun now. She also told the internet celebrity to add some details to the content of the video so that everyone would have preconceived notions. Once people found out that Qiying had gotten the opportunity to act in Green Sun and had the coveted lead position, she actually relied on a man to get to the top. Her efforts and acting skills would never be seen by anyone again. Tong Jiashu had also sent her a photo of Qi. Shubai thought that she would do as she said and carefully preserve it. The news of Qiying and Lu Jingyan's unmarried child should not have been exposed now. He should have waited until the day before the release of Stabbing Myself or when Qiying's popularity was at its peak after the broadcast of Stabbing Myself. If Qiying's 2 famous works were both obtained through despicable means, then Qiying's 2 famous works were obtained through despicable means. Her acting career would also stop at the beginning. That night, the edited video spread like wildfire on the internet. Qiying slept for 3 days and 3 nights. In these 3 days, premiered and wrapped up. The whole world was filled with gongs and drums and flowers, but she wasn't crowned. Qing lay on the cold hospital bed and had a very long dream. It was a memory of her past. It was cold and unfamiliar, and very distant. In the early summer when she was 8 years old, there was a gentle breeze and the cicadas on the streets were particularly flourishing. She wore a white floral dress and carried a bag that wasn't that heavy. She hummed softly as she walked home from school. Everything seemed normal until she passed by a fork in the road. A few adults suddenly appeared in the alley. They looked fierce and said that they wanted to take her away. She was just a weak little girl. Compared to them, there was a huge difference in strength. She had no room to resist. Soon, they tied her hands behind her back and stuffed a towel soaked in drugs into her mouth. She struggled, sobbing, and tears fell from her red eyes. At that time, he was only a 16-year-old boy. He was tall and straight, and his thin lips were indifferent. He looked cold, but his fists and legs were neat. The adults who kidnapped her were much stronger than him, but he rescued her unscathed and protected her tightly behind him. The smell of the boy was refreshing and pleasant. She couldn't help but cry. Worry and gratitude spread in her heart. That day, the other party had a sharp weapon and the boy was also injured. He barely restrained them and let her go with a frown. She nodded with tears in her eyes and ran home in a panic. Her heart was pounding and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Later, those adults didn't stop her anymore. She walked that road again and again, recalling the dangerous scene and the boy's cold face. She was still so young. How could she know what love was? She had the initial shyness and ignorance of a girl. The boy lived in the same neighborhood as her and was very close to her. Looking from the yard, his house was just around the corner. Her family had concealed her identity, but it still had a psychological impact on her. She was aware of her subtle emotions. She summoned the courage to say thank you to him, but she didn't have the courage to approach him again. She could only hide behind the wall covered with ivy and secretly look at him. She saw that he was wearing the blue uniform of the high school next door. His clean white shirt didn't have a single wrinkle. The gentle breeze in the morning, the sunset in the evening, the green Boston ivy, the cool and handsome young man, these were all her childhood memories. Until 2 years later, the boy took the college entrance exam. The streets and alleys were talking about how important the exam was. She learned from the girls in class and folded a glass bottle full of paper stars, preparing to give him her best wishes. But when he appeared at the entrance of the villa with his back straight in the morning light, his family also appeared. He bent down and sat in a luxurious car. She pursed her lips and silently put the glass bottle back into her bag. In the early morning of June, the sound of cicadas gradually rose, and the car slowly drove away. Lu Jingyan's long legs were slightly bent, and his back was pressed against the cold tiles. His figure was exceptionally cold, revealing heavy fatigue and loneliness. The nurse approached with the 4 bottle and was slightly surprised. Pushing open the door to the ward, she stopped in her tracks. "President Liu, why aren't you going in?" Lu Jingyan slowly looked up and pursed his lips. His mind was in a mess for a moment. The empty corridor was so quiet that it made people panic. The nurse carefully repeated, "President Liu, you can go in and rest." Lu Jingyan came back to his senses. His slack eyes focused again, and his voice was cold. "She's awake." His eyes were dark, cold, and arrogant. They were clearly indifferent, but it was easy for people to indulge in them. The nurse's heart raced. She quickly lowered her head, her mind in a daze. She didn't have time to sort out the logical connection between the question and answer. The tip of her tongue trembled with excitement. "She's awake? I'll call the doctor now." Before leaving, she mustered up her courage and said, "You should rest for a while too. Don't collapse before the patient recovers." After a while, the doctor arrived. He had been in there for a long time, and time seemed to have slowed down. Lu Jingyan looked at his watch from time to time with a deep frown. Then, the heavy door of the ward was pushed open again, and bright light poured out from the gap. He couldn't help but look inside, but his gaze quickly wandered. The doctor sensed the change in his expression and reached out to block the slowly closing door. "President Liu, do you want to come in?" Lu Jingyan lowered his eyes and said, "No need." The doctor gently closed the door and fell into deep thought. He had no idea why Qiying was in a coma. From the time she was unconscious to when she woke up, he had done a series of tests, but the results were normal. The human brain was mysterious, and there was still a long way to go for medical development. It wasn't rare that he couldn't find out the illness, so he could only observe it conservatively. However, the patient was Lu Jingyan's relative, after all. He had been under a lot of pressure in the face of danger, and he had been tossing and turning for the past few days. Fortunately, Qiying had already woken up, and his heavy heart was relieved. He said, "Miss Chi's physical signs are normal. She doesn't seem to be in a serious condition at the moment. However, I suggest that she stay in the hospital for a few days for observation." Thank you." Lu Jingyan did not pursue the matter. He gradually confirmed that his and her symptoms were not something that could be solved by modern medicine or even materialism. That day, when he saw Lin Yusheng for the first time, his heart was also swept by a strong pain, and cold sweat flowed uncontrollably. It was just like when he saw Qiying's audition for the role of the second female lead in Stabbing Myself, or when she was kneeling in the mud during filming. Everything about her being in such a sorry state and tearful state was enough to suffocate him. He had a bold but vague conjecture, and with the passage of time, it seemed to be confirmed step by step. But it made him feel cold to the bone. Lu Jingyan did not pursue the matter. The doctor was completely relieved. "By the way, she has been on a drip for 3 days. She can eat properly now." Lu Jingyan finished the call and hurried to the door without putting on his jacket. Jiang Chang's heart skipped a beat. He closed the document without hesitation and followed him. "Mr. Lu, where are you going?" he said hoarsely, "to find her." Lu Jingyan went to the villa in the west of the city. Jingjing was waiting for him at the door. He frowned and said seriously, "When I woke up this morning, I thought Qiying was sleeping, so I didn't wake her up. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that I realized she wasn't here. She has been gone for a while." Lu Jingyan's eyes turned cold. She knew that as long as he was here, she couldn't leave. That was why she said she wanted to go home and come back here. Was this her plan to leave? He didn't let Jingjing keep an eye on her. It was his negligence. Jingjing saw Lu Jingyan's face turn pale and couldn't help but comfort him. "Maybe she just went out for something. Don't worry. Can I go into her room?" Due to the special circumstances, Jingjing agreed without hesitation. "Sure." The bedroom was clean and tidy, and there was a light fragrance lingering in the air. Lu Jingyan walked to the bed and looked around. He saw 3 sticky notes neatly folded under the pillow. "Mom, don't worry. I will take care of myself. Don't look for me. I will come back as soon as possible. I just need some time. Forgive me, okay? Listen to Dad and protect yourself." Her handwriting was delicate, but she didn't use much strength. The end of the pen trembled slightly. He seemed to see her sitting at the desk, her back weak. Her slender white hand holding the pen as she wrote these words. Only the letter addressed to Jingjing had a title attached to it. When Lu Jingyan returned to the car, he clutched the note so tightly that his knuckles were slightly white. Jiang Chong vaguely realized what had happened and asked carefully, "Should we continue to look for her?" Lu Jingyan didn't hesitate. Yes. He knew that she wasn't willful. When she said she would come back, she would really come back. But how could he be at ease when she was alone? Lu Jingyan took out his laptop and stiffly clicked on the anchor icon. She could blacklist him or even go offline. But as expected, she turned off her phone. Lu Jingyan frowned and immediately informed Long Yang, his private investigator. "Don't disturb her even if you find her. Just make sure she's safe. Please continue the investigation of Lin Yusheng." Lu Jingyan's voice was very soft and low. After saying these words, he was almost exhausted. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, his dark eyelashes resting quietly. Jiang Chong did not feel good in his heart and quickly comforted him, "Boss Lu, you don't have to worry too much. Long Sun had a lot of manpower and experience. They would definitely be able to find it within a week. It's very safe in the country, and it's not easy for something to happen." As he spoke, Jiang Chong suddenly paused. "Qiying wouldn't go abroad, would she? Qiying turned sideways and looked out the window quietly. The train was moving at high speed, but the distant scenery was still clear and moving backward slowly. Xianxia didn't notice as his attention was completely focused on the phone. He flipped through the address book and carefully compared the number Xu Bai had used in the past with the strong handwriting on the page. The 11 numbers matched perfectly. Xianxia didn't know the story behind this number, but he vaguely guessed that if he told Lu Jingyan the truth, it would have a negative impact on Xu Bai. At that moment, Xu Bai's pale face flashed across his mind. The next moment, he remembered the mischievous light in her eyes. After a brief internal struggle, Xianxia gritted his teeth. "Mr. Liu, this is Xu Bai's number. She sent me a text message." With that, he pushed the phone to Lu Jingyan. At that time, Xu Bai was depressed and on the verge of suicide. The content of their conversation was mainly about Xianxia's comfort. Lu Jingyan's gaze fell on the screen. His brows furrowed and his thin lips were tightly pursed. After a long time, he said in a stiff voice, "Okay." Xianxia noticed the change in Lu Jingyan's expression and asked nervously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Lu Jingyan said. "I'll help you pay off the debt under your name in installments. As for whether it can last until the day you pay it off, it depends on your performance. Starting tomorrow, you'll get a job as a director again, but you'll still be in the internship period. From now on, your departure will be decided by the company's HR department. It has nothing to do with me. Finally, I suggest you stay away from Xu Bai. If you use all the help I give you to pay off her debt, I'll stop all support for you. People have to know their limits. If you can't protect yourself, why are you crossing the river like a clay Buddha?" Xianxia listened carefully. His eyes were a little hot and his grip on the handle of the cup tightened. "Thank you. When I earn enough money, I'll definitely pay you back." Lu Jingyan lowered his eyes and said indifferently, "You can leave first." Xianxia bowed sincerely and turned to leave. There was some kind of emotion surging in his chest. Lu Jingyan narrowed his eyes and bent down to pick up the note. Under the erosion of time, it was yellowed and there were traces of mold at the corners. Lu Jingyan bent his long fingers slightly and gently brushed off the dust on it. Qi Ying's contact details became clear. After so many years, her handwriting had not changed much. Lu Jingyan's breathing gradually stopped. He never thought that he would see it again in his lifetime. The warmth of that night, intertwined with the fragments of the dream, flooded into her mind like a dam bursting. Heartache caused his fingers to stiffen and tremble. Anger caused his chest to rise and fall slightly. A note had caused them to miss out on an entire 5 years. Leaving her alone on the cold operating table, suffering the pain of childbirth. He made him search everywhere, his heart was empty, and the wind was blowing in. If his guess was correct, perhaps the pain it brought was far more than that. Gu Yuanshan had once told him that a girl like her deserved the best love in the world. At that time, his lips were pale and bleeding. He also wanted to give her the best love. If it wasn't for the freak combination of factors. In the detention center. Xinhuan's words were quickly swallowed by the whistling mountain wind. Qi Ying froze and was completely stunned. Even though she had left, she still wanted to go home. She had never expected a life without him. She had already filmed 2 works. Her salary wasn't much, but if she was thrifty and found a job, she could completely live independently. Lu Jingyan was strong enough and could protect Qiqing to grow up safely. If she left, her heart would gradually become numb and her memories would gradually become blurry. Would she never have to face the painful past again? As for life, could it return to tranquility? Green Sun was a hit. Ever since it was released, it had steadily topped the box office. Fans began to look forward to the celebrity meeting of Green Sun. "Come to L City. I haven't seen my idol yet. Crew, Chio, you guys. M City, line up. M City is the provincial capital after all. Why don't you have a name for every event? Believe it or not, we'll cry our eyes out. No matter where it is, I'll go for Qi Yuan. I've even prepared the money. I want to see Qi Ying without makeup. I also want to hear Qi Ying speak. Her voice is super gentle, okay? Me too. Qi Ying has too little interaction with her fans. Qi Ying will definitely come. I hope Chi Chi can come too. Tut, the lady above will line up for you. Gu Yuanchen started to prepare for the meeting amidst the uproar. He called Qiying, but her phone was switched off. Then, he called Gao Nan, but Gao Nan said, Qiying can't come. Gu Yuanchen gripped his phone tightly. Really? What does Lu Jingyan mean? Even Qiying's right to participate in the meet and greet is being stripped? Gao Nan digested Gu Yuanchen's words and was slightly stunned. Director Gu, don't misunderstand. It's not President Lu's fault. Gu Yuanchen didn't believe him. Tell me, why? Qiying can't participate recently. Over the past few days, Gao Nan had declined countless times. Gu Yuanchen keenly caught the flicker in her words and frowned. What's wrong with Qiying? Gao Nan said seriously, I'm sorry, but I can't reveal the specific reason. After ending the call, Gu Yuanchen was not in the mood to work, so he simply went to the Lu residence. Gu Yuanchen had not been here for a long time. The scene of cherry blossoms fluttering in the wind and the green grass in front of him left him shocked and apprehensive. Under the blossoming cherry tree, Qiqing looked up at him with clear eyes. Uncle Gu? Gu Yuanchen removed the petals on the top of Qiqing's hair and asked gently, Is your mother here? Qiqing shook his head. She went to film. She hasn't been back for a long time. Gu Yuanchen paused and asked softly, Very long? Stabbing myself. Didn't they finish filming a week ago? Yes, it's been a few months. In the soft light, Qiqing said calmly, What's the matter, Uncle Gu? When my mother comes back, I can help you tell her. Gu Yuanchen touched Qiqing's short hair and smiled faintly. It's okay. You don't have to tell her that I've been here. At the headquarters of the European-style company, the office was cold and gloomy. Gu Yuanchen's eyes were red. He grabbed Lu Jingyan from the CEO chair and punched him. Where did she go? Lu Jingyan's back was thrown against the cold wall, but his expression did not change at all. Lu Jingyan did not fight back. Gu Yuanchen frowned and subconsciously restrained his strength. His tone was heavy as he asked again, Where did Qiying go? Beep, in the empty and quiet office, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Lu Jingyan was shocked. He looked up at the screen and his cold pupils constricted. On the map, which was accurate to every alley in the country, the red coordinates were moving quickly on the highway of City W. Lu Jingyan realized that Qiying might have been kidnapped. His heart felt as if it was being squeezed by a large hand, and he felt suffocated. However, now was not the time to panic and be distracted. Lu Jingyan closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. His chest gradually calmed down. At this time, Long Yang sent a message in the chat box. Boss Lu, I just found out that Qiying appeared in City L the day before yesterday. Unfortunately, she has already left and her whereabouts have been cut off again. However, I think I will be able to give you a definite answer in less than 2 days. Lu Jingyan's expression was solemn. His slender fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard and he quickly replied, I know where Qiying is now. She is in danger in City W. She might have been kidnapped. I can get through to her, but no one is answering. I will send the location to you. Bring some people over. In the northern part of City W, at the foot of the empty mountain, it was drizzling. Carl, the leader responsible for Qiying's kidnapping, walked out of the driver's seat with a sharp and cold smile on his face. He was tall, and there were 3 hideous brown scars on his tan cheeks, making him look exceptionally ferocious. Carl walked to the back of the car. He bent his fingers and opened the trunk lid effortlessly. The dim light from the cloudy sky shone in and the girl's beautiful face was revealed. Her body was wrapped in a sturdy rope, and her porcelain white skin was strangled with streaks of blood-red marks. Her long eyelashes were tightly shut. It was obvious that she had fallen asleep. Carl sneered in his heart. She was indeed Lu Jingyan's woman. Even in such a situation, she was still as beautiful as ever. However, when his gaze landed on the car behind her, his smile froze. Why does she have a phone? His partner, Lao, got down from the front passenger seat. His bearded face was filled with anger. He squeezed the old machine they had just snatched, as if he wanted to crush it. I knew it, how could anyone still use an old machine in this era? We were too careless. Could she have already called the police? Carl picked up the phone and looked at it carefully. The interface was still stuck at the lock screen password. The battery was almost zero. He snorted. Call the police? Would she still have the strength to speak after the injection? Even if we call the police, what can they do? We took so many twists and turns to get here. How can the police find us? You overestimate them. Lau finally relaxed. His fingers nimbly played with the old man's phone. You're right. Let's inform Lu Jingyan first. I can't wait. Carl switched off the phone and slowly put it into his pocket. Then, he lit a cigarette. The cluster of sparks on the cigarette but glowed scarlet, which was particularly conspicuous in the overcast sky. Lau's eyes flashed with excitement. He was so excited that his hands were trembling. However, when he pressed a string of numbers, all he heard was a repetitive mechanical sound. Lau frowned. He dialed a few more times and gradually lost his patience. Why did Lu Jingyan switch off his phone? Is it possible that the number that General Manager Chung provided is fake? Why are you so paranoid today? Who doesn't switch off their phone? Carl glanced at him and didn't take it to heart. He calmly bit on his cigarette. We're doing manual labor. Let's go eat first. When Qiying gradually regained consciousness, it had been 5 hours since she was drugged. In her muddled mind, she vaguely realized that she was lying on the cold floor. Endless coldness spread throughout her body. Her limbs were numb from being tied tightly by the ropes for such a long time. The air was exceptionally humid. There was a faint smell of wild birds mixed with the rusty smell of the door. The spicy smell from the soup and dishes made her want to vomit. She opened her eyes slightly. In her blurry vision, a few burly men squatted beside her and ate. She didn't know if it was lunch or dinner. Steam rose from the basin-shaped bowls. Qiying gradually regained consciousness. The conversation around her gradually entered her eardrums. Lu Jingyan is not an easy person to deal with. No matter how smart he is, he's just one person. He's outnumbered. The order given by the higher-ups is that we first ask for money. If we have the ability, we'll take his life after the money. One of the men heard this and his face instantly turned purple. Take his life? That's Lu Jingyan. Is Qingyi crazy? He may be crazy, but we're not. He's not the one who did it. When the matter is exposed, it'll be easy for him to shirk responsibility. Qingyi is using someone else to do his dirty work. Carl, you mustn't fall for his trick. We can't afford to offend Lu Enterprises. Just do something. Someone immediately agreed. Yes, Carl was enraged by their cowardice. He smashed the wine bottle on the ground and the wine splashed out. You're all idiots. If the Lu Enterprises is swallowed up by Qingyi, it'll be the Qing family's world in the future. What are you afraid of? How many crimes has Qing Huan committed? How many times have you seen him in the police station? We're doing something big today. Don't you want a share of the profits? You've been with me for so long. Are you all good for nothings? No matter how slow her thoughts were, Qiying could understand their intentions. Her lips trembled slightly. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have asked Yuzhua for help. She hoped that the distress system was fake. This wasn't a simple kidnapping at all. It was a conspiracy planned by the Qing family. This place was so dangerous that it made one's hair stand on end. As soon as Carl finished speaking, Qiying's unfocused eyes gradually focused. She looked at them coldly, but her hoarse voice revealed a hint of weakness. What do you want to do? The drug hadn't worn off yet, so her voice was very weak. It was almost drowned out by the patter of rain. However, Carl still heard it. He was stunned for a moment. He got up and walked to her side. His tall and muscular body cast a dark shadow on the ground. Carl sized up Qiying's face, which was as pale as a sheet of paper but still beautiful and impeccable. He smiled coldly. You're so tenacious? I really didn't expect that you could still take out your phone after being tied up. You also woke up so quickly. What did you hear? Lau felt that something was wrong. He put down his bowl and chopsticks without any explanation. He took out a new syringe from his coat pocket and walked to Qiying's side. I'll give her a shot now. Wait. Carl stopped him sternly. There was a dangerous light in his cold eagle eyes. Call Lu Jingyan first. Wouldn't it be more interesting if Jiying woke up? Chairman Osher, Lu Jingyan? Jiying stared blankly at the man called Carl in front of her. Her misty eyes were filled with bewilderment. Her lips moved slightly. Did you get the wrong person? She looked really confused. Carl was almost fooled by her. He suddenly remembered that Qi Ying's identity was far more than just Lu Jingyan's woman. She was also a hot new actress who was famous for her acting skills. Carl sneered. Mrs. Liu, how many women do you think there are in the world who are as beautiful and moving as you? You can make Lu Jingyan break his vow of sexual indifference. Shouldn't you be more confident? Mrs. Liu. Qi Ying's heart ached. She had never felt that these 3 words were so harsh. And Carl's rough fingertips pinched her chin. The touch under his fingertips was so delicate that it was shocking. He had never seen a woman with such delicate skin. He couldn't help but increase his strength until her fair skin turned red and her jaw cracked. You have to know that if you have nothing to do with Lu Jingyan, your life is not worth so much. As long as I move a finger, you can disappear from this world forever. I advise you to be more obedient. If you want to hit me, do it. Qiying didn't seem to have the strength to struggle. She let him pinch her chin. Her eyes were dark and calm. Lu Jingyan and I have broken up. It's useless to threaten him with me. Qiying's calmness made Carl feel indescribably irritated. His eyes darkened and he let go of her. Old trick. It's not up to you whether it's useful or not. Carl suddenly released his strength. Qiying fell to the side like a puppet. She didn't move. She pretended to choke on the dust and coughed violently to clear her throat. Under Carl's instructions, Lao dialed Lu Jingyan's number again. He was no longer as excited as before. He was only nervous and anxious. If the call didn't go through, they didn't know how long they would have to stay in this dilapidated warehouse. Lao turned on the speaker. Everyone held their breaths. The next moment, they waited for the call to ring. It echoed in the warehouse, clear and loud. Lao heaved a sigh of relief. A breeze blew, and the window screen was gently raised. The gentle autumn light filled the whole room. Qiying raised her head to look at him. Her slightly flushed face emitted a gentle glow, and her bright eyes were filled with starlight. You probably wouldn't have guessed that I fell in love with you when I was still young. For the first 18 years of my life, you were the entire meaning of my life. 5 years ago, on the day of the dinner party, I followed you quietly and deliberately knocked on your door in the early morning. It was actually my expectation to have sex with you. Lu Jingyan, this is the truth of the matter and the real me. Whether you restrained yourself or not that night, you were not wrong, so don't feel guilty anymore. On the contrary, it was my presumptuousness that brought you those things that you didn't have to bear. I should be the one begging for forgiveness. After Qiying said these words, Lu Jingyan held her wrist tighter and tighter. She was nervous and her eyelashes drooped slightly. That day, I had the memories of my previous life, but I couldn't accept that form of death for a while. My ending was that I suffered the consequences of my own actions. I could accept my fate, but Qiqing was innocent. I brought him into this world, but I could only watch him leave. Maybe my experience in this life was very warm and my mentality was calm. When negative emotions poured in overnight and merged with my emotional system, they destroyed me in an instant. I didn't know how to face Qiqing in the future, and I didn't know how to face you, so I wanted to go to a place where you were not there to relax and go back when I could calmly accept all of this. But her voice was slightly choked. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Lu Jingyan, I'm sorry. If I hadn't left, none of this would have happened, and you wouldn't have been hurt. I'm really sorry. Lu Jingyan's eyes were filled with emotions. Looking at her wet eyelashes and apologetic expression, his body became more and more tense. He locked his eyes on her and whispered, "Do you think you're a saint? In this world, who can be calm after witnessing the death of a loved one? Who won't be depressed after experiencing such a thing? How can I deprive you of the right to grieve? If it weren't for my status as Chairman Osher, you wouldn't have suffered such grievances." As he spoke, his lips turned even paler. But that doesn't mean that you're not wrong. You didn't even turn on your phone when you were outside. Don't do that again, do you hear me? His slightly hoarse voice was filled with fatigue and anger. Qi Ying's eyes were wet as she nodded seriously. After a moment of silence, Lu Jingyan asked nervously, "So, will you break up with me?" These two words sounded particularly harsh. Qi Ying's heart tightened, and the sour waves almost engulfed her. She quickly said, "I don't want to break up with you. I lied to you about the real estate agent's boyfriend. I just didn't want you to get involved in danger." Halfway through, Qi Ying suddenly paused and her lips parted slightly. She didn't ask. What about him? Once he remembered everything, would he still accept her terrible past and forgive her mistakes in her previous life? She blinked nervously, her long eyelashes drawing a breathtaking arc in the air. Lu Jingyan looked at her silently, the surging emotions in his eyes deep and passionate. He stared at her for a few seconds, his Adam's apple trembling slightly, and then he lowered his head and seized her lips. Qi Ying closed her eyes tremblingly and raised her head to meet his. Lu Jingyan's kiss still made her tremble, and the extreme numbness spread all over her body. It turned out that she wasn't so resistant, and was even more easily addicted. Between the entanglement of their lips and tongues, her legs were soft, and the emptiness was overwhelming. She bent her knees and was taken into his arms. Lu Jingyan didn't let her go easily. After a deep kiss, he lingered for a long time before letting go. He hadn't touched her for 2 months, and his desire was burning more vigorously than ever, as if it was going to burn his throat hoarse. "Do you know how much I miss you?" Qi Ying hugged his waist, and countless complicated emotions intertwined. Woven together, her heart trembled violently. When she spoke, her voice was uncontrollably soft. "I won't leave again. Since I'm back, I'll definitely live a good life." In her previous life, her emotions were too intense, and she put all her passion into it. In the end, she was crushed under the car by his fiancé. The pain in her body was far less than 1,000th of the pain in her heart. Subconsciously, she protected herself, and her emotions became blocked. Even if she was a moth flying into a flame, there would be a day when she would know the pain. She was sick, and she had avoidant post-traumatic stress disorder, but she had never realized it. Even so, after being reborn, she still fell in love with him. No matter how she was, Lu Jingyan would always be Lu Jingyan. He was her persistent pursuit in her previous life, and the most precious encounter in this life. He could overcome PTSD, and so could she. She had decided before that when she came back from filming Stabbing Myself, she would give herself to him no matter how strong the physiological reaction was. After Qi Ying finished speaking, she tiptoed and kissed his exquisite jawline. "Go to bed and rest. I'll call the doctor. Don't you know how to feel pain?" The day before yesterday, Lu Jingyan had suffered major and minor injuries in order to protect her. He had been caught off guard by the hit, and his stomach had bled slightly. Back in the warehouse, the man who had pretended to be unconscious and jumped up from the ground to attack Lu Jingyan had never once disobeyed Carl's orders. Qi Ying could clearly see the viciousness in his eyes. Now that she thought about it, she still felt uneasy. Lu Jingyan recalled the memories of his previous life. Perhaps some of the truth would surface. However, he was very weak now, and he was as pale as a sheet of paper. She did not want him to say too much, so she would ask him later. After the doctor arrived, the door opened again. Chi-Ching walked in with a small backpack and smiled at her. "Mom, I'm back from school." "Ching-Ching." Qi Ying's eyes were teary. She walked over and hugged his warm and soft body. This was not the first time she had seen Chi-Ching since she came back. They had been together the whole night last night, and Qi Ying's heart was still filled with intense pain. She gritted her teeth to stop her tears from falling. She wanted to hug Chi-Ching like this forever, but she could not let him feel that something was wrong. She had to let go of him after hugging him for a while. Chi-Ching missed Qi Ying very much. He smiled and kissed her cheek. Then he turned around and saw Lu Jingyan lying on the bed, looking at them gently. He ran over in surprise. "Dad, you're awake." Chi-Ching grabbed Lu Jingyan's large hand and comforted him. "Dad, your face is so pale. Does your hand hurt?" Lu Jingyan shook his head and smiled. "It doesn't hurt." "Then Chung patted Lu Jingyan's leg and touched his chest. Finally, his white hand gently pressed on his abdomen. How about here? Lu Jingyan gradually broke out in a cold sweat. Qi quickly pulled Qi down. Qi just happened to hook his arm around Qi neck. She hugged him. Dad, do you know? Mom just went on a business trip and her phone broke. She didn't leave you behind. I told you not to be sad. Qi lowered her head guiltily and met Lu Jingyan's faint smile. Although the price she offered was high, it was just a drop in the bucket for such a large consortium like Lu Enterprises. Lu Jingyan should have taken it out without hesitation. With his popularity, Qi would probably be criticized on the internet. How could he not care about such a big thing? Were they ready to be exposed? Or had someone been one step ahead of her? That shouldn't be the case. Tong Jiachu was angry and lost. It was not easy for her to collect these photos, and she wanted to use them to exchange for the down payment of a house. Lu Jingyan had other considerations. He remembered what had happened in his previous life and the dark waves behind the forces of the major families. All the things he had been investigating had a clear outline. Under the butterfly effect, the trajectory of the world had deviated to a certain extent, but the interests and emotional entanglements generated in the past were irreversible. For the development of Qi Ying's career, it was not the best time to make it public. But since Qing Yi knew, it would be difficult to continue to hide it. And it would be safer to put their names next to his. Because they had won more attention from the public, it would be more difficult to harm them. As for the family, he didn't give them any psychological preparation. He could only act first and report later. They could always deal with it. Some time ago, he had vaguely determined that the car accident was real. He had already been depressed during this period of time. There were a lot of things to do now. Everything was still in the embryonic stage, and the situation was completely under control. He could even use this kidnapping case to directly overthrow Qing Yi, the biggest hidden danger in the world. Lu Jingyan pinched his eyebrows tiredly and called Gao Nan. My relationship with Qi Ying and Qi Qing may be made public at any time. You have to be prepared for public relations. Gao Nan was surprised, but her excellent professionalism allowed her to maintain a calm tone. Okay, Boss Lu, please rest assured. Qi Ying came back, and Green Sun also achieved the expected success. The team was ready to take advantage of this popularity to officially announce that Osher had signed Qi Ying as an S-level actress. This meant that Qi Ying would replace Jing Jinyan as the most popular actress in Osher. For a graduate, this was an unprecedented honor. In the past, it was an honor that was almost like a fantasy story. Qi Ying's strength and looks were good, so she would not cause too much criticism in the prediction. Instead, she would attract more attention and more high-quality resources. However, if the relationship between Qi Ying and Lu Jingyan was made public, the nature of the contract would become a backdoor for everyone. At the same time, Lu Jingyan was the nation's Prince Charming. Although he wasn't from the entertainment industry, the attention he attracted was no less than any A-list celebrity. Countless young girls screamed madly, and Qi Ying was likely to be drowned in a war of words. Even so, why did she feel happy with such a heavy responsibility on her shoulders? In front of his desk, Gao Nan pondered seriously, but the corners of his mouth unknowingly rose. When Shuatang saw this, she asked with her round eyes, Sister Nan, what happened? Gao Nan said, maybe. President Lu wants to make an official announcement? The interview script in Shuatang's hand fell onto the table. What the F***CK? Are you serious? Gao Nan looked at Shuatang's excited face, and a rare look of hesitation appeared on his serious face. Tang Tang, do you think this is a good thing? Shuatang hurriedly tidied up the scattered documents and nodded desperately. Yes, of course it's good. What's not good about it? Shuatang's tone was so sure that Gao Nan almost felt that his presupposition was groundless. You must know President Lu's identity. All the women in the country who are of marriageable age and not of marriageable age want to marry the most. Women always make things difficult for other women. Now that Qi Ying and President Lu even have a child, I think, there will be a bloody storm. But women also like to watch idol dramas. Shuatang's eyes were bright, and her cheeks were pink as she said, Sister Nan, do you still remember the day we met Qi Ying for the first time? The breeze was gentle, and the grass was green. President Liu and Qing stood together, and every frame was like an idol drama. President Liu is tall and has long legs, and Qing is delicate and beautiful. Even if they didn't say a word and just stood there quietly, I still felt sweet. Okay, now I don't even want to watch Korean dramas anymore. I just wait for them to show off their affection every day. President Liu and Qing are a perfect match. I'll be jealous of this couple for the rest of my life. Gao Nan had never watched idol dramas. Recalling the scene described by Zhuo Tang, he unexpectedly found that a little girl's heart was aroused. Zhuo Tang was even more excited. In this case, who would be jealous? They can only be convinced. When she passed by the auditorium, she didn't seem to see him. Lu Jingyan had just arrived, but shouldn't he be in the hospital? Was it because of his fast recovery or his strong forbearance? Qing was a little sullen and distressed. She took a deep look at him. Then the reporter's camera was pointed at her. She turned her eyes away and smiled gently. The meeting soon began, and the process was set. She had written the content of the speech last night, about her understanding of the role. Qing played a mute girl in the movie and had no lines from beginning to end. Now she stood in the spotlight and spoke softly, making people feel a sense of satisfaction. Her tone was not exaggerated, but it could reach the bottom of her heart and touch her heart. In the screening hall, every aisle was crowded with people. But except for Qiying's voice, it was quiet. Soon after, the photos secretly taken by Tong Jiashu were exposed by the blogger. According to insiders, Lu Jingyan, the chairman of Osher Group, has been secretly married for many years and now has a 4-year-old child. Mrs. Liu is none other than Qiying, the popular new star who has recently become popular because of her role as the mute girl in Green Sunday. The gossip blogger was worried about being held responsible, so he seemed to be very conscientious and censored Qi Cheng's photos. The 9 photos were mainly of the back and profile. Because of the long shooting distance, the pictures were a little blurry, but the outlines of Qiying and Lu Jingyan could be seen. The blogger originally thought that after this Weibo post was posted, it would explode all over the internet in less than 5 minutes, and the advertisers had already been contacted. As a result, not only did he not get the expected result, but he was also scolded by netizens. Qiying? Lu Jingyan? I'm afraid there's a black hole in the blogger's brain. Please don't hesitate to die on the spot. This photo is too fake. Lu Jingyan doesn't even have a woman around him. If he has a son, I'll eat the keyboard live. Hype also needs to pay attention to the way and method. Don't chat with stupid marketing accounts. Am I the only one who thinks that? The family of 3 in the picture has a super good figure? Is Papa 1.9 meters tall? Having a good figure shouldn't be a reason for marketing accounts to hype things up. My heart aches. The marketing account is shameless and has no bottom line. Even if you want to slander Qiying, you shouldn't do it like this. Take away my Prince Charming, take away my goddess. I'm not going out with you. Don't be so harsh with your words. I remember that Boss Lu once protected Qiying. If it's true, I think so too. Ghana, how could it be true? I'll give you a pot lid. Hurry up and run. The fan meeting proceeded smoothly. Zhuo Tang sat in the back row of the audience and enjoyed the show. Suddenly, the phone in his pants pocket began to vibrate nonstop. She had followed Qiying on the star-chasing app, and now there were notifications popping up one after another. Di Haoyu and Gao Nan, who were sitting next to him, did the same. They looked at each other and took out their phones at the same time. Zhuo Tang took a look at Weibo and exploded on the spot. Who has such ulterior motives? The meet and greet isn't over yet. Our entire team is outside. Why did they have to announce it at this time? They must be trying to catch us off guard. While she was sighing, Di Haoyu had already observed the direction of public opinion and comforted her. Don't panic. It seems that no one believes it. Zhuo Tang was stunned. Huh? Why not? Do they think Qiying isn't good enough for Boss Lu? Di Haoyu said, maybe it's because Boss Lu's image of abstinence is too obvious. Zhuo Tang said, that's true. When I took over the job, I almost didn't believe it either. So, what should we do now? 10 minutes later, the meet and greet was over and the audience's questions came to an end. If there are no other questions, we're ready to end the meet and greet here. Before the host finished speaking, the reporter in the front row suddenly said loudly, "Wait, I still have a question." She held the microphone in one hand and her phone in the other. On the screen was a photo posted by a blogger. "Hello, Qiang. There's a photo of a family of 3 on Weibo. May I ask if you're the female lead?" Qiang widened her eyes in surprise and happened to meet a pair of dark eyes that were surging with strong possessiveness. Under the bright lights, Lu Jingyan's facial features became more and more impeccably exquisite. There was a kind of breathtaking handsomeness. Countless flashes came over, and the clicking of the shutter was endless. Qiang subconsciously closed her eyes and felt Lu Jingyan's warm lips pressing down on her, as well as the biting cold breath that followed. At that moment, the whole world became quiet, and the dust floating in the air seemed to be still. Everyone held their breaths and watched them. Their eyes did not move away for a moment. The man in front of the stage was tall and straight. His side profile was almost perfect, and he was as noble as a god. The girl's swan-like neck was slender. She raised her head to cater to him, and a faint cherry pink appeared on her fair cheeks. Her dark eyelashes fluttered like butterfly feathers, as moving as colored glass. They looked so compatible, and the whole scene had an almost dreamy romance. Gu Yuanchen stood in the shadows of the aisle and looked at them expressionlessly. Even his breathing became difficult. Lu Jingyan kissed her domineeringly. It was not deep, but the meaning of his declaration was very obvious. He did not want to suffer the pain of jealousy anymore, so he left with light steps. The image of them kissing stayed in his mind for a long time, and it caused waves of suffocating pain at a very high frequency. Gu Yuanchen quietly clenched his fists. Lu Jingyan was so ruthless. He had never felt so embarrassed before, but the powerlessness of fate made him have no choice but to bow his head. 10 seconds later, Lu Jingyan let go of her with a deep gaze. The temperature of his lips instantly cooled down, and Qiang turned her head shyly. Her delicate chin was already slightly red, and one could imagine how delicate her skin was. Lu Jingyan's gaze locked onto that redness, and he chuckled softly. The reporters hurriedly took another round of photos, recording the smile on his thin lips. The audience reacted belatedly. President Liu, who had always been calm and self-restrained, actually kissed a woman in public, and he said that she was his wife. Even if it completely subverted his media image, he still wanted to declare his possession of her. If this was not true love, what was? The girls present couldn't help blushing and their hearts beating fast. All the cells in their bodies became excited, and they were so envious that they stamped their feet. Boss Liu was so handsome and domineering. He pinched her chin and kissed her from above. It was simply too exciting. Even though they were not the female lead, they had already been flirted with to the point that they were spinning around in circles. How happy would Qiang be? If it were him, his heart would have stopped long ago. Although the kiss had ended, the dreamlike scene kept replaying in their minds, and they couldn't get it out of their minds. After a short mental buffer, everyone cried out hysterically. "Ah, how did he finish kissing her? Another one, kiss me. Asking for a spell. I need a car." Under the attack of the public display of affection, Shuatang completely lost her ability to think. After a long time, she came back to her senses and stammered, "Sister Nan, did you hear their request?" "What did I say?" "That's how it is." Gao Nan swiped his finger across the phone screen. After a moment of silence, he mumbled, "Yeah." Shuatang was keenly aware that Gao Nan's tone was different from usual, so she immediately turned her head. She saw that her face, which had always been calm, blushed like never before. Shuatang smiled meaningfully. He, Sister Nan, you're blushing." "Of course not." Gao Nan coughed softly, inevitably embarrassed. Who wasn't a 10,000-year-old single dog? She had almost never watched idol dramas. Other than on set, she rarely saw such an exciting scene. As a result, her heart was beating faster than the threshold. Gao Nan realized that she had completely overestimated her psychological defenses, and finally understood Shuatang's feelings. Not to mention Di Haoyu, who had fair skin. From the moment Lu Jingyan pinched Qiang's chin, the blush had already spread from his cheeks to his ears. He originally wanted to pretend to be calm and analyze Boss Lu's high-profile display of love, but when he thought that his fair skin would definitely betray him, he could only wait silently for the temperature on his face to cool down. Qiang didn't say much before she leaned against the bathtub and fell asleep. She was exhausted. She thought that she would have a dreamless night, but she didn't expect that her dream would be gentle and charming. When she woke up in the morning, she had already changed into clean clothes. She sank into the soft quilt, and her body was completely soft like a puddle of water. In front of her, Lu Jingyan's perfect collarbone and muscle seemed to be exuding a stronger masculine charm than before. This made her constantly recall last night and the scene in her dream. She blushed and felt a strong sense of unreality. Qiang felt a little eager and a little embarrassed as she thought about it. She buried her head in the man's neck, and her heart was beating loudly. Lu Jingyan was sleeping very lightly at the moment. His neck was filled with a warm and soft breath, and his Adam's apple trembled slightly. A moment later, he opened his sleepy eyes. Ever since he found out that the content of the dream was actually something that had happened in reality, Shinjin's remedies were no longer effective. After careful calculation, he had been unable to sleep well for a long time. But now, his girl was unceremoniously in his arms. Her long black hair was scattered over her shoulders, and every part of her skin was fair and attractive. Inadvertently, his heart returned to warmth. "You're awake?" Lu Jingyan murmured, and in his hazy consciousness, he pressed down on Qiang and kissed her. "Probably." Qiang looked at Lu Jingyan's enlarged handsome face in a daze. The sobriety that she had accumulated with great difficulty seemed to have been scattered by the kiss. She had to admit that Lu Jingyan was still very delicious. After it was over, even her toes felt satisfied. She lazily nestled in the quilt, and her fair face turned pink, revealing a unique charm. "What do you mean probably? If you're tired, sleep for a while more." Lu Jingyan helped her tuck in the quilt. His gaze lingered on her for a while before he slowly moved away and got up. Qiang's mind was full of Lu Jingyan's promise to take a good rest. Thinking that he was going to work, she pulled the corner of her clothes alertly. "Where are you going?" Lu Jingyan gently held her hand. "Qingqing is going to school." Qiang immediately blinked and got out of bed. Who gave her the illusion that it was the weekend? In such good weather, Qingqing got up the earliest. The clear sunlight shone on the French dining table, making it look elegant and romantic. Qingqing sat at the dining table with bread crumbs at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that his parents had arrived, his short legs swayed and his face was filled with schadenfreude. "Daddy, you're finished." "Hmm?" Lu Jingyan slowly adjusted his collar and sat down opposite Qingqing. Qingqing shook his leg again. "Your father might spank you." He didn't know why his grandfather was angry, but it seemed that he could take revenge on his father for spanking him. Lu Jingyan's hand paused. "Really? How did you know?" Qingqing ignored his question and patted the seat beside him. He said to Qiang, "Come, mommy, sit with me. It's dangerous to be around daddy." Qiang couldn't help but sigh at the speed at which Qingqing changed his mind. She felt that he could still salvage the situation. "Then, don't you want to protect daddy?" Qingqing seemed to be very persistent. "No, he spanked me last time." With that said, Qingqing hugged Qiang's arm and pulled her to sit beside him. Lu Jingyan was a little depressed. Where did his caring little jacket go? Hearing that Qingqing hadn't gotten to the point after beating around the bush for a long time, the butler said with a complicated expression, "Old master said that he'll wait for you at the company at 10 in the morning." Yesterday, Father Lu had settled the matters at hand and flew back from abroad with Old Master Lu, Mother Lu, 7th Aunt Lu, and 8th Aunt Lu. By the time they arrived at the domestic airport, it was already morning. They didn't know the whole story of the kidnapping, nor did they know that Lu Jingyan had been hospitalized and discharged. Naturally, they thought that he would be working at the headquarters of the European-style company as usual. Therefore, they didn't have time to rest and carry their old bones to the company to find him. Now, they were on their way. This time, Lu Jingyan had made a big mistake. Not only did he secretly marry and have a child behind his family's back, but he also kissed a young girl in public. Most importantly, his attitude was quite insincere. After the news reached their ears, his phone was turned off and he wasn't at the Lu residence. It wasn't until evening that they finally got in touch with Lu Jingyan. The result was indescribable. Furious, Father Lu boarded the international flight and barely managed to sleep. After getting off the plane, he left a message to the Lu residence's landline in a cold tone and hung up. The sound quality of the microphone was good, and Father Lu's voice was loud and clear. Early in the morning, the butler and Qiqing were stunned for a moment and then looked at each other speechlessly. Thus, the relaxation and joy of 1,000 sails suddenly disappeared without a trace, and breakfast was shrouded in dullness. Qing absent-mindedly cut her toast. "I'll go with you?" "Lu Jingyan, do you remember that you have a post-screening meeting in the morning?" According to the schedule, she should have left at 10. Qing thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I can cancel it. They said that your collarbone looks good," Qing said as she buttoned up Lu Jingyan's shirt collar. There were many love rivals outside, so she couldn't let them take advantage of her. With the buttons buttoned up, his temperament was more abstinent than usual, which was a sharp contrast to last night. Qing smiled sweetly and touched the man's waist. His abdominal muscles felt good to the touch and were full of strength. She liked it very much. Lu Jingyan enjoyed the possessiveness of the little woman. His eyes narrowed in satisfaction and he reached out to pull up his collar. It was really pleasing to the eye. Qing asked with a smile, "Is it tight?" "Yes, why don't you loosen one?" "If it's tight, then change it," Qing said bluntly and was about to turn back to the wardrobe. "Come back." Lu Jingyan laughed. He reached out his arms and easily hugged her. It was a farewell hug. Qing stood on tiptoe and kissed the man's chin. "If they're violent, call the police." Lu Jingyan. "Okay." After sending off Lu Jingyan, Qing felt a little lonely. After yesterday's meeting, the whole world was in an uproar, but her family was very quiet. Except for Jingjing and Qi who contacted her, her father and grandfather didn't say anything. Qi Heming was old and his body was no longer healthy. His mind was no longer clear, so it wasn't a big deal for him to be late. However, as her father, Qi Yanqing was indifferent to her marriage. What was going on? After returning to this world, she had trusted Qi Yanqing enough, thinking that he was busy with work and didn't come home often. She even felt sorry for him. Lu Jingyan said that Jingjing had a twin sister, Jinglan. The Jing family was also a declining aristocrat. No one mentioned this to her, and she had never thought of it. Pharmaceutical companies from the last century almost didn't appear in the memories of this generation. Even if the name of the company was heard, it was difficult to associate it with the Jing family business. In this family, she had been silent for too long. She could no longer remain silent. Qing called Qi Yanqing, but to her surprise, Qi Yanqing turned off his phone. He called again after some time, but it was still the same. Why was he the same as Lu Jingyan? Soon, it was time to leave. Qing was going to attend a meet and greet in the city. There were a total of 7 or 8 meetings, including the ones she was absent from. Now, more than half of them were over. The Lincoln limousine with a smooth body stopped in front of the Lu residence in a high-profile manner. Shuatang sighed happily. "I don't have to be on tenterhooks anymore. How comfortable." The Lu residence was heavily guarded, but every time they entered the crossroads, they still had to pay attention to whether there were paparazzi around. Dihaoyu nodded in agreement. Qing came out of the villa and waved at them from afar. Her long hair swayed slightly, and her figure was graceful and moving. She was about to blend into the scenery of falling cherry blossoms. Shuatang was stunned. When she saw Qing approaching, she held her hand. "Qing, you're a little different today." "Qing, Shuatang smiled and said, delicate and feminine. "One look and I can tell that you've been well taken care of." Gao Nan was stunned for a moment. When he heard this, he looked Qing up and down. Apart from her rosy cheeks, she didn't look any different from usual. "You can even tell? You have sharp eyes." Shuatang analyzed carefully. "Sister Nan, you didn't see it. When Boss Lu and Qing kissed yesterday afternoon, his eyes were full of restraint. It's very uncomfortable to kiss but not be able to communicate deeply. Poor Boss Lu had to endure it all day. Of course, it should be more intense at night." Gao Nan glanced at her expressionlessly. "You seem to know a lot." She might not know much, but her imagination was too rich. Sister Nan, you can ask Di how you. Kissing will also cause a reaction, right? Shuatang said and poked the person next to her with her elbow. Di how you blushed. How would I know? You're the youngest. Why do you like to talk about this kind of topic? Shuatang curled her lips and gave up on communicating with the old man. She said to Qiang, a man who is restrained and abstinent lost control for you. Isn't it very touching? It's amazing. I have a best friend who said the same thing to you. Qiang looked reserved on the surface, but she agreed in her heart. It was very moving. Very moving. Shuatang cried with envy. It's normal for a woman to think this way. Unfortunately, we're not as lucky as you. Sob, sob, sob. Yingying's dream actually came true. Qiang. Did she have a dream? It seemed to be a dormant dream. After gossiping back and forth, Shuatang finally got back to the topic. Do you know what happened in less than a day? We almost fainted from the resources. All kinds of movies, banquets, variety shows, advertisements, and endorsements came. Gao Nan did not hesitate and filled Qi Ying's schedule with star-making standards. As soon as Lu Jingyan finished speaking, all the elders except for Old Master Lu stood up in unison. Their stern eyes were full of inquiry and scrutiny. Most of them were veterans in the business world. Under the influence of their families and the baptism of experience, they exuded the aura of a leader from head to toe. As soon as they stood up, their aura was more shocking. The usually spacious and empty office looked a little cramped at this moment. Lu Jingyan faced the elders respectfully. The coldness and arrogance in his eyes lessened a little, as if he only had the advantage of height. However, his gaze was calm and firm as it swept across everyone present. Finally, it landed on Father Lu Wenyuan. I think we've gotten a substantial result from today's exchange. What do you think, Father? Lu Jingyan's attitude was very obvious. He had chosen Qiang, and the family would never be a hindrance. What needed to be said had been said, and it was time for this conversation to end. The amount of information was indeed a little too much, but everyone needed to take it all in. Let's finish what we just said first. Lu Wenyuan's face was solemn as he said in a cold voice, the Lu Corporation's 100-year-old family business is now on your shoulders. I hope you don't do anything disappointing. You should put the family's interests first at all times. Lu Jingyan understood what Lu Wenyuan meant and frowned slightly. Father, do you think I don't have the ability to take care of her and my career? You don't have to waste your energy to be conflicted. Firstly, this matter has already passed, and your so-called family's interests have not been damaged. Secondly, Qiang was implicated because of her relationship with the Lu Corporation. I was indeed negligent back then, but there definitely won't be a next time. Protect yourself and everyone in the family, prevent similar threats from happening, and don't fall into a dilemma. Naturally, you don't have to face the so-called choice. This is what we should do. Lu Wenyuan frowned and didn't comment. Before he returned to China and couldn't contact Lu Jingyan, he had already collected a lot of information about Qiang. The Qi family had spent a lot of effort to hide Qiang's identity, but Lu Wenyuan didn't expose it. Therefore, in his impression, Qiang came from an ordinary family. However, her resume was very glamorous. She had been outstanding since she was a child. She graduated from the best primary school, junior high school, and senior high school in Sea City. At the age of 15, she was admitted to the Film Academy as the top scorer in both arts and culture. Even in the muddy waters of the entertainment industry, she was still pure and stunning. Her temperament and bearing were not inferior to that of a lady from a prestigious family. It was no wonder that Lu Jingyan was mesmerized by her. However, Qiang's brilliant resume came to an abrupt end at the age of 18. Logically speaking, with her excellent results and her status as the campus belle of the Film Academy, she would have a bright future even if her family background was average. However, Qiang took a break from school when she was close to graduation, and this break lasted for 3 years. Lu Wenyuan closed his eyes. He knew that his son had something to do with it. Now that he asked, it was indeed the case. Lu Jingyan said that he had once held a banquet at the Film Academy. That night, he was discussing a project and accidentally drank too much, so he raped an 18-year-old girl who was also drunk. That girl was Qiang. Because he was drunk, he didn't take any contraceptive measures. After that, Qing accidentally got pregnant. He hadn't touched a woman for more than 20 years. Once he touched her, he was immediately blinded by love and hesitated whether to keep the child. In the end, he hesitated and dragged on. Qi Ying's body was no longer suitable for an abortion, so he could only make mistakes. Because of this, Qi Ying was angry with him. He pursued her for a long time before she agreed to be with him. Lu Wenyuan's chest heaved up and down as he thought about it. Lu Jingyan also knew that she was an 18-year-old girl. She had been taken advantage of as soon as she became an adult. She even had to endure the pain of pregnancy at a young age. He didn't expect that his son, who looked like a gentleman, was such a beast behind his back. After nearly a day of calming down, Lu Wenyuan slowly accepted this fact. Since it was his son's fault, his prejudice against Qi Ying faded a lot. Today was different from the past. In the era of the internet, new blood was constantly injected into the market. If Lu Jingyan could marry the daughter of a famous family, of course, it would be good. But expectations were just expectations. It wasn't enough to become an obsession. The Lu Corporation was very powerful. It could be said that no family's power could rival it, and it didn't need the help of others. Taking a step back, as long as Lu Jingyan's other half had a high IQ and wasn't just a vase with beauty and family background, leaving good genes for the next generation, the Lu Corporation would have the possibility of long-term development. Of course, these were all psychological comforts. The truth was that Lu Jingyan had acted first and reported later. He had already openly announced it in front of the media. His momentum was so great that Weibo collapsed one after another. Even if they really had any opinions about the marriage, if they obstructed it at this time, how would they face the big families? Lu Jingyan said that he knew that this matter was very important, but he didn't have the courage to tell them. Therefore, he kept it a secret for 5 years. Lu Wenyuan was skeptical because he didn't see any fear on Lu Jingyan's face. Fortunately, Lu Jingyan didn't cause any trouble over the years. He was only loyal to Qi Ying. He didn't sleep with any 18-year-old girl he saw. At the same time, the Lu Corporation was getting bigger and bigger. Its achievements were very eye-catching. Lu Jingyan had been following their wishes since he was a child. He had shouldered all the heavy responsibilities handed to him by the family. Now, when it came to the woman he loved, he didn't doubt his judgment and couldn't criticize him. However, it didn't mean that Lu Jingyan's mistakes could be easily forgiven. The Lu Corporation had a good reputation. For generations, there had been no adultery or illegitimate children. To be honest, Lu Jingyan's behavior was quite infuriating and disappointing. On the way back, Lu Wenyuan and Old Master Lu had discussed that they would punish Lu Jingyan as severely as they did when he was young. However, after returning to the country, they threw this idea to the back of their minds. They heard that not long ago, Lu Jingyan had a battle of wits and courage with the kidnappers. If the special assistant had come one step later, his life might have been in danger. He was sent to the hospital by ambulance. However, in less than 2 days, he was discharged and went back to work. Thinking of the ups and downs over the years, Lu Jingyan silently carried on their shoulders, their hearts of stone suddenly softened. Lu Wenyuan didn't mean to make things difficult for him. In his values, benefits were not the most important thing. Moreover, his future daughter-in-law would be his family. He knew what was more important. However, there were so many people in the family present, and there was no lack of people watching in the dark. As the heir, Lu Jingyan's behavior would inevitably cause criticism. He had to speak harshly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lu Jingyan and Lu Wenyuan looked at each other for a moment before looking away. "Elders, you haven't been here for a long time. You might not know that the headquarters has added a lot of new lounges for tea, wine, and entertainment. However, I still suggest that you take Grandpa back to the Lu residence. He's tired from the long journey and jet lag. I'm afraid his body won't be able to withstand such torment. No matter what you need, just inform my special assistant, Jiang Chong." Jiang Chong, who was leaning against the wall at the door, was speechless. Old Master Lu looked unexpectedly hale and hearty. He knocked his knuckles on the table and said majestically, "I'm not tired. My granddaughter-in-law is here. I just want to see her." Lu Jingyan nodded slightly and said, I'll take her home tonight. Lu Wenyuan's third brother, Lu Wenyi, said, Jingyan is unwell. As his elders, of course we should accompany him. They stood up in unison. They realized that Lu Jingyan's departure was equivalent to agreeing to this matter. There would be no room for discussion in the future. They couldn't completely ignore this method of acting first and reporting later. Lu Jingyan made up a story. I'm already accompanied by my wife. Uncles, I'm afraid that you'll attract media reporters. The stock market is unstable recently, so it's best if there's less trouble. I'm just going for a small checkup and have an appointment with the doctor. I'll be back before dinner. Before Lu Wenyi could speak, Lu Jingyan raised his hand and looked at his watch. If there are no other questions, I'll take my leave first. If I can't make it back before Qingqing's school ends, please help me take care of him. When Lu Jingyan said this, everyone's attention was on Qingqing. Lu Wenyuan and Mrs. Lu looked at each other and their serious expressions softened. Old Master Lu's eyes flashed with surprise. Qingqing was his great-grandson, which meant that he could enjoy the joy of 4 generations living under the same roof. Be careful. Okay, Lu Jingyan responded and left the office. His tall and straight back revealed a threatening aura. Naturally, Qiying didn't believe him, but after all, it was nice to hear. She felt sweet in her heart and said with a smile, liar. Lu Jingyan knew that the words Qingqing would attract the elders back to the Lu house, so he changed the meeting place with Qiying to a convenience store in the suburbs. Before leaving the city, they could buy some fruits and gifts. At this time, they were walking side by side on the road, so they didn't have to hide from the paparazzi and entertainment reporters. The warm afternoon wind blew on their faces, making them feel very comfortable. Qiying could not help but lean into the crook of Lu Jingyan's arm. She leaned on his body and walked forward, displaying the innocence of a little woman. Lu Jingyan didn't mind continuing to attack with his subwoofer and sugar-coated gun. I'm telling the truth. Qiying smiled and said, I don't doubt its accuracy, but I don't believe that these words came from your mouth. Lu Jingyan put his right arm around her shoulder, and his palm was hot. Why? Qiying said, your parents must be very strict to be able to cultivate such a cold character like yours. Combined with the experience of growing up in different families in 2 worlds, as well as the systematic learning of education, she became more and more convinced that the formation of character was not only natural, but also shaped by the environment. Lu Jingyan was so outstanding, so his parents must be respected elders. How am I cold? Lu Jingyan laughed and hugged her tighter. My parents may be gentler than you think. How about I take you to see them tonight? Although Lu Wenyuan's words were cold, Lu Jingyan noticed his acceptance of Qiying. If he guessed correctly, Lu Wenyuan was afraid that he couldn't convince the core members of the family, so he taught her cold-blooded and ruthless. If he was given another chance, he didn't think he would expose Lu Wenyuan. In addition, he asked Jiang Chong to pay attention to the conversation between the elders after he left. Not long ago, Jiang Chong held a small notebook and told him that Chumu had been speaking for him and Qiying, but he couldn't tell whether she was sincere or just saying it. Lu Jingyan vaguely felt that he could get through his parents. Qiying leaned on Lu Jingyan's chest and seemed to be able to hear his steady and powerful heartbeat. Every sound made her heart thump with excitement. This day was coming. She felt that it was a little fast. Perhaps because she was nervous, she always had the illusion that she was not ready. But this morning, when everything was still unknown, she was still determined to accompany him to see his family. And now, Lu Jingyan had used the entire morning to pave the way. He even told her that his parents did not mind and were not as fierce as she had imagined. There was no point in delaying it. No matter what the outcome was, this was something that had to be faced. Thus, Qiying agreed with a smile. Okay. Lu Jingyan still caught the tension in her eyes. He suddenly remembered what Qiyu had said about Grandpa Qi kneeling as a punishment. He couldn't help but frown. He roughly knew that after Qiying gave birth to Qiqing, she went through the darkest years of her life. When she was depressed, her family didn't reduce her mental burden. Instead, they treated her coldly and punished her severely because of her indiscreet and careless behavior. She was in low spirits and didn't have the energy to resist, so she could only obey. In her previous life, she didn't escape in time and fell deeper and deeper into the abyss. Fortunately, in this life, she seemed to have found an opportunity to get rid of her depressed mood and fate of being a puppet. At that thought, Lu Jingyan said, "You always say that it's not my fault. Since it's consensual, it can't be your fault. I'm very grateful to you for bringing Qiqing into this world. My grandfather, father, and mother are also very grateful to you. Including Qiqing. He also experienced this wonderful world because of you. So you don't have to regret giving birth to him, and don't feel pressured. We didn't experience enough in our previous life, so we'll experience it twice as much in this life." Lu Jingyan's sudden sentimentality made Qi Ying's heart soften. "You're making me cry." Lu Jingyan patted her gently. "If you want to cry, just cry. You don't have to worry about anything in front of me." Qi Ying smiled through her tears. "Have you forgotten that we're still on the road?" It was noon, and the streets in the suburbs were sparsely populated. It was quiet and empty, and there was only the sound of rustling leaves in the wind and two figures leaning against each other on the road. Lu Jingyan chuckled. "Yes, I almost forgot." At that moment, there was a burst of happy chatter behind the banyan tree. "Look, isn't that couple Qiying and Lu Jingyan? F***ck, F***ck, it looks like it. Should we go up and ask for an autograph? I want to too, but I heard that it's hard to get close to President Liu. The media always exaggerates. Don't you think President Liu looks much gentler than in the photos? Let's go together." After a while, 3 or 4 young faces appeared in front of them. The girls were wearing school uniforms, and their ponytails swayed. They were full of youthfulness. Qiying, we all watched your film Green Sun. You acted very well. Can you give us an autograph? Sure. Qiying put on a smile and took the pen and paper they handed to her. Old Master Liu was also stunned. You took your mother's surname? Qiqing nodded. His eyes were big, his eyelashes were dark, and his face was fair and tender. He looked obedient and cute. The more Old Master Liu looked at him, the more he liked him. He couldn't get angry and asked calmly, "Why didn't you take your father's surname?" Qiqing said, "Maybe it's because I already had a name when I met my father." After saying that, he suddenly realized something and pursed his lips and fell into deep thought. Could the conflict between his parents be a secret? Should he tell them? He remembered that Jiang Chong said that they were his family and that he looked a little like his father, but they were still very unfamiliar with each other. Thus, Qiqing secretly glanced at Jiang Chong. Jiang Chong's face was serious and his posture was straight. He was even more serious than when he was in front of Lu Jingyan. At this moment, his face was slightly gloomy and he looked at him with a hint in his eyes. Qiqing blinked at Jiang Chong, indicating that he didn't understand his hint. Old Master Liu did not bat an eyelid as he stroked Lu Jingyan's soft hair with his calloused palm. When did you meet father? Qiqing saw that Old Master Liu was amiable and was a little excited to talk about this topic. He inadvertently raised the tone at the end of his sentence. On my birthday. His face was full of happiness. He almost said that Lu Jingyan came on a colorful cloud to pick him up on the helicopter. Jiang Chong's Adam's apple bobbed and he looked worried. In order to take responsibility for Qiqing's birth, Lu Jingyan didn't tell his family that he and Qiying had been separated for 5 years. Because the decision was made a little late, he didn't have time to inform Qiqing. Young master really couldn't hide it. Jiang Chong thought about how to interrupt their conversation. If he pretended to be sick, he might not be able to communicate with Qiqing. If he said that he had something to do and went back to kindergarten, it wouldn't be good if they followed. Moreover, Old Master Liu was an experienced man. Even though he was old, his aura of authority was still strong. If he were to abruptly interrupt, it would be easy to arouse his suspicions. Jiang Chong observed for a long time but could not find an opportunity to interrupt, so he could only continue to give Qiqing crazy eye signals. Old Master Liu had a rough guess, and his tone was more serious than before. Father wasn't by your side when you were young? Qiqing tilted his head and looked into Jiang Chong's eyes, which were filled with the words, "Don't ever cheat me." He suddenly understood. The old man in front of her was probably more senior than Lu Jingyan's father. Even though he was gloating in the morning, he was still on Lu Jingyan's side at the critical moment. In the blink of an eye, Qiqing put on a distressed expression and said with pity, "Because my father is very busy and works very hard, so he doesn't come home often." Old Master Lu's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. "How about this? Let him accompany you more in the future." Since they were busy, he naturally couldn't blame them. Instead, he felt sorry for his eldest grandson and great-grandson. One had to shoulder such a huge corporation, while the other lacked the company of her father. As for the family name, the child was ignorant and didn't know much about it, so old Master Lu didn't continue asking. "It's okay if father is busy. I don't blame him at all." Seeing that old Master Lu's gaze wasn't as cold as before, Qiqing let out a small sigh of relief and changed the topic with a grin. Old Master Lu smiled faintly and casually asked, "Did your father prepare the cherry blossoms in the Lu residence for mother?" Qiqing thought about Lu Jingyan's tragic proposal and felt that this was a very private matter, so it was better not to let them know. "I don't know if it's for mother, but father really likes cherry blossoms." "Grandpa, do you like them? Take a look at them too. They're so pretty." Qiqing didn't know old Master Lu's seniority, but seeing that he was older, she called him Grandpa. Lu Wenyuan stood beside them and was hit by Qiqing's childish grandpa. Even if he had said it wrongly, he still felt that it sounded good and secretly felt happy. Old Master Lu looked into the distance and said, "They are indeed beautiful." He didn't expect that Lu Jingyan would have such romantic thoughts under his serious appearance. The Lu residence had always been spacious, cold, and dignified. The pink color of the cherry blossoms softened everything here. Qiqing was satisfied. "I knew Grandpa would like it." Old Master Lu smiled and corrected him. "I'm not your grandpa. I'm your great-grandfather, Grandpa's father." Lu Wenyi was not satisfied with the development of the situation. He originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Qiying walk in, he immediately shut his mouth. In reality, she was more dazzling than in photos and videos. She had a kind of breathtaking beauty. Walking in the crowd, anyone would turn back to take a few more glances. As a man, Lu Wenyi instantly understood his eldest nephew's choice. For such a beauty, it would not be a waste even if he used his entire country to exchange for her. When Lu Wenji saw the sudden change in her third brother's attitude and eyes, she felt a little emotional. Qiying's facial features were flawless. Ordinary people would not be able to achieve such a perfect level even if they used a knife. In comparison, it made her seem old and mediocre. She obviously came from a rich and powerful family, but she was inferior by a large margin. Lu Wenji elbowed Lu Wenyi and said, "Third brother, don't forget that it was because of her that the marriage plan between the Lu family and other families fell through. We did not join forces with the strong, so we lost more than a little." Lu Wenyi came back to his senses when she bumped into him. He lowered his voice and said, "Since Lu Jingyan has already married Qiying, you and I can't change anything. The Lu family is a famous and elite family. If we haggle over every little thing, won't we seem narrow-minded and become a joke to others?" Lu Wenyi's position was very clear. Lu Wenji gritted her teeth in anger and said coldly, "I don't understand why there have been so many men since ancient times. It's obvious that they are all blinded by lust." Lu Wenyi glanced at her and said, "Because they are more open-minded than women and know how to take the long view." Lu Wenji still wanted to say something, but Lu Wenyi interrupted her and said, "Okay, Wenji, let's talk about it later." Lu Wenji quietly looked around. Apart from them, everyone else in the Lu family was as quiet as chickens, so she also kept quiet. Qiying had always been a public figure in her previous life and was used to all kinds of eyes. At this moment, facing the sharp eyes of the elders of the Lu family, she suddenly calmed down. Unlike in his previous life, when he had to face his father and grandfather, he had to be so nervous that he couldn't even raise his head. Qiying held Lu Jingyan's arm without showing any fear. She smiled gently and said, "Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I'm Qiying. This is a little gift I prepared for you." As she spoke, the butler and the auntie brought the prepared gifts over from the Bentley. Old Master Lu's eyesight wasn't too good at his advanced age, so he couldn't see Qiying's face clearly from a short distance away. He only felt that her voice was as gentle and pleasant as a breeze. He nodded slightly and said, "Hello." Qing stood beside Old Master Lu and winked at Qing. His lips moved slightly as he mouthed, "Hello, Mummy." When the Lu family saw that Old Master Lu was in a good mood, the frozen atmosphere melted slightly and they gathered around. With Lu Jingyan's advice, Qing catered to their interests accurately this time. The greeting gifts she brought for the elders were all things that they desperately needed or had been looking forward to for a long time, including some rare ancient books and paintings. The elders were pleased immediately. "Why are you calling them uncle and auntie?" "Silly child, call them mom and dad," Chima said with a smile. She was over 50 years old, but wrinkles were rare. Qing recognized Lu Jingyan's parents and didn't hesitate to call out gently, "Dad, Mom." Lu Wenyuan's eyebrows relaxed and he felt that he couldn't maintain his cold image anymore. Now that he had an adorable grandson and a beautiful granddaughter-in-law out of nowhere, he wanted to return to China. Lu Wenyuan's brothers and sisters of the same generation laughed. "Mrs. Lu, Qing is calling us uncle and auntie, right?" Chima smiled and said, "I was too eager to see my daughter-in-law and didn't think it through." "It's okay, we just mentioned it casually." "Don't take it to heart, Mrs. Lu." Chima raised her eyebrows slightly. She and Qing had a tacit understanding. Everyone had objected to it just now, but now they were fighting to be uncle and auntie. It could be considered as proof that they had accepted her into the family. The greeting gift Lu Wenji received was a limited edition dress from an international brand. Due to the scarcity of the fabric, it had never been available. Lu Wenji opened it and saw the dress that was custom-made according to her measurements. Her heart trembled with joy. She looked up and realized that Qi Ying's dress was getting more and more familiar. It turned out that it was a limited edition dress from the same brand and the price was quite shocking. It was 1 yuan more than the one in her hand and belonged to a series that couldn't be ordered even if one had the money. She had given up competing after taking a look at the advertisement because she felt that it was too extravagant and would definitely be useless. As an elder, there was no point in competing with the younger generation. However, if the elder couldn't compare with the younger generation in every aspect, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. As the daughter of the Lu Corporation, Lu Wenji thought about how Qing had effortlessly gotten a dress that she couldn't get even after spending so much effort. Her earlier gratitude instantly vanished into thin air. She said, "Qing, Jingyan bought your gown for you, right? I heard it's a limited edition of 3 pieces in the world. It's indeed beautiful." There was a deep meaning in her tone. She was secretly jealous that Qing was trying to climb up the social ladder. On the surface, Qi Ying's dress was all the greeting gifts. Given Qi Ying's abilities, how could she have gotten her hands on those rare and precious gifts that were hard to come by? The wool comes from the sheep's back. It must have been Lu Jingyan's doing. Qi Ying saw that Lu Wenji's eyes were faintly glowing as she stared at her dress. Without a change in her expression, she gently smiled and said, "This is the endorsement I just accepted. I attended the movie meet and greet today, and the person in charge of the brand gave it to me for publicity. Auntie, if you like it, I can help you ask if there's a green channel. Maybe I can even get a discount." The dress that Qing was wearing was just a sample. It wasn't made according to her measurements. However, Qi-Ying's body proportions were good, so it fit her well. Lu Wenji knew that Qi-Ying's value had skyrocketed because of Green Sun, but she didn't expect that such an international brand would invite her to endorse it. Her expression changed subtly and she said, "It's no trouble." After Old Master Lu finished speaking, everyone present had different expressions on their faces. Many people's faces turned red and white, and they had mixed feelings. There was no other reason. Their grandchildren had yet to be born, but the heir had already been decided. There were also some who were relatively calm. After all, Qiqing was Lu Jingyan's eldest son, and Lu Jingyan was Lu Wenyuan's only son. Even if the law also stipulated that the first in line of succession was the parents of the children. There was no suspense about Qiqing becoming the heir, and it was within their expectations. They had to face reality. After Lu Wenyuan's division, the inheritance of the Lu family business was getting further and further away from them. Qiying didn't expect Qiqing to be accepted so quickly, and a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. Qiqing didn't understand Old Master Lu's words. He blinked his big confused eyes, trying to find an answer. However, the solemn atmosphere at the dining table made him swallow the questions he had in his mind. Qing didn't know where to put his hands and feet, so he imitated Lu Jingyan, finished his breakfast, and sat quietly. He listened to the adults speak one after another in a gentle and slow manner. In the past 2 days, Lu Jingyan's expression was very indifferent, much more indifferent than when he usually faced him and his mother. Qing looked at him out of the corner of his eye and was satisfied for a while. Sure enough, he was the one who made his father happy. Even his father's family couldn't compare to him. On old Master Lu's face, there was a kind smile from beginning to end, as if to convey, "Today, I'm in a good mood. If you don't want to spoil the mood, please don't talk so much." At the same time, majesty and fierceness flashed across his eyes, and with a hint of deterrence, he said, "As long as I'm here, I'll have the final say on who inherits the Lu family business. Don't talk so much." No matter what the younger generation understood, the outcome was the same, so they were all silent. Some people began to look at Qing with a hint of flattery. Finally, the breakfast ended in silence. Qing was preparing to go to kindergarten. Auntie Wen took out his school bag from the room with his textbooks and stationery. Qing carried his school bag and said goodbye to the elders with a serious face. Qing was also preparing to set off. Her schedule was quite full today. She had to accept an interview in the morning and shoot an advertisement for the endorsement product in the afternoon. Because there were many people in the Lu residence, there was no lack of small talk and social interactions. Time was tight, so she had already put on her makeup before breakfast. Now, she only needed to touch up her lip gloss. Qing still remembered that when the alarm rang in the morning, it was the first time she had the thought of staying in bed. Her limbs were soft as if they didn't belong to her. Her lower abdomen was sore and swollen as if it was cramping. The man sleeping soundly beside her still had a handsome and harmless face. This made her feel as if a lifetime had passed. He swore to himself that he would not do anything else tonight. On the other hand, Lu Jingyan's parents were very compassionate. Considering that Lu Jingyan had not recovered from his serious illness, they strictly forbade him from going to work. Lu Jingyan used the excuse that it was difficult for him to mediate with the elders and wanted to go out to relax, so he naturally sent them off. Qiying's team received the notice early in the morning and directly waited for Qiying at the company. They did not come to pick her up. Qiying sat with his back straight for the whole night and the whole morning. His body was stiff and numb, and he felt that his whole body was not good. From the moment he stepped into the car, he was out of the Lu family's surveillance. His whole body was soft like mud. He collapsed in the back seat and muttered, "Tired, so tired." Lu Jingyan knew what kind of pressure it meant to take over the Lu Corporation. Looking at Qing's small and soft body, he actually felt a little sorry for him. He hoped that his childhood would be easy and happy, without so many restrictions. Thinking of this, Lu Jingyan gently frowned and patted Qing comfortingly. "If you're tired, rest for a while." Qing slightly raised his head and met Lu Jingyan's doting eyes. He thought that his father was still the best. He looked cold, but was actually very gentle. He was not like those adults who restrained him so much. He looked strict, but he was really strict. He finally found an opportunity to ask, "Dad, what is the heir? Inherit the family business and take over my management of the Osher Group in the future." Lu Jingyan said, "Although great-grandfather said so, everything is still according to your wishes. We'll see what you really like when you grow up and then make a decision." Qiying's heart was moved when she heard this. She knew how much Lu Jingyan had done for the Osher Group. If possible, he definitely did not want to give up his painstaking efforts. However, it was precisely because he was leading such a large group that he understood the pressure and hardships that he did not want to force Qing to bear so much. Lu Jingyan's tone sounded normal, but in fact, it was a heavy choice. As a mother, it would be a lie to say that she did not have high hopes. However, Qing growing up safely and happily should be the foundation of everything. Qing was still young and did not understand deeply. His tone was quite excited. "Manage Dad's company? Okay, it would be even better if we didn't have to be so serious every day when we eat." Lu Jingyan smiled. "They won't live in the Lu residence all the time. You don't have to be so serious." His family's education was more rigid, and etiquette learning could be done in a more relaxed way. "Yes, Dad, you're so nice." Qiqing grabbed Lu Jingyan's little finger and looked down at it. It was slender and fair, and the fingernails were neatly trimmed. He shook it with a happy face. I have one more thing. Dad's family doesn't allow me to take Mom's surname. On the family tree, the surname of Father Lu's generation was Wen, Lu Jingyan's generation was Jing, and Qiqing's generation was Shi. According to the family tree, Qiqing's name on the household register would be changed to Lu Shiqing. When great-grandfather patted his hand last night and told him this, Qiqing felt a little awkward. Qingqing, if you like your original name, Mom and I will usually call you Qiqing. Lu Jingyan's voice was low and gentle, but Qiqing could still tell that he had to change his name. He raised his little face. Humph, Qiqing gently comforted him. Think about it, the children in kindergarten all take Dad's surname. I know. Qiqing had long realized that only he and Mom had the same surname, but he had never said it. Who asked Dad to abandon us in the past? Dad, did you know that great-grandfather asked me today if you were by my side when I was young? If I said no, great-grandfather might spank you. I didn't want you to feel pain, so I said that you were very busy. That's why Dad got away with it. Am I biting the hand that feeds me? Biting the hand that feeds you. After Lu Jingyan corrected him, his expression darkened. His thin lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to explain something. Qiqing suddenly felt guilty and said first, Dad, don't be sad. I know it's not your fault. If you don't spank me in the future, I'll forgive you. Lu Jingyan immediately agreed. Okay. Shubai had always been timid. Now that she saw Qiqing dressed in branded clothes, standing there with a cold and arrogant expression, and looking at her with a mocking gaze, she suddenly became agitated. She habitually pushed the blame and mistakes to the outside world, feeling like she was a puppet being played. These rich and powerful people could always easily control her fate. Having lost Qi Hongqing, her last life-saving straw, Shubai's face alternated between red and white, and her voice trembled. Why did you call me? Qiqing could hear the anger in Shubai's voice and couldn't help but frown. She couldn't understand why Shubai, who had done so many things to harm others for her own benefit, acted like a victim instead. She usually didn't dare to say a word to others, but now she was glaring at her with resentment. Qiqing was both angry and amused. She raised her eyebrows and said coldly, Do you think that I, the Prime Minister, can hold a boat in my stomach? Do you think that I can swallow my anger and remain indifferent after all the things you've done behind my back? I called you to settle the score with you. What's your attitude now? Who gave you face? Qiqing's tone was obviously cold. No matter how pleasant her voice was, it also carried a bit of momentum. Shubai suddenly felt a little scared, but since she had already done it, of course she had to do it to the end. She braced herself and raised her voice. You gave it to me? Where did Qi Hongqing go? Why did he break up with me? Do you dare say that you didn't interfere? Qi Hongqing? The director who recommended you to play Jiang Wanwan? I don't like to destroy other people's relationships as much as you do, nor do I like to judge others by my own standards. Qiqing's sarcastic tone made Shubai extremely uncomfortable. She was used to hiding in a safe corner and hated being mocked and ridiculed the most. Moreover, she thought that Qiqing was slandering her. Shubai's face instantly flushed red. Who destroyed your relationship? She posted the video of Gu Yuanshen's confession online just to slander Qiqing for relying on men to get to the top. She wanted to ruin her reputation and earn a sum of money at the same time. Her original intention had nothing to do with destroying relationships. Qiqing must not take revenge on her by destroying her relationship. Qiqing's face was as cold as the frosty moon. Have you forgotten? 5 years ago, she broke into the guest room and stole my contact information. 5 years later, she pretended to be me and sent a message to Lu Jingyan. Then, she secretly took a video of Director Gu and sold it to Geng Shitong. If I remember correctly, in the past, I only treated you with kindness and not hatred. Shubai, God is watching. You have to pay the price for biting the hand that feeds you. Shubai subconsciously took a step back and pressed her back against the concrete wall. She knew what Qiqing meant by kindness and enmity. When she was in college, Qiqing had sponsored her and solved her urgent needs. But during this period of time in the detention center, Shubai repeatedly complained and understood one thing. If Qiying had never appeared in her line of sight in the past, she would not have had the time to admire her. Even more so, she would not have taken the unnecessary step of barging into Qiying's room. In the end, she would have angered a big shot like Lu Jingyan and landed herself in a situation where she could not eat or sleep in peace. Moreover, from the bottom of her heart, she felt that what Qiying said was nothing compared to her unfortunate fate of being homeless. It was completely an excuse for rich people to bully her. Xu Bai's eyes flickered and she refuted incoherently, "I didn't want to break you up. I took away your contact information because I was afraid that you would break the unspoken rules, destroy the fairness, and steal other people's opportunities. And even if I took it away, CEO Lu would still remember you. Aren't you two a couple now? You also got what you wanted and married into a rich family. It doesn't affect you at all. I had no choice but to text CEO Lu. If I couldn't pay off the debt, they would have directly cut me with a knife. Also, CEO Lu was chasing you at that time. Didn't you not want to be with him? How did my text get in your way? Did CEO Lu help me even a little? He didn't give me a single cent. I'm still in debt and homeless. Also, about the video, you stole my second female lead role and caused Qi Hongqing to lose his job. Of course, we wanted to vent our anger. It was my fault to sell it to Gung Shirtong and post it on the internet. But in the end, you weren't defamed, right? But I stayed in this broken place for 2 whole weeks. You are the CEO's wife, so of course you don't know how bad the food in the detention center is." Before Shubai could finish speaking, she saw Qiying's white and dazzling hand draw an arc in the air and slap her face. A palm-shaped red mark gradually appeared on Shubai's thin and pale cheeks. Burning pain came from her nerve endings, magnifying the shame and humiliation in her sensitive heart. Shubai covered her cheek and looked up in shock. In her dazzling vision, she saw Qiying's cold and beautiful eyes seem to be burning with anger. She was stunned for a moment. Her lips trembled and her voice trembled. "Qiying, you actually hit me." Qiying's chest rose and fell slightly as she looked at her coldly. Why did people always like to have this kind of thinking? Just because she was living well and seemed to be lucky, it wasn't enough to hurt her, but was it enough to erase their mistakes? The happiness she had in this life was because she had transmigrated back from another world. Her mentality had changed, and she was able to successfully get out of her depressed state. Even so, she still missed out on a full 5 years with Lu Jingyan. How many 5 years did a person have in their life? It wasn't so extravagant that they could waste it casually, not to mention in her previous life, if Shubai hadn't taken away the note, Lu Jingyan might have contacted her. They wouldn't have had to go through so many twists and turns. If Shubai hadn't sent that message to Lu Jingyan wouldn't have thought that she was Shubai, and he wouldn't have taken Lin Yuxing, who looked similar to her and whose original name was Shubai, as her. She wouldn't have been replaced by others, let alone be crushed under a car by a substitute. Lu Jingyan wouldn't have had to work hard to find a way to restart this world. She didn't deny that there was a flaw in her character in that life. In the love of a moth flying into the flame, she put herself too low. Even if Lu Jingyan came to her, she might push him further away because of her inappropriate view of love. But there would also be opportunities to change, and there was still hope, right? Of course, she couldn't tell Shubai what had happened in this world. But Shubai's despicable character of shirking responsibility, hoping for a fluke, and taking things for herself was deeply ingrained in her even if the world was restarted several times. It made her angry and she hated her even more. Qiying's eyes flashed coldly, and she seized the opportunity to grab Shubai's wrist. Her strength might be vulnerable compared with tall men like Qinghuan and Carl, but it was still more than enough to deal with Shubai, who was thinner and shorter than her. Shubai's hand was twisted behind her back, and she immediately felt a sharp pain as if her bones were broken. At first, she dared to be stubborn because Qiying's indifferent expression couldn't hide her natural gentle temperament. If Qiying was as domineering as Lu Jingyan, she definitely wouldn't dare to say a word. She would be lucky if she didn't bite off her tongue. Shubai didn't expect Qiying to hit her. Qiying's wrist looked delicate and boneless, but her strength was not light at all, as if she was angry. If Qiying used a little more force, her wrist would probably be broken. And she had starved for so many days in the detention center, so she didn't have the strength to resist. Shubai's eyes were red from the pain, and little drops of tears oozed out. She struggled like a fish floating on the shore and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Let go of me." Of course, Qing wouldn't let go of her. Her fingers were so tight that her knuckles turned white. Her heart was cold and angry. "Try saying what you just said again. Since you don't know what you did wrong, then listen carefully. I'll tell you. I didn't check out, but you barged in and took the note without permission. Where's your basic professionalism? You said that I slept with you, but what evidence do you have? Who gave you the confidence? Did you know that I got the role a long time ago? Speaking of professionalism, when you were a waiter, you couldn't even hold a wine bottle steadily. Did I ask you to pay for my dress? I considered that it wasn't easy for you to work, so I didn't hold you responsible. But you pretended to be me and sent Lu Jingyan a message. Yes, at that time, I didn't want to be with Lu Jingyan. But what I didn't want, did it belong to you? Taking something that belongs to someone else for yourself is called stealing. What right do you have to feel at ease? Later, you went to Xianxia and stopped working. You lived like a rice worm. You didn't forget to slander and sow discord. The money came quickly and easily, didn't it? You said that you wanted to vent your anger because I stole your second female lead role. Xu Bai, do you think you have the ability to compete with me? Xianxia lost his job because of the unspoken rules. Is it unreasonable or not? Tell me. Why are you here? Qing was a little surprised by Lu Jingyan's sudden appearance, but the coldness in her eyes faded unconsciously. Lu Jingyan looked down at her and gently frowned. Xu Bai's detention ended today, so I came to see her. Lu Jingyan didn't tell the truth. He had other arrangements and didn't plan to come to the detention center. Until Di Haoyu told him that Qing was here. Di Haoyu hadn't met Xu Bai before, so he subconsciously imagined Xu Bai as a dangerous person. After reporting, he added, "Boss Lu, Qing didn't let me tell you, but I still think it's necessary to tell you. After all, in a place like the detention center. Don't tell her that I came to see you." Lu Jingyan knew Xu Bai's character and wasn't particularly worried, but he felt a little depressed. Why didn't she want to tell him? Because he restrained her too tightly, he decided to come and see and meet Xu Bai. When he arrived, Qing just happened to leave. It seemed that he didn't need to intervene. Qing said, "Really? If you don't stay at home, uncle and auntie can't keep an eye on you. It's the same for you. I can't keep an eye on you." Qing almost choked. Why did he sound so aggrieved? It made her feel that she had done something wrong. I have the same idea as you. Today, Xu Bai came out. I have something to say to her. I think I already have a way to deal with it. Tell me about your arrangement? Qing nodded and told him her plan. Lu Jingyan heard it and nodded. It's reasonable. Qing felt that she was praised by a leader and rubbed her hands happily. But she also knew that Xu Bai was timid and had low self-esteem. It was nothing to deal with her. Lin Yuxing was her real opponent. In her previous life, she lost to her opponent before she even fought. For her, Lin Yuxing was still a very mysterious person. She only knew that Lin Yuxing was the daughter of her aunt whom she had never met. She grew up with her uncle, Qi Yanjiu, in the United States. The Chinese name on Lin Yuxing's household register was also Xu Bai. Lin Yuxing was her stage name after returning to China. In order to distinguish her from Xu Bai, Qing was used to calling her Lin Yuxing. In that lifetime, Lin Yuxing had the ability to deceive Lu Jingyan, replace her and stay by his side. She even got engaged to him, which showed that she was not simple. Moreover, she had studied at a top international music university. Her talent was unquestionable. Lin Yuxing lived abroad. Qing didn't consider the fact that Lin Yuxing had the same name, so she didn't expect that the heroine was someone else. Now Lin Yuxing appeared, and the time of his appearance coincided with the timeline in the book. The story in the book began from this year. Her challenge began now. Qing thought a lot in her heart, but her face remained calm. She raised her head and looked at Lu Jingyan. Her eyes were curved, and she looked relaxed and happy. Right? Actually, I can accomplish a lot of things. You don't have to help me all the time. It'll be very tiring. She enjoyed his care and protection, which made her feel safe and happy. But in the face of challenges from the outside world, she was relaxed, which meant that Lu Jingyan would have to work harder. Someone had to pay the price. Lu Jingyan almost blurted out, "No," but suddenly stopped. When he gave her wings, he should leave her some freedom and space. He whispered, "Yes, I know." After returning home, Qiying thought of Lu Jingyan's "A new broom sweeps clean," and her legs felt weak. 2 days ago, it was too intense. Her lower abdomen was still sore. Would it continue tonight? Qiying admitted defeat. She felt that she couldn't take it. After taking a shower, Qiying changed into her pajamas. She buttoned up the front. Then she wrapped herself tightly with the quilt. Her phone was also turned off and put aside. She didn't have the energy to touch it. Her whole body sank into the soft quilt, and her fatigue was released in an instant. Drowsiness swept over her, and she soon fell asleep. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lu Jingyan planted a kiss on her lips while she was still sleepy. Qiying's thoughts were in a mess. She tried to discern that there was no smell of alcohol, so she was relieved. She knew that Lu Jingyan returned to his room very late because he was dragged by his relatives to chat. They didn't talk about family matters, but about all aspects of the company. Lu Jingyan and the elders were actually very distant. When they came to the Lu residence, they didn't bring any warmth. Instead, they brought more drinking parties. Fortunately, he didn't stubbornly force himself to drink when his stomach was injured. Qiying felt gratified. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she fell asleep again. Until the tip of the man's tongue came in, and there was a burst of domineering havoc. The air between their lips and tongue became thinner. Qiying was slightly suffocated. Gradually, she woke up, and the overwhelming pleasure made her moan. Qiying opened her misty eyes and met with Lu Jingyan's deep eyes. She resisted weakly. 3 fires were long over. You're not talking about 3 heavens fire, she thought about it carefully. On the first day, she had done more than 3 heavens fire. She had taken advantage of him yesterday, and she definitely wouldn't repeat the same mistake today. Lu Jingyan's voice was low. Nothing. Goodnight kiss. Morning kiss, goodnight kiss, meeting kiss, parting kiss, he didn't leave any of them. Qiying's cheeks flushed red as she complained softly, "You woke me up." Lu Jingyan's thin lips pressed against hers. "Brush your teeth before you sleep." Qiying was stunned for a moment. She blinked slowly. Did she not brush her teeth? She seemed to have forgotten. When the waiter came to pour the wine, Lu Jingyan refused directly. "I'm not drinking tonight." "Sorry." The waiter was stunned and paused for a moment. She wondered why Lu Jingyan didn't drink. Had he found out something? In fact, the bottle of champagne in her hand had not been tampered with. The wine with a small amount of drug was placed in the locker at the moment. What she needed to do was to wait until Lu Jingyan was slightly tipsy, then take out the bottle of champagne and pour it for him. The bottle of champagne didn't have much capacity. 1 glass could see the bottom, so no one would be hurt. This was the plan that Jing Jinyan had dictated to her. In other words, there was no reason for her to panic at this time because the plan had not been implemented at all. However, when the waiter and Lu Jingyan's eyes met, she still felt guilty, as if the bottom of her heart had been seen. Even if Lu Jingyan was in a good mood tonight and the corners of his lips were slightly raised, there was a hint of sternness in his eyes when he looked at her. Could this be the aura? It was rare for her to have a close contact with Lu Jingyan, so she was prepared to take a few more glances. Now, she could only hurriedly come back to her senses and walk to Qiying's side. Before she could ask, she heard Lu Jingyan's soft voice say, "Ying doesn't drink either." His voice sounded super sexy to the waitress. She was stunned for a moment and blushed. She looked at Jing Jinyan hesitantly. Lu Jingyan seemed to dote on Qiying a lot. Would it be okay for her to interfere rashly? What if she went for wool and came home shorn? Opposite her, Jing Jinyan lowered his eyes and frowned slightly. He looked thoughtful and didn't look in her direction. The waiter took a step back with a bottle of champagne. "Okay." Qiying turned to look at Lu Jingyan. "I can drink a little. I won't get drunk." In normal gatherings, drinking was something that could be declined. But tonight, Lu Jingyan was here, so she felt very safe. Very few people didn't drink at the wrap party. Moreover, when she was away, the crew thought that she wouldn't be attending and had already held a celebration party. It could be said that this wrap party had been reorganized because of her, so it didn't seem right for her to not touch a single drop of alcohol. Lu Jingyan did not answer her. He silently opened a box of yogurt, then took her wine glass and filled it to the brim. The joints of his hands were distinct, slender, and ascetic. It was especially pleasing to the eye during the entire process. Qi Ying's gaze was fixed on his hand, but she couldn't feel any emotion. Yogurt it was. Maybe it was because her life was going well and she didn't need to drink to drown her sorrows. Compared to champagne, she did prefer yogurt. She only drank when she had no other choice. Since Lu Jingyan said that he didn't want to drink, no one tried to persuade him even though they were confused. Although it was a bit of a pity, it was always fun to get the big boss drunk during banquets. But at this moment, their attention wasn't on that. Instead, it was on Lu Jingyan's thin lips as he slowly read out the two words "ying." In front of her, Lu Jingyan's shirt was neat and clean. The buttons on his collar were all buttoned up, revealing not a single bit of his collarbone and chest muscles. The curve of his beautiful Adam's apple was slightly moving. Coupled with his handsome face and slightly sharp chin, he looked especially sexy and ascetic from afar. When Lu Jingyan appeared in the news, he always looked cold and didn't say much. Today, sitting next to Qi Ying, his temperament seemed to have softened a lot. His low and cold voice contained gentleness, and there was a faint smile on his lips. She was so charming that the young girls started to talk about her in private. Boss Lu seems different from usual today. Is President Lu also so gentle at home? He's so handsome. Qi Ying is so lucky. Yeah, we're also basking in her glory. I didn't expect the president's wife to be one of us. It's so surreal. Me too. It's so magical to have a big boss hiding by your side. I should have hugged his thigh earlier. In the future, when Qi Ying holds a party at home, maybe I'll have a chance to see a different President Lu. Qi Ying is so low-key. If I had such a powerful and handsome boyfriend, I would definitely announce it to the world. I can't imagine President Lu wearing home clothes at home. God, I don't dare to think about it. Today's atmosphere was far more relaxed than the last gathering. The actresses didn't hide their emotions in fear. Their cheeks were pink and they were drunk. Their eyes were bright and they couldn't move away from Lu Jingyan. In the crew, the older and younger actors who had lost their male charm sighed softly. Women, this must be the worst time we've been ignored in our lives. Speaking of which, all the invited actors in the crew were present today. Originally, the wrap party had already been held once, so it wasn't a big deal to be absent this time. However, they still cancelled their scheduled itineraries. Qi Ying wasn't bad-looking or acting. She also had Lu Jingyan's escort. If she was lucky, she might be able to win the Best Actress award in less than 2 years. The entertainment industry wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. For A-list stars, there were many opportunities to cooperate with each other. However, for stars who hovered around the 3rd or even the 18th tier, they might not have the opportunity to meet each other in the future. It might even be the last time in their lives. Among the main actors in the crew, only Gung Shirtong didn't come. The person in her sight was Lin Yuxing. She leaned sideways against the wall in the corner, with her back to her, and stared ahead intently. Lin Yuxing grew up in the United States. She had more outdoor activities and often sunbathed. Her skin was not as white as Qi Ying's, and it was more wheat-colored. She rarely wore skirts, and her style of dress was confident and flamboyant. Today, she wore a white dress, revealing her thin calves, and a sweet Japanese bow tied at the back of her waist. Her slightly curly long chestnut hair was pulled into long and straight black hair, naturally hanging down. Her temperament had changed a lot. At the very least, from the back view, she did not seem any less delicate. Qi Ying unconsciously raised her eyebrows and thought for a moment. A bold guess flashed in her mind, was Lin Yuxing imitating her? She didn't know Lin Yuxing well, and Lin Yuxing should treat her the same. They didn't have much contact, and their impression of each other was at most based on hearsay and media news. The makeup and style Su Lan arranged for her was generally pure, not too mature and gorgeous. In addition, she fainted directly when she met Lin Yuxing for the first time that day. Perhaps because of these, she left such an impression in Lin Youxing's heart. Although she was not sure of Lin Youxing's motive, she had to be on guard. Lin Youxing's appearance at the fan meeting last time was very strange. She showed her interest in Lu Jingyan and didn't hide it because of her identity as his wife. And she mentioned Jingxing. She seemed to know more about the things that the Qi family had hidden these years, and therefore was hostile to her. She was in a hurry that day, and there were many fans outside, so she didn't have time to ask too much. It should not be a coincidence that Lin Youxing appeared here tonight. If she guessed correctly, Lin Youxing might come for her, because knowing yourself and the enemy was the key to victory. Of course, it was more likely for Lu Jingyan. It was difficult for ordinary people to know his whereabouts and enter the headquarters of Eurogroup, but Lu Jingyan was very likely to be with her. Lu Jingyan hadn't come back yet. Lin Youxing happened to look at the bathroom, which made people suspect that the person she was waiting for was Lu Jingyan. Qing wanted to know what Lin Youxing wanted to do, but she couldn't let him get what he wanted. This floor was a circular structure, and one could return to the starting point after walking one round. Lin Youxing was on the right, so she went to the left. Finally, they could share the same field of vision. Qing no longer wasted time thinking. She walked clockwise and soon came to the other side. She stood behind the wall at the corner opposite Lin Youxing. The area between them was the washroom. The five-star hotel's decor was high-end. There was no smell in the vicinity, and a faint fragrance of incense floated in the air. There were potted plants in the bathroom. The lights were very bright, and the surroundings were bright. From this angle, Qing could see Lu Jingyan. He was talking on the phone in the public area with a serious and cold expression. 2 or 3 girls with exquisite makeup covered their mouths as they walked past him. They looked back 3 times as they walked, unable to hide the joy on their faces. Qing breathed a sigh of relief. She did not want to speculate about others with malice. Most of the people in the crew were very nice. She had established a revolutionary friendship with them during the shooting in the hot summer. But there were also accidents. For example, Jing Jinyan was such an accident. Jing Jinyan was very utilitarian. This time, he took the initiative to ask for the banquet. He must have a certain purpose, which made her feel uneasy. Fortunately, Lu Jingyan came back late just because he had something to talk about, not because of other accidents. Qing leaned silently behind the corner. She did not leave, nor did she come forward to disturb him. She waited for Lu Jingyan to finish the phone call without making a move. Lu Jingyan seemed to have encountered a tricky problem. After hanging up the phone, he still frowned and walked silently in the direction of the box. He did not concentrate on walking. As he walked, his slender fingertips swiped the screen of his mobile phone. He should be sending an email or a text message. His aura was biting cold. Even though he attracted a lot of attention, no one dared to approach him. Qing did not call him. She quietly watched Lu Jingyan go farther and farther. When he was about to reach the opposite corner, she thought that Lin Youxing might send troops. The next moment, Lin Youxing staggered out from behind the wall, looking drunk and weak. She lowered her head and cast her eyes on the ground. Her footsteps were very messy, but the direction was very precise. She gradually approached Lu Jingyan. Qing understood in her heart that Miss Lin wanted to fulfill her promise. She pretended to be drunk, imitated her fainting, and then threw herself into his arms. Then she was lucky. Lu Jingyan stared at his mobile phone without squinting, which increased her probability of success. If she staggered, Lin Youxing would fall into Lu Jingyan's arms. However, her man was someone who could not be touched by any other girl, not even a finger of his. Since Lin Youxing wanted to imitate her, she would be silly and sweet. Maybe Lin Youxing would dress up as a silly and sweet girl in the future. Qing walked out of the corner and softly called Lu Jingyan from behind. "Where have you been? Why haven't you come back for so long?" Her voice was softer and sweeter than before, and it was obvious that she was acting coquettishly. Lu Jingyan knew that Qing was putting on an act. His lips curled up slightly as he cooperatively turned around and walked towards her. Lu Jingyan turned around and was caught off guard. Lin Youxing missed and almost fell. She steadied herself and leaned against the wall with one hand supporting her forehead. Her pace was very slow. Lin Yuxing did not expect that Qiying would suddenly appear. If she hadn't reacted in time, she would have fallen to the ground and announced the failure of the plan. Of course, she would not leave like this. Then it was not worth the trip. It was better to rest behind them and watch for a while. Lin Yuxing's heart sank and his face changed. But since he was pretending to be drunk, he could only pretend to be drunk. Lu Jingyan's footsteps were slow, but Qi Ying's were brisk. Her skirt fluttered lightly, and her eyes curved as she jogged towards him. Like a swallow returning to its nest, she threw herself into his arms, bringing with her the unique softness and fragrance of a woman, like the gentle night breeze. Her black hair was softly draped over her shoulders, and her red dress was dazzling, as if the surrounding scenery had faded away. I was on the phone just now. Lu Jingyan played along with her, but his body was still tense. He put his big hand on her waist and said in a low voice, "Did you miss me?" "Of course." She smiled sweetly and her voice was soft and pleasant. "I miss you so much. Can I kiss you?" "There are too many people." Lu Jingyan seemed to smile helplessly, but his eyes were full of love. "You obviously don't care about these things." Qiying raised her delicate white chin and looked at him coquettishly, with sparkling eyes. Lu Jingyan curved his lips. Regardless of the people coming and going, he clasped the back of her head with his big hand and quickly pecked her lips before letting go. His low voice was intoxicating and magnetic. "Are you satisfied?" Her dark eyelashes trembled slightly, and she reluctantly left the man's arms. "It's okay." Just now, Lu Jingyan lowered his head when he walked and didn't look at her at all. When she fell, she was very careful and did not make any sound. Lin Yuxing always thought that she had been completely ignored, but she didn't expect that Lu Jingyan had already seen through her. Lin Yuxing felt embarrassed. When was her acting so bad that she couldn't even fool an outsider? At this time, Lu Jingyan withdrew his gaze from her and gently left with Qiying like a gentleman. He looked at them with completely different eyes. Lin Yuxing's teeth itched, and an imperceptible anger flashed across her beautiful face. Out of the corner of her eye, there were still 2 or 3 people holding up their mobile phones to her. When Lu Jingyan walked alone, no one dared to approach him. At most, they peeked at him from a distance, and no one dared to take out their mobile phones to take pictures of him. Because offshore media covered the sky with one hand, the media reporters who wanted to rely on Lu Jingyan for hype ended up with no good ending. Few people had the courage to touch the bottom line. But if Lu Jingyan and Qiying walked together, the media reporters and passers-by would obviously be much bolder. Lu Jingyan and Qiying were on the hot search at the same time, and the probability of being removed would be greatly reduced. Qiying was like a softener, softening Lu Jingyan's unapproachable aura and increasing his tolerance threshold. That was why she dared to pretend to be drunk and fake falling. There were not many people in the hotel. In the preset, it would take no more than half a minute from the beginning of her performance to the completion of her plan. But when Qiying came, she was not only defeated but also criticized by the camera. So many pairs of eyes were staring at her. What could she do? Lin Yuxing had no choice but to continue pretending. Lu Jingyan could see that she was pretending to be drunk. She didn't believe that passers-by had such ability. So, Lin Yuxing staggered all the way down to the parking lot. Xianxia arranged a private car to pick her up. Lin Yuxing opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Seeing her beautiful makeup in the rearview mirror, she became more and more depressed. She wasted her careful tidying up. She sent a voice message to Xianxia. "Uncle Qi. Today, I met Boss Lu again. He is so charming. But when I think that Qiying got him, I am really unwilling to accept it." Although I didn't want to admit it, I could instantly understand Jing Zhang's feelings. "Tell me, what should I do?" In her past life, she had always thought that she had no parents and did not know that she had a cousin named Qiying on the other side of the ocean. It wasn't until not long ago when Xianxia told her about her family's past that she found out that her father was still alive and was actually Uncle Ju's biological brother. As for mother, although her family was not perfect, Xianxia could not have children. After adopting her, she had never mistreated her. She was proud in her bones. Ever since she was young, she wanted the best in everything. The art school she studied in was also the best in the world. Of course, the man had to be the best. Undoubtedly, she felt that only Lu Jingyan could satisfy her aesthetic standards, impeccable. As the daughter of Qi Yanqing, she had been suppressed by Qi Ying for more than 20 years. Would this continue? It was impossible. And she did not just want to surpass her. She would not forget who her mother died for. Even if she had never met Jing Lan and did not have deep feelings for her, Jing Lan was her mother after all. Lin Yuxing thought that Qi Yanji would be very busy. Recently, he had taken over the management of Huanyu from Qingyi and was very busy. She was just complaining out of habit, but she didn't expect Qi Yanji to reply so quickly. Although it's not very moral to interfere in other people's relationships, think about your mother. What moral is there to speak of? Even if you don't get him in the end, isn't it good to break them up? It was quite good. Lin Yuxing thought after listening to the voice message. But why did she feel unconfident? So you knew that she was pretending to be drunk. When did you find out? Although it was a pity that Lin Yuxing kept silent and did not get any valuable information, Qi Ying was still very happy. Lu Jingyan, about when you left the room? I thought you didn't look at the road when you walked, and I finally had a chance to save you. Now, I don't feel any sense of accomplishment. Lu Jingyan seemed to be very happy about her rescue. Did you just walk around from that direction? Qi Ying nodded. Speaking of which, what do you think of my pretentious behavior just now? He pursed his thin lips and smiled. Not bad. Qi Ying was slightly stunned. You don't really like this way of speaking, do you? I think she is imitating me and pretending. Her original intention was to make Lin Yuxing pretentious and make Lu Jingyan hate her completely. What if he accidentally agreed with him? Wouldn't it be counterproductive? It depends on the person. Lu Jingyan paused for a moment and said in a low and serious voice, you don't have to worry about these things. I won't forget what she has done. No matter what her personality is, I can't face her calmly, let alone be attracted to her. Besides, do you think she is better than you? I was blind in the past, but I won't be in the future. As he spoke, he slowed down and fixed his eyes on her. Then he stretched out his arms and hugged her tightly for a moment. How could he be interested in the driver of the car accident? What kind of person did she think he was? Qi Ying heard his heartbeat under the ironed shirt. She knew that she was thinking of being a little woman again, but she was grateful for the comfort he brought. It was not a long walk, and they soon reached the door of the room. The two waiters waiting at the door were about to open the door for them when Qi Ying suddenly said, "Wait a minute." The waiters were confused. Lu Jingyan was also puzzled. Xianxia was surprised. So the wine can expire? I thought it could last forever. Jing Jinyan's eyes were calm as he replied faintly, it's the right drinking period. It's not an old wine anyway. Her fan was still a young girl who had not seen much of the world. If it were her, she would definitely not say it out loud. Yin Anlin was quite drunk. Even if he fainted, no one would associate him with the wine. He would wake up naturally when the effects of the drug wore off. Xianxia rolled her eyes, not wanting to reply. Now that Jing Jinyan's reputation was bad, anyone who got involved would be tarnished. She did not want to get involved in this mess. The reason why she sat with Jing Jinyan was indeed to please him before, but now it was just a coincidence. The couple in Xianxia's drama helped her answer, sounding puzzled, but isn't this bottle of vintage champagne? It should be able to last for a long time. The waiter tried to calm himself down. It's like this. A customer opened this bottle of champagne before. I can't remember the exact time, but it should have been a long time ago, so it's not convenient for you to drink it. Xianxia's CP was not looking for trouble on purpose. She was just curious, so she asked the question. After listening to the waiter's explanation, she did not have many concerns and said with a smile, I see. It was taboo for celebrities to put on airs. If their character was not cold and aloof, they would be more down to earth. The waiter breathed a sigh of relief and quickly returned a smile. Qi Ying's gaze was fixed on the bottle of wine for a long time. The waiter's flustered expression made her suspicious. Why is a half-empty bottle of wine kept in the cabinet? The waiter explained, this cabinet is just for show. We don't usually put things in here. A child mischievously hid it here. I wanted to take it away, but I forgot about it. Her colleagues thought to themselves that this cabinet was not just for show. They had never seen this bottle of wine before. Were their memories messed up, or was there something wrong with their eyes? Anlin took the opportunity to snatch the bottle while the waiter was answering and said fiercely, "Give it back to me." He looked like a child whose toy had been snatched away, an innocent and sullen expression appearing on his face. The waiter was stunned for a moment. Thinking that he definitely couldn't let him drink this wine, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the bottle. While they were fighting, the bottle fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Champagne splashed everywhere, and glass shards scattered all over the floor. Anlin suddenly froze and blinked innocently. "Alan. Let's go back and rest." Anlin's assistant hurriedly ran over and pulled him back to his seat. She thought to herself, "I told him to train regularly, but his hand strength is really strong." The waiter quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." The assistant hurriedly helped Anlin settle down before turning to the side and replying, "We're the ones who should be apologizing. We're really sorry." Lu Jingyan looked up and suddenly said, "I'm the main culprit." Qing was drinking water to moisten her throat. She wondered why they were being so polite. The waiter waved his hand. It's fine. This is a bottle of wine that we don't want anyway. You don't have to compensate. But be careful, don't get cut by the shards." Then, he bent down to clean up the mess. At this moment, two voices sounded in the room at the same time. "Wait." Qing heard Lu Jingyan's voice overlapping with hers. She turned her head in surprise and looked at each other tacitly. His eyes were deep and dark like ink. Then, Lu Jingyan looked at the waiter and said coldly and sternly, "Don't touch it." The waiter's eyes widened slightly. He stood up hesitantly. Before he straightened his back, he heard Lu Jingyan say to him, "You stay." His voice was cold like a cold lake, with the biting cold of winter. This series of events happened unexpectedly. The waiter couldn't help but tremble slightly. Yes. She knew that the matter had most likely been exposed. It didn't matter if Lu Jingyan punished her, but she couldn't drag Jing Jingyan down because of her dereliction of duty. She had been chasing after idols for so many years. Sister Jingyan was her only belief. She would do her best to protect her. Thinking of this, the waiter glanced at the dining table secretly. Jing Jingyan lowered his eyes and calmly picked up the food. He did not reveal any clues at all. She secretly clenched her fists. Everything was watertight. As long as she denied it, no one would suspect Sister Jingyan. Lu Jingyan contacted Detective Long without hesitation. Soon, Detective Long led his men to the scene. Qing took a while to react. She couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be so serious. I'm talking about the eyelid-twitching disaster." Lu Jingyan's voice carried a smile. "What eyelid-twitching disaster?" "Those are all lies." Qi Ying's eyebrows curved helplessly. "I've been anxious for so long, and you're actually laughing at me." After saying that, she also felt that superstition was a little childish. Lu Jingyan understood it from a biological point of view. Although old-fashioned, it wasn't unreasonable. She rested her chin on his shoulder and said seriously, "No matter what, you have to be more careful in the future. I know that you're very powerful, but there are too many eyes watching you. There will always be times when you can't guard against 100 enemies. You might not know, but I have so many love rivals. In fact, I'm under a lot of pressure." Lu Jingyan nodded. "I promise that I won't do anything that makes you unhappy." Qing curved her lips. Promises were fickle, but she still liked to hear them. Lu Jingyan's fingertips touched her face with scorching heat. "But I'm under a lot of pressure too. What should I do?" Tonight, she was wearing a red dress, which was especially seductive. Her lustrous red lips were as alluring as cherries in spring, giving people the urge to kiss them. He understood men and knew where the eyes of the crowd at the banquet were focused on. Sometimes, the thought of making her leave the entertainment industry flashed through his mind. He also wanted to lock her up and make her his exclusive lover. But these possessiveness were like poisons. A little indulgence would cause the dike to burst. He was good at restraining himself, so these selfish thoughts were annihilated without a trace before they formed. Qing leaned over and said softly in his ear, "Are Are you still thinking about Anlan? He didn't mean it, but he got punished. Let's not care about it anymore, okay? Lu Jingyan didn't care about Anlan anymore, but Qiying reminded him. His heart trembled slightly, and he lowered his eyes to kiss her lips, messing up her lip makeup. Qiying's breath was in a mess. Her hair fell from her ears, and her porcelain-white cheeks flushed. I said to rest well. Under Lu Jingyan's attack, her body gradually softened, but her fingers clutching his shirt tightened. Just as she was about to lose control of herself, he gently ended it and promised her, okay. Even if Qiying was dissatisfied, she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. She leaned on him and closed her eyes. Fatigue and tiredness came over her, and she fell asleep. When the Bentley stopped, she woke up. Aunt Wen had already coaxed Qiying to sleep. There were also some elders chatting in the living room. When they saw them, they smiled and greeted them. After they entered the room, Lu Jingyan took off his suit jacket and loosened his tie and collar, revealing his exquisite collarbone. Then, he unbuttoned his sleeves, revealing his slender arms. Qiying closed the door and looked at him without blinking. Lu Jingyan's body tensed up under her burning gaze. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking. She suddenly came back to herself and said slowly but clearly, sleeping with Boss Lu. Lu Jingyan's hand suddenly stopped. Really? Qiying overestimated the thickness of her face. Her cheeks were red, and her voice softened unconsciously. Why would I lie to you? Lu Jingyan's eyes deepened. He approached the door, pinched her soft waist and pressed the door panel with his big hand. His voice was low and persuasive. You will be tired. Aren't you afraid that your eyelids will jump? I'm not afraid. I know we can all turn danger into safety. Lu Jingyan suppressed his breath and kissed her shoulder bone. If you are tired, sleep more at night. She was incoherent. You are mending the pen after the sheep is lost. His voice was low and hoarse as he said, then you got what you wanted. Lin Yuxing debuted. She signed an S-level star with Huanyu Entertainment. Huanyu Entertainment had a lot of capital. Overnight, the relevant news quickly occupied the headlines. This way of spending money to debut was simple and crude, as if to openly announce her strong background. The stars didn't know Lin Yuxing's background. Seeing Huanyu's wealth, their eyes turned red with jealousy. But Lin Yuxing didn't let people down. Since she spent money on the hot search, she spontaneously attracted enough attention and stayed on the hot search list for a long time. And the way to hype was to tie up Qiying. Qiying didn't expect to find Xianxia here. In the past, she had seen this kind of cubicle in documentaries. Usually, it was built by corrupt officials to avoid the inspection of their superiors. Before opening the door, she couldn't confirm who was behind the door and whether or not he would treat her visit kindly. In fact, she was full of nervousness. However, Qiying was a born actress. After experiencing several life's ups and downs, she wouldn't easily express her emotions. Her skin was very white, and her eyes were cold. She stood upright at the door, and her aura didn't lose to the strong women Xianxia knew in the business circle. Xianxia was really stunned. In his memory, this girl was soft and occasionally stubborn. Most of the time, she was as plain as Jing and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Maybe he paid too little attention to her. She seemed to have quietly changed a lot in a place he couldn't see. It seemed that she wasn't as easy to coax as she was when she was young. Xianxia lowered his head and took a sip of tea to hide the complicated feelings in his heart. When he looked up again, the surprise in his expression was gone. His rough fingertips slowly rubbed the cup, and his voice was warm and gentle. I didn't hide. Qiying carefully looked at Xianxia's expression. Obviously, she didn't believe his lies. Your phone was turned off for so many days, and you didn't reply to my emails. Even your assistant didn't know your whereabouts. Father wouldn't tell me that you just wanted to drink tea here quietly, right? Xianxia was disgusted at being questioned. He frowned and said with a bit of impatience, you're exaggerating. I've contacted Qiyu. Next time, you can ask him first. You don't have to waste time and effort to visit so rashly. Xianxia was ready to fly abroad, away from this land where too much wrong was buried. However, the handover was complicated, so he had to stay in the country for 2 more days. He did send a text message to Qiyu, and then turned off his phone and cancelled his old number. Qiying knew that they were estranged. Qi Yanqing's undisguised indifference still shocked her. However, because he didn't care, he didn't feel too disappointed. She didn't give him any face and questioned, "Is that so?" "My brother said that he couldn't get in touch with you. He even sent someone to look for you." Qi Yanqing frowned after hearing that. After a short moment of recollection, he guessed, maybe the signal is not good. "I didn't send the message before I turned off my phone." After Qi Yanqing finished speaking, he remembered that he was going to leave. This was not a small matter, but he did not inform Jingjing and Qiying. No matter how he looked at it, it did not make sense. A rare sense of guilt rose in his chest, and he felt a little stifled. Thus, he said honestly, "I'll be going abroad soon." "Return date?" "It depends on the situation. Since your daughter is getting married, shouldn't you meet your in-laws before leaving?" "No matter what, you should at least give me an explanation." Qi Yanqing's face paled, but because he was old, his skin was rough and his flesh was thick, so he didn't show any obvious signs of injury. Qiying suddenly smiled and invited, "Why don't you have dinner with them tonight?" Qi Yanqing's eyes narrowed. He gripped the handle of his cup tightly and said hurriedly, "I'm not free." Qiying asked closely, "When will you be free?" Qi Yanqing did not answer the question directly. He calmly stabilized his breathing and raised his hand slightly. "Sit." Qiying did not stand on ceremony and sat down opposite him. "Don't try to shirk off. Since I was young, you have never fulfilled any obligations as a father. This meeting is a must. Lu Jingyan is waiting for me downstairs. As long as you agree, he'll take us to meet the Lu family. If you're really busy, I'll call him up now. Now that communication is so advanced, it's not difficult to make a video call." Qi Yanqing's face was extremely dark. Qiying was not easy to deal with now, and Lu Jingyan and the Lu family were even more difficult to mediate. He pondered for a long time and finally made a decision. "I've indeed let you down all these years. But as a person in the underworld, there's no choice. Some things are a long story." This time, Qiying cooperated and said, "Please go ahead." During the conversation, the truth of the past gradually emerged. Jing Lan and Jing Jing were twin sisters of the Jing family. They looked the same, but Jing Jing was more intelligent than Jing Lan. When they were studying, the two sisters' grades were different. Unknowingly, the Jing parents favored Jing Jing more. Jing Lan was neglected for a long time, and her heart gradually became depressed. Later, Jing Lan's crush confessed to Jing Jing, and the two became each other's first love. The conflict between the sisters completely broke out, and they became strangers under the same roof. Jing Lan told the Jing parents about Jing Jing's puppy love. Jing Jing's first relationship ended under the opposition of her parents. When they were in their 20s, Lu Enterprises held a charity dinner. Father Jing gave the invitation to Jing Jing, who was well educated, but did not give it to Jing Lan. At the dinner, Jing Jing met Qi Yanqing for the first time. That year, Qi Yanqing was standing tall and handsome. He was married, but Mrs. Qi died in an accident not long after giving birth to Qiyu. Jing Jing knew that Qi Yanqing was single at that time, and she fell in love with him at first sight. She took the initiative to leave her contact information. Qi Yanqing was also moved because Jing Jing's appearance was similar to his ex-wife's. Considering that the Jing family's business was thriving and that it was just around the corner to compete with the Qi family, Qi Yanqing included remarriage in his life plan for the first time. The two were honest and quickly fell in love. Not long after, Lu Enterprises expanded the pharmaceutical market in the southeast region and accidentally found evidence of the Jing family's fake medicine. Lu Enterprises did not hide it and immediately announced the truth to the world. Overnight, the Jing family fell from a prestigious family to a rat on the street. At that time, Qi Yanqing and Jing Jing's relationship quickly heated up. They originally planned to get engaged a month later, but Qi Yanqing began to hesitate because of the Jing family's failure. His father, Qi Heming, valued the family's reputation very much. The Jing family's reputation was ruined, and he would never agree to let him marry Jing Jing. Qi Yanqing did not dare to disobey his strict father, so he asked Jing Jing to break up. Jing expressed her understanding, but did not give a direct answer. Instead, she tactfully suggested to Xianxia to keep their marriage a secret. At the same time, to show their sincerity, the Jing family set a fire in the core medicine warehouse and burned the last batch of fake medicine. When all the sins were burned to ashes, the creditor's son was also accidentally burned to death. The Jing family relied on the power they had accumulated in the past, and only a few people in the family were imprisoned. The creditor was furious and deliberately set the Jing family's banquet on fire. Almost the entire Jing family, including the Jing family's servants, died in the sea of fire. At the time of the incident, Jing Jing and Jing Lan got into an argument in the courtyard, which was why they were spared. Xianxia finally agreed to keep their marriage a secret, and planned to wait until the limelight died down before announcing it publicly. Jing Lan learned that Jing Jing had cozied up to the Qi family and was about to marry into a rich family, ending her homeless life. She was down and out, and had no one to rely on. She could not even find a decent job. Under the influence of jealousy, she decided to take away everything that belonged to her sister. Jing Lan planned to sleep with Xianxia. Xianxia could not tell the difference between Jing Jing and Jing Lan, and Jing Lan's plan succeeded. Jing Lan only told Xianxia the truth after the incident. She asked Xianxia to give up on Jing Jing and get engaged to her. Xianxia was very conservative that year, and he was shocked. After thinking about it rationally, he seriously rejected her. He and Jing Jing established a close relationship, not only because of their physical appearance, but also because of the memories they had built together. Jing Lan did not give up. Every day, she used all kinds of extreme methods to sow discord between Xianxia and Jing Jing. She knew that she would not be able to win Xianxing's love, so she decided to erase Xianxing's feelings for Jing Jing. Jing Jing was surprisingly calm. She was not anxious or annoyed, and Xianxia was deeply touched. A month later, Jing Lan suddenly stopped pestering him. Xianxia thought that she was tired and was relieved. The only thing he did not expect was that Jing Lan was pregnant. Part of this story came from Xianxing's personal experience, part of it came from Jing Jing's honesty, and part of it came from his letters and diaries. Xianxia avoided the important parts and focused on the trivial parts. His voice gradually became hoarse, and the warm tea could not be soothed. Unexpectedly, his weary voice coincided with the sad tone of the story. Unfortunately, Qing did not feel too sad, other than feeling sorry for Jing Jing. She did not know if it was because she had exhausted all her negative emotions. She could understand Xianxing's fear, but she did not sympathize with him. In Xianxing's fate, Jing Lan was an uncontrollable variable, but the fundamental factor that determined the development of the situation was actually his own judgment. Xianxing saw Qiying's lowered eyes and thought that this was a big blow to her. While Qiying was immersed in her emotions, he said, "I won't beat around the bush. Dad doesn't pursue many things in his life. I hope you can help me with this matter." Qiying felt that it was strange for Xianxing to call himself dad. She said, "Oh, how can I help you?" When Lu Jingyan asks later, "You can lie that I'm not feeling well and it's not convenient for me to meet him for the time being. You're smart, so you should be able to understand why I refused. When I return from this business trip, I'll take the initiative to contact them. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to find a way to deal with it by then." There was no such thing as a perfect excuse. Xianxing just wanted him to leave smoothly. As he spoke, he carefully observed Qiying's expression, trying to pry into it. He saw that her skin was soft and flawless, and her soft hair gently fell down her temples. She looked like a young girl who listened carefully when she was studying. Young, obedient, and sensible. Xianxing could not help but feel lucky. Qiying's temperament had become colder, but her gentle personality had not changed. She had inherited Jing Zheng's character and was kind to the bone. As long as he asked, Qiying would definitely help him on account of their father-daughter relationship. "Also, I hope you won't tell the media." Xianxing couldn't help but ask further, "You know what I'm talking about?" Qiying didn't answer for a moment. After a short silence, she slowly raised her gaze. When her gaze swept over, Xianxing felt a little nervous for no reason. He furrowed his brows quietly. Qiying spoke slowly, sounding distant. "Why should I help you? I think I have the right to tell anyone." Jing had given her a chance to reveal her identity, but she had not done so because it was not necessary. Along the way, she had relied on her strength, luck, and the help of nobles. The only thing she had never relied on was the Qi family. She didn't need a wealthy family background to flatter herself. Qi did not agree as expected. Xianxia was both stunned and angry. I told you about my past because I thought you would be more sensible now that you've grown up. Qi looked at him with clear eyes. Of course I'm very grateful to you for telling me these things. But I don't understand. Do you want me to sympathize with you or forgive you? Seeing Qi Ying's attitude, Xianxia was displeased. He tried to intimidate her with his aura as an elder and said sternly, I'm your father after all. If I'm entangled in scandals, it won't do you any good. Besides, your mother's family has a very bad reputation. If the Liu family pursues you, you won't have a good life in the Liu family in the future. Qi Ying said, I knew you would use "you're my father" as an excuse. But ask yourself, have you ever done your duty as a father? I love my mother, so I don't care about the negative impact her background will have on me. But you're different. My mother and I are not as important as your face. Qi Ying looked at Xianxia's gradually darkened face and returned his aggressive sentence. And it's useless to escape when you've made a mistake. I thought you would understand this simple truth after working hard in the business world for so many years. Xianxia pinched the handle of the cup and emphasized, I was also harmed by others. Qi Ying asked, then what are you afraid of? Xianxia said sternly, I'm not afraid of anything. It's better to avoid trouble. Could it be that no matter what happened, they had to rush up and kill each other to the death? Staying calm and not being radical is the most basic wisdom in life. Qi Ying didn't want to beat around the bush with Xianxia. So you abandoned your family business and hid here, putting all the burden on my brother, just to hide the truth and avoid condemnation? What kind of wisdom is this? It's obviously more like the behavior of a giant baby. Xianxia gradually lost his composure, and his chest visibly heaved twice. But after all, he had to ask Qi Ying for help, so he couldn't get angry. He could only suppress his anger. You have to know that if these things are known by the outside world, my reputation will be damaged. Not only will my reputation be tarnished, but the entire Qi family will also be implicated. Qi Ying interrupted, cyber violence is terrible, and the family's reputation is also very important. But you put it in a more important position than family. I think you're putting the cart before the horse. The family's teachings tell you to restrain yourself. The root of it is the stability and happiness of the family. How can you abandon your family for your reputation? What's the point of a family without family love, no matter how glamorous it looks to outsiders? With that, Qi Ying looked at Xianxia seriously. A person who had been in the business world for a long time should have a calm temperament. However, Xianxia was more than 20 years older than Lu Jingyan, but he wasn't half as calm as Lu Jingyan. There was a visible uneasiness in his expression. That's right. Sometimes family love could bring people great strength. When there was no love, no emotions, and all connections with the people around you were cut off, people would become weak. Xianxia's heart was already very weak. It was just that he couldn't put down his face as an experienced person and couldn't see this point clearly. Xianxia was speechless, but he quickly found a new argument. Ordinary families were indeed connected by family love, but big families weren't like that. What tied everyone together was interests, not those things where blood was thicker than water. The so-called family love had long been worn out by those scheming and disputes over rights and interests. He said, there are many disputes in big families. Not only the Qi family, but also the Liu family. You don't have enough experience, so you may only see things on the surface. In the future, you have to be more careful in the Liu family. Otherwise, you will only be bullied. Qi Ying could hear that in this man's eyes, family love was insignificant. He didn't even believe that family love existed in the face of power and interests. This was the last time she wasted her breath. You don't have to worry about it. The things that I think are important may be as light as a feather in your heart. For the time being, let's not talk about whether your value orientation will hurt the people around you. Just based on your current state of fear and trepidation, even the slightest movement in the outside world can make you tremble in fear. I think you need to reflect on yourself because you can't feel the most basic happiness as a husband and father. Xianxia opened his mouth to argue, but Qiying continued, before you talk about conditions with me, please apologize to my mother first. The person who hurt you is Jinglan, not my mother. You can't transfer your hatred to my mother just because Jinglan is her twin sister. She is innocent. Logically speaking, she should be protected by you, not hidden from you selfishly. But at this point, time can't be turned back, and feelings can't be forced. No matter how much I ask, it's useless. But at least, you have to apologize to her. Xianxia frowned as if this was a matter of dignity being trampled into the mud. After a long while, he slowly and reluctantly spat out an okay. In the past few days, Qinghuan had been traveling to various countries and had eliminated several options. A place had automatically jumped into his mind. Back then, when Qingyi had just expanded Huanyu, he had bought an expensive European-style castle in Country E. No one had lived in it for many years, but someone had been hired to take care of it. There was no trace of desolation. Qinghuan had once thought that Qingyi was just rich and willful. Only today did he learn the real reason. Everything was to please the woman in Qingye's heart, the wife of old man Qingyi, and that woman had a son. Qinghuan thought of the ear-piercing sound of the car and the cold equipment in the hospital and sneered. He went down the secret spiral stairs to the basement. The gorgeous candlesticks inlaid on the wall gave off a cold luster. In the dim light, Qingyi was leaning against the sofa with his eyes closed. His eyebrows were relaxed, as if the bounty outside had nothing to do with him. Qinghuan stared at him with his dark eyes and said with a teasing smile, "The old man is enjoying himself." He did have the right to enjoy himself. Except for his own son and grandson, it was difficult for others to find this place. Qingyi suddenly raised his eyes when he heard the noise. Qinghuan's figure was reflected in his constricted pupils, and he was instantly shocked. He tensed up. "Why are you here? Is the door locked?" Qinghuan answered quickly and indifferently, "No." "Hurry up and lock it," Qingyi ordered, only to see Qinghuan raise his phone in disbelief. Qingyi frowned and said in a tense voice, "What do you mean?" Qinghuan raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you think?" He aimed the camera at Qingyi and focused it. With a click, the dim basement was as bright as day in an instant. The creeping gully on Qingye's old face was also particularly clear at that moment. Qingyi narrowed his eyes at the strong light and said in shock and anger, "You're crazy." "You're the one who's crazy." Qinghuan sneered. "It's not just the criminal investigation team that's after you. The Lu Corporation is also involved. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. Even without me, it won't be long before they find out." Qingyi glared at him and shouted, "Nye Qing," he didn't have much time left to talk nonsense. Once Qinghuan left, it would be too late to say anything. Unexpectedly, Qinghuan interrupted him. "There's no need to shout. I've tied him up. How else do you think I got in?" "Ah Huan, are you going to personally send me to prison for Lu Jingyan's woman?" Qingyi was furious. He threw the expensive wineglass and shiny silver cutlery at Qinghuan. Evil creature, Qinghuan dodged sideways, and the glass exploded at his feet. Mixed with the sound of iron falling to the ground, it made a sharp piercing sound. The cold wine splashed the trousers of his suit, and the coldness in Qinghuan's eyes accumulated bit by bit. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Yes, I like Qiying, and I hate being used. You used me to hurt her, so of course I hate you." Qingyi pointed at Qinghuan in disbelief. "I was the one who raised you. Now you're talking about hatred with me? Raise?" Qinghuan laughed mockingly and walked closer to Qingyi. He was tall and his eyes were sharp. At this moment, his back was to the light, and his facial features were covered with a layer of shadow. He was colder and deeper than usual, like a demon from hell. Qingye's leg bones were inconvenient, and in a fit of anger, he moved back an inch with the sofa, making a heavy creaking sound. How could he not know that Qinghuan had completely inherited the extreme and ruthless part of his personality? Under extreme emotions, it was even magnified. The difference in size made Qingyi feel powerless. He glared at him with bloodshot eyes and said hoarsely, "You're on your own." Before he could finish his sentence, Qing Huan grabbed him by the neck and his voice was cut off in his throat. Qing Ye's pupils constricted, and the veins on his forehead jumped. Qing finished scanning the documents just as the doorbell rang. She walked towards the door and said, "I'll go take a look." She guessed that it was Qi Yanqing. He had returned to Sea City today and said that he would apologize to Jing. However, she didn't know if Qi Yanqing would change his mind after what had happened. Qing looked through the peephole and saw that the two people outside the door were the two bosses who had kept their voices as low as possible during the meeting not long ago. She opened the door and asked, "Why are you here together? Did you make an appointment?" Lu Jingyan said, "It was a coincidence." Qiyu stood tall and straight beside Lu Jingyan and nodded. Qing looked at them and her lips unconsciously tightened. Actually, they couldn't help much even if they came. She had told them not to worry over the phone. Sure enough, men couldn't be reasoned with. Qiyu sensed his sister's unhappiness and hurriedly said, "Sister, don't be sad. They don't know the truth and are just spouting nonsense. Don't take it to heart." Qi Ying's mood improved quickly and she said to the two of them, "It's okay. Mom and I are fine. Anyway, it's not true. It'll be fine as long as we explain it clearly." Qiyu opened his arms slightly and wanted to give Qi Ying a comforting hug. "You're right. It's not a big deal. I'll protect you. Everything will pass." Qi Ying had just glanced at Qiyu when Lu Jingyan immediately pulled her over. She fell into his arms and the tip of her nose rubbed against his shirt. Lu Jingyan said lightly, "Ignore him." Qi Ying said, Qiyu snorted. "You're so petty." Lu Jingyan said, "Adults should mind their words and actions." Qiyu said, "Okay, I'll let you do it this time. Anyway, I've hugged you enough when you were underage?" Lu Jingyan's lips stiffened and his expression was a little complicated. Qi Ying said embarrassedly, "No, my brother is just spouting nonsense. Hugs when we were young are nothing. Don't be petty." Lu Jingyan lowered his eyes. "You don't understand. Living under the same roof meant that they lived together day and night. It meant that her seductive appearance in her pajamas would be seen at a glance. Not to mention her brother who tugged at her heartstrings. He didn't feel good and was even a little jealous." "Could it be that he was too narrow-minded?" Qi Ying said. "There must have been a big sister who hugged you when you were young." "No," Lu Jingyan answered in his heart. Seeing that the brother and sister were in cahoots, he suddenly changed his words, "You guess." "Oh." Qi Ying's expression suddenly became blank. Stinginess is contagious. Seeing the two of them rubbing their heads against each other as if there was no one else around, Qiyu felt stifled. He coughed and got down to business. "How is it? Can you find any evidence?" "Yes, I have a backup plan. I have a backup copy of the evidence at every key time point," Qi Ying said. "I told you not to come, you two busy people." In that folder, there were marriage certificates, birth certificates, letters from Jing Lan, threatening text messages, hospital diagnosis certificates, and so on. Everything was there. Qiyu breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." In the handicraft room, Qi heard the movement in the living room and gradually couldn't sit still. He quickly glued the mast and ran out with the finished product. He just happened to hear Qiyu's voice. When he looked again, Lu Jingyan was also there. This scene was familiar. Qi suddenly became nervous and shouted from upstairs, "You guys!" Hearing Qi voice, they stopped talking and looked up at him. Ever since Lin Yuxing exposed Qi Ying's family affairs, netizens began to be curious about Lu Jingyan's and the Qi family's views. Needless to say, Qi Ying's mother had a bad character. The key was that Qi Ying herself pretended to be stupid and shamelessly took over the Qi family's nest. They wanted to know if the noble Lu Corporation could accept such a misbehaving young madam. Thinking about it, it was probably impossible. Lu Jingyan had recently expressed his love in a high-profile manner, stirring up a bunch of young girls' hearts and breaking their legs. Now, it seemed that he was going to slap himself in the face. No one had expected this. While netizens were furious and scolding, Jihu's official account was racing to analyze the situation. Qi Ying responded. The whole incident began to turn around dramatically. In the end, it even turned 180 degrees. It could be said to be the most incredible, unexpected, and fast-changing melon in history. Qiying posted a video. In the video, her black hair was soft, her skin was as white as snow, and her eyebrows were black and her lips pink. Her peach blossom eyes were clear and beautiful, and they were a little cold. It made people's hearts pound. After opening the video, they couldn't help but watch it to the end. Her voice was soft and a little cold as she calmly recounted the stormy past. There wasn't much pretense in her tone, but there was a kind of infectious power that went straight to the heart. The girls even wanted to cry after hearing it. What a gentle person. But what kind of experience was this? The story Lin Yuxing told on Weibo couldn't be said to be fake. In fact, it was 80% true. However, Lin Yuxing inverted black and white and put all his mother's evil deeds on Qiying's mother. Qiying and Qiying's mother, who were the real victims in the story, were they. This made their anger burn to the extreme. Lin Yuxing and her mother were too despicable. The existing vocabulary of mankind was no longer enough to vent the anger in their chests. However, at the same time, Lin Yuxing's motive for posting on Weibo became confusing. Unless there was something seriously wrong with his brain, why would he lie to the public so blatantly? Did Lin Yuxing think that Qiying couldn't produce evidence? Did he think the netizens were fools? This was too unimaginable. Some people couldn't believe that there was such a person in the world, so they started to persuade themselves to wake up from Qiying's beautiful and harmless face. The beautiful things in this world were often poisoned, and not all of them could be trusted. However, at this time, Lu Jingyan and Qiying, who had always kept a low profile, appeared at the same time in front of everyone's eyes. At the same time, they reposted Qiying's Weibo and stamped the authenticity of her words. This was the first and only Weibo post of the two big shots. The onlookers and Lu Jingyan's fangirls were in an uproar. The number of discussions per minute on Weibo had broken the record. It was reasonable to say that once the first impression was the strongest, there would be some twists and turns on the road to whitewash. However, Qiying had all the witnesses and material evidence, and Lin Yuxing's words seemed very weak. It's scary to think about it. What kind of method did Madame Lin use to make me believe her for no reason? I'm afraid that I'm not sure, Lizzie. You can even mistake your own mother. Sure enough, there are all kinds of strange things in this world. Madame Lin is mentally unstable. Hurry up and send her to the hospital. She's trembling. I'm afraid Madame Lin will become the fastest internet celebrity in history. My condolences. It's not that I'm biased, but Lin Yuxing's face is like a fake compared to Qiying's. Not to mention a celebrity, even an internet celebrity doesn't deserve it. No one would want to be released for this kind of family matter and be judged by so many people. I feel sorry for the Qi family. After going through all this, they still have to be blamed by Lin Yuxing. The Qi family is already very friendly. Mother Lin did such a terrible thing, and Father Qi only fostered Lin Yuxing abroad. Did you see Weibo? Lin Yuxing is covered in branded clothes. It's obvious that he's living a good life. Which illegitimate child can enjoy such treatment? Qiying is so pitiful. She was supposed to be a little princess, but in the end, she can't even be recognized. Her family is also broken. I really want to hug her, sigh. Qingyi had been threatened by Qinghuan to turn himself in. After doing all this, Qinghuan's irritable heart felt a long-lost peace. After almost 30 years of living in a daze, only two major events changed him. First, after the car accident, when they were separated by life and death, there was only one last thought left in his mind. He wanted her to live a happy life and not leave with hatred, unwillingness, and pain like him. He was seriously injured in the car accident, but he didn't die. When he opened his eyes again, it wasn't the netherworld but a ward covered in white tiles. Although his parents' endless quarrels gave him a headache and Xianxia's wrinkled face made him irritable, life was fresh, the sun was clear, and the sky was blue. Qinghuan decided to restrain his possessiveness. Even if they were so strong that they couldn't be ignored, like an airtight vine strangling his heart, he still wanted to dismantle them bit by bit. He didn't want to bring her any resentment, unwillingness, or pain because of his selfishness. Second, what Lu Jingyan said that day. Qinghuan couldn't refuse. In the past, he had enjoyed a kind of essentially empty joy. The result of having nothing to show for it was that he couldn't even protect the person he loved. When he was young, he had been brilliant, outstanding, and received awards and medals. But later, Qingyi quietly led him onto a path of self-destruction. He used to think that it was love, the most precious emotion in the world. Later, he learned that it was actually destruction. The son Qingyi loved so much was outstanding, self-disciplined, and completely different from him. When he realized this, 1/3 of his life had already passed. But Qinghuan felt that he wasn't old. He had taken the wrong path, but as long as he was still alive, he could start over. In this eventful period, Qingyi was finally jailed on the charge of kidnapping. No one in the outside world knew who he had kidnapped, but it was inconceivable. Qingyi owned such a large financial group like Huanyu. He could have taken off his robe and abdicated, enjoying his old age in peace. Why did he use extreme means to seek benefits, touch the boundary of the law, and suffer the consequences of his own actions? They could imagine how crazy Qingyi was, but they couldn't imagine how greedy he was. Qingyi's crime was like a stone hitting the bottom of a lake, causing ripples for a moment. After they dispersed, no one cared about them. People's eyes were more focused on the new heir of Huanyu, not the crown prince, Qinghuan, but Qingyi's illegitimate son, Qingju. Qingju had never appeared in public before. Only the Qi family recognized him as Qi Yanju. No one had expected that a person who had lived openly in the Qi Corporation for more than 40 years as Qi Heming's second son and held a small portion of the Qi Corporation's shares was actually the child of old Master Qi's wife and Qingyi. He was also the root of the Qi Corporation's decline. The Qi family members were both shocked and angry, but this matter concerned their family's reputation. They couldn't make it public, so they could only swallow their anger. On the day Lin Yuxing posted on Weibo and the Qi family was pushed to the teeth of the storm, Qi Heming was so anxious that he suddenly fell ill. He was lying in the hospital and had not woken up until now. Fortunately, he missed this big show. Qi Yanqing was in a country and did not pay attention to what was happening outside. Although he felt empty, he was at least at peace. He knew nothing about the earth-shaking changes in his family. The Qi family was in a mess. Fortunately, Qiyu had a plan to deal with it. He stopped Qi Yanju's blood-sucking behavior in time and minimized the damage he brought to the Qi Corporation. With Lu Jingyan's financial and strategic support, the Qi Corporation gradually recovered and showed signs of revival for the first time in recent years. Yan Hui lost Qingye's support. In order to avoid punishment, she moved into the Qing family. Unexpectedly, Qi Yanju was busy taking over Huanyu and had little time to go home. The Qing family's caregiver slacked off. Yan Hui suddenly fell ill and missed the best time for treatment. She died unexpectedly. Lin Yuxing finally reconciled with Qi Yanju. Huanyu Entertainment did not change its plan to support her because of this storm. Although Lin Yuxing lost a lot of popularity, she had a crazy spirit. The more she was suppressed, the more she wanted to vent her anger. Qiying lightened her footsteps and opened the door. The living room and bedroom were quiet and dark. Lu Jingyan and Qiqing had not arrived yet. Qiying placed the gift box on the table in the dark and turned on the lights. The signal was not good on the way, so she saw the news that Lu Jingyan had encountered some tricky problems during the negotiation and would come over later. Qiying looked at the clock. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. There were only 3 hours left until the end of the day. She did not know if they would be able to come over before tomorrow. Qiying was a little unhappy, so she drank some wine under the starlight. Slowly, midnight approached and the day was almost over. Qiying took out her phone and sent a long message to Lu Jingyan. She had just finished the liquid in the glass. Feeling tipsy, she fell asleep on the pillow. When Lu Jingyan arrived at the hotel, it was already early in the morning. The faint scent of wine lingered in the air in the bedroom. Qiying was lying on the big bed. Her cheeks were slightly red and her body exuded the fragrance of a shower. Her nightgown was rolled up to her legs, revealing her long, white legs. She was quiet and beautiful, like a sleeping princess in a fairy tale. Lu Jingyan lowered his eyes and pulled down Qiying's nightgown to cover her with the blanket. Then, his gaze turned to the table next to him, where there were several exquisitely wrapped gift boxes. Lu Jingyan smiled. After opening the box, his fingers froze. When his gaze fell on Qiying, it became hot. He swallowed slightly, took off his suit jacket, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Qiying regained some of her consciousness amidst the pitter-patter of the water. 10 minutes later, Lu Jingyan came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel and met Qiying's hazy and beautiful peach blossom eyes. "Did I wake you up?" Qiying's mind was a little slow. She did not seem to hear his question and asked slowly, "Where's Qingqing?" Her drunken state was very obvious, and she was more charming than when she was sober. Lu Jingyan coaxed softly, "Qingqing will sleep first. Dad and Mom will take care of him and come over tomorrow." He quickly wiped off the water droplets on his body and sat beside her. Qiying nodded thoughtfully. "Why did you come back so late?" "My birthday is over." Lu Jingyan's voice was low and a little guilty. "It's not too late." Qiying looked at the clock on the wall and rubbed her eyes. She remembered that it was already past midnight when she fell asleep. But now, the clock on the wall stopped at 11:50. Qiying's eyes were full of confusion. "It's not past midnight yet?" Lu Jingyan smiled. "No." Qiying believed his words. Her slow thinking made her lazy to think. End of chapter 115. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.